Zhou Jianjun has traversed into the richly woven narrative of the Courtyard of Affection, only to discover that his arrival has precipitated certain alterations in the plot. This world is indeed splendid, for it not only offers a home, but also a beautiful wife and an adorable daughter. Moreover, it boasts a system that allows one to vanquish any foe with a mere penny. Is there a scarcity of food and drink? Such a notion is utterly unfounded. Zhou Jianjun expresses his sole desire to live a blissful life with his wife and daughter. Therefore, let no one disturb their peace. Otherwise, they shall bear the consequences, for he offers no forewarning. Chapter 1. Transformed into a Scoundrel. Winter of 1965, amidst heavy snowfall. In the bustling city of Beijing, at a quaint courtyard residence. Mommy, has Daddy died? 3-year-old Zhou Tongtong is tightly embraced by her mother, Yu Xiaoli, as they huddle in a corner. Yu Xiaoli's face is streaked with tears. She shakes her head, her voice trembling with sorrow. No, Daddy is not dead. Just moments ago, her husband Zhou Jianjun had indulged in excessive drinking, returning home to unleash a torrent of verbal and physical abuse upon her and their daughter, fueled by whatever rumors he had heard outside. This was not the first occurrence. However, this time, his aggression was unbearable, prompting her to retaliate for the first time. With a spittoon, she struck Zhou Jianjun fiercely on the head, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground, bloodied. Mommy, when Daddy wakes up, will he still hit us? Tong Tong, being well-behaved and innocent, wonders why her father would still strike her despite her good conduct. Upon hearing her daughter's naive question, Yu Xiaoli can no longer contain her anguish and bursts into tears. Mommy, please don't cry. Tong Tong is good. Mommy, please stop crying. Seeing her mother in distress, Zhou Tongtong also begins to wail uncontrollably. Tongtong is innocent. The fault lies with Daddy. The fault is his. The lamentations of the mother and daughter pierce the heart with profound sorrow. Zhou Jianjun feels as though he has been ensnared in a dream, encountering a man who bears an uncanny resemblance to himself. This man is petty and excessively concerned with appearances. He has married a fairy-like wife and fathered an exceptionally charming daughter. Yet, this individual fails to cherish them, frequently subjecting them to harsh treatment. The reasons are trivial, often stemming from insignificant matters. For instance, someone might inform him that his wife was conversing with another man, laughing joyously. Upon returning home, he would inevitably unleash his fury upon his wife. Each incident is vivid in memory, as if experienced firsthand. This beast, as an observer, Zhou Jianjun can no longer tolerate the sight. His heart ablaze with fury, he rushes forth to put an end to this scoundrel. Suddenly, the man who resembled him transforms into a complex tapestry of memories, penetrating the depths of his consciousness. In this moment, Zhou Jianjun awakens. He blinks in bewilderment, the room shrouded in dim light. A throbbing pain engulfed his head, as though he had just struck himself with his own fist. He could not help but groan aloud. In the corner, Zhou Tongtong and Yu Xiaoli, hearing the commotion, turned to see Zhou Jianjun slowly rise to a seated position. Overcome with fear, Zhou Tongtong suddenly cried out, "Mom, Dad is awake." Do not make a sound." Yu Xiaoli tightly covered her daughter's mouth, gripped by terror, her entire body trembling. "Why is it so dark? Xiaoli, why is the light not on?" Zhou Jianjun instinctively remarked, but then he froze in place. "Xiaoli?" A sharp gasp escaped him as the recently merged memories sprang to life, as if activated. Wait a moment. Was that not just a dream? Have I traversed into another realm? Am I now inhabiting the body of Zhou Jianjun, a scoundrel known for abusing his wife and children? Is this the place of affection filled for? Ah, no. The den of debauchery, known as the courtyard? The neighbors in this courtyard are all too familiar. The sycophantic warrior He Yuzhu, the dim-witted He Yushui, the patriarch of manipulation Yi Zhonghai, the overbearing father Lu Haizhong, the scheming third uncle Yan Bugue, and the reckless rogue Su Damao. And then there is the most formidable family, the vampiric white lotus Qin Huairu, who toys with men at her whim, the resourceful tool thief, the child prodigy, the wailing matriarch, the skillful conjurer, Jia Zhangshi. It is noteworthy that Jia Zhangshi excels at lamenting. "Dongshu, you left us too soon. Come back and see, they're bullying us, a mother and her orphan child." Ah, Jia Dongshu's her son. Thus, Her talent for summoning spirits is indeed well-deserved. As for Zhou Jianjun himself, he is far from virtuous, being a member of the very beasts he despises. He is often grouped with He Yuzhu and Su Damao as one of the three calamities of the courtyard. As he began to untangle the memories he had assimilated, his head throbbed even more fiercely. What kind of predicament is this? However, thoughts of his ethereal wife surfaced in his mind, prompting Zhou Jianjun to sigh deeply. Such a tragic fate for such a wonderful girl, who deserved better than to be mistreated. She was doomed to suffer. Now, having grown accustomed to the darkness, his gaze fell upon the corner where two frail figures huddled together. He knew they were his anchors in this life, his wife and child. Zhou Jianjun staggered to his feet and approached them. "You Shaoli," he called out, seemingly startling her greatly, her voice trembling. "Don't come any closer, Zhou Jianjun. If you wish to strike, then strike me instead. If you dare lay a hand on Tong Tong again, I will fight back. Are you truly intent on killing both of us?" The gentlewoman becomes fierce when it comes to her child. As Zhou Jianjun listened to her fearful tone, a sudden pang of sorrow pierced his heart. He had inherited not only the original memories, but also the emotions tied to them. Does this scoundrel, Zhou Jianjun, harbor feelings for his wife? Indeed, he does. That is beyond doubt. Yu Shaoli was once the belle of the Hongqing Third Steel Factory, renowned not only for her beauty, but also for her melodious voice, a dream for many suitors. Zhou Jianjun, on the other hand, served as a staff member in the publicity department of the steel factory with a background in art, responsible for crafting promotional posters and proofreading the factory's publications. With a handsome appearance and charming speech, he had always enjoyed the affection of women. Ever since Yu Shaoli joined the factory, he had set his sights on her, using sweet words to win her heart. Naturally, his affection for Yu Shaoli was profound. The first 2 years of their marriage were blissful, filled with passion, resulting in the birth of their child, Zhou Tongtong. Alas, such happiness was short-lived. After numerous promotional events, Zhou Jianjun developed a penchant for alcohol. He began associating with a group of rascals who indulged in revelry. They recognized his vanity and incessantly flattered him with titles like Brother Jun. Zhou Jianjun became lost in this vanity, frequently yielding to their encouragement to dine out, spending 6 or 7 yuan on a single meal. One must understand that this was the year 1965. 6 or 7 yuan was no trivial sum. What family can withstand such extravagance? Most individuals who drink excessively often lose their wits, and Zhou Jianjun's temper grew increasingly volatile. Yu Shaoli, a level 9 announcer, earned a monthly salary of 31 yuan, while he, as a level 16 cultural worker in the publicity department, earned 42.5 yuan monthly. It is essential to note that during this era, 1 jin, approximately half a kilogram, of pork cost 0.72 yuan, beef 0.63 yuan, and premium rice 0.13 yuan. Fine noodles were priced at 0.16 yuan, while cornmeal was a mere 0.02 yuan per jin, and mixed flour was 0.07 yuan, with the cheapest flour at 0.05 yuan. Some may wonder why beef was cheaper than pork. This is because beef lacked the fat content for cooking. In an age of scarcity, where resources were limited, beef was not favored by the populace, while fatty pork was much more sought after, and even obtaining lean meat was a cause for celebration. There may even be those who have read reports in newspapers stating that during the 1960s, people suffered from hunger and could only resort to eating hairy crabs to stave off starvation, finding it surreal. In truth, this was indeed the case. Hairy crabs lacked substantial meat and were seldom purchased during that time. If one dared to confront affluent families who could afford a proper meal, they certainly preferred to indulge, but as for ordinary households, that is another story altogether. In the fields, neither the yellow eels nor the loaches are worth catching. Why is that? Because indulging in such delicacies is a waste of precious oil, which is quite costly. If one were to merely boil them in plain water, it would be a futile endeavor, offering no sustenance. It is far better to pursue frogs and toads, as they at least yield a couple of ounces of meat. However, these two are also off limits, being beneficial insects under protection. In this day and age, if someone were to tell you they would sell you a large hairy crab for 10 yuan, you should swiftly slap them, for they are undoubtedly trying to con you, treating you as a fool. With the current state of prices, a couple earns over 70 yuan a month, without elderly parents to support or siblings to assist, and one would expect them to lead a rather blissful life. Yet, Due to the profligacy of Zhou Jianjun, as soon as his salary is disbursed each month, he takes a group of debauched friends out to indulge in extravagant feasting. Sometimes, a flicker of conscience strikes him, prompting him to consider bringing back some food and drinks for his wife and children, but he ultimately succumbs to the pressure of appearances. When others remark that Brother Jun's family must certainly lack for nothing, and that his wife enjoys the finest delicacies alongside him, he invariably ends up bringing back the leftover food and drink for others. As for his own wife and children, they are left to subsist on stale corn buns, which is quite satisfactory for the original character. The problem arises when he returns home drunk, having listened to idle gossip. Even the slightest provocation, such as insinuations that his wife must tidy up, triggers a violent outburst against his wife and children. In the face of their terror, Zhou Jianjun could not restrain himself and struck himself hard across the face twice. Chapter 2. Something seems amiss. Bastard. Scoundrel. You should have died long ago. The resounding slaps echoed throughout the darkened room. Yu Xiaoli and Zhou Tongtong shivered with each crack, awakening memories of their past suffering. However, Yu Xiaoli stared incredulously at Zhou Jianjun. He was slapping himself. Jianjun, what is wrong with you? Please don't frighten me. Yu Xiaoli began to suspect that she had somehow damaged his mind. Zhou Jianjun exhaled a breath laced with a metallic sweetness, truly consumed by hatred for his former self. Striking himself without mercy, his mouth already bleeding. Xiaoli, I am not human. I am sorry for both of you. Forgive me, please. Zhou Jianjun knelt before the mother and daughter, his heart heavy with remorse. At that moment, he was utterly fused with his former self, indistinguishable from the past. Yu Xiaoli gazed blankly at Zhou Jianjun. He was actually kneeling before her. She knew all too well the nature of her man, who prized his pride above all. A staunch patriarch. How could he possibly kneel before her? Yet, this reality unfolded before her eyes. Listening to Zhou Jianjun's voice, filled with anguish and regret, her heart trembled. She felt compassion begin to stir within her. Jianjun, I'm mommy, don't go over there, daddy will hit you. Her daughter's words struck Zhou Jianjun like a dagger, piercing his heart. The pain was excruciating. Tongtong, I promise I was wrong. I will never hit you or your mother again. Can you forgive me? Zhou Tongtong's innocent heart could not harbor hatred. She was simply frightened. Yet, upon hearing her father's plea, she was at a loss. Is that true? Indeed, I swear it. If I ever strike you two again, may I, Zhou Jianjun, meet a terrible fate. Don't say that, Jianjun. I believe you, and you must not curse yourself. The soft touch of her lips was cold and soothing. Without allowing Zhou Jianjun to finish his sentence, Yu Xiaoli rushed forward, covering his mouth with her hand. Daddy, mommy, please don't fight anymore, okay? Zhou Tongtong finally mustered the courage to speak, her voice timid and sweet. Zhou Jianjun felt his heart melt. Yes, daddy promises you. He embraced his wife and daughter, feeling their bodies instinctively shudder against him, a conditioned reflex born from their frequent beatings. The contraction of their muscles heightened their resilience against blows. Zhou Jianjun felt a pang of sorrow within. Truly a scoundrel, a single punch would be too merciful. I wish to cherish your wife and daughter. After finally calming their emotions, Zhou Jianjun tucked them into bed, immediately sensing their frailty. Together, they barely weighed 100 pounds. Light as feathers, the heated Kong enveloped them, and for a moment, the couple found themselves at a loss for words. Xiaoli, I am sorry. Haven't you already apologized? Jianjun, will you promise me one thing? Please quit drinking. I beg you, let us live well from now on, shall we? Yu Xiaoli's voice, gentle and sweet, now carried a profound plea. That foolish woman, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she could endure anything. Zhou Jianjun grasped her hand, bringing it to his lips, savoring the cool sensation. All right, I promise, I will never drink again. I owe you my gratitude for awakening me. Truly, Xiaoli, thank you. In the darkness, Yu Xiaoli felt her eyes welling with tears. She sensed his sincere, unfeigned remorse and gratitude. It seemed he had indeed awakened. This feeling was one she hadn't experienced in a long time. Perhaps he could truly return to his former self. Does your head still hurt? Yu Xiaoli felt a touch of embarrassment. Not at all. Your strength is like that of a kitten. You've had a long day. You should rest early. Let us talk more tomorrow. Zhou Jianjun had truly experienced a roller coaster of emotions today and felt somewhat fatigued, especially after having struck himself so fiercely, his face burning with pain. All right. Yu Xiaoli attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly clasped in Zhou Jianjun's grip, as if he feared she might escape. This made Yu Xiaoli rediscover the feeling of being cherished. Perhaps he would truly change for the better. With that thought, she felt a sense of security for the first time in a long while. Before long, Zhou Jianjun heard the rhythmic breaths of both his wife and daughter. Their sleeping positions were strikingly similar, curled up together, a clear manifestation of their lack of security. Zhou Jianjun instinctively tightened his embrace around them, while his mind began to ponder his next steps. The courtyard, a den of depravity. This was no longer a mere television drama, but had become his reality. In truth, he and He Yuzhu were somewhat close. Zhou Jianjun's grandmother shared a strong bond with the deaf old woman, both having suffered similar fates, with all the men in their families lost. As for Zhou Jianjun's mother, her story was remarkable. A master craftsman, she had transformed into a skilled technician. A feat that was quite impressive. How remarkable is an 8th grade craftsman? Have you ever heard of handcrafted submarines or rockets? That is true craftsmanship. An 8th grade worker, regardless of the factory, is a rare breed, enjoying state subsidies. Everyone knows about Master Yi Zhonghai, an 8th grade craftsman earning a monthly salary of 99 yuan, the highest earner in the entire courtyard. The combined earnings of Zhou Jianjun and his wife didn't even match his. But I digress. Let us return to the connection with He Yuzhu. When He Yuzhu was 15, his father, who had a penchant for widows, abandoned him and He Yuzhu to run off with one. What kind of life could 2 young children lead? Thus, Zhou's mother took the 2 of them under her wing, raising them. She even used her connections at the factory to help He Yuzhu secure a position in the steel mill's kitchen, where he later became a formidable presence. However, Zhou Jianjun was unsure whether it was his butterfly effect that stirred the waters. The memories of the original owner diverged from the plot lines he recalled from television. He Yuzhu remained an 8th grade cook, but had not devolved into a sycophant. Perhaps it was due to being raised by Zhou's mother, receiving care and attention, that he was 2 years younger than Zhou Jianjun and had to refer to him as brother. Previously, due to Zhou Jianjun's habitual violence against Yu Xiaoli, He Yuzhu had clashed with him on several occasions and now held him in disdain for being a woman beater. Their relationship had soured, and encounters between them were rife with sarcasm. Even He Yuzhu was not as naive. Thus far, she had been quite normal. Unlike the original character who had been thoroughly brainwashed by Qin Huairu, constantly trying to matchmake her brother with Qin Huairu and supporting her in raising her children while claiming her brother was unworthy of her. She had just graduated and started working, yet her police officer boyfriend had yet to appear. As for Qin Huairu's target for vampirism, it is no longer He Yuzhu, but rather Zhou Jianjun himself. Due to Zhou Jianjun's penchant for saving face, when Qin Huairu whimsically pouted and shed tears, lamenting her dire circumstances, Zhou Jianjun unwittingly transformed into a modern-day Meng Changjun, offering his blood without hesitation. How absurd is this situation? Zhou Jianjun felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Is this butterfly effect truly so powerful? In the end, the fool is none other than myself. Beep. A penny flash sale is now live. Please participate promptly. This flash sale lasts only 1 minute. Countdown begins. Chapter 3. This system is irreverent. Beep. As this is the host's first participation in a flash sale event, a complimentary experience voucher is granted. Would you like to initiate the flash sale? Suddenly, Zhou Jianjun's surroundings transformed, revealing a colossal vending machine. The machine was stocked with an array of products, the interface reminiscent of a popular e-commerce platform, albeit with a quirky twist. As his gaze traversed the screen, the product list perpetually scrolled, each item adorned with a prominent label indicating it was free. Moreover, the interface was user-friendly, featuring a conspicuous one-click flash sale button at the bottom. He barely had time to comprehend the available products, as over 30 seconds had already elapsed on the countdown. Initiate one-click flash sale. Beep. Command received. Executing one-click flash sale. In an instant, the entire screen erupted into a cacophony of colors. Combo. X1, X2, X3, X4, X9. Whoosh. Rockets soared from the screen, culminating in a spectacular display of fireworks. Victory. The words loomed large, shimmering in gold. A delightful melody danced in his ears. Zhou Jianjun, however, wore an expression of dismay. Who crafted this ludicrous interface? Surely, this isn't a game of casual match 3? The flash sale has concluded. It will reopen at the same time next week. Please ensure a penny is prepaid to avoid missing this opportunity. Chinese brand 1-cent flash sale system looks forward to serving you again. The scene flickered once more, leaving behind a colossal vending machine. This time, however, the prices of the goods had shifted. Zhou Jianjun noted that they were comparable to real-world prices, yet the quality was vastly superior. He felt reassured. The most crucial aspect was that purchasing from this vending machine required no tickets. In an era dominated by planned economy, having money without tickets meant nothing. To buy food, one needed grain tickets. For sugar, sugar tickets. And there were also cotton tickets, cloth tickets, meat tickets, egg tickets, oil tickets, sewing machine tickets, and so forth. Everyday items such as towels, toothbrushes, and basins required industrial coupons. Reflecting on the 60s, 70s, and 80s, bicycles were an omnipresent topic. In the 1960s, possessing a bicycle was a mark of distinction. Riding a bicycle to court a lady was not dissimilar to driving a sports car in later years. Both lacked the flair of a luxury vehicle. Some claimed that the real challenge in acquiring a bicycle was not the money, but rather obtaining a bicycle ticket. This statement holds some truth, yet it is also misleading. In December of 1964, directives were issued to allow bicycles and watches to be purchased without tickets, available at market prices. If you doubt this, feel free to investigate. Otherwise, why would nearly everyone in the courtyard have a bicycle? Where would they procure so many bicycle tickets? Perhaps some may recall that their elders purchased bicycles in 1976 or 1980 when tickets were still required. How can one claim that supply was open without tickets? Herein lies an explanation. After the supply was open, demand surpassed supply due to insufficient production capacity. It wasn't until 1971 that the bicycle ticket system had to be reinstated. Thus, for those who recall purchasing bicycles in the late 70s and early 80s, you are not mistaken. Tickets were indeed necessary then. As for rationing, by 1983, Beijing took the lead in abolishing cloth tickets and ultimately all rationing systems, which was not fully realized until the 1990s. However, between 1965 and 1971, it was indeed possible to purchase bicycles without tickets. Naturally, those with tickets enjoyed priority and lower prices. Those without had to queue and often resort to backdoor dealings and gifts. This is easily understandable. Those who could procure bicycle tickets likely had connections. Priority purchasing was a form of social capital. Zhou Jianjun perused the offerings: pork, beef, mutton, flour, rice, milk, tea, and an abundance of goods, as if he possessed a portable supermarket. Given his family's circumstances, he truly had no need to worry about sustenance. After much contemplation, he finally discovered the fate of the items he had previously purchased during the flash sale. They had been relegated to a temporary warehouse. With a thought, he envisioned entering the warehouse. In the next moment, he found himself viewing the world from a first-person perspective within a storage space, likely crafted by a gaming enthusiast. To the left appeared a list of items: a barrel of premium milk, a basket of premium eggs, a ton of premium black pork, a ton of premium vegetables, a ton of premium beef, a ton of premium mutton, a ton of premium poultry, a ton of premium yellow river carp, an ancient well of spiritual spring water. At this point, Zhou Jianjun was overwhelmed with question marks, akin to a bewildered child. Why? He nearly broke into song. Securing 9 items in a flash sale seemed reasonable, but the measurement units were decidedly off. Was this truly a barrel of milk? Surely, it must contain at least 1,000 liters. And that basket of eggs, did it contain 10,000? As for the various ton measurements, Zhou Jianjun was left utterly flabbergasted. Initially, he thought the weekly flash sales were rather stingy, but gazing at these items, he suddenly realized they could last a year. System: do these items have an expiration date? Chinese brand. To clarify, I merely serve as a temporary storage space. You need to purchase a private storage area. In that case, time stands still and items will never expire. A personal backpack is available for a mere 10 yuan. Yes, it has already been deducted from your account. With a sudden and unexpected sound effect, Zhou Jianjun jumped in surprise as a watch materialized before him. He found this system to be somewhat irreverent. This watch contains a space of 10,000 cubic units, ample for your needs. And wearing a watch in this era is not out of place. Given your frail condition, I recommend you drink the spiritual spring water. Additionally, I have some martial arts manuals available, such as the Divine Palm of Coming. Interested in a set of techniques that descend from the heavens? Zhou Jianjun gazed at the absurd array of martial arts manuals before him, his scalp prickling with disbelief. Forget it. Since you seem so clueless, I'll select for you. This one looks good. 18 falls of clothing. In this era, it's quite fitting and has no special effects. Only 10 yuan. The amount has been deducted. Furthermore, I have some mighty spinach for sale, 10 yuan. After all, your salary is essentially wasted in your hands. Zhou Jianjun felt a wave of darkness wash over him as his consciousness faded. For a long moment, he struggled to regain his bearings. What in the world? Was there an actual customer service representative behind this system? Zhou Jianjun considered himself well-versed in numerous novels. Yet this particular genre of system was a first for him. He slapped his face lightly. Ouch, it stung a bit, sharpening his senses considerably. Realizing there was an unfamiliar object on his wrist, he raised his arm to inspect it. Ah, a Shanghai brand watch, a relic of the old country. And it even glowed in the dark, can you believe it? The most astonishing aspect was his innate sense that the watch could only be seen by others when it chose to reveal itself. If it wished to remain hidden, it would do so effortlessly, proving quite convenient. As he touched the watch face, he could distinctly feel that all his previous belongings were contained within, including a few coins. Well, there went his salary, which he had only just received yesterday. Strong spinach. Do you wish to become Popeye? Take this. Cling to me and fall. Those who touch me shall find themselves flat on the ground. It was evident that this system was rather frivolous. Even the instructions were written in jest. Chapter 4. Stand firm when receiving strikes. Uncertain if participating in the instant kill had drained his spirit, Zhou Jianjun felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he soon succumbed to sleep. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Zhou Jianjun awoke. Such was the biological clock of a corporate worker, impeccably punctual. Today was Sunday, granting him a reprieve from work. Casting a glance at his peacefully slumbering wife and daughter, his heart swelled with tenderness. Suddenly, he felt that being transported back to the 1960s wasn't so dreadful after all. After all, being a corporate cog was the same regardless of the era. At least he now possessed 5 spacious tiled rooms, freeing him from the burden of purchasing a home. His wife and child were already by his side. Moreover, his wife was both beautiful and considerate. Where could one find such a treasure in the future? As for a bicycle, he could always buy one later. It wasn't as if he couldn't afford it. Well, at this moment, he actually couldn't. The greatest concern of this age was sustenance. Food and drink were of utmost importance and should not be taken lightly. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he got out of bed and wrapped himself in a military coat. There's an old saying in Beijing: if you're reckless, just look at the rice. Not only in this era, but even years later, people still favored military green. After all, the People's Army was supported by the populace. Those military green sneakers were something that kids in the 90s likely wore. There was no other reason than their durability. As for his mother, she had left him quite a legacy. As an accomplished craftsman, she had saved most of her earnings, intending them for his future bride. She also bequeathed him 5 spacious tiled rooms, presenting a living condition that was truly exceptional. As for the money, it was no longer in his possession, but rather in the hands of his hard-of-hearing grandmother, who was akin to a sister-in-arms to his late grandmother. When Zhou Jianjun had gone astray, running wild with a group of rascals, his mother, fearing he would squander the family's wealth, had taken the money away. Though he had been a scoundrel, he harbored genuine respect for the elderly lady and did not dare to touch her funds. His mother was formidable. Not only had she supported the old lady, but she had also helped raise silly Zhu and he Yushui. Had it not been for the face she had saved for him, he would have been beaten to death 100 times over by now. In this era, regardless of one's abilities, men who abused their wives were dealt with. It should be noted that women could hold up half the sky. This was not the old feudal society of yore. In the television dramas, they only depicted the front, middle, and back courtyards of a Sihiyuan, leading many to believe it was merely a 3-entry courtyard. However, this had once been the residence of a prince. In truth, it was a 5-entry mansion. Their home was situated in a side courtyard adjacent to the back courtyard where the old lady resided, with a main house, east and west wing rooms, and an ear room. It amounted to precisely 5 rooms, effectively making it a secluded little courtyard within the larger estate. To enter his home, one had to pass by the old lady's door, which offered a sense of tranquility amidst the bustling surroundings. Zhou Jianjun strolled around, feeling quite satisfied. In preparation for marriage, he had spent a considerable sum to make the house beautiful, with all new furniture, albeit somewhat outdated in style. He contemplated redesigning it once he had more money. Trained as an artist, he had a decent knack for drawing. While working as a corporate cog, he had also studied art, focusing primarily on anime illustrations at an animation company, leading a reclusive lifestyle. How fortuitous that these 2 skills could now converge, allowing him to craft his own furniture designs without issue. The courtyard felt a bit empty, and he thought he might consider planting something in the future. Armed with a shovel, he began to clear the snow from the yard, piling it in the corner by the drain to await melting. Afterward, he intended to shovel the snow in front of the old lady's door as well. Elderly lady, please don't slip and fall. The elderly lady, having slept little, heard the commotion and opened her door to find Zhou Jianjun standing there, her expression instantly darkening. Grasping her cane, she emerged and began to chase him, striking him repeatedly. You little rascal, I don't need your false kindness here. Did you beat my granddaughter-in-law again last night? I'll beat you to a pulp, you good for nothing. What kind of man flirts with cats and dogs at such a young age? Do you think you're better than your deceased mother? The sound of the cane cracking echoed loudly. Yet, Zhou Jianjun stood his ground, allowing the elderly woman to strike him. Though he was bundled up, it still hurt quite a bit. However, he reasoned that if he dodged, she would pursue him, and if she fell, it would be disastrous. After all, being young, a few blows wouldn't be a significant issue. Seeing Zhou Jianjun refuse to evade her blows, the old lady soon began to weep after a few strikes. You little brat, you used to run around freely, and now you're too foolish to even dodge? Don't you feel pain? Zhou Jianjun chuckled. Grandma, you see, when you hit me, aren't you hurting yourself as well? I understand you're upset. If you keep it bottled up, it'll only harm you. Besides, you hitting me is for my own good, which makes me happy. The elderly lady sensed something different about Zhou Jianjun today. His words were surprisingly comforting. You certainly deserve to be punished. She pounded her cane on the ground, still visibly upset. Yes, yes, I acknowledge my mistakes. I'm resolved to turn over a new leaf and live a steady life with Xiaoli. You see, I was struck by your granddaughter-in-law last night. Well, that certainly woke me up. Don't you think I deserved it? The old lady noticed the sizable bruise forming on his forehead, and her heart ached. Observing Zhou Jianjun's playful demeanor, she felt a mix of pity and anger. You deserve it. Were you telling the truth just now? Of course, you wouldn't know. But when I held Xiaoli last night, my heart felt like it was breaking. I hadn't realized how much weight she had lost. Reflecting on it, I know I've wronged both of them. So, Grandma, it's only natural that you blame me and that Xiaoli despises me. In the corner, Xiaoli clutched a corner of her clothing, tears streaming down her face. Upon waking and finding Zhou Jianjun missing, she had thought he had deceived her the previous night. Hearing the commotion, she came to check, only to catch the old lady striking him and overhear their conversation. If he had been lying before, it was clear now that he was speaking from the heart. He truly recognized his mistakes. Xiaoli felt a sense of bittersweet relief, especially seeing him like a child. Shedding tears before the old lady, all the suffering she had endured seemed trivial in comparison. Grandma, please stop hitting him. He truly understands his wrongs. He made a promise to us yesterday. Please forgive him. Zhou Jianjun was shedding tears when he turned around and was taken aback. Oh dear, what a foolish woman. Daring to venture out dressed so lightly in this frigid weather. He exclaimed, how could you have come out like this? Hastily, he removed his military coat and wrapped her snugly within its folds. And without socks too? Are you afraid your man will run away? He then lifted her in his arms and dashed towards home. Chapter 5, Is Shaju my brother? Before the deaf old woman had a chance to converse with her granddaughter-in-law, she witnessed her being carried away. Stunned for a moment, she chuckled at Zhou Jianjun's unhesitating act of shedding his coat for his wife, revealing her few remaining teeth in a stark grin. That scoundrel! She wiped away her tears, glancing at the half-shoveled snow in the yard, and shook her head with amusement. A wayward son returning home is worth a fortune. All right, dear old lady will keep an eye on you. Let us see how you behave from now on. Should you dare misbehave, I shall give you a good thrashing. The elderly lady waved her cane at the air a couple of times, satisfied, before retreating into the house. Brother, what are you up to so early? He Yushui, wrapped in a cotton-padded coat, was preparing to head to the restroom when she noticed her brother, He Yushu, sneaking a glance at the backyard. Watching the western scenery, are we? Just now, the old lady scolded Junzi, and he didn't even run away. A grown man, crying and wailing. How pitiful. He claims he won't hit his sister-in-law again. Do you think that's believable? He Yushui was momentarily taken aback. They had been raised by Aunt Zhou and had once shared a close bond with Zhou Jianjun. She considered him as her own brother. However, Zhou Jianjun's temperament had drastically changed over time, as he constantly abused his sister-in-law and niece. After intervening several times and receiving beatings herself, her resentment towards him grew. She curled her lips. A dog can't change its nature. I refuse to believe it. Humph, you speak of how wonderful she is, always so gentle and smiling. Junzi is a real jerk. If you ask me, you've gone easy on him in the past. He usually shot her a glare. Did I strike him? Don't be fooled by his appearance. He is not any weaker than I am. When we tussle, I've never had the upper hand. Besides, he is still our brother. If he can turn over a new leaf, I'll certainly buy 100 lashes to give him. He Yushui looked at her brother with astonishment, her eyes darting up and down. Brother, something's off about you. Didn't you say you were severing ties with Junzi? Why are you speaking up for him now? Upon hearing this, He Yushu immediately raised his hand, but He Yushui deftly dodged a slap. Humph, hypocritical man. You need to use the restroom? Hurry up and go. This is a matter between us men. Stay out of it. Uff, do you think I'm eager to meddle? I will never forgive him. Dressed in her cotton-padded coat, He Yushui skipped outside. He Yushu pondered for a moment, grabbing a shovel, and entered Zhou Jianjun's yard. Zhou Jianjun, come out here. Just as Zhou Jianjun had placed his wife on the bed and was about to utter a few words, he heard He Yushu's booming voice. Jianjun, it's Zhuzi. Don't go. He'll hit you. Looking at his wife's tear-streaked face, Zhou Jianjun found her increasingly beautiful. Gently, he brushed his nose against hers. What is there to fear? Am I afraid of him? Rest assured, I remember my promises to you. I'll try my best to avoid quarrels with him. If not, I'll go speak to him. That once he do. It's too cold outside. What if you catch a chill? Zhou Jianjun reassured her. Leave the matters between us men to us. Listening to him express concern for her, Xiaoli felt a sweet warmth in her heart. You two are brothers. Make sure to communicate properly. Zhou Jianjun, are you still a man? Get out here. I have something to discuss. Zhou Jianjun donned his military coat once more, flinging open the door with a dark expression. I say, Zhuzi, why are you bellowing so early in the morning? Your niece is still asleep. What do you want? Speak your mind. To be frank, both were rather headstrong. It was unthinkable for boys not to bicker when they met. He Yushu, Ultimately giving in for the sake of his niece, stepped closer and grasped his collar, pulling him outside. Hey, 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 let go. If you don't, believe I won't hesitate to hit you. Hiyuju glared at him defiantly, dragging him to the old lady's yard. Did you hit your sister-in-law again last night? Seeing the widened eyes of Hiyuju, Zhou Jianjun felt a flicker of guilt. He truly hadn't but that was the original owneress doing. Yet at this moment, he couldn't deny it. Are you still a man? Look at how well your sister-in-law treats you. How could you bring yourself to strike her? Hiyuju intended to scold him further, but lowered his voice, forcefully pushing Zhou Jianjun to the ground. Zhou Jianjun sighed, thinking, what the hell is this? He remained sprawled on the ground, resigned to the debt of the original owner, which he had no idea when he could repay. What are you lying there for? Get up, and let us settle this like men, instead of lying on the ground like a coward. Are you out of your mind, Hiyuju? Am I supposed to fight you? I promised your sister-in-law not to engage in any fights. You think that by hitting me once, your anger will be appeased? I want to retaliate. A man must keep his word. Bah, Zhou Jianjun, do you have any shame? Do you even believe what you're saying? When have you ever listened to your sister-in-law? Never before, but from now on, I will. What is it going to be? Are you going to hit me or not? If not, get lost. I still have to finish shoveling the snow and then cook for your sister-in-law. Hiyuju observed Zhou Jianjun's demeanor, which seemed sincere. Recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier, and frowned. He thrust the shovel towards Zhou Jianjun. All right, you've said it. Zhou Jianjun, I'll trust you once more. I'll keep a watchful eye on you, and if you misbehave again, I'll have your mother deal with you. Enough, enough, just keep an eye on me. Ugh, what a troublesome situation. I just want to change for the better. Why is it so hard? Hiyuju chuckled. You deserve it. I'll tell you. A beating is too lenient. But still, he extended a hand to help him up, brushing the snow off his clothes. Yes, I deserve it. As for the past, I want to hold it against you. From now on, if you step out of line, watch how I deal with you. Opt. Hey, do you dare spit at me? I'll spit back. The two exchanged playful banter, but they gradually drifted apart. In the end, Zhou Jianjun entered the yard, unable to suppress a smile. Hiyuju returned home, laughing and scolding. Childish. Shaju, what was that noise just now? Did you and Junzi fight again? Qin Huairu, her hair styled in braids, entered the room. Hiyuju rolled his eyes. Sister Qin, why does it sound like you're relishing this? Sorry to disappoint. There was no fight. My brother has turned over a new leaf. Qin Huairu shot him a disapproving glance. What a troublemaker. Is that really what I meant? I just don't want you to come to harm. Good intentions can be mistaken for malice. If one were to describe Qin Huairu, she was indeed strikingly beautiful, double eyelids. Large, expressive eyes that seemed to captivate the soul. Her complexion was fair, and as a mother, she exuded a certain charm. Each smile and frown was perfectly measured. Alluring, yet never overly flirtatious. Hiyuju, brimming with youthful vigor, could hardly endure such teasing. A mere few playful scolds left him amused. Oh, how could I forget? Who doesn't he know that my sister cares deeply for me? He jested, spare me the sweet talk. By the way, our family is currently struggling to make ends meet. Could you lend me some cornmeal? Chapter 6. How did life come to this? Wait, didn't I just receive my paycheck? He added incredulously, Sister Qin, you're not jesting with me, are you? Qin Huairu appeared somewhat aggrieved. Indeed, my salary has just come in. But as you are aware, our family situation is quite dire. Since Banging's father passed away, my mother-in-law has seized the compensation money. My paycheck barely arrives before she takes it all. As her daughter-in-law, what can I do? Oh dear, do not cry. What are you doing? If others see you, they might think I've wronged you. Hiyuju hurriedly consoled her. Fine. It's just cornmeal. I'll get it for you. He rushed to the kitchen and returned with a cloth bag. Qin Huairu's sorrow transformed into a smile. Good brother, I knew you were the best to me. As she spoke, whether intentionally or not, she leaned closer to him. Rest assured, I will repay you when I can. Oh, a few pounds of cornmeal is hardly worth mentioning. There's no need to talk of repayment. Hurry back now, or your mother-in-law will scold you for not having dinner prepared. Thank you, silly Zhu. You're truly kind. After Qin Huairu departed, Hiyuju felt a rush of warmth from the morning sun, his cheeks flushed. Ah, Sister Qin truly has a delightful fragrance. In the original narrative, Hiyuju, not the sharpest of individuals, heeded the advice of an elder and unwittingly gave his blood, sweat, and tears to Qin Huairu's family. This was tolerable. Yet he failed to think of his own needs. Qin Huairu, astute and cunning, had taken measures since the birth of her child, opting for an intrauterine device, akin to sterilization. But removable. The question lingered. Why would a widow seek such a method? Was she preparing for new suitors? Evidence suggested she was willing to engage in clandestine encounters for mere 5 white buns, though the specifics remain unknown. Perhaps it was merely a platonic friendship. Initially, Hiyuju harbored no romantic feelings for her. However, when Lu Xiao's family fled, and Hiyuju expressed a desire to marry, she panicked, boldly declaring her affection for him. Such shamelessness. It was merely fear of losing her long-term meal ticket. Yuzhu attempted to rebuff her several times, regarding her solely as a sister, yet she persisted, disrupting his prospects. Eventually, to aid her in escaping her malicious mother-in-law, he rashly vowed to marry her, believing it was the beginning of happiness, ignorant of the impending nightmare. From that moment, he was ensnared. Not only losing his home to Qin Huairu's family, but also failing to protect the house left to him by the deaf old lady. Had it not been for the old lady's matchmaking with Lu Xiao, he might have faced a bleak future. While the elder and Su Domao were childless, Yuzhu was capable of fathering children, yet had become a victim of his own choices. Ultimately, Lu Xiao returned with her son, He Xiao, while Qin Huairu constantly plotted against him. The most ironic twist was that, despite his sacrifices, even the funds for contacting his own son were provided by Ma Hua. His fate was tragically bleak, meeting a sorrowful end under a bridge, with no one to collect his remains, let alone grant him a proper farewell. The Tale of the Four Courtyards, narrated through the lens of Qin Huairu's family, unveiled the true essence of a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing and a genuine vampire lord. However, the presence of Zhou Jianjun, a small butterfly in this narrative, had altered the course of history slightly. At the very least, Qin Huairu had only just begun to focus on Yuzhu, who maintained a respectful distance. As he returned home, feeling anxious, he splashed cold water on his face, finding some relief. What was Qin's sister's intention? Brother, why are you mumbling to yourself? Aren't you going to shovel the snow in our yard? I'll do it later. Why are you bustling in and out? Yuzhu replied, rubbing her stomach. I'm not sure. I might have caught a chill. My stomach feels off. Oh, I'll fetch you some medicine later. No need, it will pass. Suddenly, she added, by the way, I think I just saw Sister Qin. What was she doing here? As Yuzhu contemplated this, he pulled Yuzhu inside. Actually, I need your advice on something. What do you need advice on? Are you interested in her? Goodness, Yuzhu, you're not being wise. There are plenty of young women. Why pursue a widow? Can't you aspire for more? Before he could respond, Yuzhu unleashed a barrage of words, bombarding him with criticism. At that moment, she was no longer the naive girl, but rather a clever strategist, often intertwining Yuzhu's fate with Qin Huairu's, believing her to be too good for him. In truth, since Qin Huairu had stepped into their lives after He Daqing's departure, she had assumed a maternal role, providing care that Yuzhu had come to rely upon. Thus, she had been completely indoctrinated, becoming a professional matchmaker for her brother. Yet now, raised by Zhou's family, she had experienced sufficient maternal love, leading her thoughts to be more rational. What are you shouting about? When did I express any feelings? Please, be quiet. How dare you? You shout at me over a widow? Am I no longer your sister? Go ahead and pursue her. I shall ignore you. With a slam of the door, Yuzhu stormed out. Yuzhu scratched his head in confusion. What on earth is happening? I'm already agitated, and now I'm furious. Before he could voice his frustration, Yuzhu returned. If you dare speak nonsense again, I'll hit you. Do you believe me? Yuzhu was on the verge of exploding. I don't believe you. I came back because I suddenly remembered you hadn't mentioned what you wanted. Well, isn't that amusing? You didn't hear anything, but still scolded me? What can I do? She is my sister. I can't truly hit her. What are you doing? I merely spoke a few words to you. Can't you forgive your sister? Besides, I'm looking out for you. Although I have no objections to Sister Qin, I genuinely believe you two are ill-suited. Enough. Initially, it was nothing, but if you keep talking, who knows what it will become. Be quiet and listen to me. Speak out of turn again, and I'll hit you. Fine, go ahead. Just now, Sister Qin came to borrow some cornmeal. We just received our salaries yesterday. How on earth is she managing to live like this? Always appearing in need of help yet unable to make ends meet. Doesn't that seem odd? Yuzhu looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. Of course, that is strange. Is that even a question? After being retorted by his sister, Yuzhu glared at her in silence. All right, continue. What is there to say? I just wanted to ask what you think is behind her situation. Ask me? How would I know? If you ask me, I think Sister Qin should seek out the third elder as a mentor and learn how to manage her life effectively. Perhaps, in due time, life will improve. I can hardly bear to listen to your ramblings. Oh dear, my stomach. This is intolerable. I must make a trip to the lavatory. Yuzhu, having endured a scolding, merely wished to assist Sister Qin in making her life a tad easier. Relying on handouts is not a sustainable solution, for it would reflect poorly on us. Is there anything wrong with that? Learning from Uncle San? Huh. Indeed, Uncle San Yanbugue is quite the resourceful individual. It is true that Yanbugue is adept at managing a household. Chapter 7. The pursuit of a wife is a serious matter. Of course, this is not to extol Yanbugue's virtues. While his frugality may be excessive, one cannot deny the necessity of being prudent in life. However, there is a saying that goes, too much of a good thing is no good. To scheme even against his own son is rather excessive. Yet, He has managed to support a family on a mere 275 yuan salary, and he has not inflicted any significant harm upon others, merely taking small advantages here and there. And what of Qin Huairu? With the same salary, her household comprises one less mouth to feed. Are not Yin Bugui's children older than Bangdong's? Do they consume less food? Why do we not hear their lamentations over poverty? In the original narrative, teacher Bangdong mentioned that each member of their household averages a living expense of just over 5 yuan, which does not meet the standards of extreme hardship. Cornmeal costs only 2 cents per pound, while cabbage is a mere 5 cents a pound. Although the unit li is now seldom seen, we are familiar with centimeters and decimeters, are we not? To put it simply, 1 cent can purchase 2 pounds of cabbage. Can 5 yuan not sustain a child for a month? If one cannot earn enough, should they resort to draining others' resources merely to indulge in luxuries? Here, we must draw a comparison with a certain widow next door. Oh, the eras are similar, perhaps they might even cross paths. Qin Huairu returned home exuberantly with her cornmeal, only to be approached by Jia Zhangshi, who curiously inquired, "How did it go? Did you succeed?" Qin Huairu rolled her eyes in satisfaction. Need I say more? This foolish Zhu is far easier to deal with than that military fellow. Qin Huairu, I must remind you, whatever you glean from him, I do not concern myself with. But remember your status. You are my Jia family's daughter-in-law. Should I discover that you have engaged in any inappropriate actions, humph. Qin Huairu's expression darkened. She harbored deep resentment towards her mother-in-law. If only she did not control the household finances, perhaps she would not need to expose herself to the outside world, allowing men to take advantage of her for a morsel to eat. That wretched old woman not only failed to show her empathy, but exacerbated the situation. Observing Qin Huairu's displeasure, Jia Zhangshi softened her tone. Oh, are you upset? Mother is merely offering a word of caution to prevent you from straying off course. Now, hurry and prepare the meal. Zhou Jianjun returned to his room, and Yu Xiaoli scrutinized him with concern. You didn't come to blows with Zhu, did you? No. We have reconciled. Really? Yu Xiaoli's face brightened. With only one child in their family, if anything were to happen, there would be no brother to support him. Thankfully, Zhu and his sister were around, which made things feel less solitary. In this vast courtyard, no one dared to bully them. If the two families were to fall out, it would be dreadful. Naturally, she was delighted to hear that they had made amends. Of course it's true. Would I deceive you? It's said that matters between men are best resolved directly. You need not worry. The sun hasn't even fully risen yet. You should rest a bit longer. I will clear the snow in Grandma's yard. Once the meal is ready, I shall call for you. What? You're cooking? Why? Do you not trust your husband? Yu Xiaoli hurriedly shook her head. It's not that, but you've never cooked before. Have you forgotten? Before Uncle he passed away, he intended to pass his culinary skills to me. When Zhu was young, he was quite foolish. Uncle he had nearly given up on him. If it weren't for my academic prowess, I might have ended up as a cook myself. At that time, I hadn't even married yet. But I've heard Grandma speak of it. Zhou Jianjun patted his head. Ah, yes, back then you were just a little girl. Now you are a mother. Such a tease. Hee. In any case, I shall take charge of the meals from now on. I promise to keep you and our daughter plump and healthy. Zhou Jianjun planted a kiss on her cheek, causing Yu Xiaoli to shyly burrow deeper into the quilt. In truth, such intimate gestures had not occurred since the birth of their child, for Zhou Jianjun had become a wretched man during that time. Now, she was rekindling the sweetness of their early romance, especially given the solid foundation of their prior affection. Close your eyes and rest. I have things to tend to. I am not a child. All the same, you are my beloved, and our daughter is my little treasure. Humph, you always flatter me. You were like this back at the factory. Who told you to ignore me in the beginning? If I hadn't coaxed you, would you have become a mother? But things are different now. This is genuine affection. Feel my heart. Pooh, shameless. Do not tease me. Aren't you supposed to be clearing the snow? Hurry along. Their playful banter continued, but Yu Xiaoli felt her cheeks flush, her breath quickening. Then give me a kiss. No, you should hurry. The sun will be up soon. Zhou Jianjun sighed as he stepped outside, glancing at the snowflakes drifting down. What kind of sun is this? After all these years as a married couple, they were still so bashful. But perhaps that was good. Love should always retain its freshness. The blood surged within him, and he could only take out his frustrations on the snow. Returning to the old lady's small courtyard, Hiyuju was equally red-eyed, shoveling snow. Zhou Jianjun glanced over and chuckled. What is going on? He? Up early and fiery. What's with the rage? Hiyuju's face flushed crimson as he shot Zhou a glare. Mind your own business. Just shovel your snow. Hey, look at you. We're brothers. There's no need for embarrassment. Speaking of which, Zhu, now that Yushui has grown, she will soon start working. Isn't it time you found a wife? It's not good to keep things bottled up. Hiyuju, hearing Zhou Jianjun's lightheartedness, did not argue but sighed. How could I find one? I met a few, but none had any interest in me. Brother, do you think I'm ugly? Huh. Hearing you call me brother is quite refreshing. It's been a while since I heard that. Get lost. If you were anything resembling a decent person, would I not recognize you? That's a fair point. If I misbehave again in the future, feel free to slap me. He chuckled, sensing something was different about Zhou today. All right, perhaps the prodigal son returns. Not in vain. It seems our mother's teachings were not wasted. Indeed, all credit goes to our mother. You are stating the obvious. I cannot refute that. Huh. That's the spirit. By the way, brother, Yushui has a classmate named Yu Haidang. Isn't she going to be assigned to your sister-in-law? Zhou Jianjun scratched his head. Yu Haidang? Isn't she the one training to be a broadcaster? There is such a matter. Why? Are you smitten? Look at you. Yu Haven T turned into a rogue. Good, good. I shall not bring it up again. In the past, seeing you and sister-in-law so close, who wouldn't have thoughts? You should ask sister-in-law to help me out. Sure, that's not a big deal. Why not pursue Yushui? Isn't she in the same class? Her? I would thank her for not meddling. You two big men, gossiping about a young girl behind her back. How shameless. He glared in anger, having approached unnoticed. Zhou Jianjun cast a sidelong glance at him, raising an eyebrow. It seems you possess a rather accurate self-assessment. Indeed, you are quite diminutive. Chapter 8. The 3 Pranks on Uncle San. Yushui initially failed to grasp the implication, following his gaze to her own figure, and blushed furiously. Stamping her foot, she exclaimed, You scoundrel. You lecher. I shall inform my sister-in-law that you are tormenting me. Fuming with indignation, Yushui stormed into Zhou Jianjun's room. The two unscrupulous men exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Yushui, what brings you here? Come, sit on the Kong. It's not yet dawn. Why are you up so early? Yushui pouted, first glancing at the still sleeping Zhou Tongtong, then playfully pinching her cheek, though she refrained from applying too much pressure. Yu Xiaoli, exasperated, gave her a light slap, observing Zhou Tongtong's lips mumble as if stirring from slumber, and promptly patted her to encourage her to continue sleeping. What are you doing bullying Tongtong so early? Who provoked you? Who else could it be but your man? He mocks me, so I retaliate by teasing his daughter. Yu Xiaoli couldn't help but laugh. How childish of you. How old are you? What did he say to bully you? He said my chest is small. Yu Xiaoli couldn't suppress her laughter upon hearing this. Yushui, with a woeful expression, retorted, Look at you. Even you mock me. All right, no more teasing. Come, sit with me. Once Yushui had removed her outer garments and climbed onto the Kong, she sighed contentedly. Your Kong is so warm. I've long wanted my brother to build one. He never takes it to heart. With a stove in the room, I'm not afraid of suffocating. Oh, your brother is a grown man. Why would he think of such things? I'll mention it to your June brother. He used to dote on you the most. Yushui sighed. You mentioned used to. Sometimes I feel as though he is my real brother. My foolish brother simply doesn't understand me. By the way, sister-in-law, about my June brother. Hesitating, Yushui was unsure how to broach the subject. Bringing up past events would inevitably sadden her sister-in-law. Thankfully, Yu Xiaoli anticipated her concerns, smiling. It's all in the past. He said he would change. We must give him a chance. Let us hope so. If he can revert, that would be splendid. I would have another person to care for me. So you are calculating this. Yushui felt a bit embarrassed. Zhou Jianjun, despite his flaws, was somewhat of a cultured youth, and in this era, being articulate was immensely desirable. Moreover, he could paint. If he were her own brother, it would be quite a source of pride. In her school days, she was the envy of many. But everything changed after Zhou Jianjun transformed. Enough of this. Today you needn't work or attend school. Let us sleep a bit longer. Sister-in-law, why do you smell so good? Where? I don't. Indeed you do. I want to cuddle with you while I sleep. Brother, I'll go buy breakfast. It's been ages since we've shared a meal together. Don't be shy. Let us go together. We'll head to the market. I just got paid, and I need to buy something tasty for your sister-in-law and niece. Speaking of which, my cooking skills are not inferior to yours. Hey, I must contest that. How long did you study with my father? This is a family tradition for me. Let us not even go there. You nearly drove Uncle He to his grave with your potato strips that resembled bench legs. That was in the past. Do you not understand after 3 days of separation, one must learn the difference? Today, I must compete with you. Challenge accepted. Let us go. Yushui wheeled out a bicycle. Noticing Zhou Jianjun's gaze, he scoffed. I wouldn't even bother to comment on you. Are you envious? With your combined salaries and the money our mother left you, can't you afford a bicycle? Get lost. Do you think I need your reprimands? I'm buying one tomorrow. You can brag all you want. I already know you. By the way, if Yin San and the others come looking for you to drink today, will you go? Not a chance. I used to be such a fool. You called me silly Zhu, and I was even more foolish than you. A few words, and they tricked me into paying. Those scoundrels. I wonder how they conspired against me. Upon hearing this, Yushui nodded. There's still hope. Do you not know how I got my name? It was just my father's whimsical calling. You are the real fool. Hearing you say that gives me confidence. When those rascals return, I shall give them a piece of my mind. Not to that extent. We need to devise a plan to regain some of what we lost. Reflecting on it now, I feel cheated. Cheated indeed. Shall we plot against them? He was renowned for his loquaciousness, and Zhou Jianjun was no less a master of banter. In their previous workplace, he was known for his daily wisecracks. These two brothers together can chatter on for an entire day. Get up, I'll ride. You can ride a bicycle? Who do you look down upon? I'm quite capable. He stepped aside, and Zhou Jianjun swung his long leg over the bicycle and pedaled away. He watched in astonishment, his eyes wide. Hey, you really can ride. When did you learn? Wait a minute, you scoundrel, wait for me. Zhou Jianjun laughed heartily, pedaling off. As they passed the front yard, Yin Bugui was busy shoveling snow. Ah, Uncle San. You're personally shoveling snow? Yin Bugui paused, momentarily stunned. How novel. Does this snow have legs to run away on its own? You, with your knowledge of the heavens and the earth, calculating the universe, comparable to a sleeping dragon or a phoenix chick. And yet you still have to shovel this trivial snow yourself? Yin Bugui remained perplexed. The first half of his statement sounded like self-praise, yet something felt off. By the time he comprehended the situation, Zhou Jianjun had already exited the gate. At that moment, He also came running over. Seeing Yin Bugui, he chuckled. Uncle San, you're personally shoveling snow? How novel. Wait a minute, why does that sound so familiar? You two truly are brothers. Yin Bugui spat at Hiyuju. Uncle San, that is quite unbecoming of you. You are a teacher, a civilized individual. How can you spit indiscriminately? Do you have nothing better to do? If not, then scram. Enraged, Yin Bugui cursed, and Hiyuju chuckled as he ran off. Brother, wait for me. Aunt San emerged, hearing the commotion. Old Yen. Who are you talking to, cursing so early in the morning? Who else could it be? It's those two rascals, Zhou Jianjun and Hiyuju, making a mockery of me at this early hour. Upon hearing this, Aunt Sen exclaimed, that doesn't sound right. Didn't Zhou Jianjun and Hiyuju have a falling out? Why are they together now? Yin Bugui slapped his thigh. Isn't that the truth? It's as if I've seen a ghost today. Goodness, this is a new society. Put away your feudal remnants. If someone hears you, you'll be in for it. I misspoke. So, what's with these two reuniting again? Previously, those two troublemakers didn't get along. Life was easier for everyone. Just then, another voice called out. Uncle San, Aunt San, you're also personally shoveling snow? Yin Bugui's face darkened. He looked up and saw it was Su Damao. Bah! Yin Bugui spat, turning to leave. Chapter 9, Su Damao's Schemes. Su Damao was momentarily taken aback. What has Uncle San and Aunt San consumed this morning? Aunt San smiled apologetically. Damao, our old Yin isn't angry with you. It's just that Zhou Jianjun and Hiyuju were just now playing tricks on him, which made him irritable. Upon hearing this, Su Damao was suddenly enlightened. It was those two rascals. Just a moment ago, he had seen them outside. Well, after toiling all night, I shan't linger in idle chatter with you. I shall return home first. Go on, go on. Unlike Zhou Jianjun and his companion, those two were headed to the market, whereas Su Damao had just returned. As a film projectionist, it was quite normal for him to venture to other communes and not return until the following morning. Upon arriving home, he found Lu Xiaoyi still in slumber. He carefully set down the projector and gleefully dove into bed. Why are you so cold? Don't come too close, or you'll freeze me to death. No, my dear, let me share something interesting with you. Guess who I ran into on my way back? Who did you run into? A ghost? If you speak like that, I shan't be pleased. I'm speaking seriously. Go on then, but why are you touching me? Your hands are so cold. Speak your mind. I saw Zhou Jianjun and Shaju. Lu Xiaoyi found this rather perplexing. So what if you saw them? We live in the same courtyard. We all run into each other. No, I saw Zhou Jianjun riding his bike with Hiyuju, and they were laughing and chatting. Lu Xiaoyi still didn't quite grasp the significance. And what of it? Two men together. Are you suspecting they're in a relationship? Su Damao was momentarily taken aback by his wife's train of thought, nearly forgetting what he intended to say. He slapped his forehead to regain focus. Oh, my silly wife. Have you forgotten the history between Zhou Jianjun and Shaju? They fought countless times, even resorting to knives. Now they reconciled. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Lu Xiaoyi was fully awake now, pondering. Now that you mention it, it is strange. But they were brothers to begin with. Isn't reconciliation normal? That's true. Zhou Jianjun, drunk as a skunk, used to beat his wife, and no one in the courtyard respected him. He was quite the match for Shaju. What are you plotting? Damao, don't do anything reckless. Su Damao rolled his eyes and buried his head deeper into the quilt. Those two rascals had bullied him enough in the past, now that they were on good terms. He felt compelled to take some action. What about your own grievances? When have you ever gained an advantage? It's only been a few peaceful days. Don't keep thinking about opposing them. Fine, fine, what do you know as a woman? Before dawn breaks, let us have a son first. Get lost. If you want a child, go and have one yourself. After spending a night out, you're not even ashamed of being tired. Su Damao sheepishly withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Yet he dared not force the issue with Lu Xiaoyi. Her family was affluent, and marrying him was akin to a step down for her. However, her family background was lacking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have looked his way. Resigned, Su Damao pondered but found no good ideas. Growing up in the same courtyard, those two had always ganged up on him. Later, when Zhou Jianjun started a family, he had often incited Zhou Jianjun to strike his own wife. TSK. That Yu Xiaoli was truly a beauty. Compared to her gentle demeanor and charming dimples, Lu Xiaoyi seemed almost like a tomboy. Moreover, she lacked any sense of romance. Every childbirth was like dealing with a piece of wood. It was utterly tedious. He had once thought that if Zhou Jianjun drove his wife away, he could swoop in and offer warmth. How easy would that have been? But unexpectedly, these two had mended their relationship. There must be something going on. Zhou Jianjun and He Yuzhu arrived breathless at the market, and upon seeing the pork stall, they were taken aback by the throngs of people in the long queue. Glancing at the sky, it was barely dawn. How early had these people arrived? Yet this was a hallmark of the times. If one arrived late, they might not even secure any meat. After all, pork was in limited supply nowadays. The white pigs had yet to be introduced, leaving only the native black pigs. The flavor of black pork was exquisite. Due to the limited supply, aside from some meat reserved for factories, there were only a few pieces of illicitly procured pork available for sale. The initial purchases might even include lard, belly, or fatty cuts. However, if one were late, there would be no options left, and they might not even find any to buy. Hence, many would queue up before the crack of dawn. During this time, each person's monthly ration permitted only 1 pound of pork, and no one wished to settle for merely lean meat. As for bones, those were cheap. One could acquire a set of pig bones for 50 cents. Once home, that would be divided into 3 meals. First, the meat would be stripped off. Then pig's head soup would be prepared, followed by noodles. After finishing the noodles, one would suck the marrow from the bones, which was simply delightful. The boneless meat would be the last to eat, reserved for the main meal. As for pig heads, they were only 30 cents per pound. And you wouldn't believe it, but pig trotters were merely 10 cents each. This was undoubtedly a characteristic of the era. In modern times, pig heads and trotters would cost more than pork itself. Where could one find reason in that? Brother, if you want meat, I'll be in the cafeteria later. No, that's public property. If you saved a portion each day, claiming it as leftovers, no one would care, but it could lead to trouble. I've walked that path before, and I wouldn't want you to do the same. As your brother, it's my duty to look out for you. So don't find it bothersome. Do you really think I'm that ungrateful? All right, I'll heed your words. That's more like it. You stay in line, and I'll go buy some other things. Parting ways with He Yuzhu, Zhou Jianjun sought out a secluded spot to assess his possessions. While He Yuzhu queued for pork, he needed to ensure his own supplies had a source. Let us take out 5 pounds of beef and 5 pounds of lamb. A large yellow river carp. And for vegetables, at this time of year, only cabbage and radish are available, but that's fine. They taste excellent in stews. Pork with cabbage. Let us add more meat. Potatoes with beef and lamb with cabbage are also delicious. He gathered some carrots, green peppers, ginger, garlic. Everything was in that ton of vegetables. Finally, he took out some milk and eggs. He discovered something rather remarkable. Chapter 10. At the market. For instance, the milk, 1,000 liters, came in a large barrel. When he intended to take some out, a glass bottle appeared, resembling the ones used for milk delivery. Don't doubt it. At this time, there truly were milk deliveries. But they were expensive, affordable only for cadre families. Ordinary households could only afford it occasionally. That little girl is so thin, she is likely at risk of malnutrition. So she'll need to drink more milk and eat more eggs. He produced 5 bottles of milk in rapid succession and found some grass rope to tie them up. The big carp was similarly secured. The vegetables were neatly packed into a mesh bag. Then, the most astonishing event occurred, as he resolved to carry only these items. Receipts began to emerge from his watch. They corresponded precisely to the Red Star vegetable market where he currently stood. The receipts detailed which stall he had purchased from, the items acquired, the corresponding stall numbers for each type of vegetable, and bore the stamp of the Red Star Vegetable Markets Management. This operation was indeed remarkable. With such documentation, he would be able to explain the provenance of his produce in the future. To validate his hypothesis, he carried all the items to a stall. "Excuse me, do you remember me?" he asked the vendor, a woman selling vegetables. She looked up and exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. What brings you back? Did you forget something?" No, you've misunderstood," he replied. "I simply have quite a few items here and am unable to carry them all. I was wondering if you might have an extra mesh bag for sale." He merely wished to confirm the reliability of the system, and it appeared that the system had indeed arranged everything. Even if he had never been here before, these people remembered him as a customer. Upon seeing the items in his hands, the vendor smiled broadly. "Young man, are you hosting a feast with all this?" she teased. Others nearby turned to look, all envious. Not to mention the tantalizing beef and lamb. Even the sight of the 10-pound carp was mouth-watering. "Goodness, that fish is enormous," they remarked. It looked quite unique as well. A yellow river carp with golden scales and a red tail, distinctly different from ordinary carp. The vendor laughed. "Not hosting a feast. My wife hasn't recovered properly after giving birth, and since I received my salary yesterday, I thought I'd buy something nourishing for her." Zhou Jianjun shamelessly told a white lie. It wasn't entirely false, as Yu Xiaoli indeed had struggled with her recovery and was in delicate health. The vendor's expression shifted to one of admiration. "Oh, I see. You're a caring husband. It's commendable. I didn't realize you were married. How old is your child?" "Not yet 3. A daughter." "Daughters are wonderful, young man. I must tell you, daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets for their parents. When you grow old, your daughter will surely take good care of you." "Indeed, I feel the same way. My daughter is very close to me." "Huh." Zhou Jianjun silently scoffed at his former self. "What nonsense, he is hardly worthy of being a father. This young man is quite enlightened. We need more progressive thinkers in our society today," commented an elderly gentleman nearby, beaming. "And where do you work, young man? What do you do?" "Oh, my partner and I are both employees at the steel mill. I work in the publicity department as a graphic designer, primarily responsible for publishing the factory's magazine and creating educational bulletin boards." Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their envy once more. A steel mill? That's a large enterprise with thousands of employees. You've secured a solid job, a veritable iron rice bowl. And being in the publicity department, that's a respectable position, with a good salary and clean work. It's no wonder you carry an air of intellectuality. Indeed, one must be exposed to progressive ideas to continue advancing. In these times, ideological awareness is of paramount importance. Though everyone was financially constrained, there was a palpable fervor in their spirits, a collective determination to strive forward. This collective vitality had dissipated after the winds of change swept through the last decade, and it seemed to have vanished entirely. This era is marked by poverty, yet it is also one of greatness. Next year will be 1966, and change is on the horizon, but he was not fearful of it. Both he and his partner hailed from 3 generations of hired peasants. Not to mention that his grandfather and father were both martyrs who had earned military honors. The old gentleman glanced at the large carp Zhou Jianjun held and chuckled. "That's a yellow river carp? I assent it? Did you buy it from Old Sun?" Clearly, this elder was well acquainted with the market. Zhou Jianjun recollected the receipt, which indeed bore the name Sun. "You have a keen eye. I purchased it from Mr. Sunday. You're quite lucky, young man. These yellow river carps are only available at Old Sun's stall on weekends, and if you arrive late, they're already gone." "Really? I had no idea." I was drawn to the fish's striking appearance. His innocent remark elicited warm laughter from the onlookers. "All right, I'll gift you this mesh bag. Do come again, and take good care of your wife at home." "How can I accept it? This bag may be small, but it is public property. I absolutely cannot take it for free. Here is a dime. Consider it my purchase." This young man is truly principled. He appears spirited. With a respectable job, just look at him. What? Are you smitten? Goodness, I'm hardly in the mood for such nonsense. At my age, I could be his mother. Zhou Jianjun hurriedly retreated. After all, there were not many men who frequented the vegetable market. Even those who did were typically older. How to put it? It was a remnant of history, despite the liberal mindset of the new society. Traditional values, such as the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, were deeply ingrained and not easily cast aside. Many still believed that women should handle household chores while men were solely responsible for earning a living. "Juicy, did you manage to buy anything?" "No, just a pig's head for a drinking snack. We arrived early, yet still didn't find what we wanted." "Really, brother? You managed to buy all this in such a short time? Aren't you planning to feast?" He Zhu was taken aback by the sheer volume of Zhou Jianjun's purchases. "Is this the entirety of your monthly salary? There's still plenty left. Hurry and help me carry some." "Wait, brother, how will you explain all this to sister-in-law?" Zhou Jianjun paused, realizing he hadn't thought that through. He had been preoccupied with the source of the food. "Don't worry, I'll handle it. If worst comes to worst, you can say it was all from you." He Zhu looked at him incredulously. "Do you even believe that yourself? My monthly salary is barely 30 yuan. This fish alone must cost over 4. Carp is 40 cents a pound. This one must weigh over 10 pounds. Beef and lamb are over 3 yuan each, and combined, the meat alone is over 10 yuan. Chicken, duck, and goose aren't cheap either. They add up to over 6 yuan, plus the vegetables and milk." He Zhu finally grasped how this fellow had squandered money in the past, spending over 20 yuan for a single meal. Where's all the fuss coming from? You're not planning on skipping the meal, are you? Why would I skip it? You're my brother. If I don't eat your food, whose will I eat? Whoever doesn't eat is a grandson. Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes, uninterested in banter. He secured the items in the back seat and then slapped his forehead. We're out of rice and flour at home. Wait for me to buy some. What else are you buying? I have some at home. Just settle down. I fear you might drive sister-in-law to her wit's end. Your incessant chatter is more likely to give me a headache. Chapter 11. An unexpected encounter with Liang Lady. Drive you to a headache? I wouldn't dare do that. If I did, wouldn't sister-in-law hunt me down? Go on, run along behind me. Zhou Jianjun was reluctant to engage in further banter. The back seat was overflowing with food, and the front basket was equally stuffed. Hey, you're not planning to leave me behind, are you? This time, I get to ride. Do you know the meaning of respecting your elders? I'll report you to Aunt Who at the street office for your lack of respect. Bah, you're hardly an elder. This is my car. I'm not stealing it from you. If it's a problem, you can sit in front. Me, a grown man, sitting in the front? How ridiculous. Ultimately, Yuzhu reluctantly yielded, huddling like a quail as he settled on the front beam. I remarked, lower your head a bit. I can't see the road. I was fed up and insisted, let me down. I refused to ride any longer. After much commotion between the two of us, we had barely covered a mile. Fortunately, the snow on the ground had melted considerably. Otherwise, we would have surely taken a tumble. Fine, you ride back on your own. I'll walk, I declared. Yuzhu ceased his protests, giving his bicycle a push, while Zhou Jianjun, not one to be polite, pedaled off swiftly as if being chased by a dog. In a moment of impulse, Yuzhu hurled a handful of snow at his retreating figure, laughingly cursing, "You scoundrel, you really ran off." It became evident that one bicycle was insufficient, another would need to be procured. With that thought, he meandered toward the department store. At this juncture, Yuzhu had not financially supported Qin Huairu. Earning over 30 yuan a month for more than a decade had allowed him to amass a respectable sum. Make way, make way, the brakes won't hold. Zhou Jianjun pedaled fervently, feeling exhilarated, when around a corner, he spotted a woman riding a tricycle laden with several large gas canisters. The inertia was overwhelming, and with the road slick, he found himself unable to stop in time. Just as a collision seemed imminent, Zhou Jianjun exclaimed, "Oh no," and swerved, propelling both himself and the bicycle onto the roadside. Thankfully, his long legs provided the necessary leverage. Otherwise, he would have surely crashed into a wall. Turning back, he noticed the foolish woman's tricycle had collided with a haystack. Looking up, he realized that nearby was the paper-making factory of the Red Star commune. It was fortunate there was a haystack. Otherwise, the woman would have been injured. Oh dear, I'm done for. Zhou Jianjun, a product of the era of the red flag and nurtured in the spring breeze, could not simply stand by and watch. He hurriedly dismounted, securing his bicycle before rushing over to pull the tricycle free, assisting the dazed woman in the process. "Comrade, are you all right?" The woman, momentarily disoriented, took a moment to respond, then quickly said, I'm fine. Are you all right? Did I hit you?" No. Zhou Jianjun waved his hands repeatedly, assuring her of his well-being, which caused her to breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm so sorry, big brother. The brakes on this tricycle are faulty." "Oh, it's nothing. If you're all right, I must be on my way. My wife is waiting at home for me to prepare dinner," he replied. The woman tilted her head, glancing at the vegetables on his bicycle, swallowing her embarrassment as she chuckled sheepishly. "Oh, you're married? You look like you're just in your 20s. I'm Liang Lady, from the machinery repair factory. If you find any injuries later, come find me. I'll take responsibility." Observing her carefree demeanor, Zhou Jianjun mused to himself that she was quite forthright. "All right then, you take care. Just ride slowly." Yes. You be careful on your way," she responded. This incident was merely a brief interlude, and as Zhou Jianjun remounted his bicycle, he suddenly recalled her name. Liang Lady? What a coincidence. Indeed, it was a small world. After some contemplation, he pedaled after her. "Sister, wait a moment. What's wrong, big brother? Are you injured?" It was evident she felt anxious, for her life had been quite challenging. "No, I just feel a connection with you. I've heard your name before. I'm Zhou Jianjun from the publicity department at the steel mill. I've seen you at a gathering with my colleagues, but didn't recognize you earlier. Let us call each other brother and sister. That's what fate has brought us. Here, take this meat. Bring it home to treat your child." He placed 5 pounds of lamb and a large carp onto her tricycle before turning to leave. "Wait, Zhou brother, what are you doing? I can't accept this." However, Zhou Jianjun had already mounted his bicycle and sped away. Liang Lady stomped her foot, tears streaming down her face. "What is this? Have I encountered a good person?" Finding a secluded spot, Zhou Jianjun retrieved another 5 pounds of lamb, contemplating whether to take out a piece of pork as well. After all, Yuzhu hadn't bought any pork. He could merely say he ran into someone selling it. That would be quite plausible. As for giving Liang Lady the food, it was indeed an impulse. He had been fond of her character when he first observed her in her labor. It is worth noting that Liang Lady and Qin Huairu shared many similarities. Both were widows raising children. Yet, the young lady truly embodied resilience, earning her keep through her own efforts. Later, she married Nan Yi and bore him a child, even as a high-risk mother. With 4 children of her own, she still managed to give birth to another. Just this aspect alone placed her light years ahead of Qin Huairu. When it came to nurturing her children, the young lady had 4 exemplary offspring, all polite and well-mannered. In contrast, one could hardly compare them to the unruly kids of Qin Huairu. Zhou Jianjun felt that juxtaposing these 2 widows was almost an affront to the young lady. While she had dabbled in trading meal tickets at the factory, she maintained her principles. What about Qin Huairu? Her principles were bound to that ring. As long as she didn't break it, all would be well. She had even crawled into a small storage room with Su Demao for a mere 5 buns. The details of that were unclear. Giving Liang lady the food was entirely out of goodwill. Zhou Jianjun, who had an abundance of meat and vegetables, felt compelled to lend a hand, honoring the strength of this mother. In these times, widows were indeed quite numerous. It was a reflection of the era's turmoil. At the gas station, Zhou Jianjun greeted Liang lady. Hey, Master Liang, have you recently received a pay raise? You seem to be indulging in meat. Liang lady, a welder at the machinery repair factory, was among the best in her field. What left a lasting impression was how she often wielded a spray gun to intimidate those insufferable men. She frequently came to refuel, and everyone recognized her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Liang lady replied, What raise? The ratings haven't even been finalized yet. Stop prying and let me be. I need to hurry back to cook for my children. Oh, this lamb looks wonderful. You have a keen eye? Is this yellow river carp? This is quite rare and can only be acquired by luck. Chapter 12. 1,000 Gene of White Rabbit. Liang lady smiled, albeit with reluctance. Her mind occupied with the encounter with Zhou Jianjun. She felt somewhat guilty for nearly colliding with him, only for him to gift her meat and fish. That amounted to quite a sum. If only he were truly her brother, it would be much simpler. She pondered how to return the favor, for living in this world was no easy task. The most pressing concern was that he had given her meat. Wouldn't that lead to a quarrel with her husband? That simply wouldn't do. Su, could I borrow your bicycle for a moment? The more Liang lady considered it, the more she felt it was inappropriate. Grabbing the meat and fish, she mounted her bicycle and set off in pursuit. Noticing her hurry, Su, who had just finished fueling, called out, Hey, slow down. I just got this bike, don't scratch it. But it seemed Liang lady didn't hear him, and Su could only mutter in concern. I just bought this new bike a week ago. Liang lady pursued him for several blocks, but failed to catch a glimpse of Zhou Jianjun, ultimately returning in resignation. She would have to wait for another opportunity to repay him, considering it a loan for now. Reflecting on her children, who hadn't seen meat in months, she gritted her teeth, treating it as a personal purchase, intending to return it slowly in the future. After all, such high-quality meat and fish are not easily obtainable. Is it not true that people are inherently different? If Qin Huairu were to receive a gift of meat, would she remember your kindness? She would simply feel entitled to it. Zhou Jianjun remained oblivious to Liang lady's inner thoughts. Braving the cold wind, he returned to the courtyard. Upon entering, he noticed Yin Bugui still shoveling snow, which struck Zhou Jianjun as peculiar. How long had it been? An hour or two. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was nearly 8 o'clock. This scant amount of snow still not cleared? Yin Bugui, noticing Zhou Jianjun, was about to scold him when he suddenly caught sight of the overflowing cart of meat and vegetables Zhou Jianjun was hauling, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Oh, Jianjun, are you hosting guests again today? Tell me, what's the point of mingling with those street ruffians, indulging in food and drink? He scoffed. Are you expecting Uncle San to come over for a drink? Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes. Am I even on your drinking radar? Just continue shoveling your snow. If you dawdle any longer, the snow will melt away on its own. With that, he strode off. Yin Bugui's face flushed with indignation. You ungrateful Zhou Jianjun. Do you not hold Uncle San in esteem? When I invite you for drinks, it's out of respect for you, yet you fail to recognize it. Old Yin. Was that Zhou Jianjun just now? Indeed, he brought back a cart full of delicacies, and he didn't even think to show some respect to Uncle San. Such a lack of upbringing. He is far worse than his mother. Aunt San chimed in. Isn't that the truth? With all that meat, it should last until the new year, yet he doesn't even offer us a morsel. Bah. Oh, is Jianjun treating again today? No. He just bought it for himself. It's been ages since he had meat at home. Jianjun, care for a drink? No, I've given it up. It is worth noting that this courtyard houses over 20 families, totaling more than 100 individuals. The extras typically seen in dramas during meetings now constituted solid neighbors. At this hour, it was mealtime. Winter days are short, and it is only around 7 that daylight arrives. The timing was just right. And at the communal water basin in the yard, a gathering of people formed. Upon seeing Zhou Jianjun, they couldn't help but express their envy. Zhou Jianjun, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, greeted them amiably. Qin Huairu was washing clothes, and, upon seeing Zhou Jianjun's laden cart, her eyes almost gleamed with delight. Ah, Junzi, have you returned from shopping? So many vegetables. Let me assist you. No, no, Sister Qin, these vegetables are not for you. You should focus on your laundry. I have my wife to help at home. There's no need for you to worry. Zhou Jianjun hastily took a few steps around her, not slowing his pace. Qin Huairu's smile faded, and she shot a glare at his retreating figure, her expression darkening, lost in her thoughts. In the original story, she would have rushed to help when she saw Shaju carrying something back, but unfortunately, Zhou Jianjun was not Shaju. Furthermore, the current Shaju was no longer the same as the one depicted in the drama. With the warning from the deaf old lady, she dared not draw too close to Zhou Jianjun. Jia Zhangshi was observing her daughter-in-law through the window and hurried out upon seeing Qin Huairu return empty-handed. Was that Zhou Jianjun just now? Oh, he bought so many delicious items. Why didn't you take a few? Qin Huairu shot her a glare. What kind of question is that? Do you think I could just take them? If he doesn't offer, should I resort to theft? What kind of attitude is that? Has Zhou Jianjun ever given you less before? Isn't it just that you're useless? What are you still washing clothes for? Hurry and check on him. Bonging. My dear grandson hasn't had meat in ages. Why are you so incapable? Qin Huairu was nearly driven to madness. She flung her clothes down in frustration. If you want to go, then go. I can't bear this shame. He has made it abundantly clear. How can I present a warm face to a cold one? If there were meat to share, what would it matter to get close? Zhou Jianjun is such a little brat. With so much meat, can he possibly finish it all? Our household is in such dire straits, yet he can't even think to share a bit with the neighbors. Bah, a thankless wolf, he truly is something else. Sooner or later, he'll choke on it. Qin Huairu, upon hearing such unreasonable remarks, fell silent, contemplating how to seize an advantage today. Zhou Jianjun pushed the cart into his own small courtyard but paused, opting not to enter. Instead, he opened the massive vending machine and retrieved a pack of white rabbit milk candies. After all, Xiaoli was an adult and could easily forgive him. However, for little Tong Tong, he needed to be extra sweet and gentle. Otherwise, it might leave a psychological scar that could last a lifetime. The white rabbit milk candy was priced at 30 cents per bag. Upon seeing the price, Zhou Jianjun was momentarily taken aback, not because it was exorbitantly high, but rather because it was cheaper than he had anticipated. Was this indeed the standard price from the vending machine? In fact, during this period, white rabbit milk candy was not overly expensive. From the initial production by ABC Candy Company to the subsequent change from a Mickey Mouse wrapper, yes. The white rabbit candy originally featured Mickey Mouse as its packaging image. Only later did it adopt the iconic white rabbit figure due to copyright issues and the desire to promote a purely domestic candy. With a daily production cap of 500 pounds, the aim was to ensure that the populace could indulge in affordable milk candy, hence the pricing was not deemed excessive. However, due to limited supply, acquiring it was quite a challenge. Typically, it would be consumed internally within the supply and marketing cooperatives, making it a prestigious gift for weddings or special occasions. 3 dimes were within his means, so he placed an order. A bag of white rabbit appeared in the temporary warehouse, yet Zhou Jianjun gulped again. Indeed, it was a bag, but it must have weighed 1,000 pounds. Forget it. No need to critique further. In any case, the vending machine's measurement system was surely flawed. A barrel of milk, snap, directly 1,000 liters. A bag of white rabbit, snap, directly 1,000 pounds, for 30 cents. Can you believe it? System Daddy, you truly are something else. Transporting the bag from the temporary warehouse into his wrist space, Zhou Jianjun rubbed his somewhat numb face vigorously to soften his expression. Chapter 13. A Kiss with the Flavor of Milk Candy. Xiaoli, are you awake? Just got up. I'm dressing Tong Tong. Zhou Jianjun entered, feeling the warmth of the room, and quickly shut the door behind him. He noticed He Yushui was still present. Though her expression appeared somewhat displeased, radiating a sense of anger directed at Zhou Jianjun. Confused, he asked, "Why are you glaring at me? Zhou Jianjun, are you even human? Look at the bruises on Tong Tong. Are you not concerned?" So that was the issue at hand. Zhou Jianjun felt a pang of bitterness. Glancing at Tong Tong sitting by the bed, struggling to put on her shoes, he sighed deeply. Ignoring He Yushui, he approached Tong Tong. The little girl gazed at Zhou Jianjun with wide, frightened eyes, resembling a startled deer. "Tong Tong, are you afraid of Daddy?" Tong Tong hesitated, nodding initially before shaking her head. "Daddy doesn't drink, so I'm not scared." "Oh, I see. So, as long as I don't drink, I'm still considered a person. Then Daddy will never drink again. Will you forgive the bad Daddy from before?" "Really? Of course. Didn't we agree on that last night?" With Zhou Jianjun's earnest gaze, Tong Tong's apprehension gradually dissipated. She nodded vigorously. "Yes, but Daddy must not go back on his word. Or I want to talk to the bad Daddy for the rest of my life. All right, let us make a promise. Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. Daddy." Tong Tong opened her arms, and the father and daughter reached a heartfelt reconciliation. Zhou Jianjun held her tightly in his embrace, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The tenderness of a father's love was palpable. How could she be so endearing? He lovingly helped his daughter into her shoes, refusing to let her go, and raised an eyebrow at He Yushui. He Yushui retorted indignantly, "Pa, you little opportunist. You are merely taking advantage of Tong Tong's young age and naivety. Hey, you little girl, what of it? Are you plotting to make my daughter loathe me for life? Heartless. Heartless, you say? Well, it seems I am the villain here. Aunt Yushui, please don't argue with Daddy. He has turned over a new leaf. Acknowledging one's mistakes is the hallmark of a good child." Zhou Jianjun's heart swelled with joy. Exactly. Just look, you are far less understanding than our Tong Tong. He Yushui, exasperated yet amused, replied, "You little scamp. Who do you think I am doing this for? I'm the one bearing the brunt of it all. Today, I am a witness, brother. This is your last chance. Oh, enough of this. You're just a little girl. Why worry so much? Instead, why not ponder about finding a wife for your silly brother? I think Yu Haidang would be quite suitable." Yu Haidang? How do you know her? How novel. She transferred to your sister-in-law's place. Is it strange that I know? He Yushui tapped her head in realization. That's true. It wouldn't be a bad idea. My silly brother certainly needs a partner. I'll ask around. Ask what? You bought so many groceries today. Just invite people over for a meal. At that moment, Yu Xiaoli, who had been combing her hair, chimed in with a smile. That sounds delightful. We must extend an invitation. He Yushui pondered briefly, then nodded. I think that's a good plan. All right, let us proceed with that. Don't just stand around. There's a mountain of vegetables in the yard. Go help put them in the kitchen. Humph, all you do is boss me around. Hey, I don't do it for free. Come here, extend your hands. Obediently, He Yushui approached. What's this? Watch as I perform a magic trick. See, there's nothing in my hands. Don't blink. Witness the moment of wonder. Zhou Jianjun clenched his fist and then opened it to reveal a handful of large white rabbit candies. He Yushui's eyes widened in astonishment. A big white rabbit. Wait, how did you do that? I didn't see clearly. Do it again. Zhou Tongtong, cradled in Zhou Jianjun's other arm, also widened her eyes, clapping her hands. Daddy is amazing. Tongtong is amazing too. You've taken the candy. Why aren't you helping? No, I didn't see it clearly. Do it again. Go away, go. He Yushui took the candy, unwrapped one, and popped it into the little girl's mouth, then stared in confusion at her own hands, opening and closing them. Unable to fathom how Zhou Jianjun had managed his trick. Daddy, the candy is so sweet. The little girl beamed, her eyes squinting with joy. Then I shall perform again. More, please. Is that all right? Absolutely yes. Zhou Jianjun seated himself with the little girl, supporting her with his legs, and spread his hands before her. Now, tell me, does Daddy have anything in his hands? The little girl held his hands, inspecting them earnestly, then nodded solemnly. Nothing. Now, Tong, don't blink. Abracadabra, change. Suddenly, 2 pieces of candy appeared in Zhou Jianjun's hands. Wow, Mommy, look quickly. Daddy is incredible. Yu Xiaoli watched the delightful interaction between father and daughter, her eyes brimming with tears. It was a scene straight out of a dream. He had never before shown such patience with a child. Now I'll place the candy in Tong's pocket. Shall she deliver it to the lady? Okay. Tong is so obedient. Give Daddy a kiss. Mua, go now. Fetch the lady, and we shall have dinner together shortly. All right. Zhou Tong scampered excitedly outside, clearly overjoyed. Why are you crying? Zhou Jianjun asked tenderly, wiping her tears. I'm just so happy. Oh, silly wife, open your mouth. He stuffed a large white rabbit candy into her mouth. Where did you get that? Let me see where you hid it. Yu Xiaoli was utterly astonished, rummaging through all his pockets, yet finding none. How did you manage that? If you kiss me, I'll tell you. I won tea. Then I shall kiss you. After a moment, Yu Xiaoli was left breathless, her face flushed from lack of oxygen, her gaze slightly dazed. This kiss tasted of milk candy, fragrant and sweet. You're truly foolish. Don't you know to breathe through your nose? Silly. Who did you learn this from? How can you be so mischievous? Some things are innate for a man. Just as the two were engaging in playful banter, He Yushui's piercing scream broke through. Sister-in-law, come quickly and see. My brother has gone on another shopping spree. Yu Xiaoli's heart sank at those words, her eyes darting nervously toward Zhou Jianjun, who suddenly felt inexplicably guilty. Don't listen to her nonsense. I merely bought a bit too much. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoli grew even more anxious and pushed past him, rushing outside. What she saw left her in shock. A mountain of groceries lay before her. Beef, lamb, eggs, milk. A large fish, a pig's head, a rack of ribs, green peppers, cabbage, radishes, potatoes, and a plump hen weighing over 3 pounds. There was also a similarly hefty duck and a large white goose. Heavens, how much must all of this cost? Turning back, tears welled in her eyes once more. Hadn't they agreed to change their ways? All these items must surely total over $20, not to mention the large white rabbit they had just eaten. The sweetness of the candy suddenly felt bitter. Don't cry, don't cry. Oh, your tears break my heart. I'm just trying to show that a wayward son can return to the right path. It's been ages since our family had a meal together. Let us celebrate today. It's a sign of my reformation, a joyous occasion. Chapter 14, Simple Happiness. Yu Xiaoli considered his words and realized there was indeed some merit to them. It was time to celebrate. With this thought, the groceries no longer seemed so daunting. Compared to the money Zhou Jianjun had squandered in the past, spending a little on groceries for the family was truly insignificant. Well, you must promise not to be so extravagant in the future. All right, I promise. However, dear wife, I must warn you, our living conditions may improve considerably from next month onwards. Henceforth, I shall hand over my salary to you for safekeeping, and you may grant me 5 yuan as pocket money each month. But I assure you, with that 5 yuan, you can ensure that both you and our daughter have meat and milk every day. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoli grew anxious. Jianjun, that is not what I meant. I don't want your money. You must not do anything foolish. How can 5 yuan suffice for daily meat? What are your thoughts? In my reckless days, I never did anything truly bad, did I? You must trust in your husband's capabilities. Our family is not lacking. What use is money? Let us think more about Tong Tong's future. Fine, I will abide by your wishes. That's the spirit. Yu Shui, observing the couple's affectionate exchange, scoffed, rolling her eyes as she excitedly moved the groceries to the kitchen. Today, they were in for a delightful feast. Zhou Jianjun's kitchen was spacious, a separate room altogether. After all, they had 5 large rooms in their home. The kitchen cabinets appear to be quite new, a testament to the preparations made during their wedding. In addition to the coal stove, there is also a gas burner. In these times, a canister of gas costs 2 yuan and 70 cents. However, many harbor doubts about the safety of gas, leading to its infrequent use. Zhou Jianjun, having wandered the world and witnessed much, is undeterred by such concerns. With this convenience at hand, and if operated correctly, it can be just as safe. After soothing his beloved wife, he surreptitiously slipped a handful of milk candies into her pocket. How much did you buy? Such a waste of money. Is it really a waste? It's just a little treat for you. All right, don't worry about the household matters from now on. It's quite cold outside. Go in and wait. Without further ado, Zhou Jianjun gently pushed Yu Xiaoli back inside. Upon entering the kitchen, Zhou Jianjun was engulfed by a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. He realized he had seldom ventured into this space before. He recalled that he had a mystical well in his warehouse that he needed to find a place for. The bitter well water of old Beijing was notoriously saline and unpleasant to drink, which explains why many preferred jasmine tea, rumored to mask the taste of well water. Whether there is truth to this is a matter for lighthearted debate. The courtyard is replete with wells, but with the advent of running water, they have fallen into disuse, sealed off for fear of children falling in. However, the public water source is a bit of a distance from their courtyard, and while it is indeed running water, its accessibility leaves much to be desired. Zhou Jianjun contemplated relocating the mystical well. However, placing it in the kitchen would be impractical. As Yu Xiaoli is quite familiar with that space, such an explanation would be far too transparent. A storage room would suffice, as it is rarely entered. He could tidy it up later and mention to Yu Xiaoli that he discovered a well, which would seem plausible. Brother, did you hear that? Are we going to finish all this today? Aren't you worried about overindulging? Let's just have some noodles for breakfast. Afterward, we can stew the meat for lunch. Go to your brother's room and bring back as much flour as you can find. Fried sauce noodles? That's too much trouble. Just whip up something simple with a few side dishes to make do. All right, I'll go get the flour. Yu Shui dashed back to fetch the flour while Zhou Jianjun organized the ingredients methodically. Cooking was not a foreign endeavor for him. The original owner had indeed trained as a chef under He Daqing for several years, who had initially hoped he would inherit the culinary legacy. However, Zhou Jianjun excelled in school and successfully entered university. In those days, a university student was a rarity, and upon graduating, he was assigned to the propaganda department of a steel mill with a starting salary of over 40 yuan, a figure that evoked envy in many. Moreover, during this era, attending vocational schools or universities required no tuition, and students even received stipends. Can you believe it? Of course, these were not technically salaries, but rather talent subsidies. Yet the essence remains the same. The state placed great emphasis on the cultivation of talent. Initially, after a long hiatus from wielding a kitchen knife, he felt somewhat out of practice, but after slicing 2 plates of shredded potatoes, the feel returned to his hands. Peeking around to ensure no one was watching, he retrieved the vibrant spinach. This had been thrust upon him by the system, leaving him with no option to refuse. In the dead of winter, to have fresh greens was indeed a rarity. The spinach leaves glistened like emeralds, while the stems resembled rubies, adorned with dew. Akin to a finely crafted artifact, truly a sight to behold. Ah, the system truly delivers quality. As he brought a pot of water to a boil, he sliced ginger and scallions, crushed a couple of garlic cloves, and prepared some aged Shaanxi vinegar and dark soy sauce. Although there was no chicken essence or sugar, a dash of monosodium glutamate would enhance the flavor. The result was extraordinarily fresh. Speaking of soy sauce, the older varieties were genuinely delectable, a deep amber hue reminiscent of amber itself. The soy sauces available now, light, dark, and mixed, only faintly echoed the flavors of yesteryears. Today's offerings merely fragment the old soy sauce into various products. Can they truly replicate the original taste? This explains why modern cooking often requires a medley of light and dark soy sauces. Omit one, and the dish loses its essence, rendering it quite bland. As for sugar, it is not favored in the kitchen. The finest white sugar costs 8 maos per gene, more expensive than meat. Only pregnant women or those engaged in labor-intensive work can afford a daily cup of sugary tea. Brown sugar is slightly cheaper, but still not a bargain. Priced around 7 maos. Many a childhood was spent consuming Cuban sugar, rumored to be imported brown sugar that had been dampened by seawater, leaving it with a bitter taste. Truth or myth, who knows? In this era, the nation truly lacks for everything. Having mixed the spinach, he proceeded to chop some beef and dice carrots to create a meat sauce. Simple tasks, indeed. He Yushui returned with the flour, and Zhou Jianjun skillfully prepared the noodles, leaving her utterly astonished. Rather than cutting the noodles, he pulled them by hand. Mastering the art of hand-pulled noodles is not overly difficult with a bit of technique. Why are you standing there dazed? Is the water boiling? Yes, it's boiling. Then lift the pot lid. Oh, right. In these times, hand-pulled noodles had become a rare sight, and she was witnessing something extraordinary. Brother, how did you learn to pull noodles? It's so impressive. After all, I am Hishu's first disciple, though I have yet to fully master the craft. Who is more skilled, me or you? Of course, you are more skilled. My brother's noodles are just average. Well, if you can talk well, keep talking. As the noodles entered the pot, he added a sprinkle of salt to ensure they wouldn't stick together, resulting in a smoother texture. Is this spinach? Where did you find it in this season? Turning, he caught her red-handed, sneaking a taste of the spinach. Have you washed your hands? Aren't you afraid of getting sick? My hands are clean, brother. This is so fresh and delicious. Where did you get it? At that moment, Zhou Jianjun standing in He Yushui's eyes had surpassed that of her biological brother by leaps and bounds. Not only could he transform candies, but he could also pull noodles and procure fresh spinach. Though he had been reckless in the past, he had at least cultivated valuable connections. Let me confide in you. This spinach is a special supply, an out-of-season vegetable, and it cost me 2 yuan. What? That's more expensive than meat. I'll have to eat a bit more then. There's enough for you. Go fish out the noodles. I'll stir-fry these shredded potatoes I practiced on. We'll have breakfast like this. With a flurry of activity, breakfast was soon complete. Cooking is truly not difficult for those who know how. It's the uninitiated who struggle. Some people, when preparing a meal, leave the kitchen in utter chaos, spending ages tidying up afterward. In contrast, Zhou Jianjun managed to cook while maintaining a clean and orderly kitchen. He Yushui gave him another thumbs up. All right, take the dishes out. I'll fry a few eggs. What? Fried eggs too? Aren't you eating? Obediently, He Yushui ran off to help. One advantage of Zhou Jianjun's house is that the delicious aromas do not waft to the front, preventing envy from arising. With the distractions of the outside world removed, the family could enjoy their blissful life together, a truly satisfying arrangement. Zhou Jianjun felt a deep sense of contentment with this courtyard. Perhaps he would plant some roses, as they are easy to care for, and once they bloom, they would create a breathtaking sight to behold. He glanced at the pots of flowers tended to by the third uncle, which were barely clinging to life, as he watered and pruned them daily. Once Zhou Jianjun had perfected the art of frying eggs and ensured that no fire hazards lingered, he finally exited the kitchen and stepped into the living room. The deaf old lady had already been invited over by Zhou Tongtong, but her expression revealed a hint of displeasure. What could have happened? Who had the audacity to upset the matriarch? Yu Shaoli shot him a knowing glance. He surveyed the simple fare, a bowl of plain noodles, a generous serving of beef sauce, and a plate of spicy and sour shredded potatoes alongside cold spinach. It seemed innocuous enough. Zhou Jianjun understood that the elderly lady was concerned about his spending habits. He placed the eggs down and smiled, asking, "Does Grandma think her grandson should not spend this money?" The old lady shot him a glare. "Grandma, today marks the first day of my new life. Shouldn't we celebrate?" He continued. "Besides, look at our salaries. Both Lily and I earn quite a bit, don't we? If it weren't for the restrictions on grain and meat tickets, we could afford to have meat daily, right? Just 1 pound a day would cost less than 30 yuan a month. Can't we afford that in our household? Why do we earn so much? If not to improve our lives?" "Indeed, Grandma," Yu Shaoli chimed in. "Jianjun has turned over a new leaf. From now on, we will work hard to support the family so that you and Tong Tong can enjoy meat every day." The old lady, pondering this, realized that it was not genuine anger but rather a twinge of concern, hoping for improvements at home rather than frivolous spending elsewhere. All right then, as per your grandmother's orders. I shall comply. Is it time to eat now? Has Zhuzi returned? He is here. What a workout I've had. He rushed in, drenched in sweat. Ah, madam, I offer my respects. The old lady smiled and nodded. We are in a new society now. Such formalities are no longer necessary. Indeed, it is your enlightened nature that sets the standard, he replied, chuckling. Why such a lavish breakfast this morning? Enough of your banter. Hurry and wash your hands lest your face become a mess. Where have you been for so long? Don't mention it. I made a trip to the department store only to find that there are no bicycles in stock. We'll have to wait a few days. And this spinach? Brother, you've done well. Where did you procure this? At this time of year, this must be from a greenhouse? Surprised, aren't you? But the technology isn't quite advanced yet, so the scale of greenhouse vegetables is limited and quite precious. Well, I ran into a friend. Now, hurry and eat. No time for chatter. And you, Yushui, keep your mouth shut. Yushui rolled her eyes. I wouldn't spill the beans. Only a fool would do that. Zhou Jianjun smiled as he distributed the fried eggs, one for each person. Wait a moment, brother, why is sister-in-law's egg different from ours? Yushui noticed that the egg in Yu Xiaoli's bowl was heart-shaped. Look, it even has words on it. Yu Xiaoli was equally astonished. This egg can take such a form? Flipping the egg over revealed the words I love you inscribed in an unknown script. Oh dear. I think my teeth might fall out. Why is it so sour? Yushu joked, clutching his mouth. Zhou Jianjun felt a sense of pride, while Yu Xiaoli blushed. Savoring her egg in small bites, her heart swelling with sweetness. The old lady observed the cheerful scene and let out genuine laughter. How delightful. I never expected that in my twilight years, I could enjoy such wonderful dishes. Grandma, this is just the beginning. There will be even more blessings to come. Try this beef. I've cooked it to perfection, and it should be easy for you to chew. And eat plenty of spinach. It's good for your health. You too should eat. It's fragrant, truly fragrant. The entire family joyfully indulged in breakfast, while Bonging returned home in a less than pleased mood. Grandma, Shaju's family has nothing. They couldn't find any flour, and he's not around, surely off to eat at Junzi's house. Bonging, no impolite talk. You should address Junzi with respect. He is your uncle, and Shaju too. Qin Huairu broke a piece of steamed bun and handed it to him. I want to call him that. You all call him Shaju and Junzi. I'm grown up now, why can't I call him by his name? Nearby, Jia Zhangshi nodded vigorously. Yes. Those two disrespectful ones, enjoying good food without offering us a taste. Why should we call them uncles? Good grandson, just call him Shaju. What is wrong with using someone else's name? Encouraged by his grandmother, Bonging felt a sense of triumph. But then his expression changed as he looked at the steamed bun in his hand. Another bun? Mom, I want to eat meat. I saw Junzi buy so much meat. Can't you bring some back for me and my sister? Look at how thoughtful our good grandson is. Remembering his sister, said Qin Huairu. Yes, Huairu. Why not see what they're having for breakfast? With an unwilling expression, she protested, don't I want to eat meat too? What they eat is obvious. Isn't all that meat just for show? I want to go. If you want to, you go. I saw that little girl from the Zhou family invite the old lady to their yard. If I go, it's like walking into a trap. Although Jia Zhangshi was fierce, she too felt intimidated in front of the old lady. Hearing this, she scolded, that old hag, acting all high and mighty. Thinking she has many years left to live, she just wants to die. Her hands are extending too far. We are eating Zhou Jianjun's food. Isn't that what we're entitled to? Yet this old crow stirs up trouble. All right, Mom, just give me 2 yuan later, and I'll buy some meat. What? You want me to give you money? I don't have any. Bonging, with a pained expression, sipped his porridge. Grandma, my mom just got her paycheck. Wasn't it meant for you to use? I want to eat meat. It's been ages since I had any. Jia Zhangshi reluctantly replied, fine. If my good grandson wants to eat meat, I'll buy some. Just wait, I'll go get it for you. Every day, it's a struggle to get a bit of meat. Such uselessness. After finishing a steaming bowl of noodles, Yushui and Yu Xiaoli began clearing the table. You two don't need to fuss. There is hot water on the stove. Let Zhuzi wash the dishes. Yushu, still dazed from his meal, felt puzzled. Why me? Am I the one? Or your sister-in-law? Or your niece? Take the old lady back, then come back to wash the dishes. I'd rather delegate to my little niece. But I wouldn't want to burden her, he said. Fine, I'll wash them. Uncle, if you work, I'll treat you to candy. The little girl hesitated before pulling out a piece of white rabbit candy. Yushu was instantly delighted. See, my niece cares for me. No. Uncle wants to eat it. You keep it for yourself. You're far more considerate than your father. Chapter 16, A Clever Wife. Yin Bugue sat at home, increasingly feeling that something was amiss. Why was it amiss? He felt he had lost out. Observing so many delectable offerings while he had not partaken of any was indeed a loss, was it not? For some, Not gaining is akin to losing. Yin Bugue. The third uncle was undoubtedly a prime example of this mindset. I saw it all. Why shouldn't I get to eat? My dear, I'm stepping out for a bit. Where to? I'm off to visit Heir de Yi. There are some matters to discuss. As Yin Bugue stepped outside, he encountered Lu Xiaoyi, who was carrying a chicken cage with 2 hens inside. Xiaoyi, has your family bought chickens? No. This was given to me by the villagers when Mao visited the Red Star Commune's 7th Brigade last night. I noticed this hen is quite large and is just at the right time to lay eggs, so I decided to keep it at home. Didn't you see it this morning? Uncle Sin thought to himself that he would have scolded Su Mao upon seeing him in the morning. So he didn't pay attention to what he brought. However, one cannot voice such thoughts. This is truly wonderful. Your Mao is indeed capable. And this hen is quite impressive. When it lays eggs, do not forget to let Uncle San have a taste. Lu Xiaoyi, coming from a wealthy background, was not troubled by this little benefit. All right then, what is the big deal? After all, she was a lady of high stature, quite generous. Uncle San, if you want eggs, go ask your son. What do you care about our hen? Su Mao, yawning and draped in a cotton coat, retorted sharply. Mao, that is not right. How has Uncle San treated you all these years? Isn't it only right to share an egg with him? Enough. I know how you have treated me, but I fear you might be unclear about your own heart. You're frowning at me this early in the morning. Am I in debt to you for an egg? You should mind your own business. Yin Bugue felt his pride wounded and was quite displeased. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm going to find your second uncle. Oh, going to the second uncle at this hour won't get you a meal. Mealtime has already passed. Bah, a dog cannot spit out ivory. How novel. Only an elephant can spit out ivory. Can one call it a dog? Yin Bugue was left speechless, genuinely angry now. Su Mao then chuckled and said, I was just joking with you. Why are you so upset? What do you need from the second uncle? What business is it of yours? Yin Bugue, feeling he had regained some ground, walked away with an air of superiority. Hey, that old man. Lu Xiaoyi, meanwhile, was feeding the hen with millet. Why provoke him? What do you mean by provoke? I'm telling you. Easy eye, Uncle San has taken an interest in our hen. We must be cautious. It might end up in his pot. Surely not. Although Uncle San is stingy and calculating, he still values his reputation. Reputation? Can reputation be eaten? Just be mindful. All right, I understand. It seems anyone in your eyes looks like a villain. Lu Xiaoyi dismissed the concern. Su Mao snorted, pondering that Uncle San was likely plotting something with the second uncle. Having lived in the same courtyard for so many years, who didn't he know who? That Yin Bugue, being so miserly, wouldn't he visit without some benefit? Easy eye, I'm going to check on the second uncle. You should be resting at home instead of meddling around. I'll be back. He Zhu, after washing the dishes, was somewhat bored watching Zhou Jianjun play a clapping game with his niece. Rain, have you come to your senses? Go invite your classmates over. I was thinking of calling the 3 uncles to witness that I, Zhou Jianjun, am turning over a new leaf. Is that really necessary? What would you feed them? He Zhu was somewhat reluctant. Among the 3 uncles in the courtyard, he held little regard for any of them. The first uncle was tolerable, treating him decently. The second uncle was an official worshipper, always barking orders. As for the third uncle, he was not worth mentioning, still without a family of his own, living off contributions for meals, quite the character. Compared to his own godmother, Zhou Jianjun's biological mother, these uncles were simply laughable. Wife, what do you think? Yu Xiaoli and He Yushui huddled together on the Kong to escape the winter chill. This winter in Beijing was indeed frightfully cold. And without the greenhouse effect of later years, temperatures were several degrees lower. I think it's fine. It saves them from always looking at you with contempt. So, both of you are good people. Should we invite Su Mao and Qin Huairu over as well? He Yushu casually suggested, only to find Zhou Jianjun seriously contemplating it. Why invite Su Mao? He and we don't get along. That would just cause trouble. As for Qin Huairu, that whole family is best left undisturbed. By the way, brother, you didn't finish your earlier thought at the market. Why didn't you ask me to help Qin Huairu? He Yushui perked up upon hearing this. Brother, I think Sister Qin is quite admirable. A widow has to support her mother-in-law and 3 children. It's not easy. One shouldn't say that. I find Sister Qin rather peculiar. The speaker was Yu Xiaoli. And upon hearing this, Zhou Jianjun's eyes lit up. His wife was indeed clever. Though she seemed gentle and timid, her mind was as clear as a mirror. Wife. Well done. Your insight surpasses that of these 2 fools. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her husband's praise, Yu Xiaoli replied, No, I only heard it from Grandma. The deaf old lady in this courtyard was one of the few perceptive people. Exactly, heed Grandma's words. Zhou Jianjun nodded in agreement. They say the old grow wise. Having an elder around is like possessing a treasure. With an elder to oversee, one need not fear the wife being deceived. But sister-in-law, why don't I understand your reasoning? He Yushui, called foolish, feigned throwing a pillow at Zhou Jianjun, who chuckled and shifted his daughter's position. Sweetheart, don't learn from Aunt Yushui. A young lady must carry herself with grace. You are too much. All right, Yu Shui, your brother is just teasing you. Yu Xiaoli hurriedly intervened. So, sister-in-law, what do you find amiss? Yu Xiaoli, encouraged by her husband's gaze, cleared her throat. While it's true that speaking ill of others behind their backs is questionable, within our family, it's not entirely inappropriate. Yu Shui, think about it. Is Sister Qin's family really in hardship? Yu Shui, without a second thought, replied, it's quite difficult. This family relies on her alone for food and clothing. Otherwise, why would she cry poverty? How embarrassing. You are still too naive. Consider our courtyard. Which family isn't struggling? One time, your brother came home drunk, and I couldn't stay inside, so I took a walk. I saw them all eating plain steamed buns. On another occasion, Bang Gung secretly tossed cornmeal steamed buns into the flower pot at Uncle San's house. Though it was a coincidence, judging by their nonchalant demeanor, it likely wasn't a one-time occurrence. If they were truly starving, would the children do such things? Among the families in our courtyard, aside from the first and second uncles, it seems only our family is doing well. And Sudamao, Juzi is in the cafeteria, and both your brother and I receive salaries. Aside from those few families, which household is thriving? Look around. Which children are wasting food? Chapter 17. Witness my fabrication. Moreover, Sister Qin took over her husband's position and earns 275 yuan a month. Although supporting a family is challenging, can it really be said that they're on the brink of starvation? Your brother used to provide for her family, yet Sister Qin still wears a frown, claiming poverty. Is that normal? We all work at the same factory. Who doesn't know each other? I can hear whispers in the broadcasting room. Ask your brother if he has heard anything. Ultimately, Yu Xiaoli, being a woman, chose to save face and refrained from stating it outright. Yu pondered thoughtfully. Sister-in-law is right. During mealtimes, one can indeed observe certain things. Yu Shui felt her worldview shaken. No way. I never imagined she was that kind of person. Zhou Jianjun scoffed. The crying child gets the candy. This is just the beginning. In fact, one can glean much from the details of everyday life. Observe the children in the courtyard. Most of them are clad in patched garments, handed down from the older to the younger ones. Now, consider the three siblings from the Bongging family. Have they ever worn patched clothing? And what of the Jia and Zhang families, who raise their children to be plump and rosy? In these times, it is indeed no simple feat to gain weight. Look at your niece. She is so slender. Is this not due to you? Yu Shui shows no mercy in her remarks. Ahem, this blame falls squarely on me. This is precisely the point. Moreover, there is a matter you may be unaware of. Can you guess how much Uncle San earns in a month? Uncle San. Yu Shui did not expect this topic to turn towards him and pondered. It must be quite substantial. Quite the contrary. Uncle San's salary is on par with your sister Qin. Is that truly so? Surprised, are we? Zhou Jianjun sneers. It is true that Uncle San is quite the opportunist, yet look at how many children he has. Surely they are older than the Bongging siblings. And they must eat well. Yet, have you ever seen Uncle San lamenting poverty and seeking assistance? Yu Shui shook her head in confusion. Now, turn your gaze to Qin Huairu. Uncle does secretly provides for her. I used to assist her often as well. But now it seems I must prepare to rely on your brother for sustenance. Observe, our family has fared decently, have we not? I lack a bicycle, of course, a consequence of my own actions. But Qin Huairu possesses one. You see, we do not have a sewing machine, yet Qin Huairu does. When her husband passed away, the factory compensated her 500 yuan. Can such a sum not sustain a family? I believe she desires not only sustenance, but also a daily feast of meat, living off plain steamed buns alone. Thus, this woman is quite calculating. Yu and Yu Shui found themselves at a loss for words. Upon reflection, indeed, every detail reveals a deeper narrative. If this is the case, then this woman possesses a profound depth of character. Since we have broached this topic, let us discuss the individuals within the courtyard. Moving forward, you must remain vigilant. As for Su Daomao, there is no need to elaborate. He has always been at odds with us. However, he is a genuine scoundrel. What does this imply? It means if we offend him, we should harbor no illusions. He will surely harbor malice against us. Hence, we ought to remain cautious. Such individuals are easier to deal with, for we know they will act. Yet, there are others who are far more insidious, lurking in the shadows. Among them is Uncle Air. Do not look at me in that manner. Do you think Uncle Air is merely jovial and amicable with everyone? Nonsense. Observe how he disciplines his son. Spare the rod and spoil the child. I will concede this point. But does his son obey him? To put it plainly, he has a violent temper. Just wait and see, when he grows old. If any of his sons show him filial piety, I will write my surname backward. Uncle Air Lu Haizhong is a quintessential smiling tiger. In the original narrative, he engaged in numerous and scrupulous deeds to secure promotions and wealth. When dealing with the Lu Xiao family, his methods were indeed ruthless. The most terrifying creatures are those that bite without warning. However, we need not fear him. We can continue to coexist peacefully. As long as he does not trouble us, we shall not provoke him. As for Uncle Da, he is a complex character. A well-meaning person, yet his ideas are antiquated. And he enjoys standing on a moral high ground to impose expectations upon others. For instance, in relation to the Qin Huairu family, he always urges us to extend our assistance. But there are many families in the courtyard that are struggling. Why does he not take a vested interest in them? It is indeed curious. He has mentioned to me several times at the factory to take extra care when serving Qin Huairu. Furthermore, one night, when I arose in the middle of the night, I caught him secretly providing food for her. He usually recalled certain events. Look at that. As a senior figure in the courtyard, why does he not offer his support for Qin Huairu openly? Why must it be under the cover of darkness? He Yushui now wore an expression of intrigue, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Brother, do you imply that Uncle Da has an interest in her? Shoo. Such words should not be spoken lightly. In summary, while Uncle Da may not be entirely malevolent, we must not be led by the nose. By the way, Zhuzi, there is something I have long neglected to mention. A friend of mine visited Baoqing and met with Uncle He. When He Daqing was brought up, He Yuzhu displayed a hint of impatience, while He Yushui appeared somewhat nostalgic. Why do you bring him up? No. My friend returned and informed me that while dining at a restaurant, Uncle He was cooking there. Upon learning he was from the capital, he inquired about your well-being. He also mentioned that since he left, he has been sending you 15 yuan in living expenses each month. I wonder if you have received it. He Yuzhu did not doubt this statement. After all, everyone knows that Zhou Jianjun indulges in food and drink, befriending a plethora of acquaintances from all walks of life. Brother, are you saying that our father still remembers us? He Yushui seemed quite exhilarated. That is undoubtedly the case. Although Uncle He is, somewhat of a sentimentalist. You are his children. How could he disregard you? That cannot be right. We have never received any money. He Yushui keenly caught the inconsistency. This matter must be addressed with Uncle Da. He Yuzhu clenched his fists. When he was younger, He Daqing had entrusted Uncle Da to look after them. After all, given that Zhou Mama is a woman with her own children, it is certainly no easy task for her to raise them alone. And since Uncle Da has no children and holds sway in the courtyard, it is only natural that he would be entrusted with this responsibility. Indeed, Uncle Da often showed concern for them. However, after they were taken under Zhou Mama's care, Uncle Da ceased to inquire about their welfare. The truth of this matter remains uncertain. You should devise a means to discern its authenticity. He Yuzhu nodded. Should Zhou Jianjun's friend be fabricating tales, it would undoubtedly lead to conflict. Nevertheless, this does not seem like mere fabrication. After all, how would that person know of Zhou Jianjun's connection to him if it were not true? Even though he does not presently care for that 15 yuan. It serves as a form of compensation for the paternal love he has been deprived of, which holds significant importance for him, at least as a testament that the old man has not forgotten his children. Observing the gravity of their thoughts, Zhou Jianjun lost his enthusiasm for conversation. In summary, steering clear of the Qin Huairu family should pose no great error. Very well, I shall head to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Yushui, you go seek out Yu Haiding. Do not overthink matters. If all else fails, we could one day make a trip to Baoqing to inquire with Uncle He. Chapter 18, Calculated Education. Where is your Uncle Heir at home? Old Yen, why do you come to visit without bringing anything? Yen Buguei arrived at Lu Haizhong's home and was met with a light-hearted jab. Such remarks are not fitting. Neighbors should visit one another without the expectation of gifts, as it fosters harmony. Lu Haizhong, aware of Yan's character, merely teased him. Do you have something to discuss? Indeed, there is something. Let me tell you. Zhou Jianjun bought a mountain of vegetables at the market this morning. You must have seen it, right? Lu Haizhong, somewhat perplexed, replied, Of course, I saw it. We live in the same courtyard, and he did not hide it from anyone. How could I not see? What are your thoughts? I knew you would catch on. You're the only one who understands me. Do you not find it peculiar? Zhou Jianjun has a good mother who left him a considerable sum of money. He has always been extravagant. Is that truly surprising? Indeed, he is wealthy. That is not surprising. But where does he acquire so much meat? The nation currently finds itself in a state of modest prosperity, advocating for frugality and striving to prevent the resurgence of capitalist tendencies, while vigorously combating speculation and profiteering. You must be more familiar with this matter than I am, right? Lu Haizhong furrowed his brow and replied, Old Yen, you are mistaken. Such accusations carry significant weight. Although Zhou Jianjun may disregard us, he has not committed any grave misdeeds. Where are your thoughts wandering? What I intend to convey is that within your factory's publicity department, shouldn't there be a call for progressive ideals? Shouldn't there be an emphasis on respecting the elderly, cherishing the young, and supporting our neighbors? While Zhou may treat us with indifference, his frequent mistreatment of his wife and children undermines familial stability and casts a negative shadow over our community. I believe his ideological awareness is lacking. as appointed representatives of the street office and esteemed elders chosen by the populace. Should we not intervene to prevent a promising young man from descending into depravity? Look, isn't this time quite opportune? Lu Haizhong seemed to grasp the essence of the matter. Are you suggesting a gentle admonition? Yin Bugui clapped his hands in agreement. Precisely. That is the essence of my proposition. Naturally, the youth value their pride. We shall bring along a couple of bottles of wine that he enjoys. And as we sit at the table, we can engage in conversation over drinks. Lu Haizhong drew out a long breath, feeling somewhat swayed by the idea. Although he was a level 7 blacksmith, his children were growing up, leading to increased expenses, making it impractical to indulge in meat at every meal. This opportunity not only offered a chance to help a younger individual, but also allowed him to enhance his own standing by sharing a couple of bottles of wine. With Yin Bugui leading the charge, it would bolster his stature as the second elder. This is feasible. Well done, old Yin. I didn't realize you possess such acumen. I find it agreeable. Shall we set a time to proceed? I will head home first to procure the wine. Remember to call me when the time comes. Of course. Su Damao, lurking nearby, overheard the two conversing about Zhou Jianjun, growing increasingly curious. Suddenly, the third elder emerged, startling him. Su Damao, what are you hiding here for? What do you mean? Is it forbidden for me to visit and chat with the second elder? Fine, if you wish to chat, go ahead. But what are you up to, third elder? What do you think? I'm off to buy some wine. Do I need to explain myself to you? Su Damao stood in the cold wind, pondering for a long moment, convinced there was something afoot. This matter undoubtedly pertained to Zhou Jianjun, and he gleefully anticipated the ensuing spectacle. He Yushui, having heard Zhou Jianjun's words, mounted her bicycle and set off to find Yu Haitang. Yu Haitang's sister, Yu Li, was married to the eldest son of Yin Bugui's family, intertwining their families. Having visited a few times, He Yushu had met her, which sparked her current interest. Concerned for her brother's happiness, He Yushui was naturally invested. Rainwater, are you heading out? Yes, to see a classmate. By the way, third elder, my brother mentioned he would like to invite you for a drink sometime. Yin Bugui, having calculated his plans, found himself uncertain whether she was jesting or speaking truthfully. Is what you say genuine? Would I deceive you regarding this matter? Oh, and please extend the invitation to the second elder and the first elder as well. I must take my leave now. It is far too cold. Once He Yushui had departed, Yin Bugui finally processed her words. Is the sun rising in the west today? There is no sun at all. What do I care about the sun? As I said, one does not grow impoverished from eating or wearing less. One suffers when one is unable to calculate wisely. Look, fortune is finally upon me. My dear, do not prepare lunch for me. I am off to drink. At Liang Lady's home, for little ones sat in a row on their small stools, gazing at the steaming pot bubbling away. Mom, is this meat really for us to eat? The youngest, Xiu'er, with her soft and sweet voice, brimmed with anticipation. Silly sister. Since Mom brought home the meat, it is surely for us, Ermao reassured her, swallowing hard. A bunch of little gluttons. Today, Mom struck it rich by encountering a great benefactor. Remember, the man who provides us with meat is called Zhou Jianjun, Uncle Zhou. He works at the steel mill and is an educated man. We must forever remember his kindness. Understood? Yes. The four children nodded in unison. Gratitude and reciprocity are virtues one must uphold. Liang Lady felt that despite her hardships, having four children by her side made her resilient enough to weather any storm. However, she was determined not to raise ungrateful children. One may be impoverished, yet one must possess integrity. She was deeply invested in her children's education. Perhaps her own academic achievements were modest, yet she possessed her own principles in navigating life. Mom, this fish looks so beautiful. It's taller than I am. Sen Mao exclaimed, gesturing to the length of the fish. The yellow river carp, adorned with golden scales and a red tail, was indeed a rarity in the market. Remarkably, this carp, raised in the muddy waters of the Yellow River, lacked the usual earthy taste that made it difficult to cook deliciously. In future times, Yellow River carp could fetch up to 200 yuan per pound, attesting to its rarity. Then you must eat well and grow taller than the fish, she replied. Sister, what are you cooking? I can smell it from afar. Ding Xunan was on her day off and had come over, having been summoned by Liang Lady, bringing along some rice and flour. You girl, why bring something when you come? If you keep this up, I won't invite you next time. Aunt Ding, hello. The children greeted her. Good. Don't speak that way. It's not proper. You have many children, while I am alone and cannot eat so much. Ding Xunan, the factory doctor, often appeared unapproachable, yet she had a warm heart. Her beauty and aloof demeanor helped her evade unnecessary troubles. She and Liang Lady shared a close bond, holding great admiration for this resilient woman. Is this Yellow River carp? I had it once at a restaurant last New Year. It wasn't nearly this large. This must weigh over 10 pounds. Where did you get it? It wasn't bought. It was given to my mom by a man named Zhou Jianjun. Damao chimed in, noticing his mother busy with the cooking. Chapter 19. Do you believe me when I say it was a gift? Zhou Jianjun. Why does that name sound so familiar? After pondering for a while, he came up empty. In these times, names like Jianjun, Guoqing, Zhangwo, and Bai were exceedingly common. This, one might say, reflects the characteristics of the era. Thus, it was not unusual to hear a familiar name. Ding Qiunan teased, "Oh, could it be that someone with good taste has taken a liking to our sister?" Liang lady, tasting the dish, shot her a glare. "What are you thinking? He is already married and seems to be a devoted husband who cares for his wife. I am not so fortunate." While an ordinary person might feel a twinge of sadness, believing themselves unfortunate, Liang lady spoke with remarkable grace, revealing no hint of sorrow. Acceptance of one's fate may be seen as cowardice, yet it also embodies a form of courage. Liang lady had fully embraced her circumstances and fought against them valiantly. "What a pity. Enough about me. How are things between you and Nanny?" Ding Qiunan shrugged. "What can I say? It remains the same. But that Cui Dake. He frequently pretends to be ill and runs to the clinic. It's quite annoying, yet I have no recourse. You must remain vigilant, for I cannot quite fathom it. Every time I catch a glimpse of Cui Dake, I am invariably struck by the sly glimmer in his eyes. Recently, he has been maneuvering to transfer his rural household registration to the city. His eyes are set on you, and perhaps he harbors intentions of marrying someone from the city to resolve this household registration issue. He used to fixate on me, but could I ever consider him?" Ding Qiunan expressed her vexation. "Who says otherwise? Enough of him already. Is the meat ready? I am positively salivating. All right. How about tomorrow during the lunch break? You accompany me to the steel mill? What for? Have you forgotten already? I mentioned that the meat is a gift from Master Zhou at the mill. We ought to express our gratitude, don't you think? Fine. I will accompany you to see what sort of person has captured my sister's attention so thoroughly. You naughty girl. Are you jesting about me again? Achoo." Zhou Jianjun sneezed robustly, rubbing his nose. "What's the matter? Are you catching a cold?" In the kitchen, the entire family was bustling about. Upon hearing his sneeze, Yu Xiaoli wore a worried expression, recalling how he had given her his coat that morning. Fearing he might have caught a chill. "It's nothing, just a slight itch in my nose, probably from the green onions," he reassured. "I say, sister-in-law, you are overly concerned for my brother. Look at me, dressed so lightly, and yet you do not fret over my well-being." He Yuzhu had already dispatched the chickens, ducks, and geese. Zhou Jianjun made sure to save the blood from each, transforming them into blood tofu, which would serve as another dish. Furthermore, Yu Xiaoli, being somewhat frail, would benefit from a little nourishment. "My dear wife, do you care for him? If you desire attention, perhaps you should find someone." "I will. Tomorrow I shall find one. And the day after, I shall wed. Then I will parade before you daily, akin to a proud spouse." Both Zhou Jianjun and Yu Xiaoli were amused. "Very well. As I already have your sister-in-law, I am not envious. Why wait until tomorrow? Let us do it today. Do you have the audacity to go through with it?" He Yuzhu glared at him, contemplating a sharp retort, but ultimately reconsidering. "I am not Su Damao. I cannot simply do as he does. Why draw comparisons to him? Did you speak to the 3 elder gentlemen? Did you tell them?" Yes. The first elder was pleased to hear you are turning over a new leaf, praising you highly. However, the second and third elders exchanged rather peculiar looks upon hearing this. "I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Do you suppose those 2 old rascals are secretly plotting against us?" Such words should not be spoken lightly. It is prudent to remain vigilant. Zhou Jianjun pondered, considering that with these 2 individuals' natures, they might have been scheming how to snag a free meal before even being invited. Who would have thought? The men take the initiative. "Lily, you need not wash any longer. The water is far too cold. Come here and warm yourself by the stove. It's nothing. Just washing a few potatoes. Sister-in-law, my brother is just being considerate. It seems to me he regrets not treating you well before and intends to make amends all in one day." Hearing this, Yu Xiaoli beamed, her dimples appearing, making her even more charming. "Oh, to hear a kind word from you is indeed a rarity. Get lost. If you do not treat yourself well, do not blame me for speaking harshly. How are we to prepare this duck?" Zhou Jianjun wiped his hands on his apron, inspecting the duck. "Let us make a 8-treasure duck. Alas, we have no glutinous rice. Otherwise, a glutinous rice duck would surely be delightful. The chicken shall be stewed with mushrooms. Do you have any?" "Yes, about half a pound. I shall fetch it." "And the large goose? Are we to stew it in an iron pot?" "We must add some cabbage and potatoes. Simply feasting on meat would be excessive. We ought to incorporate some vegetables. The spare ribs shall be prepared as sweet and sour. The beef stewed with potatoes, and the lamb, we shall make a lamb soup. Today is perfect for a nourishing lamb soup. As for the fish, we shall leave it untouched, let it freeze outside overnight, and we shall consume it tomorrow." Zhou Jianjun calculated that perhaps they should forego the shredded potatoes and other vegetable dishes, as the meat alone would suffice. Every day it's potatoes and cabbage. Who wants that? Very well, I still have some peanuts. Let us stir-fry a plate to complete the meal. We shall divide our tasks. and it will all come together shortly. Yu Xiaoli listened as the two brothers arranged their plans, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. It appeared that having two cooks at home would indeed be a blessing. Hee, marrying a chef guarantees a lifetime of good food and drink. By the way, Zhuzi, do you still have that small charcoal stove at home? The one uncle he used to take us for mixed stew? Yes, it's still there. Do you need it? For the iron pot with the goose, let us bring your small pot along. We can stew and eat simultaneously, adding vegetables as we go. All right, I understand. Zhou Jianjun glanced at the time. It was already past 11. Yu Xiaoli, intrigued, asked, "Why do you keep looking at your wrist? Does your wrist have the time? Let me see. Have you secretly bought a watch? Look. Can you see? This watch on my wrist is remarkable. Only the clever can perceive it, while the dull-witted are oblivious." Yu Xiaoli, fully aware he was teasing her, rolled her eyes and scrutinized it for quite a while, yet could not discern its nature. "Cannot see it. Can you, silly wife? You are the silly one. All right, I am silly. Watch as I perform another trick. Behold. What is this if not a watch?" Yu Xiaoli distinctly saw a watch genuinely appear on his wrist, and she gasped in astonishment. "Where did you learn such curious tricks? Is this real?" "Of course, it is real. Feel for yourself. Where did you acquire the funds to purchase a watch?" Zhou Jianjun smacked his lips. "I didn't buy it. It was given to me. I cannot always be the one paying when dining out, can I? Thus, this watch is a gift from someone." Chapter 20. The third elder grows wiser. Zhou Jianjun suddenly realized that knowing many people had its advantages. At the very least, it made fabricating lies easier. Indeed, Yu Xiaoli did not suspect a thing. Pouting, she added, "But you cannot accept such a valuable gift. We should refrain from associating with those people." "Very well. I shall heed your advice. You go to Grandma's room and check on Tong. After a while, bring her over for dinner. Do I not need to assist?" "Assist with what? We are both proper cooks. You would only cause chaos here. In a bit, the smoke will rise, and it will suffocate you. Off you go. Have we run out of sugar?" "No, I am not a child." "You are a big child, my precious darling. Indeed, your words are sweet." Zhou Jianjun chuckled at the sight of his wife's graceful form. As the saying goes, a good man has no good wife, while a lazy man clings to the flowers. Look at Su Damao. It is precisely because he is eloquent and charming that women flock to him one after another. Although he cannot bear children, at least he finds joy. Then look at the former silly Zhu. Due to his bluntness and poor manners, he ended up tied to Qin Huairu. This principle remains practical to this day. The second and third elders had come together, pooling their resources to bring 2 bottles of wine. "Old Yan, you are the most calculating among us. Tell us, what exactly is Zhou Jianjun up to?" Yin Bugui, flattered by the compliment, felt quite pleased. After putting on a show for 2 minutes, he finally affirmed. "Did he not say? He wants us to serve as witnesses. What does this imply? This fellow has finally relented, coming to the realization of our authority in this courtyard, particularly yours, second uncle. He must find a way to survive here, doesn't he? He has a wife and children, after all. If he fails to cultivate a good relationship with us, how can we be of service to him when he finds himself in need? Not to mention, his child, Zhou Tong, will eventually require an education, right? As a public school teacher, I can ensure that child receives the finest education, provided I make the necessary connections. In this regard, do we not hold the upper hand over him?" Second uncle Lu Haizhong nodded in agreement, only to realize after a moment, "Wait a minute. Is it all about your influence here? What are first uncle and I, mere trifles? Indeed, your third uncle is a public school teacher, and certainly, his child will benefit from your guidance. However, whether he will truly require your assistance remains to be seen, but there is merit in your argument. What leverage does he and first uncle hold in the factory?" "Oh, Lu, how could you have missed this? He and his wife both work at your factory. Previously, Zhou Jianjun was quite the scoundrel, having offended many. Without your support in the factory, how could he navigate through it?" Lu Haizhong nodded, a dawning understanding lighting his face. "That makes sense. Furthermore, you, old Lu, aspire to become an official. How could he not seek your favor?" Lu Haizhong has always been enamored with the idea of power. This notion undoubtedly struck a chord. The more he pondered, the more he realized its truth. If he were to become an official in the future, would Zhou Jianjun not be at his mercy? He is evidently intimidated and is attempting to ingratiate himself early. "You really have a quick mind, old Yan. So, what do you propose? Should we take a stance?" "Absolutely not. Zhou Jianjun and Shaju are both as stubborn as mules. Being young, they value their pride. If we let that pride remain intact, we can enjoy our feasts and drinks. Our standing will be solidified, which is quite advantageous. Wouldn't you agree? If they invite us for a meal, we mustn't be ungrateful. To speak of this, first uncle truly excels. What? He is skilled at smoothing over tensions. But what good does that do? Just wait and see. I will bring him down eventually. Indeed. Rest assured, I find him equally unpalatable. He always presents himself as the sole good person. If you aim to confront first uncle, I wholeheartedly support you. Lu Haizhong smirked with an air of amusement. You have no designs on first uncle? What designs could I possibly have? However, old Lu, you must treat me to a drink when the time comes. The two exchanged knowing smiles, having achieved their respective goals with a shared understanding. The matter of drinking is easily settled. Yin Bugue harbored no particular intentions towards first uncle. For what was there to admire? When trouble arises, he bears the burden. If someone faces hardship, he must offer assistance. Yin Bugue knew how to calculate these things. The accounts were quite clear. And as for Lu Haizhong, he basked in the feeling of being esteemed by the masses, oblivious to his own mediocrity. Rainwater. Is that teacher Yu Xiaoli truly your sister-in-law? Indeed. Would I lie about such matters? Though she is not my biological sister-in-law, you are aware of my circumstances. I was raised by Zhou Ma, so although we are not related by blood, she is closer to me than a true sister-in-law. Yu Haiding found this explanation somewhat convoluted, but grasped it well enough to smile. I truly envy you for having two brothers who care for you. However, I heard in the factory that your brother often mistreats his wife. Is that true? Who is spreading such rumors behind closed doors? Don't pay attention to their nonsense. Although He Yushui despised Zhou Jianjun's previous misdeeds, within the confines of their home, they were family. She took offense at others' gossip. Don't be upset. I merely heard it from others. Nevertheless, Teacher Xiaoli is quite kind. When I first arrived at the broadcasting room, knowing nothing, she was the one who taught me everything. I had intended to express my gratitude in person, but I had no idea she was your sister-in-law. This connection is quite surprising. My sister-in-law is undoubtedly a good person, but my brother is also quite good. Seeing her reluctance to divulge more, Yu Haidang decided not to press further. By the way, I came across a promotional image in the Workers' Daily titled Harvest Vision. It seems your brother painted it, and it was quite impressive. Is he truly a student of the arts? Indeed. My brother excelled academically from a young age. My desire for education was largely inspired by him. He studied painting in university. I had no idea your family had a university graduate. And what about you? What are your plans? Has the school made any arrangements for you? As for me, I do not wish to leave school. I am applying to remain as a teacher. The results should be forthcoming, and I do not foresee any issues. Yu Haidang felt genuine joy upon hearing this. That sounds wonderful. You cannot imagine, while studying, I longed for graduation. Yet, after entering the workforce, I realized how much I cherished my school days. Is work not to your liking? Oh, it's just that our director Lu in the broadcasting room always stares at me with a lecherous gaze. I've heard from others that his personal life is quite disordered. Is that so? If he dares to bother you again, you can turn to my brothers. They will certainly come to your aid. You need not fear him. Really? You are too kind. While they conversed, they entered the courtyard. Oh, Haiding has arrived. Third aunt greeted Yu Haiding eagerly. Aunt, Yu Shui invited me to join for a meal. I'll head to the back now. Very well. Do come by when you have time. Chapter 21. The Invisible He Yushu. He Yushui brought Yu Haiding back for dinner? What did Zhou Jianjun and the others have in store for Yu Haiding? Third aunt shook her head and returned indoors. Living in the front courtyard has its downsides. Coming and going daily, one inevitably encounters others. Yu Shui, is this your brother's courtyard? Oh, it's truly delightful. The courtyard, although part of a larger complex, is a secluded gem, offering tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. Certainly a serene retreat. He Yushui felt a sense of pride. Is it not? I think it's wonderful as well. This was originally left to my brother by Zhou Ma. Please, go in and sit for a while. I will speak with my brother in the kitchen. No, I'll accompany you to greet him. What are they cooking that smells so good? Surely it's something delicious. Otherwise, they wouldn't invite a young lady like you for dinner. If they've invited you, they must put forth their best effort. Yu Haidang, with her somewhat proud nature, found this compliment quite pleasing. How annoying. You speak as if I cannot enjoy the simple pleasures of life. In the kitchen, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. The family's gas stove, charcoal burner, and a low wood-burning stove were all in use. The kitchen was filled with warmth, creating a stark contrast to the chill outside, instantly enveloping them in comfort. Brother, what are you cooking? Yu Shui has returned? Quickly, take out the steamed buns and dumplings. If we wait any longer, they will be overcooked. Be careful, don't burn yourself. He Yu Shui, looking at the large steamer on the wood-burning stove, quickly responded. Yu Shui, allow me to assist you. Upon seeing the two men working diligently in the kitchen, Yu Haidang felt a sense of delight wash over her, shattering her preconceived notions of men in the kitchen. Zhou Jianjun felt momentarily stunned upon catching sight of Yu Haidang. This girl had grown taller and appeared slimmer, accentuating her elegance. Her fair skin and graceful neck made even Zhou Jianjun, at 6 feet tall, feel a slight pressure in her presence. Once a girl surpasses 5 feet 5 inches, her height becomes striking. You are indeed Comrade Yu Haidang, are you not? I have heard mention of you from Lily. Upon our first encounter today, you are even more exquisite than the rumors suggest. Zhou Jianjun is quite handsome, tall with a straight posture, and speaks with a smile, exuding an aura reminiscent of a refined gentleman with a hint of beastliness. It is difficult for a young woman to feel any aversion towards him. At the very least, Yu Haidang has a favorable impression of him, especially considering he is a university student, which adds to his allure. You must be Teacher Yu's partner, correct? Greetings to you. I had no idea our Lily had risen to the status of a teacher. Haha, you are being overly modest. You are a classmate of Yu Shui, who is my sister, thus you are also my sister. Being here feels like home. Please, do not stand on ceremony. I wonder what Yu Shui was thinking bringing you here. Please, make yourself comfortable inside. Yu Haidang mused that rumors are indeed unreliable. Zhou Jianjun hardly appears to be the type to mistreat his spouse. He is warm and reasonable in his interactions, exhibiting a demeanor that is both cultured and unpretentious. His balance of cordiality creates an inviting atmosphere, leaving her thoroughly impressed. Shall I call you Brother Zhou then? You just mentioned not wanting me to be formal, yet now you are being polite with me. I shall lend a hand. Very well, do take care not to injure yourself. Rest assured, I am quite capable of managing the tasks in the kitchen. Yu Haidang remained in a delightful mood, her eyes sparkling as she observed the dishes being prepared. She approached He Yushui and whispered, "Is this what your family typically eats?" He Yushui was about to deny it, but reconsidered. Of course, it's all home-cooked meals. Yu Haidang swallowed hard, marveling at the notion that such fare could be considered ordinary. Come now, I am speaking seriously. This is merely a home-cooked meal. What's wrong with that? Look at my brother. He works in the propaganda department, and my silly brother is an 8th-level cook in your factory's canteen. My sister-in-law is in your broadcasting room. 3 of us are eating from the public kitchen. What is wrong with having a bit of meat? Yu Haidang reflected on this and realized the truth in her words. Alas, Zhou Jianjun is already married. Where else could one find a man who is capable of earning a living, possesses talent, and can cook? Meanwhile, He Yushu had become merely a background character, entirely unnoticed. He Yushui nudged her with her elbow, observing her closely. What is this? Are you smitten? Do you wish to become my sister-in-law? Yu Haidang discreetly glanced at Zhou Jianjun, who was intently chopping vegetables, and quickly averted her gaze. Oh, come now. Your brother is already married. Besides, he sees me as a sister, and Teacher Xiaoli is quite good to me. Goodness, what are you thinking? I'm referring to my own brother, that silly one. What do you think of his looks? Only then did Yu Haidang notice another person cooking nearby. Had she not been alerted, she would have mistaken him for an assistant. Is this what your brother looks like? What do you mean by that? Well, I hadn't noticed before, she chuckled. Upon a closer look at He Yushu, she found him rather appealing, albeit appearing older than Zhou Jianjun. She didn't find him unpleasant, though. Wait, what do you mean by asking me that? Isn't it obvious? Look, my brother is quite good-looking, and he still doesn't have a partner. Our relationship is so good. I was hoping to have you as my sister-in-law. Yu Haidang did not oppose this notion. The new society advocates for freedom and love, and young people are more attuned to these modern values. Su Daomao had adapted quite well, always staying out late to watch movies and often spending the night. All right, I'll take that as your agreement. You two should get to know each other better. There's no rush. If you become my sister-in-law, we could see each other every day. He Yushui's words stirred something within Yu Haidang. Due to her proud and forthright nature, she often unintentionally offended others. Hence, she had formed a close bond with He Yushui, who shared a similar straightforwardness. Okay, let us see what this is. Lifting the lid of the steamer, Yu Haidang exclaimed in surprise. Inside, a row of charming little pig-shaped buns was neatly arranged. Zhou Jianjun had crafted these delightful creations himself, and each one appeared adorably round. He Yushui was equally captivated. Once the steam dissipated, she poked at one with her finger. No need to ask, this is definitely my brother's handiwork. My brother wouldn't think of such things. How on earth did he mold these little pigs? They are simply too cute. There was another tier in the steamer. They eagerly lifted the first layer to reveal an assortment of little yellow ducks. They were made from cornmeal, though not shaped like traditional steamed buns. Your brother is truly skilled. If someone made me such delightful dishes every day, I could easily consume a pound of even the simplest cornmeal buns. You want to eat? That's simple. I'll have my brother make them for you. He can surely learn how to do it. Yu Haidang pouted, but it's not the same. What matters is the thought behind it. Chapter 22. Yu Haidang comes for dinner. Anyone can learn to cook, but it is rare to possess the initiative to do so. Yu Haidang stole another glance at Zhou Jianjun, who was meticulously carving a radish flower, his expression serious and his hands steady. With a background in design, he found carving to be a manageable endeavor. Thus, he often engaged in various crafts, as his foundational skills were remarkably solid. Not to mention, certain tasks at the factory, such as pruning the green plants, were usually entrusted to Zhou Jianjun, given the tranquility of his role in the propaganda department. Each day, he could be found idly sipping tea, perusing newspapers and books. Tasks were undertaken as needed, and upon receiving directives, He would learn them and relay the information back. Otherwise, he would be writing wall newspapers. The steel mill's publication was issued bi-weekly, with limited proofreading responsibilities. It typically featured commendations for outstanding workers and highlighted the spirit of sister units to stimulate production. The job was quite relaxed. Zhou Jianjun often found himself bored. Yet the work in the propaganda department was of great importance, fostering a spirit of progress that those in the know understood well. Thus, he would frequently hone his skills, ensuring his fundamentals remained robust. He was also involved in plating the dishes, his family having a lineage of imperial chefs. However, he had not fully learned the craft and had scarcely practiced, though he was exceptionally proficient in Sichuan cuisine. Of course, he was familiar with other culinary styles as well. Zhuzi, stop fussing with the plate in your hands. What do you think of this girl? He shifted to peer at Zhou Jianjun, chuckling with delight. What are you grinning about? This girl is wonderful. I have seen her before, just never thought about her in that way. Looking at her now, she is quite striking. Now I worry she won't be interested in us. Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes. What nonsense. A man should have a bit of confidence. Don't let anyone know I'm your brother. Don't let it slip that I'm your brother. I can't afford to lose face like that. Tell me, what is lacking in your situation? You have 2 rooms, no elders at home, so there is no worry about in-law relationships. You earn 37.5 yuan a month and work in the kitchen, so you're not lacking for food. Life can only be this comfortable. If one cannot find a spouse under such circumstances, what kind of partner can one possibly seek? Is this not the essence of the matter? Am I truly so remarkable? Go away, go away. There's no need to speak of you, just step aside. This person, however, has been summoned. You must exhibit some spirit and stand tall. Brother, it seems I cannot reach the cutting board. Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. He Shui and Yu Haitang first took out the little pig white buns and the little yellow duck nests, placing them on a sieve to dry. Astonishingly, the bottom layer revealed a series of fist-sized buns. Yu Haitang expressed a hint of envy, saying, I'm starting to believe you now. Your family truly enjoys excellent living conditions. Indeed, He Shui replied with pride. This family is hers as well, after all. Receiving compliments always brings a sense of honor. Let us taste these buns. What filling do they contain? These buns are rather large. Let us each take half. Do not tear them apart. Nearby, Zhou Jianjun, who had been attentively observing, hurriedly intervened. He Shui, displeased, retorted, Brother, it's just a bun. Is it necessary for you to be so stingy? Zhou Jianjun, not in the best of moods, lightly tapped her. You know your brother is not stingy. This bun holds a secret. Fetch a bowl. Upon hearing this, Yu Haitang promptly volunteered to retrieve one. See, these buns contain juice. One must be cautious when eating, as they can be quite hot. You need to pierce the skin first. Zhou Jianjun prodded the bun with a chopstick, and indeed, a rich, aromatic meat broth oozed out, quickly filling a bowl beneath it. Wow, it really has soup. How did you make this? Yu Haitang exclaimed in astonishment. Well, it's quite simple. First, I simmered some chicken to make broth, left it outside to freeze for 20 minutes, turning it into meat jelly. I then placed the meat jelly into the bun filling, and upon heating, it melts. In the South, there is a type of soup dumpling that is quite similar, though ours is larger. You're not kidding. This bun is bigger than your fist. He Shui took the chopsticks from his hand, dipped them into the meat broth, and tasted. Wow, this is incredibly fragrant. Chicken soup, is this beef filling? The flavors blend quite harmoniously. It's rather fresh. You've indulged too much. Beef buns are already delicious enough. Hey, go eat on the side. Wipe your drool. You're an adult now. Isn't it a bit embarrassing? Sister Haitang, be careful when eating. Don't burn your tongue. Yu Haitang smiled obediently. All right, Brother Zhou, your ingenuity is truly remarkable. Every day is just about food. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat first. It's not that I am stingy with the bun, but we still have so many dishes to enjoy, so save some room. Okay. After hearing this, He Shui took a couple of bites of the meat bun and declared, Brother, I can't eat anymore. You can have it. Zhou Jianjun chuckled. I want to eat your leftovers. Go ahead, tease your brother. By the way, after you've made the chicken soup, how do you prepare the dishes? What is wrong with that? Simply take out the chicken and then stew it with mushrooms. They definitely won't notice the difference. Zhou Jianjun felt quite clever, believing that he wasted not a bit of the chicken. I don't even know what to say. Will there still be flavor after stewing? You wouldn't understand. If the chef has all the necessary spices, I guarantee you won't taste any difference. Taking advantage of my ignorance. If you don't understand, stop asking. Go, flip the buns over, don't tear the skin. Yu Haitang watched the two exchange banter with great envy. Yu Shui, you and your brother share a wonderful bond. Indeed. My brother used to dote on me the most. Used to. Well, there is nothing to hide. You must have heard some rumors, right? It's about my brother, who for a time, drank excessively and damaged his mind, becoming irritable and difficult to deal with. Now that he has quit drinking, He has improved. Is that really so? Indeed. They say a wayward son returns home. I truly feel like my brother is back. That is wonderful. She gazed quietly at Zhou Jianjun, pondering her thoughts. Jianjun, are you busy? Ah, an old uncle, you've come. Why are you still carrying things? Come, step inside. The dishes will be ready shortly. And we can soon feast. All right, no need to fuss over me. I heard you've decided to quit drinking. That makes me quite happy. Your previous behavior was a bit out of line. Yes, you're right. It was indeed inappropriate. But rest assured, from today onward, just watch how I conduct myself. You and my mother share an old revolutionary friendship. You are my elder. If I ever fall short in my actions, feel free to reprimand me. Uncle Zhonghai felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. Zhou Jianjun's mother, like him, was a grade 8 fitter at the factory. However, it was somewhat embarrassing to admit. If not for Zhou's mother assisting him in advancing, Zhonghai might not have been promoted to grade 8 so swiftly. Chapter 23. Using morality to bind Uncle E. In this courtyard, if Zhou Jianjun's mother is mentioned, everyone raises their thumbs in approval. Many have benefited from her kindness. Otherwise, with Zhou Jianjun's reckless behavior when intoxicated, alienating everyone around him, had it not been for his mother's reputation, he would have been expelled long ago. How could he enjoy such comfort today? Zhou Jianjun understood that if possible, he should strive to maintain good relations with the neighbors, not for his own sake, but for the sake of his future wife and children. Children cannot be deprived of playing with others. What if they are bullied? Thus, he must rally the neighborhood children. Though they may be small, they possess the strongest sense of self-esteem and loyalty. A few sweets can surely ensure that they protect little Tong Tong well. Both he and Yushali have jobs. They cannot watch over their daughter all day. While the deaf old lady can assist, she is, after all, quite elderly. Children should enjoy their childhood. Playing in the mud and hiding. These are memories to cherish in the future. Overprotection is not ideal either. The issue of educating children is truly daunting. Thus, today is merely the beginning. With that enormous vending machine as his support, the first step is to gather a group of people, such as the 3 old gentlemen. Regardless of their standing, they are useful for any matters within the courtyard. For this reason alone, it is worth establishing rapport. It only costs a meal. As for others, those he can associate with, he will lend a hand if they encounter difficulties, but nothing more. For those he cannot associate with, let them be. Even Suda Miao, to this day, has no deep-seated enmity with them. He Yuzhu is no longer so extreme and does not mock others for their inability to lay eggs. As for conflicts, they are merely remnants of childhood grudges. Boys fight, and if they are bullied, can they not harbor resentment? Even in the original television drama, the relationship between the two was not irreconcilable from the outset. One cannot live their entire life revolving around such interpersonal relationships, can they? Thus, if things can be settled, it is best. If not, let us see. I weigh 200 Jean, can I crush you? Zhou Jianjun has already made his plans. All right. I have watched you grow since childhood. I believe you are still a good child. If you can change, that's wonderful. Strive to contribute to society. We, the people of the courtyard, will help each other when in need. I heard you're not planning to take care of the Qin Huairu family anymore. Zhou Jianjun was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of displeasure within. What was the meaning of this? After merely exchanging a couple of words, the conversation had veered towards Qin Huairu's family. He began to doubt whether this esteemed elder truly had some connection with Qin Huairu. However, Zhou Jianjun was no fool. Upon hearing those words, he immediately donned a sorrowful expression. Esteemed elder, it is not that I am unwilling to assist, but rather that I find myself utterly incapable of doing so. Indeed, I used to be quite extravagant. My aid to Qin Huairu stemmed solely from my desire to maintain appearances. Yet, circumstances have changed. I now have a family to support, a wife and children. While I may wish to help, what of Xiaoli's feelings? Qin Huairu is a widow. It hardly seems appropriate for a man with a family to continuously provide for her. To be frank, despite my seemingly prosperous exterior, I am burdened with debt from my indulgences. What, pray tell, can I offer in assistance? Zhou Jianjun was unwilling to engage in a battle of wits with such a traditional figure as the esteemed elder. Yet he could not allow himself to be coerced into servitude. If you desire my help, then I must lament my poverty. Should you find yourself in a position of wealth, perhaps you might lend me some funds? Indeed, the esteemed elder's countenance darkened somewhat. What am I to say? A good home has been squandered by your actions. Yes, indeed. Therefore, I am striving to live well with Lily, am I not? You must promise me. Do not mention my debts to Xiaoli. I have only just reconciled with her. If she learns of this, she is certain to demand a divorce. Our child is still so young. Esteemed elder, you would not wish to see our family fall apart, would you? You are fond of moral persuasion, yet I implore you, do not push me to the brink of ruin. Zhou Jianjun believed the elder would hesitate to speak. The elder sighed. You have a point. Your struggles are not insignificant. Regardless, it is commendable that you are willing to change. Rest assured, I shall not disclose your situation to Xiaoli. Ah, thank you, esteemed elder. However, there is something I must mention, though I am uncertain if I should. What is it, child? Is there anything I cannot hear? Well, you see, Sister Qin, a woman raising 3 children along with her mother-in-law is enduring quite a hardship. It pains me to witness this. Your commitment to aiding those in need is always commendable. Indeed, your noble character is unparalleled. The elderly gentleman, flattered by Zhou Jianjun's praise, allowed a smile to grace his face. This is but my duty as an esteemed elder. Indeed, it is why you are so esteemed. However, esteemed elder, there are others in our courtyard who suffer even more than Sister Qin. Her family can still afford white steamed buns. Yet this morning I saw a child named Shirtu carrying his younger brother on his back, barefoot. His clothing was mere paper thin, and his hands were as cold and purple as eggplants. Shirtu's father passed away last year, leaving his mother to care for the 2 boys. She is too embarrassed to ask for help, concerned about her dignity. In my opinion, this situation pales in comparison to Sister Qin's. What does it matter if one is poor? We should speak out and lend a hand. We cannot allow the children to suffer. Yet she remains silent, forcing her children to endure hardship. I find that unacceptable. We cannot focus solely on Sister Qin. We must treat everyone equally. I currently lack the means, but if I were to take half of what I previously provided to Sister Qin, at least the children could wear some proper shoes, right? Look at Sister Qin's family. Who among them wears patched clothing? This is all thanks to your leadership. Esteemed elder, if I lend a hand and you lend a hand, won't life improve for everyone? The esteemed elder was not oblivious to Zhou Jianjun's underlying implications. He felt a surge of frustration, his face displaying a spectrum of emotions. He was unsure how to voice his discontent. Zhou Jianjun found it amusing. Was this not his forte? He was eager to see how the elder would respond. Moreover, aside from Shitu's family, there was also old Sun from the middle courtyard, who had lost all his children, now solely responsible for 3 grandchildren, surviving by scavenging refuse to sell to the recycling station. Our courtyard is filled with the impoverished. I genuinely wish to help, but my resources are limited. Esteemed elder, I ponder whether you might take the lead in organizing a donation for these families. We are all neighbors in this courtyard, and the children call me uncle or granduncle. It pains my heart. Rest assured, should you initiate a donation drive, I shall be the first to contribute. I will forfeit my share, and I will have Lily donate a month's salary to wholeheartedly support your efforts. Chapter 24. The Art of Words of the Deaf Old Lady. Yi Zhonghai felt as if his lungs might burst from frustration. He had never perceived this young man to be so conniving. It seemed he was offering suggestions while simultaneously digging a pit for him to fall into. Donations sounded noble. Yet the crux of the matter lay in Zhou Jianjun's own words, whose family was thriving. Asking others to donate would undoubtedly offend the entire courtyard. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. After all, he often extolled the virtues of mutual assistance. Zhou Jianjun's proposal sounded reasonable to anyone who heard it, which left him with little room to object. He had not realized how cunning this young man was. Reflecting on Zhou Jianjun's earlier remarks about Sister Qin's family enjoying white steamed buns, was that not evident enough? Yi Zhonghai managed a strained smile. Your intentions are commendable. But this matter is not trivial and requires careful deliberation. Your heart is in the right place. But for now, focus on rectifying your situation with Xiaoli. Well then, it is quite cold. I shall head inside. As fate would have it, he spotted Yu Xiaoli and Zhou Tongtong assisting the elderly lady, coming towards him. Zhou Jianjun quickly called out, Xiaoli, please greet the esteemed elder for me. My pot of vegetables will be ready shortly. Prepare a cup of tea for the esteemed elder and make him comfortable. We have peanuts and sunflower seeds in the cabinet by the bed. Bring them out. We don't have any, she replied. We do, trust me. If I say we have it, we have it, right in the bedside cabinet. Zhou Jianjun winked at Yu Xiaoli, who was filled with questions but refrained from voicing them. Esteemed elder, please come inside. Very well, the elderly lady said. How have you been lately? What? The deaf old lady played up her performance. I asked how you have been. The deaf old lady laughed heartily, nodding. Good, very good. My dear grandson has turned over a new leaf and is starting anew. This brings me joy. My health is good. The esteemed elder chuckled in response. That's wonderful. Come. Allow me to assist you. No, no. Look at me. My legs are quite nimble. The group entered the room, where the Kong was warm and inviting. The esteemed elder glanced around and remarked to Yu Xiaoli, your mother-in-law has quite the foresight. Just look at how comfortable this room is. When we set up our Kong, she suggested it as well. The Jia family saw that both our families had installed Kangs and decided to do the same. Only now do we realize how pleasant it is. Both our families are thriving, though the Jia family is struggling. I wonder if they have managed to light theirs. His words carried an implicit meaning. Yu Xiaoli, perceptive as ever and having previously discussed matters with her husband, smiled, and replied, "Esteemed elder, you truly care for the people in our courtyard. Jianjun often tells me that you are the finest elder among us. It is we, the younger generation, who have not lived up to expectations, causing you worry, especially grandmother, who sheds tears for Jianjun at her age." This is what one might call a combination of both subtlety and confrontation. First, they elevate you, swiftly diminishing your mention of the Jia family. Then they introduce the concept of the entire courtyard. Following this, they adopt a humble demeanor, presenting themselves as a junior, and then invoke the presence of an even more formidable matriarch. With a few carefully chosen words, they leave the elder speechless. The matriarch cast a glance at Yi Zhonghai and smiled, revealing her gapped teeth. "Zhonghai, when did you arrive?" Yi Zhonghai replied, "Dear matriarch, I just arrived. We exchanged greetings moments ago." "What? You intend to gift Jianjun a pig? That simply won't do. This child is young and capable of earning a living. Instead, why don't you deliver that pig to the Jia family? Their children are truly unfortunate, subsisting on nothing but plain buns. If you send the pig over, they will surely have a bit more to eat." Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. He had not anticipated the matriarch's words, momentarily frozen in place. Deep down, he understood that she was neither deaf nor muddled. She merely feigned ignorance, seeing through everything more clearly than anyone else. Could it be that the Qinhuai family truly subsisted solely on steamed buns? Despite being a skilled 8th-grade mechanic earning a mere 99 yuan a month, his family did not eat only plain flour. The matriarch's words were clearly a pointed remark. Had it been anyone else speaking, he would have dismissed it as nonsense. Yet, coming from her, it held a different weight entirely. Yu Xiaoli quietly marveled, understanding now why the men referred to their grandmother as an astute person. "Grandmother, you must have misheard. The elder was merely greeting you." "Greeting? Oh, you are well, I am well, we are all well. Today my grandson is treating everyone to a feast, and I am fortunate to bask in his generosity. In the past, I worried that when I departed this world, there would be no one to see me off. Yet now, heaven has shown compassion for this old woman. He has learned well." The matriarch spoke with a teasing tone, her words laced with genuine joy. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai was left with a bittersweet feeling. Indeed, the matriarch had Zhou Jianjun to see her through her twilight years. But what of himself? "Elder, matriarch, why are we just sitting here? The dishes are about to be served." At that moment, He Yuzhu entered with a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Yi Zhonghai's gaze shifted towards He Yuzhu, his interest piqued. This young man was commendable, loyal, and straightforward, devoid of guile. Most importantly, his father had entrusted him to Yi Zhonghai's care. If he could see Yi Zhonghai through to the end, it would be truly splendid. This thought burgeoned like wild grass in his mind. "Silly Zhu, you are here helping too? I didn't see you just now." "Elder, my brother cannot manage alone. Please, sit tight. Once we start the feast, we shall share a drink. I have some matters I wish to discuss." "All right, you go ahead and busy yourself." He Yuzhu turned away, the smile fading from his face. He was still acutely aware that the elder had likely pocketed the living expenses his father had sent them. At that time, he had only been 15. How could he have known the weight of those 15 yuan? Without Zhou Ma's assistance, how would they have survived? But there was no rush. The truth would eventually surface. "What is this? Why the long face?" Zhou Jianjun set the stewed goose onto the small stove, noticing He Yuzhu's displeasure. After a moment's reflection, he grasped the situation. "What is this? Why the frown? Perhaps my friend made a mistake. Leave this matter to me. You are to remain silent, understood?" He Yuzhu stiffened his neck in defiance. "Oh, have you grown a temper? Are you glaring at me? Do you believe I won't discipline you in front of your two sisters?" He Yuzhu glanced at He Yushui, who wore an expression of amusement, and Yu Haidang, who looked worried, and suddenly smiled. "How could I dare? Very well, I'll heed your words. But I must have my say. And how do you intend to express that? By giving him a beating? What nonsense. Use your brain instead. Save that intellect for something useful. How novel. Whose brain is good for a hot pot? That S pig-s brain, isn't it? At least pig-s brains are edible. Your brain is less useful than a pig-s. Hurry up and serve the dishes." Chapter 25, Innocent Words. The red clay stove was placed in the center of the table, the iron pot of stewed goose still bubbling away. As the dishes were served, everyone beheld a feast of hearty fare. Second Uncle Lu Haizhong and third Uncle Yan Bugui, undoubtedly with keen noses, arrived just in time. As the dishes were being placed on the table, the two of them entered, each carrying a bottle of cheap liquor, grinning like the Buddha. "Oh, elder, you've arrived quite early. Did you come empty-handed?" Third Uncle Yan Bugui teased, lifting the liquor bottle with a sense of pride. Zhou Jianjun, busy arranging the seating, chuckled in response. "Third uncle, the elder brought meat. Look here, this half-a-roast goose was brought by the elder. How fortuitous. We won't be eating it today. Let us save it for later. Today we shall enjoy this iron pot stewed goose. What do you think of the flavor?" Zhou Jianjun waved his hand to waft the steam from the iron pot, and third uncle was already salivating at the prospect. Seizing the opportunity, he tactfully avoided mentioning the matter of bringing offerings. The half-roasted goose that the elder brought surely cost at least 2 yuan, far exceeding the value of his cheap liquor. This smells delightful. Did you make this? Of course. I've not lost the skills I learned from old he. The matriarch, oblivious to the conversation, busied herself with little Tong Tong. Third uncle Yen Bugue, unfazed, chuckled lightly. Second uncle, don't just stand there. Take a seat next to third uncle and the elder. Today, there are no outsiders, just us and the 2 sisters. Yu Shui, you surely know each other. Zhou Jianjun jovially jested. Lu Haizhong chided. You child. Making jokes at the elder's expense. Of course, I know Yu Shui. But who is this beside her? Isn't she from the Yu family? Third uncle. Is this your daughter-in-law's sister? Third uncle nodded with a smile. Yes, she is Yu Li's sister, Haitang. Pleased to meet you. Yu Haitang greeted with little enthusiasm. Her demeanor as such that she either liked someone or did not, devoid of false pleasantries. She mainly found the 2 old men rather lacking in grace. Each held a bottle of cheap liquor, not even fully filled. Look at elder. At least he brought a decent offering. A half-roasted goose. One could say he spent a couple of yuan. I've seen how these 2 brothers prepared this spread. Just look at the presentation. It's more thoughtful than in any restaurant. How shameless to just show up and mooch off the food. Yu Haitang truly looked down on them. Lu Haizhong, however, remained unfazed, knowing the girl had a proud nature. She was indeed quite pretty. He mused that she would make a fine daughter-in-law for his son, Lu Guangfu. This thought took root and flourished like wild grass in his mind. The more he looked, the more he found her appealing. Perhaps he should have old Yin speak to her family about a match, and that would deepen their ties. Lu Haizhong felt quite clever, planning to make a move. Of course, that could not happen just yet. The wine had yet to be poured. Everyone, please sit. Zhou Jianjun ushered the matriarch to the seat of honor, followed by the first, second, and third elders. He, accompanied by his wife, took a seat on the right side. To the left of the main seat was the esteemed position, where 3 elders sat comfortably. As the head of the family, he sat on the right side with his spouse, which was quite fitting. Next to Yu Shaoli was Yu Zhu and his siblings, followed by Yu Haitang. There was no alternative. Being younger and of a lower generation, her presence indicated that they indeed regarded her as family rather than an outsider. Yu Haitang felt quite content with this arrangement, and a sense of closeness towards Zhou Jianjun began to blossom within her. Today, as the host, I wish to say a few words. I am profoundly grateful to the 3 esteemed gentlemen for gracing us with their presence. Additionally, my heartfelt thanks go to Yu Zhu, Yu Shui, and Sister Haitang for their efforts in preparing this splendid feast. Lastly, I must express my gratitude to my grandmother and my wife, who have tirelessly cared for me over the years. Seizing this opportunity, I would like to make a declaration. The former Zhou Jianjun is no more. The man standing here today is Zhou Jianjun reborn. From now on, I shall strive to lead a good life with my wife and children, and I ask you, esteemed elders, along with Yu Zhu, Yu Shui, and Sister Haitang, to bear witness to this vow. That is the essence of my words. Grandmother, would you care to say a few words before we commence dining? The old woman glanced at Zhou Jianjun, then at the 3 elders, and chuckled softly. Oh, I have a wonderful grandson. I trust him. You gentlemen, please do lend your support to ensure the lad doesn't stray from the right path. Such a lavish spread of dishes will lose its allure if it grows cold. Let us eat. With that, the elderly lady picked up her chopsticks, and the others followed suit. Do not worry, dear grandmother. Jianjun is a child we have watched grow up, and he is not a bad one. It was merely a moment of confusion. Now, everything is well, and you can enjoy your peace. One of the elders personally poured a glass of wine for the old lady. Indeed, indeed. From now on, we shall all keep a watchful eye. There will be no missteps. The second and third elders had already begun eating, their chopsticks eagerly diving into the generous portions of beef. Yu Zhu, what are you dawdling for? Pour the wine. Zhou Jianjun's voice jolted Yu Zhu from his thoughts, prompting him to rise and serve wine to everyone. Pouring wine is a matter of etiquette, after all. Although Yu Haitang was the youngest, she was a guest, and should not be the one to pour. It was only fitting for Yu Zhu to do so. As for Yu Shui, Zhou Jianjun feared she might accidentally douse the 2 elders with wine, especially given the fiery intensity of her gaze directed at them. Zhou Jianjun felt quite apprehensive. When Yu Shui got riled up, she was fearless. He picked up a duck leg and placed it before him while cradling Zhou Tong Tong in his arms, tearing off small pieces to feed her. Daddy, I can eat by myself. You should eat too, or else Uncle Air and Uncle San will finish all our food. The moment those words escaped her lips, a profound silence enveloped the table. Lu Haizhong and Yen Bugue froze, their hands hovering in midair, unable to decide whether to drop their chopsticks or retract them. Zhou Jianjun felt a wave of amusement. It was his daughter's cleverness that brought this moment to life. Tong Tong, we mustn't speak carelessly. Look at this grand table of dishes. It is meant for everyone to enjoy. If it gets devoured, it is we, the hosts, who should be delighted. We must promote thrift and avoid wasting food. The two grandfathers are setting a fine example for us. Listening to Zhou Jianjun's earnest but humorous remarks, Yu Haidang and He Yushui could not suppress their laughter. Indeed, Tong Tong, your father speaks wisely. We must not waste food. Haidang, do eat more, do not be shy. For there are no outsiders here. He Yushui called out, though her face twitched, causing Zhou Jianjun to worry she might cramp up. Ah yes. We are merely cautious about waste. Come, Jianjun, it has been a while since we shared a drink together. Let us raise a glass. Uncle Air, let me drink on behalf of my brother. He has vowed to abstain from alcohol in the future. He Yushu stifled a laugh, seizing the opportunity to vent his feelings while drinking. Chapter 26. The Qin Huai family enjoys braised pork. Uncle, I dedicate this first cup of wine to you. In this entire courtyard, you are the fairest in your dealings. I shall drink first. You may follow as you wish. He Yushu initially shielded Zhou Jianjun from the wine, then began to toast. He gulped down the wine in one go, tilting the cup downward without a drop remaining. The elders swiftly reached out to stop him. Yushu, do not rush. Sit down. Let us savor our drink slowly. Old E, that is not fair. The child has already drunk. Why are you still reluctant? The second elder interjected. The first elder had no choice but to drink as well. The clear liquor was not low in alcohol content, and his face flushed instantly, taking a while to regain its normal hue. The wine vessels were quite sizable, holding 1.5 ounces, nearly resembling cups. Nevertheless, they were referred to as wine vessels. He Yushu had a decent capacity for alcohol, often indulging in a few ounces at home without issue. The elders took turns drinking, and even Yu Haidang, for the first time, shared a drink with him, though she merely sipped, finding He Yushu's demeanor rather grand. Daddy, I want to eat ribs. All right, let us have ribs. Grandmother, do try this. It's something you can manage. Most of the dishes were prepared with the elderly in mind. The old lady looked at the bowl filled with food her grandson and daughter-in-law had served, her face radiating joy. Enough fussing over me, dear old lady. Come, little darling. Give me some. You should eat too. You haven't touched your chopsticks all this time. It's fine. She can eat more. I'll eat after she is full. With so much meat, we can't possibly finish it all. This was indeed the perfect opportunity for him to nurture his bond with his little girl, not bribery, but cultivating father-daughter affection. Yu Xiaoli, seated beside Zhou Jianjun, watched as he fed and played with their daughter. The pleasant interaction between father and daughter eased her concerns, leading her to feel that life was gradually becoming brighter. Do not mind me. You should eat quickly. Take care of the two sisters and yourself. Eat more. You're looking rather thin. Yu Xiaoli's cheeks flushed as she discreetly pinched his soft flesh, quickly withdrawing her hand. In the presence of so many, such boldness was unprecedented for her, evoking a rush of exhilaration. Who taught you this? Have you learned to pinch people now? Humph. Some things do not need to be learned by women. All right, I surrender. As they exchanged playful banter, the mirth in their eyes was nearly overflowing. Such vivacity was befitting of their ages. Being overly restrained would render the atmosphere dull. At this moment, the dining table had divided into 3 factions. He Yushu was resolutely determined to outdrink the 3 elders. Yu Haidang had now swapped seats with him, facilitating his tactical endeavors. Meanwhile, the 3 women huddled together, chattering away and occasionally erupting into laughter. Women-esque games often escalate quickly at unexpected moments. Zhou Jianjun, holding his daughter, engaged in conversation with the old lady, interspersing witty remarks that had her beaming with delight. Simultaneously, the Qin Huai family was also enjoying their meal. In an unprecedented turn of events, Jia Zhangshi had nodded in approval that morning, granting 2 coins to buy meat. The family gathered together, savoring braised pork. This meat was procured from the pigeon market. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to find any at the market during lunchtime. The pigeon market, synonymous with the black market, derives its name from 3 distinct narratives. The first posits that in bygone days, the scions of the 8 banners lived carefree lives, gathering daily for leisurely pursuits. What did they engage in? Cricket fighting, dog fights, cockfights, and the showcasing of caged birds. They would compare whose bird had the most melodious call and the most resplendent feathers. While initially a respectable pastime, the act of boasting about birds took on a somewhat disreputable air. As time passed, with the fall of the Qing dynasty, these once privileged youths fell from grace. Unable to afford their avian interests, they turned to pigeons, which were far more economical. Thus, they began to congregate daily to compare and trade pigeons. Gradually, this evolved into a marketplace for bartering and trading a variety of goods, hence the emergence of the pigeon market. The second narrative suggests that in the market's inception, to evade scrutiny, a clever ruse was employed. A pigeon cage was hung at the entrance of a shop. If the cage contained pigeons, it signified that the establishment had goods for sale. If empty, it indicated that wares had been sold out. This served as a covert signal for potential customers. The third explanation likens the market-goers, cloaked in overcoats, furtively peering around as if they were pigeons themselves. A marketplace frequented by a flock of pigeons could only be aptly named the pigeon market. Regardless of which tale one subscribes to, the pigeon market came into being. Local governments have historically turned a blind eye to its existence. After all, one cannot allow the populace to starve, lest society descend into chaos. By 1965, enforcement had ceased, provided that the activities did not escalate too drastically, with everyone pretending not to notice. Of course, flaunting wealth while visiting the pigeon market and proclaiming one's ability to purchase meat would be sheer folly. "Mother, this braised pork is utterly delectable. If only I could indulge in it daily," exclaimed Banging, his mouth greasy with sauce. Zhou Jianjun, fearing she might miss out, hastily grabbed another piece before finishing what was already in her mouth. Qin Huairu was preoccupied with Xiao Huizhuan, intent on feeding her child. "Mother, even Huizhuan wishes to savor it every day." Xiao Huizhuan was at that charming age, her voice sweet and innocent. "Huizhuan, you must convey such sentiments to Grandma. For all the household finances are under her control." Xiao Dang was the only one in the family considerate of his mother, understanding the hardships Qin Huairu endured. She cast a grateful glance at him, then turned her attention to her mother-in-law, who was eating rather ungraciously, yet chose to remain silent. "Qin Huairu, why do you gaze at me? You are my Jia family's daughter-in-law. Are you dissatisfied with my authority?" "Mother, I am not." "Humph, it is best you aren't. And you too. What a pair of burdens, dreaming of daily feasts of braised pork. How naive you are, if you wish for such indulgence. You should have been born into the Zhou Jianjun family. Eat, eat, you wasteful gluttons, only knowing how to consume." Tears welled up in Qin Huairu's eyes. "Mother, they merely spoke a few words. How could you utter such hurtful remarks? What, do you find my words harsh? Have I erred? These too are indeed burdens. And you as well. Were it not for your resilience, my poor son would have perished much earlier. Now, you merely take my son's earnings and incite the children against me. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. I assure you, as long as I draw breath, you shall not claim this household." "Mother, I have not. This is sheer bullying." With tears streaming down her face, Qin Huairu dropped her chopsticks and fled. Chapter 27. The Unfamiliarity with Contentment. Jia Zhangshi had long become accustomed to Qin Huairu's propensity for tears. "Humph, you think you can match wits with me? Your tactics might suffice against those wild men, but they are of little use here. With no lack of food or clothing, you continually covet my modest savings. My dear grandson, come eat. Consuming more meat will help you grow. You too, as long as you have steamed buns, what more do you need? How much meat is sufficient for you?" Xiao Dang shot her a glare but chose to ignore her, devouring the meat voraciously. "Grandma, what are you doing? You've driven my mother away and now intend to scold my sister. Can we not eat in peace?" Banging was incensed, slamming down his chopsticks. "Oh dear grandson, why are you upset? Grandma is at fault. I shall not speak further. Please eat." Banging, still displeased, begrudgingly took the chopsticks back. Xiao Dang, Huizhuan, eat. And leave a couple of pieces for our mother. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi nearly retorted but reconsidered upon seeing Banging, ultimately refraining from speaking. She had long been counting on him to support her in her old age. A granddaughter? What use is that? Once grown, she would be a financial liability, destined for marriage. Her hopes rested solely on her eldest grandson. As a woman, Jia Zhangshi was acutely aware of Qin Huairu's aspirations. Humph. There is no chance of her associating with those wild men. Should she leave, where could she find another daughter-in-law to keep in line and who would toil without complaint? Qin Huairu stepped outside, wiping her tears. She could not allow outsiders to see her distress. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself drawn into Zhou Jianjun's courtyard. From within, the sounds of men drinking and playing dice reached her ears, sounds she had often heard when her husband was still alive. Yet now, the house was devoid of any man. After listening for a while, she snapped back to reality and turned to leave. Just then, the door swung open, revealing 3 vibrant young women. They paused upon seeing Qin Huairu. "Sister Qin, have you eaten? Would you care to join us?" Qin Huairu, looking at the inviting Yu Xiaoli, felt an unexpected wave of self-consciousness. Though she too had borne children, standing alongside He Yu Shui and Yu Haidang, she felt almost like a sister among them. Yu Xiaoli was already 26, while Zhou Jianjun, being slightly older, was 31 this year. Truly, a woman flourishes when cared for by a slightly older man, appearing ageless. Previously, Qin Huairu had never felt inferior to Yu Xiaoli. Although she was older, she had also lived well. Moreover, she had often felt a sense of superiority when comforting Yu Xiaoli, who was frequently battered. Yet, it seemed those days had irrevocably vanished. "Sister Qin? Oh no, nothing. I did not know you were eating. I merely wish to speak with you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wait, Sister Qin. Yuxiali called after her. Though they had discussed the family behind closed doors, the reality of meeting them evoked a sense of pity. The men are about to finish their drinks. We should go serve them. If you don't mind, come eat with us. He Yuxue frowned at Yuxiali's suggestion, discreetly tugging at her sleeve. However, Yuxiali smiled and gently patted her hand, ushering Qin Huairu into the kitchen. Yu Haiteng looked at Qin Huairu with a peculiar expression and whispered, "Is she the little widow?" He Yuxue was taken aback, you know? How could I not? Her reputation at the factory precedes her. It is said that Vice Director Li from the workshop has pursued her for quite some time, but to no avail, although they have grown quite close. Moreover, many have sought her out at the factory, although Qin Huairu had heard such rumors before. Hearing them reiterated by Yu Haideng solidified their veracity. Previously, I had merely heard whispers of this and dared not believe it. However, your words lend credence to its truth. Surely, I cannot speak frivolously about such matters. Is your sister-in-law on amicable terms with her? Who can say? Let us venture inside and ensure she is not taken advantage of. Very well. At present, Yu Haideng regards Zhou Jianjun and the others as family. In the kitchen, Yu Xiaoli served a bowl of lamb soup to Qin Huairu, accompanied by 2 adorable pig-shaped steamed buns. As Qin Huairu gazed into the bowl, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The sight of the buns, crafted into the likeness of little pigs, was particularly endearing. Xiaoli, your family lives quite well? She remarked. Oh, Sister Qin, you jest. Please, do indulge, Xiaoli urged. Then I shan't hold back, Qin Huairu replied, her stomach already in turmoil from hunger, especially upon seeing the ample portions of lamb, glistening with rich fat. Without further ado, she began to eat heartily. Xiaoli, this lamb soup is truly delightful. I haven't had lamb in ages. Yu Xiaoli smiled but refrained from responding. Yu Shui, please take the soup into the house, along with the buns. Leave the large bowl here for the family to enjoy later. Yu Shui discerned the underlying message, gathering a small basket of the pig-shaped buns before placing several white, steamed buns atop. Yu Haideng glanced at the large bowl, swallowing slightly. All right, no more coveting. When you leave, I'll pack a few for you to take home. Yu Haideng felt slightly embarrassed, saying, but this is a gift meant for me, not something I requested. Ah, come now, I know you well. Be careful when serving the lamb soup. There are trays for a reason. Understood, understood. You may be young, yet you sound like an old nag, Yu Haideng quipped, sticking out her tongue as she went to serve the soup. Qin Huairu first savored the lamb before soaking the buns in the soup, devouring them with gusto. As she contemplated the last bun in her hand, she decided to tuck it away in her embrace. She smiled shyly at Yu Xiaoli, saying, I hope I haven't embarrassed you. You know, we have many children in our family, and my mother-in-law is rather frugal. Sister Qin, no need to elaborate. I understand completely. Let me give you a few more buns to take home. Yu Xiaoli handed her 4 more pig-shaped buns. Oh, these must have been crafted by your Jianjun, right? Only he possesses such skill in our courtyard. Look at these lovely buns. Yu Xiaoli felt a peculiar sensation at the compliment. It seemed odd for a woman to praise another's husband in front of his wife. Indeed, Jianjun is quite capable, she replied. Sister Qin, is the gathering still ongoing? Should you not return? Oh yes, Xiaoli, thank you so much today. And of course, my gratitude extends to Jianjun as well. Initially heartbroken upon leaving, Qin Huairu's spirits had lifted considerably by the time she returned home. Alas, had those steamed buns been made of white flour, they would have been a splendid treat for my 3 children. But how could that family of 3 possibly finish such a large pot? Chapter 28. You all wish to act me. The banquet lasted for over 3 hours. By the time it concluded, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Upon returning home, there would be no need for dinner. Jianjun, my good child, your third uncle knows you are the most thoughtful of boys. In the future, whenever good fortune arises, remember your third uncle, do you understand? Yes, third uncle, you've had too much to drink. Allow me to escort you. No, my tolerance rivals that of the winds that sweep the clouds. No, wait, I should say it surpasses that of the mighty Xiangyu. Indeed, that old turtle, no, I meant the overlord. Quite right, that old turtle, no, the overlord. All right then, do return home swiftly. Your second uncle might require assistance. Lu Haizhong's steps had begun to resemble that of a crab, clearly inebriated. Yet he patted his chest confidently, proclaiming, Fear not, Jianjun. When I ascend to a position of power, I shall certainly invite you for a drink. Certainly, I shall be there without fail. After much effort in sending off these 2 intoxicated gentlemen, Zhou Jianjun emerged drenched in perspiration. Wife, do I behave like this when I am inebriated too? Yu Xiaoli merely rolled her eyes and ignored him. It appears that I am even less composed when intoxicated than they are. This realization left Zhou Jianjun feeling rather disheartened. No wonder he had once been deemed a scoundrel. Some individuals become loquacious when drunk, while others merely seek slumber. The first uncle exhibited commendable decorum. His face flushed and neck thickened, sitting firmly in his chair, albeit with slightly dazed eyes. Meanwhile, Hiyuju was engaged in a discussion with him. First uncle, how have I treated you over these years? Am I not a dutiful son? The first uncle contemplated the prospect of relying on this fellow for his elder years and nodded. Indeed, while your temperament may be unruly, I know your heart is inherently good. Isn't that so, first uncle? To me, you are a truly admirable elder. Actually, I merely wish to inquire whether the wine my father purchased with the money he gave to my sister and me is of good quality. The first uncle's heart plummeted at this question, suddenly more alert. He gazed at Hiyuju with a mixture of astonishment and concern. What did you just say? Come now. First uncle, no need to feign ignorance. I am well aware. Let me tell you, this is no way for a person to behave. When my father passed, Yushui was merely 7 years old, barely this tall. We became orphans, and had it not been for our godmother raising us, I cannot fathom how we would have grown up. First uncle, do you not feel a pang of conscience for your actions? The first uncle, caught off guard by the confrontation, felt his face redden with indignation. He slammed the table and retorted, Zhuzi, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Jianjun quickly intervened, pulling Hiyuju aside. First uncle, he is inebriated and speaking foolishly. Please do not take it to heart. He is young. Do not engage him in a quarrel. Truthfully, this is my fault. A friend of mine visited Baocheng and, by chance, encountered Uncle He. My friend, aware of my ties to the He family, returned to inform me that Uncle He claimed to send 15 yuan monthly for their living expenses, yet not a single cent has been received. Thus, I suspected it was being withheld by you. I am certain first uncle would never commit such an unconscionable act. You are a benevolent elder, likely concerned that the two youngsters could not manage the money and intended to save it for their future marriages. Surely, that must be the case, correct? He turned back to Hiyuju, saying, Zhuzi, how can you speak to first uncle in such a manner? Where are your manners? What manners? Hiyuju, still on the verge of a tantrum, met Zhou Jianjun's stern gaze and sheepishly scratched his head, performing a slight bow to the first uncle. First uncle, I was inebriated and spoke foolishly. Please do not take offense. The first uncle, Yi Zhonghai, was seething with rage, initially taken aback by the revelation of the truth. He felt a surge of anxiety. Money was trivial, but if this matter were to spread, think of the scandal. He was a man of reputation. Yet, Zhou Jianjun's words struck a nerve, mocking his inability to bear a son, and those words rang true, for they offered him an escape route. Framing the narrative of the situation, not only could he not be angry, but he also owed Zhou Jianjun a debt of gratitude. As for Hiyuju, he had unwittingly placed the blame upon himself, leaving him ensnared in a web of discomfort, unable to escape. Zhuzi, do you truly harbor such thoughts about your elder? It seems to me that you must have consumed copious amounts of cat urine to forget your own surname. Yet your brother exhibits wisdom, when you two were but children. Such a substantial sum of money was entrusted to you. Can you not comprehend how others might envy that? Your brother is indeed correct. I had been saving this money for your future bride. Alas, I never anticipated such a misunderstanding would arise. Nevertheless, you have grown now, and it is time to return this money to you. When I next encounter your father, I shall have an explanation ready. Zhou Jianjun clapped his hands. Look, this is all out of the genuine affection of your elder. Zhuzi, you truly should not have acted thus. Come here and apologize to your elder. All right. Let it go. As long as we can talk it out. I, Yi Zhonghai, a level 8 fitter, without children or a spouse, what need have I for such wealth? Jianjun, do you not agree? Indeed, you speak the truth. Your character, alongside that of Auntie E, is well known to all. Alcohol muddles the mind. Do not take his words to heart. I shall deal with him later. Allow me to escort you home. The matter of money is not to be discussed again. This cannot be allowed. Wait here. I shall fetch the money. This matter must be known to others, or there will be no clarity. Yi Zhonghai shot a disdainful glance at Hiyuju, then turned away, sulking with his hands behind his back. It appears he is truly sober. After his departure, Hiyuju exhaled a sigh of relief, sinking into a chair in comfort. What a show. You played your part rather well just now. Hiyuju chuckled, giving Zhou Jianjun a thumbs up. You truly are my brother. Your ability to handle such situations far surpasses mine. You, however, are far too blunt. Some things require a gentler touch, lest you offend others and exacerbate matters. Yet, with your stubborn temperament, I fear you shall never change. Let us put this matter behind us. Do not bring it up again. Should you dare to mention it once more, I shall truly strike you. Fine. You truly are my dear brother. If you choose not to speak of it, I shan't either. As long as I retrieve the money, my heart shall feel at ease. Nearby, 3 women had been quietly observing like quails, maintaining their invisibility. Ah, so you were all conspiring together in this little charade? I nearly thought you were about to confront your elder. Hiyuju, fuming, felt her two brothers had acted unfairly, keeping her in the dark about such an entertaining affair. I believe Brother Zhou is quite clever. His words were skillfully chosen, for though the elder was clearly furious, he could not express his anger. Humph. It is he who is at fault. The money my father entrusted to us, how dare he pocket it for himself? When our mother raised my brother and us too. A woman supporting 3 growing children was no easy feat, yet he never once offered to share the wealth. His sweet words about saving for my brother were merely a guise for his greed. Chapter 29. Has the money sent by Hidaching finally returned? No one here is a fool, so never presume that others are less astute than yourself. With He Yushue's remark, silence fell upon the group. Zhou Jianjun encouraged, regardless. Let us consider this matter resolved. Heed your brother's advice. Today served as a lesson for the elder. He is a man of pride and obstinacy. Once this is behind us, he shall not dwell on it. Henceforth, he will still conduct matters in an official capacity and will not target us because of this. So much for the troubles. The issue has been settled. My goodness, I am utterly exhausted. Wife, come here and massage my shoulders. He Yushue and Yu Haitang exchanged exasperated glances. Yu Xiaoli, laughing, approached to knead his shoulders, while Xiao Tongtong hurried over to rub his legs. Daddy, let me massage your legs. Ah, look at that. It is indeed my darling daughter who brings warmth to my heart. Yu Haitang felt a twinge of envy. Seeing Tongtong made her long for a family of her own. Zhou Jianjun quickly interjected, that simply will not do. Tongtong is a girl, and still quite young. How could she marry you? His words elicited laughter from the others. Yu Xiaoli playfully slapped him. Why must you be so cheeky? Is that truly what Haiding meant? Yu Haiding stomped her foot. Brother Zhou, you are incorrigibly mischievous. All right, I concede. Is it not difficult to find a spouse? Just look at Juzi. He Yuju. Suddenly summoned, straightened up immediately. Yet, having consumed alcohol, he rose too quickly, nearly losing his balance. Yu Haiding found this amusing. It is acceptable. He is merely a bit foolish, but not without charm. Brother Zhou, sister-in-law, I understand your intent. However, I believe marriage is a serious matter. I cannot provide an answer at this moment. Let us first get to know one another. If it does not suit, you must not blame me. He Yuju's eyes brightened. That is acceptable. Let us take our time. Regardless of the outcome, we shall remain friends, yes? I am glad you think so. Brother Zhou, sister-in-law. Yushue, it is getting late. I must return home. Return home? The night has fallen. You should stay with Yushue for the night. Tomorrow we all go to the factory together, and it is on the way. He Yuju, not quite foolish, quickly attempted to persuade her to stay. By 5 o'clock, winter nights arrive early. The snow had not fully melted, and the roads were slick in the dark. Yu Haiding felt a bit hesitant, but ultimately agreed. Very well, I shall impose upon you. Impose? We are all family, He Yuju replied cheerfully. Zhou Jianjun, somewhat surprised, noted that this fellow was now capable of conversing without offending anyone. All right, Yushue and Haidang, you shall stay in my old room. At least there is a Kong to keep you warm. I shall have your sister-in-law stoke the fire. Otherwise, 2 young ladies would surely freeze overnight. Zhou Jianjun currently resided in his mother's room, which served as the main sleeping quarters. Previously, when their mother was alive, he had occupied the eastern wing, which also had a Kong. Ah, my brother truly cares for us, He Yushue readily agreed. I am still here. Who truly is your dear brother? He Yuju protested. I have long awaited you to prepare a Kong for me, yet you never take it to heart. He Yuju scratched his head. I thought you would not frequently return? And what about your room? Have you no plans to marry? He Yushue interjected. He Yuju glanced at Yu Haitang, grinning foolishly. I shall have someone come to renovate the house, freshen up the plaster, and acquire new furniture. Brother, would you help me design it? Zhou Jianjun nodded. Very well. Tomorrow I shall draft some plans for you. Thus, the matter was settled. The daughters were handed over to their mother, and the women went to tidy the bedroom. Zhou Jianjun then pulled He Yuju aside. Shall we take a stroll to help you sober up? Fine, a walk it is. The 2 of them ambled forward, shoulder to shoulder. As they passed by the Qin Huai family home, Zhou Jianjun glanced over. The door was closed, and all was quiet. Just then, Su Damao emerged, nearly splashing them with water as he disposed of it. Oh, what brings you 2 out on such a chilly night? Shouldn't you be bundled up at home? Had you doused us, we might have found ourselves in quite the predicament, He Yuju retorted, accustomed to his insolence. Zhou Jianjun pulled him back. Damao? Do not engage with him. He has had too much to drink. Su Damao, feeling uneasy, conceded. All right, I shall give you military respect this once. I will not stoop to his level. Huh, you insolent rascal, pushing your luck, are you? Come here, let us settle this. Su Damao turned and fled, spitting contemptuously at He Yuju just as he closed the door. Bah, you old hag, I shan't stoop to your level. You, Su Damao. Just wait and see if I don't teach you a lesson today. Come out here. Brother, don't hold me back. I must make him realize how many eyes the king of horses has. Enough already, Shaju. What do you think you're doing? causing such a ruckus outside our door after drinking. Lu Xiao, true to her fiery nature, swung the door open, hands on her hips, glaring at He Yuzhu. Su Domao's head appeared cautiously from behind her shoulder. Careful, easy eye, this mad dog might just bite you. Hearing this, Zhou Jianjun grew displeased. Domao? Why are you stoking the flames? I'll tell you now, if he strikes you, don't expect me to intervene. Su Domao, being the coward he was, shrank back at the remark. Hey, I was just joking. All right, easy eye, it's freezing outside. Close the door, and let us go to bed. Lu Xiao shot a glare at the two before finally closing the door. Zhou Jianjun compared her to his memories of Lu Xiao. Indeed, she was a beautiful girl. It was a pity, however, that she was with Su Domao, whose future did not seem promising. Speaking of which, in the original tale, she had a complicated relationship with Shaju. But that was a matter for another time. He Yuzhu had not yet transformed into a sycophant. Surely, finding a decent girl would be preferable. Regardless, if Lu Xiao fell on hard times in the future, he would lend a helping hand. After all, she was one of the few normal people in this courtyard, straightforward and not malicious. Brother, hey, what are you staring at? You must not betray my sister-in-law. Zhou Jianjun slapped him. Stop with the nonsense. Do you take me for that kind of person? Not in the past, but who can say what the future holds? Hey, you rascal, say that again. And you stop running. Unexpectedly, a shadow appeared in front of them, colliding with a loud thud. Ouch! He Yuzhu knocked someone down. Zhou Jianjun focused and realized it was an elderly woman. Are you all right, ma'am? Did you get hurt? He quickly helped her up. What are you two boys doing? Playing around at your age? Oh, my old back. The two hurriedly apologized. All right, just be more careful in the future. Coincidentally, she had been looking for them. Shaju, this money is what your father has sent over the years. We haven't touched a single cent. Don't harbor any ill thoughts. Chapter 30. Ration coupons. The elderly woman handed over a handkerchief, the kind with a white base and blue edges made of silk. Inside was wrapped a thick stack of money, clearly not hastily assembled. There are over 2,000 here. Your father didn't send money right from the start, and we haven't taken a dime. He Daqing, the sentimental type, had left when He Yuzhu was just 15. Now he was 29. 14 years had passed, excluding the months since He Daqing's departure. Thus, 2,000 or so was not an insignificant amount. You're right. How could we blame you? Please don't take it to heart. It was just that Zhuzi had too much to drink before, and now that he is sober, he feels quite guilty. We were just getting ready to make amends. Zhou Jianjun's words eased the elderly woman's heart considerably. Now that sounds like a decent human being. Fine, your uncle won't hold it against you two kids. He is drunk and sleeping soundly right now. It's freezing. You two should head back. All right, we'll escort you home. No need, it's just a short distance. The elderly woman gingerly left, leaning on her waist, while He Yuzhu still looked a bit embarrassed. Brother, did we go too far? Bah, you went too far. Don't drag me into this. It's true, but it's not our fault. If he hadn't kept it to himself, we wouldn't be in this situation. If we hadn't mentioned it, your friend wouldn't have said anything, and he might have thought it didn't exist at all. Enough, we've taken the money. Let us turn the page and move on. He Yuzhu paused. Aren't we supposed to go out to sober him up? Why are we going back? Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Zhou Jianjun slapped him again. You really are a fool, aren't you? Just go home. Oh, I understand now, brother. Did you know all along that uncle would send Andy with the money? Of course. Your uncle is too proud to come himself. He must have asked Annie to deliver it. You are quite cunning. Hey, I'll smack you, you little rascal. You're going to drive me to my grave. The two chased each other home, and once gathered as a family, they counted the money. 2,160. 12 whole years, 144 months. Of course, there was no need to nitpick the exact starting point. After all, He Daqing had moved away. It was reasonable he would need a year or two to settle before he started sending money. Wow, I've never seen a big black 10 before. Zhou Jianjun pulled out several of the large black 10 bills. These were quite valuable in the future currency collection realm. What is so special about the big black 10? It's no longer in circulation. You can exchange it for the big unity at the bank. The big black 10 was part of the second series of renminbi, the 10 yuan note, and was the largest in size ever produced. Due to the poor quality of the first series, which was plagued by counterfeits, it was retired shortly after its release. The second series was printed with the help of the Soviet Union. After relations soured in 1964, the Big Black 10 was recalled and destroyed, rendered illegal for circulation. It was replaced by the more renowned third series, the Big Unity. Because the Big Black 10 was issued in limited quantities and was old, any that survived into the 90s held significant value. A single Big Black 10 could be worth a house or a hefty down payment. The money was mostly new, in good condition, with few creases. Many who traveled through time enjoyed collecting such items. However, Zhou Jianjun wasn't particularly interested. If he were to live long enough, there would be plenty of ways to profit from it. Not to mention, Buying a few courtyard houses to rent out would ensure a comfortable life for generations. Why bother with the hassle of trading big black tens? Thus, Zhou Jianjun felt that if he came across them, he would take them. But he wouldn't go out of his way to seek them. It simply wasn't necessary. With the winds of change approaching, surviving these 10 years was already a blessing. Once the spring breeze of reform and opening up arrived, there would be countless opportunities. Why chase after fleeting chances now? Hearing He Yuzhu mention exchanging them, Zhou Jianjun quickly interjected, "Don't. These are rare now. I'll keep them for my collection. People collect stamps and antiques. You collect money?" He Yuzhu scoffed. "You don't understand a thing. I just like them. Look, they're much larger than the big unity. Who knows? They might be worth something in the future. 10 yuan might be worth 100? Don't be ridiculous." Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue. "This money counts as my exchange with you. I'll give you 380 when I have it." He Yuzhu pushed all his money towards him. "What are you being polite for? This money is yours. Our mother raised both me and Yushui, which wasn't easy. I never got the chance to repay her. Now that she has gone, consider this money as her legacy to you, a way for me to honor her." "Hey, why does this sound so awkward to me? Are you trying to take advantage of me? All right, you have good intentions, so I won't refuse. My dear wife, take this money and deposit it in the bank tomorrow. When this lad gets married, we shall host a proper celebration for him. This is over 2,000 yuan, and it feels rather burdensome for you Xiaoli to hold on to. How can you accept this money? This is all from Uncle He for both of them. Sister-in-law, just take it. My brother has already stated that this is money meant to honor our mother. Besides, when we encounter difficulties, we still have to turn to you, don't we? It makes no difference whose hands it is in." He Yushui chimed in as well. "Fine then, I'll help you save it for now. All right. It's getting late. Let us rest our weary feet. I'll go tidy up that room." Zhou Jianjun stretched lazily. "How can I let you do all the tidying? Let us lend a hand together. It'll be quicker that way." Yu Xiaoli hurriedly followed him out. The others, seeing this, couldn't remain idle either. With many hands, they soon finished and cleaned up the place thoroughly. Glancing at the time, it was not yet 8 o'clock. Alas, in this unfortunate age, there are no video games for entertainment. One can only retire early to bed, preparing to craft little figures. This activity is quite pleasant, serving to entertain both body and mind. "Lily, how about sending the little girl over to Grandma S tonight?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoli immediately grasped his intention, playfully nudged him, and shyly nodded. Zhou Jianjun chuckled and ran off to buy some sweets to win over his daughter, taking her to the old lady's place. The old lady, ever astute, immediately understood. "Rest assured, I will take good care of her. You two just put in the effort, and soon you'll have a robust little boy." With the grandson's order given, he dashed off to the front lines. "That mischievous lad." The old lady playfully swatted him, sending him on his way. "Grandma, are Mommy and Daddy going to have a baby brother for me?" "Yes, you'll sleep with Grandma, and she'll tell you stories." "What is the name of the story?" "Grain coupons." "Oh, grain coupons. Oh, 30 pounds. Grandma, I've heard that story before. Let us change it. How about the 3 little pigs? Daddy tells that one so well. Unfortunately, Daddy is too busy to tell her stories right now. See, I told you, dear wife. You are too thin. You're like a walking stick." "Ah, Zhou Jianjun, I'll bite you to death." Content omitted for being inappropriate for children. Chapter 31, Unforgettable Memories. In the East Wing, He Yushui was soaking her feet while Yu Haidang wandered in front of the bookshelf. "Are these all your brother's books?" She casually pulled out an art textbook and flipped through it, causing a loose page to fall out. Yu Haidang hurriedly picked it up, only to find it bore a drawing. A boy was squatting and lighting a firecracker, while a nearby girl with 2 braided pigtails covered her ears in fear. As the scene zoomed out, a boy with a runny nose trailed behind a middle-aged woman wielding a feather duster, loudly shouting something. The drawing was full of life. "Did your brother draw this?" It's evident that his technique is still somewhat immature. Yu Haidang sat in front of He Yushui, showing her the drawing. "Oh, this? My brother drew it when he was in high school. Actually, when we were that young, we didn't live together. This is a scene he imagined of us always being together. The boy lighting firecrackers is my biological brother, while the one getting scolded is my military brother. And the woman behind is our mother. Back then, Mom was still young." He Yushui gently traced the face of the middle-aged woman with her finger, tears sparkling in her eyes. Mother was an incredibly strong woman, working tirelessly. She had a gentle temperament and always wore that blue work uniform. Frankly, it was quite unattractive. Yet now, I find myself fond of this color. It's just a pity I can no longer see the person who wore it. He Yushui smiled through her tears, sniffing. Though it was rather unsightly, her work uniform's pockets were like treasure chests for the 3 of us. Every day, when she returned from work, she would conjure up some delicious treats for us. Even though my brother and I weren't her biological children, she loved us dearly. Whenever something happened, she would always scold my military brother. I remember that year when I had just entered junior high, the weather was beautiful and hot. A person in a blue work uniform came to our class asking for He Yushui, saying that your mother was hospitalized. To this day, I still feel terrified. I truly don't know where I found the courage to face that scene. When I arrived at the hospital, my mother lay motionless in bed. She used to love me the most, always hugging me and pinching my cheeks when she saw me. He Yushui was now sobbing uncontrollably. Yu Haidang wrapped her arms around her, gently patting her back. It's all right, Yushui. It's my fault for stirring up your sad memories. After crying for a while, He Yushui dried her tears and shook her head. It's nothing. It's all in the past. It's just that over the years, I've really missed her. I want her to see that my brother and I have grown up. My military brother has also gotten married, has a wife, and even a lovely daughter. In the future, we will also marry and have our own children. I just want her to see. She never heard my children call her grandma. She will know. She definitely will. Yu Haidang began to cry as well. It took a long while for both of them to calm down. All right, stop crying. Otherwise, your eyes will swell. And how will you face people tomorrow? However, this room still hides many secrets of my brother. He thinks he has hidden them well, but I know. To divert her attention, He Yushui also decided to sell out Zhou Jianjun. After washing her feet, she slipped on her shoes and pushed the bookshelf aside, revealing a wooden drawer in the corner. Oh, there's a hidden compartment here. This is where my brother hides his treasures, and he never lets us touch them. He Yushui exclaimed proudly, pulling the drawer out. Inside, everything was neatly arranged. Tiger head shoes from childhood, collars, and toys like tops and marbles. Oh, this is my butterfly hair tie. My mother bought this for me. I lost it later. I told him I lost it, but he stubbornly denied taking it. And this tin frog, my brother bought it for me with his first paycheck from the cafeteria. Later, he insisted that the frog had jumped away. How infuriating. He Yushui clenched her fists, filled with indignation. Meanwhile, Yu Haidang was beside her, laughing heartily. How old are you now? And you still believe that? Well, I was still in elementary school back then. Humph. Look at these candy wrappers. I collected them with him. Later on, mine disappeared. And he said candy wrappers aren't tea for girls. Looking back now, I was so foolish back then. He Yushui found many childhood memories, recounting stories about Zhou Jianjun to Yu Haidang, which alleviated some of the sadness and anger. I truly envy you. You have two brothers who care for you. What is there to envy? They are much older than I am and always let me have my way. Of course, they also bully me. It's fortunate that he still kept these things. Otherwise, they might have really been lost. Now, looking at them, they are all memories. He Yushui carefully returned the drawer, pushed the bookshelf back into place, and then collapsed onto the Kong. Ah, this Kong is quite warm, but it's too hard. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoli and Zhou Jianjun were nestled in bed, sharing whispered conversations. Once the dialogue commenced, it became difficult to cease. Yu Xiaoli felt a remarkable enhancement in both her and Zhou Jianjun's physical vitality, as if touched by magic. What is so magical about it? Previously, what did we consume? Now that our nutrition has improved, it is only natural that our health has followed suit. Zhou Jianjun firmly believed in the beneficial effects of the robust spinach they had savored. Such delicacies ought to be a regular part of their diet. Regrettably, this particular variety was snatched away by the system for a mere 10 yuan, and the vending machine only dispensed ordinary spinach. It seemed that fate relied heavily on the system's whims. However, one must not be overly greedy. Having experienced a single enhancement in health was already a commendable feat. Jianjun, do you prefer a son or a daughter? Without a doubt, a daughter, Zhou Jianjun replied without a moment's hesitation. This response left Yu Xiaoli momentarily stunned. Her breath caught in her throat. She could sense that Zhou Jianjun spoke from the depths of his heart. But you previously mentioned Tongtong. Zhou Jianjun expressed his discontent. You said that was in the past. Now, I truly appreciate having a daughter. Daughters are so wonderful, gentle, and adorable. If we were to have a son, he might grow up and argue with me, which would surely infuriate me. When he matures, I'd have to secure a home for him and find him a wife. And when we grow old, who knows if he would even support us? Zhou Jianjun's words filled Yu Xiaoli with joy. She had felt inferior for quite some time after giving birth to a daughter. Yet, Zhou Jianjun was acutely aware that the matter of having a son or daughter was not within a woman's control. What if I were to bear you another daughter? Would that please you? Of course, I would cherish either a son or a daughter. Let me tell you, the ceaseless flow of life springs from the relentless stirrings of existence. The more one perseveres, the more one gains. This reasoning was evidently flawed, yet for some reason, it brought a sense of relief to Yu Xiaoli. Chapter 32, Single Item Flash Sale, Couple's Bicycle. The couple's conversation lacked a specific topic, mostly revolving around children and the neighborhood's trivial matters. As they chatted, Yu Xiaoli recalled something. Oh, by the way, Sister Qin visited us during dinner. Sister Qin? What was her purpose? You should limit your interactions with her, Zhou Jianjun warned, as if facing a formidable adversary. Qin Huairu is a master of psychological manipulation. With her innocent demeanor and a tear or two, she can truly evoke pity. For someone as naive as Yu Xiaoli, wouldn't she be easily deceived? One must remain vigilant against Qin Huairu's cunning ways. If she couldn't gain any advantage here, she would cunningly sway Yu Xiaoli. Oh, why are you reacting so strongly? She's just a neighbor. Should I really chase her away? All right, perhaps I overreacted. But what was her reason for coming? Actually, she didn't say much. I just shared a bowl of mutton soup with her and handed her a few dumplings. Is that all? Zhou Jianjun sighed. You granted her a first-time favor. What will you say when she asks again? This foolish wife was too timid to refuse. Oh, that is all right. Let us clean up. It's time for bed. We have work tomorrow. After they tidied up and indulged in some affectionate moments, they finally embraced and fell asleep. In the dead of night, Zhou Jianjun was abruptly awakened, his heart racing. Limited time flash sale of single items. Countdown begins in 1 minute. Please prepare, host. Countdown starts now. Damn it. Could you not choose a more reasonable hour? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Zhou Jianjun was still reeling from the shock. This system was utterly merciless. Just as he was drifting into pleasant slumber, a heart condition might have rendered him lifeless. Initiate one-click flash sale. Despite his grievances, Zhou Jianjun activated the one-click option. The system was cleverly designed, providing a mere minute for response. Then, a barrage of rockets exploded into fireworks, displaying the word victory. Zhou Jianjun, overcome with fatigue, felt tears welling up as he waited for the animation to conclude. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a couple's Phoenix bicycle with a deduction of 1 cent. Friendly reminder, the host currently possesses private funds totaling 1 yuan and 22 cents. Please maintain a sufficient balance to participate in the next flash sale and seize the opportunity. Another friendly reminder, it has been detected that the host has yet to learn the skill 18 falls of clothing. If you do not learn it soon, it will be considered a disregard for the esteemed Chinese supermarket system, and the skill will be reclaimed without refund. Aren't you supposed to be a 1 cent flash sale system? Now you finally admit you are a supermarket. Zhou Jianjun grumbled internally. I spent 10 yuan on you. Whether I learn or not is none of your business. After some internal deliberation, he complied and clicked to learn. Instantly, an array of techniques and muscle memory coursed through his body. The sensation was extraordinary, as if these movements had become instinctual, as natural as eating or drinking. Bravo. The system is truly magnificent. Little person, huh? Came the system's sarcastic retort. Zhou Jianjun paid no mind to the banter. What's wrong with a little scolding from daddy? Isn't that expected? This was the hallmark of a useful system versus a useless one. The couple's Phoenix bicycles consisted of 1 male and 1 female model. Wait a moment, do female bicycles even exist these days? Zhou Jianjun scratched his head, pondering for a while, yet finding no recollection. Oh well, the physical items are here, so let us consider them real. They were merely 2 frames without a crossbar, transformed into 2 curved frames. However, they resembled the traditional models to a considerable degree. Painted in black, and aside from their newness, there was little else to be said. The term 280 typically referred to the classic 28-inch model from the Permanent bicycle brand. Nowadays, most bicycles on the market were from brands like Permanent or Flying Pigeon, while Phoenix was becoming increasingly rare, lending it a more prestigious aura. With these 2 bicycles, Zhou Jianjun was spared the system's frightful antics, which felt quite pragmatic. Content, he lay back down, having acquired a wealth of skills with no outlet to showcase them. After some thought, he reached out to Yu Xiaoli, his mischievous intentions taking hold. In her half-sleep state, Yu Xiaoli pinched Zhou Jianjun. Stop it. Are we still going to sleep? Sleep, sleep, sleep. There was no alternative. He would have to wait for another chance. Tomorrow would bring a new battle. Before dawn, the relentless biological clock activated, rousing Zhou Jianjun, who felt surprisingly invigorated. The morning air was brimming with vitality. He gazed at his peacefully sleeping wife and decided it was best for him to rise. He splashed cold water on his face, brushed his teeth with inferior toothpaste, and ended up with a mouthful of bristles. The quality of this toothbrush was abysmal. From the oversized vending machine, he procured a pair of couple's toothbrushes, which were quite aesthetically pleasing, featuring transparent green handles that exuded vibrancy. The woman's was pink, which was quite normal, but why did the man only get green? These 2 inferior toothbrushes cost 70 cents. Why were they so expensive? They were merely plastic. In this day and age, plastic is commonly referred to as a chemical material. The terms chemical soap dish, chemical toothbrush, and chemical rubber shoes persisted in rural areas until the 90s. Don't ask why. Let's just say the author has experienced it firsthand. The already meager savings had taken a further hit, dwindling from a modest sum of 2 yuan to a mere 52 cents. Zhou Jianjun suspected that this infernal system had conspired against him, for its prices were exorbitantly outrageous. After some contemplation, he realized he ought to purchase a toothbrush for his daughter. With a click, the 50 cents vanished. Don't ask, for it is simply the nature of children's toothbrushes to be costly, Where can one voice their grievances? Staring at the paltry balance of merely 2 cents, Zhou Jianjun felt a chill settle in his heart. It had become clear to him that this system orchestrated a grand flash sale once a week, with daily deals on various items, all entirely random. There was a certain thrill akin to unboxing a mystery box. As one might score a tractor or a Jeep for just a penny one day, it was simply exhilarating. The catch, however, was that the grand sale offered 9 items for a penny, while the daily deals provided a single item, still for a penny, no matter how one sliced it. It felt like a loss. Yet, to abstain from purchasing, that would be an even greater misfortune, regardless of what was on sale. Spending a penny could hardly lead to regret or deception. Ideally, one would acquire a set. For instance, a pair of Phoenix couple bicycles counted as one item, which was rather splendid. Dressed in his military coat, Zhou Jianjun stepped into the courtyard and performed a series of punches, executing the newly learned technique of Zhan Yi Ba Dai. Do not envision the suave and graceful displays seen on television. Such portrayals are mere illusions. In reality, the martial arts he practiced lacked any aesthetic appeal, particularly those suited for actual combat, which were far from elegant. Gouging eyes, picking noses, striking ears, or targeting the groin. How could any of that be deemed visually pleasing? What one sees on television is merely visual art, an entirely different realm. Chapter 33 dawned with yet another invigorating morning. It must be said that Zhan Yi Ba Dai bears a remarkable resemblance to Tai Chi, both emphasizing the principle of using minimal effort to yield maximum results. The men of the old Fourth Nine Cities have a fondness for a sport known as Liao Jiao. The origins are well understood. Even though the Qing dynasty has fallen, some traditions have endured. Liao Jiao has its own specific techniques, and he usually excels in this discipline. In the surrounding alleys, no one, be it the older generation or the new, could match his prowess. In the past, he and Zhou Jianjun were evenly matched, with Zhou having a slight advantage. Yet now, Zhou Jianjun suspected he could easily take you down. The internet is rife with videos of martial monks performing acrobatics, showcasing titles like Zhan Yi Ba Dai. Is that not absurd? This skill seems designed solely for self-fall. Surely, it does not hurt to tumble. As for its origins, opinions vary. Some claim it derives from the 18 unique techniques of Shaolin, while others assert it comes from Wudong, particularly the Songshi lineage. The specifics of its origin are of little consequence. Zhou Jianjun, oblivious to such details, simply reveled in the newfound flexibility of his body, executing previously impossible movements with ease, flipping over a dozen times without feeling dizzy or disoriented. Wait a moment, why do martial artists enjoy flipping? Is that not foolish? They're not performing for show, deceiving the uninitiated with flashy displays. Genuine masters do not engage in such antics, for it diminishes their stature. Zhou Jianjun found this skill to be quite enjoyable. Flipping 40 times in one go, were it not for the confines of the courtyard, he might have continued for the entire day. The novelty of it all was irresistible. After all, when an ordinary person suddenly acquires a remarkable skill, they are eager to practice it with anyone they encounter. Consider those who learn to ride a bicycle. During the initial learning phase, don't they wish to ride, even to the bathroom? Yet eventually, that enthusiasm wanes, and they become reluctant due to the effort involved. Zhou Jianjun was still caught up in the thrill, yearning for more after his flips. Glancing at the time, it was precisely 6 o'clock. After some reflection, he donned his military coat once more and dashed outside. "Oh, Uncle San," he exclaimed, realizing he had misjudged the hour. Uncle San was still asleep. Zhou Jianjun, feeling particularly bold, performed several flips in front of Uncle San's door, feeling quite dashing. After exiting, he ran around the alley, eventually reaching the main road. Lifting his wrist to check his watch, he spotted 2 bicycles. Grabbing one in each hand, he began sprinting back toward the courtyard. After a couple of steps, he regretted his impulsiveness. Was he being foolish? The people in the courtyard had yet to rise. Why run such a distance? He stashed the bicycles away, then peeked to ensure Uncle San was still asleep before pushing the bikes back into the yard. As he made his way home, he couldn't help but think that his actions were utterly unnecessary. Surely, he could have simply left them in the courtyard. After all, he would have to fabricate a story regardless. There was no denying that his morning antics had left him exhilarated, a feat few would be capable of under ordinary circumstances. Zhou Jianjun took a moment to introspect, feeling his mind clear, before entering the kitchen. The remnants of yesterday's meal had vanished entirely. Had it not been for 2 uncles indulging a bit too generously, the plates would likely have been licked clean. Surveying the ingredients available at home, he decided to prepare noodles for breakfast. He placed the leftover buns from yesterday into a pot. As the water boiled and the buns warmed, he tossed the noodles into the pot to cook. That would suffice. Eating noodles alongside buns for breakfast? That wouldn't he do, as such a combination was unheard of. He considered making porridge, but alas, there was no rice. He had merely 2 cents to his name, and the infernal system offered no credit. Turning on the gas stove, he rummaged through the mountain of vegetables to find a few ripe tomatoes, opting for a simple tomato and noodle dish. He poured hot water from the kettle to warm up some milk. Wait, how many people were in the household? Just the three of them. Plus He Yuzhu and his two siblings, and Yu Haitang, along with the elderly woman. Good heavens, he almost lost count. He retrieved 2 bottles of milk from the cupboard, adding them to the 5 untouched ones from yesterday, and set them to soak in warm water. While the noodles boiled, he also fried some eggs. The basket of eggs held thousands. How long would it take to consume them all? Eat well, eat plenty, it's good for growth. In these times, one need not fear high cholesterol. After all, such ailments are often termed as diseases of affluence. Being able to fill one's belly is a blessing in itself. Lily, it's time to get up for breakfast. Yu Xiaoli, feeling as though she had been struck by a hammer all night, instinctively reached out for a hug. Zhou Jianjun had no choice but to retrieve the clothes he had warmed in the blankets earlier, dressing her piece by piece. Is it not a pity for a man to have to dress a woman after she has undressed herself? How lamentable. Once she had received enough affection. She playfully pinched Zhou Jianjun's cheeks, and he took the opportunity to tease her with 2 large buns. Finally, Yu Xiaoli woke up and inevitably chased Zhou Jianjun around for a playful scolding. Afterward, with the hot water that Zhou Jianjun had brought, she began brushing her teeth and washing her face. Where did this toothbrush come from? I bought it, he replied nonchalantly. Did you forget? Not at all. When did you buy it? I never saw it before. Oh, that's of little importance. Didn't you also overlook the peanuts and sunflower seeds in the cupboard? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaoli conceded that perhaps she had simply not paid attention. This toothbrush is great. It doesn't shed bristles. Of course. I spent money on it. You wash up while I go call the other 2 girls. In the early morning, Zhou Jianjun felt like a mother hen, responsible for everyone. He knocked loudly, calling, Yu Shui, Haitang, it's time to wake up for breakfast. I've placed hot water and towels at the door. Hurry up. After a brief pause with no response, he knocked again, more insistently. Yu Shui, with her disheveled hair resembling a chicken coop, opened the door. Before she could voice her complaints, Zhou Jianjun promptly stuffed a large white rabbit candy into her mouth, and before she could react, he thrust a handful into her hands. Hurry up and tidy yourself. A young lady should not be so untidy. Bewildered, Yu Shui savored the sweetness in her mouth and glanced at the hot water and towel on the floor, suddenly feeling her morning grumpiness dissipate. Her brother was truly considerate. After attending to the 2 girls, he rushed to the deaf old lady's house to offer his respects, wrapping the little girl in his coat and hurrying her home. This flurry of activity left him slightly sweaty. As he assisted his daughter with brushing her teeth and washing her face, the little girl, fascinated by her Mickey Mouse toothbrush, played with it after a couple of brushes, only to be scolded by Yu Xiaoli with a light smack on her bottom. The little girl merely giggled and continued to play with her mother. Zhou Jianjun felt utterly exhausted, having lived 2 lives. He finally understood the challenges of being a stay-at-home dad. Enough of the play. Look at the mess you've made. Hurry up, or your face will turn into a pancake. Yu Shui, go call your brother and take a bowl of noodles to the old lady while you're at it. Got it, Yu Shui replied. Haidang. This is the snow cream your sister-in-law uses. Rub some on yourself. It's cold outside, and I don't want your face to crack. Yu Haidang paused for a moment, then beamed at Zhou Jianjun. Thank you, brother Zhou. Such attentiveness from this man was truly remarkable. There's no need for thanks. It's a busy morning, and I have nothing fancy to offer. Tomato noodle soup, just a simple meal to warm you up. Yu Haidang noticed that each bowl of noodles was accompanied by a bottle of milk and a plate of pickled radishes. Tomato noodle soup? Eating tomatoes at this time? Is this what you call a meager meal? Moreover, each bowl was topped with a fried egg. What a family. Chapter 34. A grand gesture for the ladies. The overbearing He Yuzhu. Oh my. At this moment, He Yushui's loud voice echoed in the courtyard. What are you pretending to be, a duck? Zhou Jianjun retorted irritably. No. Brother, when did you buy this bicycle? This lady's bike was just released, and I've heard my silly brother wanted to buy one. But they're nowhere to be found in stores. Where did you get it? Then, Yu Haidang dashed outside, followed by Yu Xiaoli who carried her daughter. He Yuzhu, still bleary-eyed and wrapped in a military coat, approached, puzzled by the sight of several women gathered around admiring something. What are you all looking at so early in the morning? Oh right, Haidang, that snow cream was something I bought for my sister but never used. It's still unopened. Take it to moisturize your hands and face. The weather is dry, so don't let them crack. Yu Haidang looked at He Yuzhu in surprise. Is every man in this family so thoughtful? Upon closer inspection, He Yuzhu was not unappealing. In fact, he was somewhat handsome, having clearly shaved. If he were to be considered, following He Yuzhu didn't seem so bad. He appeared to be a warm-hearted man. While Zhou Jianjun's behavior was expected, He Yuzhu's was rather enlightening. What are you staring at? Do I have something on my face? He Yuzhu touched his face, feeling a bit self-conscious. Yu Haiding cheerfully accepted the snow cream. Thank you, comrade Hiyuju. No need for thanks. Hey, where did this car come from? Just then, Zhou Jianjun appeared with a men's bicycle and a ladies' one. I've only seen this lady's bike mentioned in the newspaper. We've never seen it around here. Yu Haiding clearly showed interest in the bicycle. Really? I must admit, it suits a woman quite well. If you like it, I can help you get one another day. Yu Haiding was taken aback. No, that is too extravagant. Don't be so polite. It won't cost much. I received a hefty sum of 2,000 yesterday. So what is the big deal about a bicycle? If I want to buy it for you, I'm happy to do so. Though Hiyuju was straightforward, his words carried a commanding tone. However, one cannot deny that the timing was impeccable, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. Yu Haiding genuinely began to contemplate. Hiyuju's monthly income was not negligible, exceeding 30 yuan. Although she was a level 10 broadcaster, earning 2750, combined with Hiyuju's 3750. Their monthly income was considerable. Moreover, with Zhou Jianjun and his wife supporting them, having witnessed 2,000 in cash yesterday, their financial situation seemed quite stable. Marrying into this family would mean no complicated mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues, and she had a good relationship with Hiyushue. Moreover, Yu Xiaoli was not a harsh person, making life quite comfortable. She was genuinely intrigued. Zhou Jianjun slurped his noodles from a large bowl. Overhearing Hiyuju's words and momentarily wondering if he had been possessed by some spirit. Did silly Zhu just say that? Brother, I mentioned buying you a bike yesterday, and you surprised me by bringing two. I see Haidang likes it. Why not let her keep it as if I bought it for her? Zhou Jianjun gave a thumbs up. Well done, boss he, spending lavishly to win the fair lady's smile. I have no objections, just ask your sister-in-law. The bike is hers. Hiyuju chuckled and approached, not knowing how to explain to Yu Xiaoli, who smiled and nodded in agreement. My silly daughter-in-law is still soft-hearted. But since it concerns silly Zhu's happiness, Zhou Jianjun didn't mind giving away the bicycle. Let it be. All right, let us eat quickly, it's getting cold. It's not like we've never seen a bicycle before. Look at that. The daughter is easy to manage, devouring her noodles heartily. Good girl. She must be nurtured well and not allowed to be easily deceived. Raising a daughter well has its merits. By the time it was mealtime, Yu Haitang's face was flushed. It seemed that a bicycle had completely won her heart. Brother Zhou, sister-in-law, I truly feel embarrassed. I didn't expect Hiyuju to. Zhou Jianjun waved dismissively. A bicycle? Consider it a wedding gift from me and your sister-in-law. Ride it to work today, so everyone can see. Yu Haitang's face turned even redder as she buried her head in her bowl of noodles, while Hiyuju grinned foolishly. Hiyushue nudged her arm. It seems I'll soon be calling you sister-in-law. Yushue, don't tease me. No. Once Yu Haiding saw that no one was mocking her, she finally relaxed. Oh, right, here's the bicycle registration. Take good care of it. Zhou Jianjun tossed the registration over, and Yu Haiding caught it, shedding her usual proud demeanor and responding sweetly. Zhou Jianjun found it amusing. Indeed, no matter the time, a grand gesture always works wonders. It seemed this girl had come to a realization. It was for the best. In the original story, her relationship with Hiyuju had been disrupted, but later, after her divorce, she realized how good he was, often leaning against the window. This way, everything seemed just right. Brother, this milk is truly fragrant. Will we have it every day? Once I start working, I can contribute to the grocery fund. Hiyushue clutched the bottle, clearly enamored with the taste of milk. You? Forget it. Save that money for your dowry. There will be milk in the future. Don't worry. Don't look down on me. If I don't take it, it saves me money. Where would you get so many milk tickets? I have my methods. Why ask so many questions? Eat more and talk less. Oh, Hiyushue is no fool. He surely acquired these items through alternative channels. Brother, these persimmons are delightful, perfectly flavored, with a sweet and sour taste. Did your friend send them again? Hiyuju, savoring a tomato, felt quite satisfied. As a chef, he possesses the discerning ability to judge the quality of ingredients, and these tomatoes are the most exquisite he has ever tasted. With a perfect balance of acidity and sweetness, any deviation from this balance would spoil the flavor. Zhou Jianjun's mind raced. My friend has connections, capable of supplying both meat and greenhouse vegetables. You should network and see if you can secure purchasing rights from your supervisor. With only 2 cents to his name, he felt embarrassed to ask his wife for money. The space is stocked with an abundance of vegetables, and even if he bought from the vending machine, it would be at market price per pound. However, the purchasing unit is not measured by the pound, no matter how you look at it. This is a surefire profitable venture. Of course, the emphasis isn't on profit, but rather on ensuring that the workers enjoy delectable meals, replenishing their nutrition to contribute to the noble cause of nation building. Such a monumental responsibility, Zhou Jianjun felt, should be shouldered by him. After all, he is the chosen one, destined to lead the marketplace. That might not work. The purchasing task is handled by the cafeteria director's brother-in-law. Oh, I see. Then forget it. No, Brother Zhou, don't dismiss it just yet. If you truly have good resources, we could leverage this opportunity to help Zhu secure that cafeteria director position. Before Zhu could respond, Yu Haitang interjected, clearly agitated. Chapter 35. The wife provides pocket money. Yu Haitang is in the broadcasting room, receiving a plethora of the latest information daily. Her mind is quite astute. The cafeteria director position is a coveted one. She has already begun to consider matters from Zhu's perspective. What is most crucial in this era? Resources. 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 It bears repeating. Even the most commonplace vegetables like cabbage, radishes, and potatoes are not available in unlimited supply, let alone other vegetables and meats. In these times, while some are impoverished, many are not destitute. There are quite a few affluent households, yet they lack meat coupons. If meat coupons were freely distributed, many would afford meat daily. However, even if you have ample meat coupons and sufficient money, the supply of meat is still inadequate. Thus, securing supplies is of utmost importance. If Zhu approaches the factory director with this condition, that ridiculous cafeteria director position will certainly be his. What are you all staring at me for? Did I say something wrong? Yu Haitang noticed the silence and puzzled expressions of the others. No, you're just thinking of Zhu even before the matter is settled. It seems you are indeed becoming like family, Yu Shaoli teased with a smile. Hey, sister-in-law, why are you mocking me? Yu Haitang finally caught on and decided to embrace the moment. After all, they are family. There's no need for shyness. Your sister-in-law isn't mocking you. She is praising you. Your idea is quite commendable. Zhu, you should pursue this. Rest assured regarding the channels, they are all legitimate. Zhu contemplated and nodded. He has no interest in officialdom, only in cooking. But if he could indeed become the cafeteria director, that would be splendid. His salary would rise to 425. After all, he is about to marry, and he must consider his family. All right, I understand, brother. I will discuss it with the deputy factory director. The cafeteria director, surnamed Yao, is affiliated with Deputy Factory Director Li, and Zhu is reluctant to offend him. If he deems it unfeasible, I will approach the factory director. That cafeteria director is a real simpleton, utterly clueless and constantly loitering around the storeroom, quite bothersome. Well, as long as you have a plan, that's what matters. Go wash the dishes and take a breather. It's almost time for work. Me again? Fine, I'll wash. I'll help you. Yu Haitang lowered her head, assisting Zhu in tidying up. Zhou Jianjun was momentarily bewildered, questioning whether he had ever truly watched the original drama. Is Yu Haitang really like this? He scratched his head, unable to comprehend. Perhaps his intervention, akin to a butterfly's wings, has triggered some transformation. Nevertheless, this change is undoubtedly positive. As the two headed to the kitchen to wash dishes, Yu Shui remarked, Brother, I want a bicycle too. Zhou Jianjun remained silent, checking the price of bicycles in the enormous vending machine. Men S, 120? That seems reasonable. Women S, 180? Zhou Jianjun rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. What the heck? Is a women S bicycle that much more expensive? 180? Good grief. Brother, didn't you hear me? I heard you. 181. Huh, why is there an odd number? You think these bicycles are easy to come by? They require connections. Yu Shui wore a pained expression. That's true. But I don't have that much money. As if I do. Sister-in-law, look at him. Yu Shaoli sighed. All right, Jianjun, can you really buy it? I'll cover the cost. See, little rich lady is speaking with confidence now. You're ridiculous. What nonsense are you spouting? That money belongs to their siblings. Sister-in-law is the best. Yu Shui clung to Yu Shaoli's arm, acting adorably. Hey, sister-in-law, what happened to your neck? Did my brother hit you? From this angle, she caught sight of a large strawberry bruise. Yu Shaoli's face flushed crimson. No, little kids shouldn't pry into adult matters. What does age have to do with it? Yu Shui paused, then quickly blushed as well. You two are both so improper. She stamped her foot and ran away. Zhou Tong had yet to finish her milk, glancing around with wide eyes. See, it's all your fault. I told you not to act recklessly. What do you want me to do now? Why are you crying? Our intimacy is none of their business. So embarrassing. In these times, societal norms are still rather conservative. All right, stop crying. I have a plan. Wait for me a moment. Zhou Jianjun dashed out and soon returned. Dear wife. Could you lend me 10 yuan for pocket money? Yu Shaoli was taken aback. Didn't he just say he had a plan? Why is he now asking for money? 10 yuan for pocket money? You want more? No, don't misunderstand. No tears. I assure you, it's for something useful. You're not going to drink, are you? I swear, all my money is spent. Between the bicycle and yesterday's vegetables, I have no funds left for drinking. Oh, I see. Just 10 yuan? No, that's too much. I'll give you 3. Fine, 3 it is. After receiving the money, he rushed inside, emerging with a silk scarf that cost him 150. Can you believe it? The system surely took advantage of his funds. Nevertheless, the The scarf was beautiful, unlike anything typical for this era. The colors of this age are generally dull, black, yellow, green, and blue dominate. Watching period dramas often evokes a sense of antiquity. Yet this scarf was vibrantly colorful. Look, wrap this around. Zhou Jianjun, adept with his hands, swiftly fashioned a floral scarf around Yu Xiaoli's neck, creating an elegant yet understated look that perfectly complemented her demeanor. Wow, mother is truly stunning. The ever-enthusiastic Wang Zhou Tong has returned, clapping her hands in admiration. Yu Xiaoli hastily dashed into the bedroom, catching a glimpse of herself in the mirror, momentarily mesmerized. She couldn't take her eyes off the exquisite silk scarf. With it, the strawberries adorning her neck were completely concealed. She quickly ran back to embrace Zhou Jianjun, planting a kiss on his cheek. Where did you purchase this? The color is simply exquisite. I can't believe I never noticed you taking it out before. I wanted to surprise you, he replied. Just like that bicycle. I arranged for it to be delivered overnight. I have owed you so much, and I thought this would be a way to make amends. This one is beautiful. There are only 5 in total, and I bought one for just $1.50. However, I truly had no money on me, which is why I had to negotiate with someone. Luckily, I know many people, and they were willing to let me owe them. So the money I asked for was merely to repay them today. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoli felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. I'm sorry, Jianjun. I can't believe I ever doubted you. You are truly wonderful to me. What you say is quite outlandish. You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, whom should I treat well? Is this money enough? I can give you more. No need. It's more than sufficient. However, Yu Xiaoli was unaware that the 2 bicycles cost 300 yuan. How could he afford that? Chapter 36. A lively morning in the courtyard. Hey, Haidang. Where did you buy that bicycle? It's a new model, isn't it? It looks fantastic. It must have been quite expensive. A group of people headed to work. And indeed, it was a bustling family affair. Zhou Jianjun secured an old cushion to the back seat of the bicycle, taking Yu Xiaoli along. Upon hearing someone speak, they had no choice but to dismount. The young girl He Yushui was at home, still uncertain about her job situation, usually residing in the school dormitory. Previously, she had fallen out with Zhou Jianjun and felt uncomfortable at home. Now that their relationship had improved, she found comfort in being there. Not only were there peanuts and sunflower seeds to enjoy, but also the delight of big white rabbit candy. The kitchen was stocked with plump red tomatoes. Such a life was hard to come by. Speaking of which, during this period, the supply of peanuts and sunflower seeds was quite peculiar. Previously, they could only be purchased during the new year, with strict limits. 2 pounds of peanuts and half a pound of sunflower seeds per person, an entire year's worth. It was only in the past 2 years that things had improved slightly, changing to a monthly quota of 2 pounds of peanuts, with shells, and half a pound of sunflower seeds. The years of natural disasters were gradually fading, and living standards were bound to rise. This is also why, in the original drama, He Yuzhu had a penchant for peanuts, while Uncle Sen often schemed to have others buy sunflower seeds. Yu Haitong's brand new lady's bicycle attracted the attention of many in the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, Aunt Sen stopped her to inquire. Yu Haiding confidently replied, "This bike was a gift from brother Zhuzi. We are dating." He Yuzhu beside her proudly lifted his chin. "Zhuzi gave it to you? You two are dating?" This revelation was utterly unexpected. He Yuzhu was known as the local misfit. Everyone knew him for his clumsiness. And who could endure that? Yet, he had somehow found a partner, and it was Yu Haidang. Yu Haidang was tall, fair-skinned, and strikingly beautiful. How could she possibly be interested in He Yuzhu? For a moment, no one knew how to respond, let alone offer He Yuzhu congratulations. "Auntie, that is not right." Aunt San, who was Yu Li's mother-in-law and Yu Haitong's sister, interjected. "Brother Zhuzi has a name. He is not truly foolish. You shouldn't call him Silly Zhu anymore." Such a name sounded quite unpleasant, and if he were to become her husband, wouldn't she also be labeled as the wife of Silly Zhu? Indeed, what Haidang says is correct. Since there are so many people around today, please listen to me. You all know how my brother's name came about. It was a careless utterance from my father. However, I would prefer that from now on, you call him He Yuzhu. If I hear anyone calling him Silly Zhu again, do not blame me for being rude. He Yuzhu felt a swell of joy at Yu Haitong's defense, his heart bubbling with happiness. Aunt San, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled. "Oh, I just said it out of habit. I want to do it again. Does your sister know about this? Why would I tell her? This is my own affair. Our relationship is built on mutual consent. Nowadays, we don't endorse arranged marriages, but rather advocate for free love. That is precisely what we have, and family has no say in it." "All right, Auntie. I must take my leave. We need to head to work. See you all later. I expect we'll have plenty of opportunities to meet again." Yu Haitong's straightforward nature was quite endearing, exhibiting both boldness in love and a disdain for pretense. After all, what girl is devoid of vanity? This isn't derogatory. When one's partner gifts them a bicycle and they become the center of attention, it fills the heart with joy. Today, she felt elevated. And in future encounters within the courtyard, she could hold her head high with pride. Who has seen a girl receive a bicycle from her boyfriend so readily? This is the essence of face. Isn't this what girls often compare amongst themselves? Unquestionably so. Zhou Jianjun and his wife lingered behind, playing the role of bystanders. They both felt quite pleased with Yu Haitang's performance. The advantage of such a person is that they keep their thoughts to themselves, making you guess. Otherwise, everyday life would be exhausting. A couple of times, it might be amusing, but in the long run, it surely becomes tiring. After a hard day's work, returning home to find a partner in a sour mood is quite disheartening. When you ask what's wrong, and they respond with, guess, and you can't. What a predicament. You can't even guess. Do you not love me anymore? Is there someone else? Are you tired of this? Look at how these two live, over time. Can they avoid conflicts? Of course, this is not to suggest that they are at odds with each other. When newlyweds, they might argue daily, but eventually, it loses its novelty. Men tend to steer clear of such drama. After all, they can't endure the strain. Thus, when it comes to dating, one should seek a partner with a cheerful disposition. Life will be much more enjoyable. This is merely a personal opinion. If it doesn't resonate, I beg your pardon. As Zhu and Yu Haitang stepped out, Zhou Jianjun seized the moment, quickly bidding farewell and whisking his wife away. Otherwise, the sight of their new bicycle would surely lead to a lengthy discussion, which would be quite bothersome. Once they had all departed, the courtyard erupted in chatter. Did you see? That bicycle Zhou Jianjun is pushing is also brand new. What is so extraordinary about that? Zhou Jianjun and silly Zhu are like brothers. It's no surprise that he received a bicycle. That is not quite right. How could it have been silly Zhu who bought it? Come on. You all know Zhou Jianjun's character. Do you think he has the money to buy a bicycle? Not necessarily. His mother left him quite a sum. This left everyone speechless. A point that was hard to refute. The fact that the Yu family's daughter had taken a liking to silly Zhu was akin to a flower blooming amidst cow dung. Who says that? Silly Zhu's conditions aren't lacking. Just look around our courtyard. He's the only one who isn't deprived of food. He has no mother, and his father has abandoned him. Marrying him is like stepping into a life of luxury. Zhou Jianjun has now mended his ways. The family has reconciled. Once Yushue resumes work, there will be 4 earners in the household. The daughter from the Yu family also works at the steel plant, making 5 wage earners in total. Where else could one find such a situation? Upon hearing this, the crowd reflected carefully and indeed found the logic compelling. The usually despised and ridiculed Shaju suddenly seems to have become quite desirable. Is there any animosity towards Shaju? Not really. It's just that he tends to speak rather bluntly and lacks social grace, which has led to his unpopularity. Setting aside these traits, his circumstances are genuinely commendable. It appears that it won't be long before there is a celebration in the courtyard once more. The gossip continued, with remarks about whether Yu Haitang had slept well the previous night, until the stern third aunt shooed them away. A group of prattling old women. Qin Huairu left a bit later than usual and did not encounter Zhou Jianjun and the others. Upon hearing their discussions, her heart sank and her expression darkened. Shaju was actually getting married, and she was completely unaware of this development. How could this be? She absolutely could not allow this to happen. After all, it was not easy to find someone so simple-minded yet reliable and controllable. How could she let him slip away so easily? Third uncle and third aunt were dining. Qin Huairu maintained her composure on the surface and greeted third uncle, who was observing the commotion with his bowl in hand. Did you hear? Shaju is getting married, she exclaimed. Qin Huairu's face slightly changed, and she laughed. Third uncle, where did you hear such a joke this early in the morning? With someone like him? Who would ever want him? Upon hearing this, third uncle became animated. See, this gossip wasn't for naught. Isn't there an opportunity here? He insisted. You can't say that. Shaju's circumstances are actually quite decent. Although he may be foul-mouthed and not well-liked in our courtyard, he has a good heart and is quite warm-hearted. I'm not joking. He is courting the sister of my daughter-in-law. They've only just met, and he already gifted her a brand new car. I've seen that car in the newspaper. It costs a whopping 180. With such conditions, who would be worried about finding a wife? If it were my daughter, I'd be overjoyed to receive a bicycle. Third uncle still had some conscience, especially since he had just praised Shaju's character after drinking with him at Zhou Jianjun's house yesterday. When he mentioned the price of the car, his eyes sparkled with desire, clearly envious of such good fortune. Noticing Qin Huairu's smile stiffening, third uncle leaned in closer and lowered his voice. You probably don't know, do you? Shaju's father sends him 15 yuan every month. Previously, it was all saved by first uncle, but after we finished drinking yesterday, first uncle returned the money to him, over 2,000 yuan. And just like that, he turned around and gifted Haidang a brand new Phoenix bike. The man has money. After all, moreover, Zhou Jianjun also rode a new bike, most likely purchased with Shaju's funds. Qin Huairu could no longer maintain her smile. Oh, Shaju. How could you do this to me? You're marrying someone else and spending money on other women? Over 2,000 yuan. That could provide a family with countless meals of meat. If it were managed wisely, that amount could go a long way. She could not continue down this path of thought. Otherwise, she might wake up laughing in her dreams. But for her, this beautiful dream seemed unrelated. It was truly disheartening. What have I done to deserve this? Qin Huairu felt aggrieved, forcing a laugh in front of third uncle. Is that so? I hadn't heard about this. You're quite the informant. Yet, this matter has nothing to do with us, does it? You should go inside and eat. Don't catch a chill. I must head to work now. Oh yes, you're right. I should return home. But please, don't spread rumors about Shaju having money. Strangely enough, today is clear but colder. Pushing her somewhat worn bicycle out of the courtyard, Qin Huairu's mind was filled with thoughts of the 180 yuan bike and the 2,000 yuan. The more she thought about it, the more disheartened she felt. How wonderful it would be if that bike were hers. If Shaju had 2,000 yuan, she would willingly sleep with him. Oh Shaju, you truly are a simpleton. Can't you see how Qin Jie feels about you? Are you really comparing her to that young girl, Yu Haiteng? What does she have that is so appealing? Besides being younger, what else? How can you bear to pursue a relationship with Yu Haiteng without considering my feelings? The more Qin Huairu pondered, the more she felt like a jilted lover. Why should this be? She had poured out her sincere affections, yet before they could blossom, someone had plucked the fruit prematurely. This simply could not stand. She must devise a plan. Shaju must not marry Yu Haiteng. Absolutely not. Su Demao noticed Qin Huairu riding away and hurriedly returned to push his bike. Easy eye, I'm off to work. After being denied a touch by Lu Xiao the day before, he felt restless upon seeing Qin Huairu. What work are you talking about during the day? What do you understand? Even if I'm not working, I must go. This shows initiative and will garner the attention of the leadership. Besides, the leader is treating me to drinks today. This is all the result of my hard work. Plus, I suspect there will be some excitement at the factory today. Lu Xiao listened, slightly bemused. Excitement? What excitement? Honestly, you're not very bright, are you? Did you see that just now? Shaju is dating someone. Are you interested in that girl? Su Damao felt inexplicably guilty. Lu Xiao, being quite astute, picked up on this. What nonsense are you spouting? Why would I have feelings for anyone? Did you not see Qin Huairu's expression leaving? She looked like someone owed her 10 yuan. Just wait and see. There will definitely be excitement today. I didn't notice Qin Huairu's expression, but you, spending all day staring at that widow's face. Does she really look that good to you? Lu Xiao had a knack for hitting the nail on the head. Su Demao felt increasingly uneasy. After all, Lu Xiao had denied him the previous day and was now planning to discuss matters with Qin Huairu regarding the small warehouse. Look at you, you're feeling guilty. Me? Guilty? I'll tell you, Lu Xiao, don't cause trouble. Qin Huairu will never allow Shaju to pursue a relationship or marry. If you don't believe me, fine. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Su Damao offered a pale explanation and decided to carry the projector away, but Lu Xiao, seeing his flustered demeanor, teased. What a coward. With such little courage. You wouldn't dare. Su Damao secured the projector. Although there was no screening task today, there was a private job from the leadership. He couldn't neglect his meal. I'm off now. Don't wait for me for dinner tonight. Estimating that Qin Huairu hadn't gone far, Su Damao hurriedly chased after her. Lu Xiao scoffed, thinking about the excitement Su Damao had mentioned. Qin Huairu and Shaju. What connection could there possibly be between those two? She generally harbored no fondness for the gossip that permeated the courtyard. After all, as a young lady hailing from a prominent family, how could she indulge in the idle chatter of those loquacious women, fixated on the trivial matters of others' private lives? Although numerous rumors circulated within the courtyard, why should they concern her? Having taken a handful of millet, she fed the two hens in the coop, fixating her gaze on one hen's rear for an extended period. A flicker of delight blooming upon her face. This hen had just laid an egg. In her moment of joy, she spotted second uncle Lu Haizhong passing by and hastily greeted him. Second uncle, off to work? Lu Haizhong, clearly preoccupied with his own thoughts, paused slightly upon hearing her, glanced at Lu Xiaoyi, murmured a couple of sounds, and then quickened his pace. Lu Xiaoyi scratched her head, perplexed. How strange. What is going on this morning? Chapter 38. The Speed Demon Yu Haiteng. Lu Haizhong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction in his heart. The previous evening, during a drinking session at Zhou Jianjun's home, he found himself increasingly enamored with Yu Haiteng, contemplating suggesting her as a future daughter-in-law to his son. As for Zhou Jianjun and his wife's original intentions, did they truly matter? Could the simpleton Sha Zhu ever compare to his eldest son? Little did he know that Sha Zhu had acted swiftly, likely having spent the night with her, thereby undermining Lu Haizhong's pride. To be fair, Sha Zhu had been unjustly maligned. He had slept soundly on a cold bed until dawn. It was said that the eldest uncle valued his reputation. Did Lu Haizhong not care for his own? After a night of drinking, he returned home boasting to his son, exaggerating about having found a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged bride, spinning tales that were as rare as they were grandiose. Of course, at that moment, such claims were not yet substantiated. It was merely a vague semblance of that sentiment. Typically, Lu Haizhong was prone to scolding his son, who harbored considerable resentment towards him. Now, witnessing his stepfather's sudden transformation into a caring father, his three sons were left in disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. Seeing their skepticism, second uncle thumped his chest, making bold proclamations. "If you don't believe me, I'll get you a wife." Thus, he boasted, forgetting that had it not been for Zhou Jianjun inviting him for drinks, he would never have even laid eyes on Yu Haidang. This morning, he felt an unsettling chill creeping up his back, only to realize it was a significant betrayal awaiting him. No wonder it felt so cold. He had been pierced through. The three sons of the Lu family, upon hearing that Sha Zhu was courting someone, caught a glimpse of Yu Haitang from a distance. They inquired of their father, "Is this the bride you found for me?" "Isnt she Sha Zhu's. Is this the bride you found for my elder brother?" "Isnt she Sha Zhu's. Is this the bride you found for my elder brother?" "Isnt she Sha Zhu's. Why is there a parrot among you?" Oh, upon closer inspection, it was the youngest. Lu Haizhong felt his paternal authority being undermined and, in a fit of anger, treated his three sons to a round of slaps, reasserting the dignity of a father. Yet, even after this, he remained unsatisfied. How could he be content? He had failed to regain his lost pride and had instead subjected his three sons to a thorough beating. Whose fault was it? That was obvious. It was Sha Zhu's. Bah! Of course, Zhou Jianjun was no saint either. Inviting him for drinks was merely an attempt to sugarcoat his ulterior motives. Some people's thoughts are simply not aligned with those of the average individual. Second uncle was precisely this sort of person, growing increasingly irate. Ultimately, if not for Zhou Jianjun's invitation, would he have encountered Yu Haitang? If he had not met Yu Haitang, could he have boasted and caused his son to receive a beating? Thus, all blame traced back to this point. All right, Zhou Jianjun and Sha Zhu, just wait and see. I will find a chance to settle the score with you. My face has been thoroughly disgraced. Losing face in front of others is one thing, but to lose it before my own sons, that is a grave matter that must be rectified. Zhou Jianjun was currently unaware that the gathering he hosted was meant to mark his retirement from the underworld, yet it had turned sour and incurred enmity. Of course, even if he were to find out, he would likely only utter a few curses. At this moment, Zhou Jianjun was accompanied by Yu Xiaoli, enacting a scene of sweet intimacy. Yu Xiaoli clung to Zhou Jianjun's waist, her hand slipping beneath his clothing. Her face was pressed tightly against his back, feeling the brisk wind, yet her heart was warm. Regardless of the biting cold or lurking dangers, it seemed as though his presence could shield her from all. "Jianjun, are you cold?" Zhou Jianjun's teeth were chattering as he thought he must procure a cotton mask soon. "What did you say?" Yu Xiaoli playfully punched him. "I asked if you're cold." "Oh, not cold." "Achoo." A sudden sneeze abruptly shattered the romantic atmosphere. The air was frigid, and riding a bicycle felt as though her nose were being sliced by a knife. "Indeed, I must get a thick cotton mask. I'll find a secluded spot to buy one later." "No, I should buy a dozen." "Hey, let us race," Yu Haidang exclaimed as she rode her new bicycle. Feeling the wind rushing beneath her feet, exhilaration coursing through her, Zhou Jianjun, taken aback by this spirited side of Yu Haidang, felt invigorated. "Oh, little girl, are you courting disaster? I'll let you get a head start of 2 meters. Don't underestimate me. For the one who arrives late to the factory must treat the meal." Yu Haidang cast a sharp retort. "I'll leave you in the dust." And with that, she pedaled away fiercely. "Hey, now you're getting fired up. Xiaoli, hold on tight. Today your man will let you experience the sensation of flying." Zhou Jianjun, having undergone a transformation thanks to his vigorous training, now pedaled with such fervor that sparks seemed to fly from the bicycle chain. Before long, Yu Haidang and He Yuzhu found themselves lagging far behind. Initially, Yu Haidang refused to concede, determined to outpace Zhou Jianjun, yet she quickly found herself exhausted. Although she too had consumed the strength-enhancing spinach, she remained a girl, her enhancements limited. Even so, her stamina exceeded that of the average man. Frustrated, she lamented, "How can Zhou go ride so fast? He.s. even carrying someone." He Yuzhu, today truly enlightened, chose not to race ahead but maintained a steady pace alongside her, accompanying her as they pedaled together. "You know, you're quite competitive," he remarked. "What is the point in competing with him? He.s. a beast." "Haidang, I'm not boasting, but from childhood to now, you can ask around the neighboring alleys. When it comes to fighting and strength, no one has ever surpassed me. Zhou Jianjun is not even a contender. You see, he.s. just a student, always scribbling away. Each time we've fought, I've hardly ever come out on top. Occasionally, I might win, but I definitely took my fair share of beatings." Yu Haidang, upon hearing this, felt a touch of disdain. "I really can't comprehend you men. Don't you feel pain when you fight?" "Of course we feel pain. We're flesh and blood, not made of iron. But sometimes, fighting can actually strengthen bonds. Any grievances can be resolved with a good brawl. As for now, if any other man were to fancy you, I wouldn't hesitate to throw a punch. Yu Haiding found this sentiment rather pleasing, her pride akin to that of a graceful swan as she lifted her neck. Humph. Then you have your work cut out for you. There are plenty of suitors vying for my attention. Hey, but you haven't found any of them appealing, have you? I'm not worried about that. Mind your manners. You're still in the probation period. You need to step up your game. He broke into a silly grin. Am I not performing well enough right now? Yu Haiding couldn't help but laugh at his foolishness. He was indeed quite charming. At least there's no need to worry about him fooling around outside. Such a man is reliable. Yet, deep down, I can't help but feel a tinge of regret. If only he possessed the talent of Zhou Gu, how wonderful that would be. Zhou Jianjun, oblivious to Yu Haitong's surrender, felt no exertion in using all his strength, and thus he sped ahead, overtaking one after another. Hey, who is this guy? Riding a new bike, is that impressive? Shouldn't he be accompanied by his wife? If you're capable, bring along a spouse. I assure you, it will invigorate your ride. What the hell, why aren't you bringing her? Huh, my wife weighs over 200 pounds. Do I dare take her along? I'd surely tire out halfway. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I become. I must catch up to this scoundrel. If one were unaware, they might think a bicycle race was underway, with each participant exerting themselves fervently. What is going on? Whatever the case, it must be something good. Just follow along and accelerate. Consequently, the time for everyone's commute to work today was noticeably shortened. Chapter 39. I am not a stingy person. Zhou Jianjun was unaware that road rage existed in this day and age. Otherwise, he would surely inquire about the affiliations of these individuals, then pay a visit to their superiors for a reward. Without his influence, would these people be so eager to go to work? Would they arrive this early? Harvesting bamboo shoots? You've managed to dig up all the shoots on the mountain by yourself. Zhou Jianjun felt a sense of unity with his bicycle today. Muscle memory endowed him with an exceptional sense of balance, making his cycling effortless. Upon reaching the steel plant's entrance, Zhou Jianjun finally squeezed the handbrake and set his long legs down onto the ground. With a screech, the soles of his shoes skidded. Yes, this felt just right. He pressed the bicycle bell, and the gatekeeper peered out, commenting, "You folks are here quite early. There are still 40 minutes until work begins." "Oh, is this a new bike? Quite impressive. Hey, aren't you that Zhou Gansher? You brought your wife? How rare." Zhou Jianjun regarded the gatekeeper, contemplating whether to confront him. Was this fool's mouth borrowed? His chatter was incessant. In just a moment, where did all those interjections come from? And what was with that look? What attitude? How novel. If I don't bring my wife, should I bring yours? Would you be pleased with that? Do you have nothing better to do? If you're unoccupied, raise the barrier. Do you have any idea how much you've delayed us? If every employee dawdled and cut it this close to work, how could production tasks be guaranteed to be completed? I must tell you, your awareness is lacking. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper's face turned pale. Rolling his eyes, he retorted, "Why should my wife accompany you? Who doesn't know that Zhou Jianjun is known for hitting his wife? Now you're pretending to be in love?" He glanced at Yu Xiaoli, who had been silently chuckling, and suddenly felt foolish. Their marital affairs had nothing to do with him. It was unnecessary to indulge this nonsense. And what about this woman? Isn't she the one being beaten? Why is she just enjoying the show? He suddenly felt a bit sorry for being human. This sensation was quite unfortunate. Come on in. Come on in. I wouldn't dare hinder your contributions to construction. That's a hefty title I can't bear on my frail neck. Just a few jokes. And you're already riled up? Zhou Jianjun chuckled, pulling out a pack of peony cigarettes. Don't ask. He got them from a vending machine. It was quite peculiar. While other goods had measurement discrepancies, this pack of cigarettes was simply a pack, without any extra. Was the system under the impression that smoking is detrimental to health? Huh. That system has quite the awareness. If, by any chance, a ton of cigarettes were to arrive, I'd truly be worried about smoking myself to death. Yet, the reality is that Zhou Jianjun doesn't even smoke. In any case, this serves as a public service announcement. Smoking is harmful to health. The peony brand is produced by the Beijing Tobacco Factory, costing 4 yuan and 50 cents per pack. There's a catchy rhyme. Leaders smoke peony, officials smoke xiangshan. Employees smoke economic, and common folk smoke canon calendar. Zhou Jianjun was not particularly fond of this rhyme. Xiangshan, costing 2 yuan and 70 cents per pack, and economic, with a national retail price of 8 cents, though some places sold it for 12 cents. As for canon calendar, that was purely a jest. Nowadays, cigarettes rarely come with filters. On the streets, one could pick up discarded butts, extract the tobacco, and roll it into a new cigarette using a calendar. It is said that the economic brand was famous for its excessive ash content. Rumor has it that one must blow out the mud inside before smoking. Otherwise, one's mouth would be filled with dirt afterward. Who knows if that's a joke or reality? The most expensive cigarette today is the National Treasure Panda. In department stores, there's a retro selling method, selling cigarettes individually. Just one Panda cigarette costs 70 cents, while a pack is $1.40. How much does a pound of pork cost? Yet, this pack of cigarettes dares to sell for over $1. Another is Zhonghua. Have you ever seen the can version? Retailing at 5 cents per stick. In the 49 cities, being able to smoke peony is quite a status symbol. Zhou Jianjun took out a cigarette and offered it to the gatekeeper, who, upon seeing it, found it difficult to argue. Moreover, he himself had been at fault initially. This cigarette was agreeable. It was just slightly awkward due to some past rumors. Look at that, the power of cigarettes. Zhou Jianjun waved his hand with a smile. Patting his chest, rumors harm people. It's fine, I'm not a stingy person. You're busy, we'll head in first. The gatekeeper smiled as the couple entered, then grimaced and rubbed his chest as he retreated into the gatehouse. Damn, that guy has a strong grip. Is he really just holding a pen? Truly, he is not a decent person, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Who is Zhou Jianjun? Would he suffer a loss? Letting you gossip will not end well for you. How was I unaware that you smoke? Yu Shaoli asked with curiosity. Me? I don't smoke. As an art student, smoking terrifies me. I worry about setting the studio ablaze. In my past life and this one, I've never had that hobby. Although I don't smoke. Carrying a pack of cigarettes makes conversations flow easier. In the past, I looked down on everyone. Who was I? A proper university graduate. Could I possibly look up to others? Now, however, it's different. I've been reborn, and that arrogance must be tucked away. Lily, let me tell you. Workplace relationships are incredibly complex. Connections are cultivated through a single cigarette or a piece of candy. Yu Shaoli pinched Zhou Jianjun's cheek. This doesn't sound like something you would say, but it's quite accurate. Heh, isn't it all about personal growth? Here, take this candy to share with others in the broadcasting office. Especially those in the mechanical and electrical room. They're the ones responsible for your meals. If equipment breaks down, you'll inevitably have to trouble them. Zhou Jianjun handed her 2 handfuls of white rabbit candies. Got it. We get along well in our department. I'm not like you. He personally escorted Yu Shaoli to the broadcasting office building before turning back and heading in another direction. The layout of this factory was questionable. Who designed it? Shouldn't the broadcasting office be situated alongside the publicity department? Instead, they were placed far apart, one in the east and the other in the west. If the publicity department had documents to convey the spirit of a meeting, one would need to run quite a distance to deliver them. Zhou Jianjun mused that perhaps some official was enjoying the power to command others. Hey, Xiaozhou, you're here early today? Indeed, Sister Lu. You're here early as well. Greetings. As I age, my sleep diminishes, so I prefer to arrive at the office earlier. At least it is warmer here than at home, where I waste coal. You are right. I have learned a trick from this. Perhaps I might even earn a commendation for being proactive in the future. Sister Lu is somewhat taken aback. In the past, Zhou Jianjun would not joke with her in such a manner. In her view, this young man possesses commendable work capabilities, yet his emotional intelligence is somewhat lacking, making him less sociable. To put it plainly, he harbors a sense of pride and looks down upon the personnel in the publicity department. In their department, there are numerous individuals, yet only 3 possess a desk in the office. One is the secretary to the director, another is Sister Lu, and the last is Zhou Jianjun himself. The director and 4 deputy directors occupy the adjacent office. The secretary's duties are quite varied and abundant, rendering the role rather arduous. Do not misunderstand. The secretary is male, as it is not in vogue to have a non-working secretary. As for Zhou Jianjun and Sister Lu, they each handle their respective responsibilities. Sister Lu primarily oversees the drafting and reviewing of documents. Among the factory workers, she is a literary youth, occasionally penning poetry or essays that must be vetted by her to be published in the factory's journal. Once approved, they are passed to Zhou Jianjun for proofreading, correcting typos, and formatting. He may even illustrate the articles, though this task is infrequent. He predominantly creates various propaganda posters. Have you seen the kind of murals that used to adorn walls in childhood? They likely still exist today, though most are machine-sprayed, with few hand-painted. In this factory, the grand slogans and propaganda posters on the walls are predominantly the work of Zhou Jianjun. Each piece takes considerable time to create, yet it can remain in place for an extended period. During such times, he typically recruits students from the academy, providing them with practical experience. This way, when they complete their work, they receive a letter of recommendation affirming their prior experience before being assigned elsewhere. Having graduated from the academy, he naturally favors his junior colleagues, which also serves to honor his mentor. In truth, the workload is light. The factory's publication is issued bi-weekly, allowing ample time for proofreading. Work, after all, is about managing one's own tasks and avoiding unnecessary entanglements that could lead to conflicts of interest. Zhou Jianjun is not inclined to engage in such matters, finding solace in his leisurely schedule. His desk is nestled in a corner, beside which lies a spacious area filled with an easel and an assortment of paints. Familiar yet foreign, he glances at the work schedule hanging on the wall, which the secretary updates daily. However, today it still displays last week's agenda. Relying on his memory, he notes that each week bears a striking resemblance to the last. In this frigid winter, devoid of specific tasks, he occupies himself with reading and perusing newspapers, enhancing his ideological awareness and acquiring knowledge that may contribute to his personal development. Truly, it is an ideal position for idling at work, and Zhou Jianjun is exceedingly content. Sister Lu, I shall fetch some hot water. May I take your kettle to fill it? Sister Lu is further astonished. Previously, Zhou Jianjun would remain absorbed in his writing and drawing, hardly initiating conversation. Today, he not only jested with her, but also offered to fetch water. This seems rather troublesome, as she is well aware of his nature. Come now, you are my senior. It is no trouble for me to fill a kettle for you. I still need to make the trip myself, so hand it over. Watching Zhou Jianjun carry 2 water bottles as he exits, Sister Lu scratches her head. Little Zhou is indeed behaving somewhat differently today. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianjun is endeavoring to reinvent himself, altering the impression he leaves at the office. On the other hand, Su Damao is fervently pursuing Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, what do you mean by that? Please provide a clear answer. We are nearing the factory, and it would not reflect well if others see us. As per the usual arrangement, 5 steam buns are to be collected during the lunch break at the small warehouse. Qin Huairu, already in a foul mood, feels further irked by his relentless pursuit. When he halts her bicycle, she dismounts and glares at him. What are you thinking? 5 buns? You must be dreaming. Su Damao, momentarily taken aback by her reaction, retorts coldly. Fine, you said it, so don't regret it later. In the future, if you encounter difficulties, seek assistance elsewhere. Realizing that Su Damao is genuinely upset and prepared to leave, Qin Huairu becomes anxious. Although Su Damao is not the most reliable character, he can be of use when necessary. He spends his days watching films outside, often acquiring certain advantages. Why not take advantage of that? If she were to offend him completely, it would not bode well for her. Why are you in such a hurry? Allow me to finish. Qin Huairu yanks him back, causing Su Damao to stumble. Look at you, in this bitter cold. Why are you so impatient? Her words, half smiling, convey a playful allure. Su Damao gulps, contemplating her figure, feeling a stirring desire. What is your intention? Stop pulling at me. Oh, are you angry with me now? Very well, I shall be direct. 5 buns will not suffice. I require 3 pounds of flying tickets. In the market, there are 2 types of grain tickets. One is universally accepted, known as flying tickets, while the other is specific to the city, colloquially referred to as rat tickets. Why rat tickets? There is an old saying, dogs remember thousands, cats remember tens of thousands, but rats only remember a large area. This implies that rats are selective and ineffective beyond their familiar territory. Flying tickets hold greater value and are consequently harder to obtain. When traveling for work, one requires not only a letter of introduction but also these flying tickets. Otherwise, one may find themselves without food in a different place. In Pigeon City, a pound of grain tickets can be traded for 4 to 6 yuan. Qin Huairu's request for 3 pounds translates to a sum exceeding 10 yuan. Initially, Su Damao assumed his efforts were in vain, but upon hearing this, he felt a mixture of anger and amusement. Qin Huairu, what are you thinking? 3 pounds? Do you realize that 5 pounds of grain can fetch a young lady in the countryside? That's not my concern. You may choose to come or not. Qin Huairu rolls her eyes, revealing a captivating charm that ensnares Su Damao's attention, stirring feelings within him. Ah, today the sun is particularly bright. I assentee it? Wait. Don't leave. 3 pounds. Are you serious? Usually, 5 buns are merely enough for sustenance. My 3 pounds of flying tickets cannot merely be exchanged for buns, can they? Qin Huairu finds his bluntness somewhat offensive, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Impatiently, she declares, we shall discuss it later. With that, she frees herself from his grasp and swiftly rides her bicycle into the steel factory. Although she has previously endured similar situations, such matters cannot be addressed so overtly. Should anyone overhear, it would be a significant embarrassment for her. Qin Huairu. Su Damao, unperturbed, secures his bicycle and rubs his hands together. He had rushed out today and forgotten his gloves, leaving his hands nearly frozen. He must have hot buns today to warm up. Of course, if an opportunity arises, it would not be unwelcome. Qin Huairu is a striking figure within the factory, drawing the attention of many men. However, she is quite adept at navigating such situations, leaving the men yearning without yielding any tangible benefits. She skillfully teases, making them feel as though she is showing interest while leaving much to the imagination. Thus, Qin Huairu indeed reaped numerous benefits. However, Su Damao was different. He was willing to offer advantages, yet he demanded reciprocity. He belonged to the school of thought that one must see the rabbit before releasing the eagle. Therefore, Exchanging steamed buns for steamed buns was a fair transaction. In Su Damao's mind, he was far superior to those foolish old fools, a group of grandsons who had not even held a little hand. TSK. It seems today Master Su is to indulge in some pleasures. First, I ought to visit the bathhouse for a soak. He did not need to clock in. His visit to the factory today was driven by ulterior motives. Chapter 41. Why is my wife so beautiful? Zhou Jianjun spent the entire morning idly passing time, jotting down notes and sketches. What was he illustrating? The adventures of Tong Tong. He thought to himself that he must not leave any psychological scars on the little girl. As a father, he felt a deep sense of indebtedness. His only talent was drawing, so he decided to create a series of comic illustrations with his daughter as the protagonist. The little monsters within would merely be various delicacies: fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and mung bean juice. It appears an oddity slipped in. He crossed out the mung bean juice. Before arriving in the capital, he had traveled to the great capital city, witnessed the flag raising at Tiananmen, and felt the nation's prosperity. His heart brimmed with pride. Upon arriving in the capital, how could he not sample some local snacks? Fried dough sticks, stir-fried liver, and mung bean juice. If one were to discuss the fondness of the residents of the 4th and 9th cities for their dialect, it is something everyone can relate to. Fried dough sticks and stir-fried liver he could accept, but that mung bean juice. Ah, the taste. One sip, and it is forever etched in memory. From that moment on, he held a profound disdain for it. It was a flavor indelibly imprinted on his soul. Now, in this old 4th and 9th city, Zhou Jianjun similarly found that while soy milk was acceptable, mung bean juice was out of the question. He contemplated preparing some for his daughter one morning, allowing her to experience the harsh realities of life. At this thought, he chuckled to himself. Zhou Jianjun, you ought to be a decent person. Isn't milk delightful? Resolutely. He swapped the mung bean juice for milk and then considered anthropomorphizing vegetables like potatoes, radishes, and eggplants, giving them little arms and legs. As the protagonist, Zhou Tongtong's greatest talent was her appetite. With her mouth agape, she devoured these little monsters. On each page's footer, he sketched a simple drawing of Zhou Tongtong chasing a rabbit. Flipping through quickly, one could see her bouncing and hopping after the rabbit, occasionally opening her mouth as if to bite it. Little Zhou, what are you drawing? You've been at it all morning, and the off-duty bell has rung. Are you not heading to the cafeteria? Sister Lu, filled with curiosity, thought this young man was different today and kindly offered a reminder. Zhou Jianjun was momentarily taken aback and stretched lazily. Oh, has it gotten to this hour already? I ought to go eat. Thank you. I'll go find the child's mother. I'll take my leave first, he said, stuffing his sketchbook into his pocket and dashing away. Hey, this little Zhou is quite different today, isn't he? Sister Lu mused, shaking her head with a smile. The young man, serious about finding a wife, approached with utmost sincerity. Upon exiting the office building, he was greeted by a bustling crowd. The steel plant was a state-run enterprise, employing around 10 to 20,000 workers. Naturally, the workshop was divided into sections, and currently, only 2 to 3,000 people were visible. There were multiple cafeterias. Otherwise, the cooks would be overwhelmed. In Hiyuju's section, there were 8 teams responsible for approximately 2,000 people. Each team catered to fewer than 300 diners. Otherwise, what colossal pots would be required to prepare meals for thousands? No amount of money could make that feasible. One must lament the uniforms of this era, a vibrant blue. Fundamentally a variation of the Zhongshan suit, featuring 2 pockets on the top and bottom. Made entirely of sturdy labor fabric, they emphasized durability. Those with elders who experienced this era might inquire whether their children wore such uniforms. It is often said that state-run factories offered good benefits. The issued uniforms could be altered for children, saving on purchases. Durable, the larger child's uniform would be passed down to the younger one. Mended and patched for 3 years, this was the norm. The uniforms worn by Yu Xiaoli and her colleagues were somewhat more stylish, but still not particularly attractive. The welcome attire, which many in later generations may not have encountered, was touted as the official garb for receiving foreign guests, designed to exude dignity. In truth, it remained a modified Zhongshan suit, merely adorned with the collar of a small suit jacket, shoulder pads, and 5 buttons, which at the time was considered quite fashionable. It later became commonly seen at supply and marketing cooperative counters and among female colleagues in the system, remaining trendy until the mid-1970s. Of course, there were male versions as well, and Zhou Jianjun wore one of those. However, it featured a straight collar, not much different from the Zhongshan suit. At this time, there was no concern for fitted styles or silhouettes. Workers preferred their uniforms a size larger, allowing for 2 years of use. In the depths of winter, clad in a cotton-padded jacket beneath the work uniform, one couldn't help but look bulky, resembling a weeble wobble. It was acceptable to forego the cotton-padded jacket, but one could freeze to death. There was a specific term in the old 4th and 9th city to describe those who prioritized appearance over comfort. It was called playing single. One could see how lively this dialect was. Thus, a weeble wobble was certainly better than freezing to death. He hurried to the entrance of the broadcasting station, where he spotted a throng of young women emerging. Among them, Yu Xiaoli stood out remarkably. No need to look closely. The silk scarf she wore had undoubtedly been untied, entirely different from how she had initially tied it. Oh, Xiaoli, your man is waiting for you. Hello, sisters. Zhou Jianjun, sweet-tongued, reserved a smile for his wife's colleagues, hoping to curry favor and avoid any backstabbing gossip. Little Zhou still has a sweet tongue. Forget the past. Xiaoli has forgiven you. But if there is a next time, we will not spare you. An elder, with a fiery temperament, spoke directly. Indeed, rest assured. I revere her as my ancestor. Pa, what nonsense are you spouting? Yu Xiaoli retorted, then began to shoo them away. All right, what are you all gaping at? It's not like you haven't seen him before. Hurry up and go grab your meals. Ha ha ha, Xiaoli is getting annoyed. Let us go. Let us not delay her from eating strawberries. Right. A group of familiar yet naive young women jokingly nudged each other as they departed. Yu Xiaoli's face flushed crimson as she approached Zhou Jianjun, boldly linking her arm with his. Why are you so sweet today, waiting here for me? Ever since I married you, I haven't experienced such treatment in ages. No, I was merely wandering about. Who would have thought it would be so fortuitous to run into you? See, this is clearly fate arranged by the heavens. Stop your chatter. Where's your lunchbox? What lunchbox? The one for your meal. With a look of disbelief, Yu Xiaoli regarded him as if he were foolish. Zhou Jianjun smacked his forehead. Noticing the aluminum lunchbox in her hand, it seemed he had seen it in the drawer, but had completely forgotten. This object was a testament to an era. Even by the early 1990s, it had not yet exited the stage. In later years, restaurants and cafeterias transitioned to trays for self-service meals, with a recycling point afterward. Having arrived here for the first time, he had not recalled this detail. I was so focused on finishing work to see you that I completely forgot. In Yu Xiaoli's heart, she felt quite pleased. Throughout the morning, she had been the subject of much playful teasing. Yet, it was evident that their jests stemmed from envy. Those who had been married for several years seemed reluctant to engage with their partners, either dismissing them or merely going through the motions. Unlike Yu Xiaoli, who exuded enthusiasm, adorned with a collar of love bites, her partner, wary of her potential embarrassment, had even purchased a silk scarf for her, skillfully tying it into an exquisite knot that was simply delightful. Wasn't it foolish? They had seen her before, so why the pretense? This scarf. Was it meant to replicate my style? How naive. She promptly removed the scarf, deftly readying it into a different, yet equally charming arrangement. My wife truly outshines flowers in beauty. How could she be so enchanting? Chapter 42. This plot is quite familiar to me. Beautiful. How could she be so beautiful? At the 8th serving window in the cafeteria, which was managed by He Yuzhu's team, a long queue had formed. The dishes from other teams always seemed to lack the flavor that Master He's cooking possessed. What beauty, what are you gazing at? He Yuzhu, gnawing on a large radish, followed the gaze of his apprentice, Ma Hua. Ma Hua was still an apprentice, yet his character was exemplary, earning He Yuzhu's utmost respect. The bond between master and apprentice, steeped in reverence and filial piety, was vividly illustrated in Ma Hua's demeanor. He would forever remember the kindness of the simple-minded Juzi, who had remained steadfast through Juzi's hardships, providing substantial support. He was a good lad. Master, look at Qin Huairu, he said. Has she drawn on her eyebrows today? She looks remarkably lovely. Upon glancing, He Yuzhu indeed noticed her enhanced beauty. Qin Huairu was already striking, and the addition of her elegantly drawn brows made her even more alluring. Shoo, you little rascal. What's the matter with you? Staring at a young widow all day? Ma Hua received a playful smack on the head, but bore it with a grin. Just then, Qin Huairu approached, bypassing the lengthy queue and arriving at the window. Juzi. As soon as she called out, He Yuzhu felt as if his backside was on fire, and he took off in a hurry, leaving Qin Huairu's words lodged in her throat. She stood there, bewildered. What is happening? I haven't even spoken yet. Why are you running away? Am I going to eat you? Even Ma Hua was perplexed. However, he understood his master's demeanor. He Yuzhu had appeared exceptionally charming that morning, and there were rumors of a budding romance. Perhaps he would soon have a mistress. Ah, indeed, He Yuzhu was a gentleman, fearful that his future mistress would disapprove. Hence he ignored the young widow entirely. With this thought, he rapped on the serving pot. Why are you cutting in line? Go to the back. Qin Huairu, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, was confronted by the crowd's disapproval. What audacity! How can you cut in line? She protested, shaking her bun as she retreated. The onlookers watched with envy. Despite her many layers, she still managed to appear remarkably graceful. Many young wives looked on disdainfully. How shameless, they thought, to flaunt oneself so. Lulan, please get my meal. I need to speak with my master about something. Lulan, a woman of considerable patience, had her own troubles. Entangled with Deputy Factory Director Li, yet she was generally regarded as a decent person, albeit somewhat gossipy. "Sure, what do you need?" "A serving of potatoes and 2 buns," she replied. "All right, next." The cafeteria lady, adept at serving, had inherited her skills through generations. One shake of the ladle could send half a spoonful tumbling. Never offend those who serve food. "Master, that Qin Huairu tried to cut in line and asked me to summon you. I sent her away." Upon entering the kitchen, Hiyuju was busy plating food. "What are you staring at? This is for your future mistress. I can't let all the good meat go to waste, can I? Just don't go spreading rumors. But you did well to send her away. If she comes again, do the same. Who knows, your mistress might get jealous." Hiyuju offered a warning. Ma Hua immediately gave a thumbs up. "Look at you. Do you think I would blabber about this?" "But master, who is this mistress of yours?" "Ah, she hasn't even spoken 2 words yet." Hiyuju chuckled to himself. Ma Hua joined in the laughter, the master and apprentice sharing a moment of joy. "Hey, why are you so nosy? Mind your own business." Ma Hua received a playful slap. "What are you so curious about? Go see if my brother and sister-in-law have arrived for lunch." "Your brother? Who?" "Zhou Jianjun. Didn't you have a falling out with him?" Ma Hua received another light smack. "Get lost. Zhou Jianjun is someone you should address as uncle." "What falling out? We're perfectly fine. Now go keep an eye out." "All right. I'm going." Ma Hua adjusted his crooked chef's hat, filled with confusion. They had reconciled? "Uncle?" Today was indeed a day full of strange occurrences. Zhou Jianjun held Yu Xiaoli's hand, slowly making their way to the cafeteria. "Look at how crowded it is. This is all your fault for dawdling. We'll be here forever." Yu Xiaoli looked distressed. During mealtime, everyone rushed to get food. The sooner you arrived, the hotter and more substantial the portions. If they ended up at the back of the line, the servers might reduce the servings out of instinct. Zhou Jianjun, noticing the situation, pulled her along. "Where are you going? You think a chef will let you go hungry?" He led her in a circle, directly into the kitchen. Upon entering, they were met with a sight that left them stunned. Hiyuju and Yu Haidang were engrossed in feeding each other, their flirtation evident. "You take a bite." "I'll take a bite," Zhou Jianjun exclaimed, incredulous. "Hiyuju, have you forgotten your roots? How does your sister-in-law treat you? You didn't save her a portion, and now you're, brother Zhou? Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Hiyuju and Yu Haidang jumped, startled. "What? You can come, but I can't? Go get me some chopsticks. I didn't bring a lunchbox. I'll make do with a little. When we return home, there's a big fish stew waiting for you. I won't let you have any." Zhou Jianjun's childlike threat made Yu Xiaoli giggle as she playfully hit him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Why are you interfering with their meal? Come on, let us go." Hiyuju, embarrassed, turned a bright shade of red. "Blame me. I didn't see this coming. Sister-in-law, there's still some left in the pot. You two can share a bit. Don't be picky," he offered. As they conversed, a figure stealthily crept in. The 4 individuals exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before nonchalantly darting over to the shelves to pilfer soy sauce. Zhou Jianjun experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment. A petty thief stealing soy sauce. How familiar this plot feels. After all this time, despite having altered many things. Is this storyline still destined to unfold? "You little rascal, stealing soy sauce." Without waiting for Hiyuju to speak, Zhou Jianjun stepped forward and seized the thief. The boy, caught off guard, had not anticipated being apprehended. How novel. He certainly hadn't expected that. Due to Zhou Jianjun's clumsy attempts at intimidation, Hiyuju had yet to be drawn into Qin Huairu's clutches. The situation was merely beginning to escalate. The thief had, under his grandmother's encouragement, pilfered from Hiyuju several times before, but only small amounts of flour, discreetly scooping some into a bowl and leaving without a trace. Chapter 43, The Misfortunate Hiyuju. This led the thief to believe he might have outsmarted the system. When one walks by the river, who can avoid getting their shoes wet? He never anticipated anyone would catch him. Isn't it infuriating? An adult apprehending a child. Where's the justice in that? What are you doing? Let me go? I ought to be asking you the same question. Why are you stealing soy sauce? None of your business. Jianjun, I warn you. Don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Be careful, or I might just set your house ablaze in the dead of night. As he spoke, he swung the glass bottle at Zhou Jianjun. "Ah!" Yu Haidang screamed. "Jianjun, watch out!" Yu Xiaoli shouted. No one expected such malice from one so young. That was a glass bottle. If it struck his head, it could cause serious injury. In the realm of conflict, 3 types of people are often underestimated: the elderly, children, and women. These groups, typically perceived as weak, often lead to unexpected troubles. However, Zhou Jianjun was no novice. He was adept at handling such situations. Yu Xiaoli could hardly contain her frustration. After all, how could a mere child challenge him? He had long been aware of the thief's nature, having taken precautions. "Oh, so you want to play rough? You little thief, you might call your father, your grandmother, or even your mother, but not you. Do you realize what you're doing? Stealing public property and deliberately attempting to inflict harm? I could easily hand you over to the authorities, and you'd be in for quite a lesson. With that, he snatched the glass bottle from the boy's grip, skillfully spinning it between his fingers before lightly tossing it and puncturing it with a swift jab of his finger. I must say, that maneuver was exceptionally impressive. Yu Haitong's eyes sparkled with admiration. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoli rushed forward, seizing the boy and throwing him to the ground. Having recently consumed a hearty meal, her strength was formidable. In her concern, she hastily approached Zhou Jianjun to inspect his hand. This entire sequence left Zhou Jianjun momentarily dumbfounded. Tears welled in Yu Xiaoli's eyes. Are you foolish? What were you trying to prove? What if you had injured your hand? After her outburst, she began to pummel Zhou Jianjun. All right, stop crying. I wasn't even hurt. If you keep this up, I might end up worse off than I was. Am I not wronged? Your husband can handle himself. A mere child couldn't he possibly hurt me. Asked Zhuzi if I've ever been bested. He Yuzhu, utterly baffled, wondered why he was being dragged into their marital squabble. It felt as if he were merely a pawn, moved around at will. Nonetheless, he nodded, conceding, yes. I've taken my share of beatings. Yu Xiaoli, both exasperated and amused, delivered a couple more light punches before finally relenting. Bonking. How could you lay a hand on your Uncle Jun? But when she turned back, the boy had vanished. Frustrated, Yu Xiaoli began to stomp her feet. What is wrong with this child? If we don't discipline him now, what will become of him? If he is bold enough to throw bottles now, he wield a knife in the future? Yu Xiaoli, typically patient with the neighborhood children, felt genuine anger this time. She had always believed that with a little guidance, children would turn out well. She had considered Qin Huairu a competent mother despite her complaints. But now her opinion was rapidly declining. People often say that a child's misbehavior reflects on the parents. Without a father, shouldn't the mother step up? Indeed. You're right. This matter cannot be overlooked. Zhuzi, go check on Bonking. Don't let him cause any more trouble. I need to have a serious talk with Qin Huairu. He Yuzhu, while preferring to act rather than talk, also felt that the boy had crossed a line. This child had grown far too audacious. The way he brazenly entered the house to steal soy sauce indicated he had done this often. All right, Haidang, you keep eating. I'll go take a look. We live in the same courtyard. Let us ensure nothing else goes awry. Bonking, realizing Zhou Jianjun's formidable nature and recalling his words, suddenly felt genuine fear. In the courtyard, everyone knew that Zhou Jianjun, He Yuzhu, and Su Damao were not to be trifled with. They cared little for age, whether adult or child, and if provoked, one could expect a thorough beating. Zhou Jianjun's threat of taking him to the authorities was no idle one. What to do? I can't go to the police station. Mom, yes, I'll find my mom for help. She's the one with all the answers. Bonking, you little rascal. Don't run. At that moment, He Yuzhu chased after him. Bonking, he called, but the boy had already taken off. Spotting a small storage room ahead, he quickly darted inside, closed the door, and pressed his back against it, heart racing. Well, this little rascal runs quite fast. Where could he have gone? Huh, why is this storage room door still ajar? He Yuzhu found it odd. This storage room connected to the kitchen's back door. Typically, only those from the kitchen would venture here. There was nothing of significant value stored inside, so there was little concern about thieves. However, it was usually locked. As he approached the door, it suddenly swung open. Bang! It knocked He Yuzhu to the ground. Ouch! Who dares to ambush He Yuzhu? Holding his nose, he focused his gaze and saw a figure sprinting out, bare-bottomed, pulling up their pants as they fled. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he exclaimed, Su Damao? You scoundrel! Why are you running? Su Damao was so frightened he nearly wet himself, shouting as he ran, It wasn't me. It wasn't me. You scoundrel. Our feud isn't over. Ouch, my nose. He Yuzhu released his grip, glancing down to see blood trickling from his nose, tears welling from the pain. Fumbling, he pulled out a handkerchief and pressed it against his nose. Just as he was about to return to clean up, a thought struck him. Something was amiss. Why was Su Damao running out of the storage room in such a state? Surely, there must be someone else inside. Oh, today was indeed turning out to be quite the spectacle. It seemed He Yuzhu was about to witness something truly eye-opening. As he was about to enter, a sudden crash reverberated, and a figure bolted out from within. He had yet to discern what was happening when darkness enveloped his vision, an object shrouding his face. Almost immediately, he felt a shove that sent He Yuzhu sprawling to the ground. For heaven's sake, who is this rascal? He exclaimed, flustered as he hastily removed the item from his head, only to be met with a nauseating sight. What the hell? A pair of men's underpants? And they belonged to a man. The thought of Su Damao being involved with another man made him feel utterly repulsed. No wonder Su Damao hasn't fathered a son. Could it be he has a penchant for men? He Yuzhu's stomach churned at the realization. Holding his nose, he distanced himself from the offending garment, ready to discard it, but paused. This item could not be left behind. The stench was unbearable, He was already bleeding from his nose. What a misfortune. Chapter 44, Su Dumao with a man. In the absence of onlookers, Bang Gung cautiously emerged. His mind clouded with the recent disturbing scene, his mother's desperate struggles against Su Damao's predatory ambitions. Su Dumao, I shall bring you to ruin. A flicker of hatred ignited within Bang Gung's heart. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu was engulfed in a mix of humiliation and rage. Today, she had reluctantly surrendered 3 pounds of grain tickets to Su Dumao, only for him to demand more. Yet she understood an irrefutable truth. A man's desires are insatiable. For once he is satisfied, the worth one holds in his eyes diminishes, and the allure that once captivated him wanes. The unattainable always seems more desirable. The more one yearns for something, the more one desires it. In this relentless pursuit, men often fail to realize the sacrifices they have made. Look at how adeptly she has grasped the intricacies of a man's psyche. How could Qin Huairu acquiesce to Su Damao's vile demands? It was evidently impossible. Hence her internal struggle. Su Dumao, too, could not simply agree. Having given her his tickets, he could not be satisfied with mere steamed buns. He desired meat. Then, Bang Gung burst in, startling Su Dumao, who feared the shadow of his actions would haunt him for the rest of his life. What a farce. To bully my mother, only to be caught red-handed by his son. Su Dumao was genuinely terrified by Bang Gung's glare. He fled, his trousers barely pulled up. Why did he run? Because he was guilty. Qin Huairu, trembling with fear, was grateful she had maintained her boundaries and refused to remove her pants. Had Bang Gung seen that, what would have ensued? Bang Gung, appearing lost, gazed at Qin Huairu with a dazed expression. Bang Gung, are you all right? Don't frighten your mother. Unable to contain herself, Qin Huairu finally broke down in tears before her son. Bang Gung snapped back to reality, regarding her with unfamiliar eyes. Are you still my mother? What a ridiculous question. Of course, I am your mother. Then why didn't you resist? Why did you not fight back? Mother tried, Bang Gung. I truly did resist. But how could I stand against him? He is a man, while I am but a woman. How could I possibly overpower him? Yet Bang Gung, harboring affection for his mother, felt his teeth clench in rage. Su Dumao, I'll destroy you. Bang Gung, where are you going? It's none of your concern. I seek revenge. Panic-stricken, Qin Huairu rushed forward, enveloping him in her arms. You foolish child, what vengeance do you seek? In such matters, it is always the woman who suffers. Listen to your mother. Let us pretend this never happened. Trust that I can handle it. If word gets out, my reputation will be ruined, and I won't be able to survive. Do you understand? Bang Gung blinked, his fists clenched tightly, then slowly relaxed. I understand. Good boy. Good boy. Worry not. I shall ensure Su Dumao pays dearly for this. Trust me. Mother Bang Gung's voice brimmed with emotion, drawing tears from Qin Huairu's eyes. My poor child, it's all my fault. Your father died too early, and those men seek to bully your mother. You must grow strong, and when you can, protect me. Do you understand? Yes, I will, mother. I will make Su Dumao and his family pay. Just now, Shaju was also outside. He didn't see anything. You can rest assured. I can manage this. You mustn't speak of it. Otherwise, your grandmother will surely punish me. She dares. If she does, I will not care for her in her old age. Enough. Go home and take care of your sister. When I finish work, I'll prepare meat for you. Bang Gung watched as Qin Huairu hurried away, his mouth agape as he contemplated the chicken he had just stolen, his eyes brimming with resentment. A chicken? Too cheap for you. Su Dumao, you'd better watch out. He Yuzhu, still pinching his nose, stuffed the underpants into his pocket. It wouldn't do for anyone to see them. How could he explain such a sight? Who would believe that the underpants had nothing to do with him? He couldn't possibly take them off for inspection. What a disgrace that would be. Zhuzi, what happened to you? Did Bang Gung hit you? Zhou Jianjun, startled by He Yuzhu's appearance, inquired. He Yuzhu rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Oh, so in your eyes, I'm so easy to bully? Bang Gung. He would need another decade of training. Let us not mention it. Today has truly been a disaster. When Yu Haidang saw his condition, she gently pushed his hand aside. Her eyes filled with concern. What happened to you? Your nose looks terrible. Come wash it. What on earth transpired? Don't ask. It's just my unfortunate luck. Step aside. I need to get something. As he spoke, he pulled out the underpants. What are you doing, He Yuzhu? Are you being lewd? Yu Haidang was immediately alarmed. Hearing this, He Yuzhu panicked. Shoo, dear lady, please don't shout. Just let me explain. This isn't mine. Mine is much larger. Yu Haidang paused, quickly grasping the implications, her face turning crimson. You filthy rascal. Yu Xiaoli, standing nearby, covered her face in embarrassment, while Zhou Jianjun slapped his forehead and gave a thumbs up. Master He, you truly are impressive. He Yuzhu, exasperated, threw the underpants under the stove, poking them until the charcoal blazed. Zhou Jianjun chuckled. I can attest, those aren't his. He doesn't own anything like that. He Yuzhu nearly cried. Brother, I know you have a silver tongue. Please don't complicate matters now. Using the faucet, he wiped away the blood, but his nose remained red and swollen. It would likely take days to heal. Haidang, trust me, Zhuzi is not that kind of person. Yu Haidang, frustrated, stomped her foot. Brother Zhou, don't say any more. I know what kind of person he is. I believe in him. Moreover, he hasn't been gone long. Oh, Zhou Jianjun raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his face. Little sister, you're quite perceptive. Oh, you're incorrigible. Stop teasing Haidang. Column, should we make a trip to the infirmary? Did you see that? In the end, my sister-in-law cares for me. No need. It's just a superficial injury. Didn't I just chase after that brat? That little rascal runs like the wind, and I couldn't catch up with him. Guess who I ran into? Hey, that scoundrel Su Domao. I don't know who he was sneaking into the storage room with. I reckon he heard me and bolted, bare-bottomed, without even pulling up his trousers. Two beauties simultaneously spat in disdain, their faces alight with curiosity. Eagerly awaiting more details, let us skip the embellishments and get to the point. Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes. The point. He Yuzhu felt his nose throb even more. The point is, there was another person in that storeroom who came out right after and ensnared me with those big underpants. This rascal is truly devious, coming up with such a scheme. However, I didn't see who it was. My nose, it got hit by the door. Upon closer inspection, those underpants were definitely a man-ass. Do you think Su Damao could be sneaking in there with a man? Chapter 45. Who did you see? Qin Huairu. Both Yu Haidang and Yu Shali gaped. Mouths agape in shock. Is it that exciting? Zhou Jianjun felt a sharp pang in his teeth, thinking this was utterly absurd. Wait, are you sure it was a man? Does Su Damao wear big underpants? I actually didn't pay attention to that. Su Damao with a man? How could you even think of that? What kind of world is this? Although the atmosphere has become slightly more liberal in this era, how could it sound so scandalous coming from your mouths? Men with men? Huh. Speaking without a hint of shame. If it were a man, would he need to hide you? They could be sparring in the storeroom without needing to conceal anything. And why would Su Damao run first? If they saw you, how would that be convenient for them? At worst, it's bad behavior, but it's not illegal. The fact that he used those underpants to ensnare you indicates that it's something they'd rather not have seen. Therefore, there is but one truth. The great detective Zhou Jianjun strikes again. What? You're such a fool. Of course, it must be a woman. Is that even a question? Oh, now that I see you, I can sense a hint of scandalousness about you. Hurry up and clean yourself up. Go soak in the bathhouse. Upon hearing Zhou Jianjun's analysis, He Yuzhu realized he had indeed been misguided in his thoughts. This needed some reflection. Although Su Damao was no good, his inclinations should be normal. Unfortunately, with no evidence, it would be impossible to make him drink from the cup of his own folly. Master, the factory director asked me to tell you, in half an hour. There's a small gathering. Prepare a table of your specialty dishes, as per usual. He Yuzhu waved his hand. All right, I got it. These tasks were routine, and he felt no particular concern. The factory director was treating, and employees shouldn't be delayed from their meals. They would just be a bit late. Column. Was Su Damao also invited by the factory director for lunch today? I don't know. Why? Zhou Jianjun's eyes twinkled mischievously, a sly smile surfacing on his face. Yu Haidang and Yu Shaoli both felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that someone was about to be in trouble. Are you understanding what I'm hinting at? He Yuzhu's expression turned peculiar. Brother, your method is too insidious. I assent it? You're just going to let this nasal incident slide. How could that be acceptable? If I don't avenge this grievance, am I still He Yuzhu? Fine. Let us do it. What are you two muttering about? Can't we listen in? Yu Haidang expressed her discontent. Her curiosity burned brightly. Although she had heard rumors of some individuals being restless in the factory, she never expected to witness it up close, albeit indirectly. How thrilling was that? Little girl, don't pry into matters that don't concern you. Have you finished eating? Once you're done, hurry back to work with your sister-in-law. Zhou Jianjun glanced over and, taking Yu Shaoli's lunchbox, dipped the white bun into the vegetable soup, devouring 2 bites. He wiped his mouth. All right, that's enough for today's lunch. Column. Wash your sister-in-law's lunchbox. Remember to pack a portion for her at noon in the future. Collect the meal tickets to avoid awkwardness later. Discuss the procurement matters with the deputy factory director as we had planned. When the factory director is dining, if he calls for you, you should mention the meal arrangements. Know the right moment to speak. Got it. Brother, I'll remember. Zhou Jianjun hesitated but ultimately couldn't resist. Boil some hot water and wash your face and neck first. Can we not bring this up? I feel like I might be cursed for an entire year. Yu Haidang stifled a laugh as she pulled Yu Shaoli out the door. As Yu Shaoli was about to exit, she shot Zhou Jianjun an annoyed glare. Zhou Jianjun sighed. People say it's a woman, so it's fine. Nothing bad will come of it. Just clean yourself up. He Yuzhu wanted to curse. Could that disdainful look of yours be any more obvious? Su Damao now felt a chill in his nether regions. Previously he hadn't noticed, but now the absence of that piece of clothing felt so pronounced. Little Su. Today, the leaders from brother units are here. Knowing your drinking capacity, you must entertain them well. Su Damao, caught in a daze, immediately stood up straight. Rest assured, Director. I guarantee I will fulfill my duty. Calm down, it's just a meal. Not many factories have a projectionist, and we are fortunate to have someone of your caliber. When the time comes, don't hesitate to help out. Bear a bit of the burden. Director, you can count on me. This is my job, and I will not disgrace our factory. The director nodded in satisfaction. Work hard. I have high hopes for you. The director, surnamed Yang, had close ties with a prominent leader in the Ministry of Industry. Su Damao needed to curry favor diligently. Meanwhile, He Yuzhu, having heeded Zhou Jianjun's advice, called for Ma Hua and boiled a pot of hot water. Master, what happened to your nose? Did your wife nibble on it? Hey, you little rascal, if you can talk, then talk more. If only it were your wife who nibbled on it. Today, your master was thwarted by a petty person and suffered misfortune. Ma Hua, upon hearing this, was immediately indignant. Master, who was so blind? Just say the word, and I'll gather everyone to seek revenge for you. Seek revenge for what? You're a good lad for being concerned, but there's no need. I'll deal with it myself later. Grandma, do you think your master can be bullied? Of course not. Master will never be at a disadvantage. By the way, Master, remember when I had a stomach issue? Guess who I saw? Did you see the latrine? You're not wrong there, but I actually saw Qin Huairu. She was sneaking towards the storeroom all alone. Later, a man seemed to join her. I couldn't see clearly. What do you think? Were they in the small storeroom? Ma Hua shot He Yuzhu a knowing glance that only a man would understand. Huh? He Yuzhu instantly perked up. What did you just say? You saw Qin Huairu? Are you certain it was her? Ma Hua, startled by his reaction, nodded blankly. What's wrong, Master? He Yuzhu gritted his teeth. So it's you two scoundrels. Very well. Ma Hua, observing the stormy expression on his master's face, shrank back, not daring to ask further. Master, the hot water is ready. Just leave it there. Not quite right. Come, help Master wash his hair. Here, Master, you certainly know how to save a penny, even skimping on coal. He Yuzhu couldn't hold back and kicked him. Quit the nonsense. Hurry up. One must say, the state-run factory does grant a rather generous lunch break. Upon returning to the office, he discovered that Sister Lu and the secretary were absent. The sunlight outside was quite pleasant, so he moved a chair to a sunny spot by the window and began to doze off. Just as he was about to fall asleep, someone entered. Comrade Zhou, wake up. Zhou Jianjun rubbed his eyes, and upon looking up, he found the intruder somewhat familiar. Hey, still not awake? Oh, isn't that the gatekeeper? Is there something you need? There's someone named Liang Lady outside looking for you. Says she's your friend. Do you know her? Chapter 46 Zhou Jianjun is quite amusing. Liang Lady? Zhou Jianjun instantly perked up. How did she find her way here? I know her. She's my sister. Why did you come in person instead of just calling? The gatekeeper rolled his eyes. Do you think I didn't call? There's no one in your secretary's office. Hurry up. She has been waiting for quite some time. All right, thank you. As Zhou Jianjun reached out, the gatekeeper instinctively took 2 steps back, adopting a defensive stance. An awkward silence ensued. Zhou Jianjun looked at him oddly. I just wanted to say I'd like to smoke a cigarette. What's with this? The gatekeeper felt increasingly embarrassed. Thinking to himself, it was indeed Zhou Jianjun who had slapped him that morning, and he had yet to recover. Ahem, you're too polite. Saying this, he took the cigarette at the farthest distance and promptly fled, as if pursued by a dog. Zhou Jianjun stood there, dumbfounded. What was going on? Why had he frightened the man so? Fortunately, Zhou Jianjun didn't dwell on it, and quickly ran to the door. Upon arrival, it was indeed Liang Lady, accompanied by a statuesque beauty, a tall figure. Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but steal a few glances, feeling somewhat uncertain. Sister, what brings you here? Is this Dr. Ding Qianan? Liang Lady, upon seeing Zhou Jianjun, exuded warmth. Master Zhou, I knew I hadn't come to the wrong place. I finally found you. You know Qianan. Dr. Ding Qianan also scrutinized Zhou Jianjun with a cautious gaze. Looks decent, seems loyal. The smile is just right, rather sincere. Her nails are quite short, indicating she has a habit of keeping them trimmed, suggesting she values cleanliness. Moreover, her fingers are long, with prominent veins, which should make for easy injections. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Ding Qianan paused slightly, realizing her professional instincts had surfaced. In this era, although nurses existed, doctors frequently undertook tasks such as giving injections and administering IVs. The duties were not as distinctly divided as in later times. If you were to ask nursing students, they would often admit to observing people's veins, especially while riding the bus. Those staring at hands were either perverts or nurses. She had heard tales of a factory doctor at the machine repair plant, described as delicate as a lilac and as graceful as an autumn chrysanthemum. Although she had never met him, his name echoed widely. Hearing such flattery made Ding Qiunan feel quite pleased. See, he is indeed cultured, far superior to those who merely say, "Oh, Dr. Ding, you are so handsome, you look delightful," which is far too shallow. Consequently, her fondness for Zhou Jianjun increased. She simply nodded slightly, acknowledging her identity without further elaboration. Today, she had merely accompanied Liang Lady to see what kind of person Zhou Jianjun truly was. She felt that someone who unsolicitedly offered fish and meat must be a rogue, lusting after Liang Lady's body. Upon meeting him, although her impression had shifted, she still regarded him as a man of questionable character. "Sister, Dr. Ding, it's quite cold outside. Let's find somewhere to talk." No need, Master Zhou. Please. I've called you sister for a while now. Just call me Jianjun." Liang Lady felt a bit bashful. "All right, then I will call you Jianjun. I actually came here today to thank you. And this is a small contribution of meat and grain tickets I gathered, just 5 taels. I know this isn't enough, but I will repay you gradually." Zhou Jianjun looked at the grain tickets in her hand, furrowing his brow. It was the year 1965. The circulating grain tickets were in sets of 1 tael, 2 taels, 5 taels, and 1 jean, 3 jeans, 5 jeans. Of course, the official denominations were 1 market tael, 2 market taels, and so on. The largest denomination was 5 jeans. Anyone displaying a 10 jean grain ticket was simply fooling themselves. One should slap them across the face. Moreover, the grain tickets from 1965 would be completely phased out the following year, replaced by the 1966 version, which would be the most widely issued and most commonly seen. The tickets Liang Lady held were all 1-tailed denominations, with not even a 2-tael note in sight. Perhaps Zhou Jianjun had been staring for too long, as Liang Lady's face flushed with embarrassment. "I know it's a bit lacking. Sister, what do you mean by this? Do you look down upon me, Zhou Jianjun? I said before, that was for the child. Do you know what it means to give? Do you think I need such a small amount from you? Are you here to belittle me?" Zhou Jianjun observed her hands, which were chapped and cracked, and felt a pang of emotion. He was not a bleeding heart. Yet he found a deep respect for the woman before him. "I didn't mean it that way, Jianjun. Please don't misunderstand. I just..." Before she could finish, Zhou Jianjun suddenly seemed to recall something and dashed into the factory. After running a few steps, he paused, turned back. "You stay here, don't move. Wait for me." Then he continued to run. Liang Lady stood there, dumbfounded, glancing helplessly at Ding Qiunan. Ding Qiunan, however, had altered her perception of Zhou Jianjun significantly. At least, his gaze had seemed quite sincere, and when he called her sister, it was heartfelt. Yet she couldn't understand why he treated Liang Lady in such a manner. "Qiunan, what do you think this means?" "I didn't mean anything by it. Sister, don't worry. He just can't bear to accept your tickets. I actually think he is not a bad person." Liang Lady was both amused and exasperated. "Of course, I know he isn't a bad person, but oh dear. I can't explain myself." Zhou Jianjun sprinted all the way to the kitchen. He Yuzhu had just finished preparing a table of dishes and was tidying up. "Bro, were you chased by a dog?" Zhou Jianjun nearly choked on his breath and rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Do you have any meat tickets?" "Yes, just 1 jean." That's enough. I'll borrow it from you and return it later." "What do you mean by borrowing?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Jianjun was off again. He Yuzhu felt a persistent itch on his head, scratching it. What on earth is going on today? Everyone is acting so strangely. "Master He, the factory manager requests your presence. The leadership wants to meet the chef." "Oh, all right, I'll be right there." Zhou Jianjun rushed back, placing 1 jean of meat tickets into Liang Lady's hand. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out a handful of candy and stuffed it into her pocket. Then, after another moment's thought, he took out another handful and placed it into Ding Qiunan's hand. "All right, it's quite cold outside. You both should head back. Sister, if you think I'm not a bad person, please take these things with you. I truly do not lack your presence. Do leave promptly." Zhou Jianjun executed a series of swift actions, leaving the 2 women no opportunity to react, and then he took off running. As he fled, he addressed the guard, saying, "I do not know these 2 individuals. Do not let them in should they return." The guard was taken aback by this maneuver. "Do you take me for a fool? Am I not worthy of your regard?" Ding Qiunan stood frozen, clutching a white rabbit milk candy, when suddenly a smile graced her lips. Zhou Jianjun, how intriguing he is. Chapter 47. Zhou Jianjun's fortunate romantic entanglement. "Qiunan, what shall I do about this? I feel as if I have come to collect something." Liang Lady felt quite disheartened. After managing to scrape together 5 taels, she found herself on the receiving end of a full pound. Oh dear. Ding Qiunan, however, was not burdened by such thoughts and laughed. "Why the urgency? Did we not just affirm that he is a good person? He merely fears you might return to reclaim what you lent him. Look at him. He runs faster than a rabbit." Liang Lady stamped her foot. "How can you still joke at a time like this? Fine, I understand your intentions. If you truly wish to repay him, why not acknowledge him as a relative? He may call you sister, and you can call him brother. What is the problem with a brother supporting his sister? What nonsense are you spouting? It's not that I look down on him. It's just that I feel my circumstances do not merit such a match. The young lady's voice dwindled, her expression one of deep melancholy. How she wished he were truly her brother. What is wrong with your circumstances? You possess the skill of making clothes, do you not? Once we return, you can craft him a garment. Consider it a token of gratitude. If one is insufficient, make several. Affections grow deeper with reciprocity. You've noticed that he genuinely does not lack for food. The young lady pondered this and realized it might indeed be true. Then it's settled. I shall make him a garment. But I do not know his measurements. Oh dear sister, how could you be so foolish? We can locate him now. What is there to fear about discovering where he resides? We can just visit his home. He cannot possibly escape. The young lady was puzzled by Ding Qiunan's intentions, but was filled with curiosity. Ding Qiunan approached the guard's post and rapped on the window. Excuse me, do you happen to know where Zhou Jianjun resides? The guard, upon seeing such a stunning beauty, faltered in his speech, standing up nervously and wiping his hands on his trousers. But didn't Zhou Jianjun say he didn't know you? Ding Qiunan rolled her eyes. Oh, the allure of beauty. Even an eye roll can be captivating. He may not recognize us, but we are familiar with him. Do you know where he lives? Yes. The guard blurted out, but upon reflection, he realized he should not divulge such information. In these times, the security department's confidentiality awareness was quite strong, primarily out of fear that Zhou Jianjun might retaliate against him. After replaying the situation in his mind several times, he concluded that he possibly could not contend with Zhou Jianjun. This realization was rather disheartening. He had just witnessed Zhou Jianjun avoiding these two beautiful women, and if he informed them, Zhou Jianjun would surely retaliate against him. No, I do not know. Ding Qiunan, exasperated, replied, Comrade, do you see that person? She is Zhou Jianjun's sister. I am his younger sister. We have come to seek refuge with him, yet we do not even know where he lives. So please, do us this kindness and tell us. Sister? Younger sister? The guard stared, bewildered, at Liang Lady and then at Ding Qiunan. He was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend Zhou Jianjun for his fortunate romantic prospects or to chastise him for his indiscretion. How absurd. His own wife is already so stunning. A true flower of the factory. Why would he attract the attention of these two beauties? Though Liang Lady appeared older, she retained an alluring charm, embodying a mature beauty, while Ding Qiunan exuded an air of aloofness that inspired a desire to conquer. Zhou Jianjun truly was a scoundrel. The memory of Zhou Jianjun flaunting his affection earlier that morning ignited the guard's ire. This fickle heart deserved a reckoning. Before long, Liang Lady observed Ding Qiunan returning, a triumphant glint in her eyes. Success. He resides at number 8 by Y Alley. But it's getting late. We should return and not delay our work. Once we have a break, I will accompany you to his home. Is that feasible? Why would it not be? Whatever happened to your spirited nature? We are not engaging in anything illicit. Liang Lady pondered this and realized it made sense, straightening her posture. Who says I was ever spirited? I am the epitome of gentleness. Indeed, you are gentle. Wielding a welding torch and igniting everything in sight, you are the very definition of gentleness. As the two lovely ladies departed, the guard felt a sense of satisfaction. This scoundrel shall soon face the consequences. Zhou Jianjun sensed a chill creeping up his spine, an instinctual feeling of impending betrayal. Turning around, he discovered that a window had been left ajar, which certainly was not a welcoming sign. Did you leave this window open? Sister Lu? Sister Lu, engrossed in knitting at her workstation, looked up, adjusting her glasses with a bewildered expression. No, it must have been Xiao Sunday. Xiao Sun was the beleaguered secretary. The secretarial department was indeed a chaotic place, with one head director and 4 deputy directors, all relying heavily on a single secretary. Though Xiao Sun had a designated workspace, he was rarely seen. Oh, I shall close it then. I feel a draft at my back. Sister Lu agreed, returning to her knitting. Just as she shut the window, the office door swung open, and He Yuzhu poked his head inside. Brother, come out for a moment. Zhou Jianjun was taken aback. What was he doing here? What is the matter? Exiting the office and closing the door behind him, he led He Yuzhu to the stairwell corner. He Yuzhu glanced around, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a clandestine meeting. Zhou Jianjun felt a twinge of anxiety. What are you up to? Engaging in secretive dealings? He Yuzhu chuckled, a gleam of delight in his eyes. Brother, about that matter we discussed previously, it's come to fruition. Zhou Jianjun was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the context. What matter? The cafeteria director situation. He Yuzhu lowered his voice. Oh, that matter? Very well, I understand. We shall discuss it later. Wait, brother, why are you showing no reaction at all? Zhou Jianjun raised an eyebrow. What reaction should I have? It's just a cafeteria director. How significant can it be? Look at your ambition. Have you seen Su Damao? Funny you should mention him. He did indeed go out for drinks and got quite inebriated. I had some of the kitchen staff escort him home. Zhou Jianjun's face broke into a grin. Are you sure? Absolutely. That rascal was in his boxers. Huh. There will be quite a show tonight. I have no further business here. I shall return to prepare dinner and await your return. Zhou Jianjun scrutinized him. You didn't partake in any chicken today, did you? He suddenly realized how oddly that sounded. As the words hung on the tip of his tongue, he refrained. The cafeteria didn't serve chicken today, did it? No. Didn't you have pork for lunch? I picked it out for Haidang, but you and your sister-in-law devoured it all. Oh, you remember that clearly. But I was eating vegetable soup. No, chicken is fine. Let's head back. In my kitchen, there's some tomatoes. I'll fry an egg later. The eggs are in the cupboard. You can help yourself. No, brother, if you want chicken, I can go buy some. That's not right. I gave you the meat coupons. Should I go to the pigeon market instead? But didn't we just have some yesterday? Why are you so greedy? Get lost. After driving, he used you away. Zhou Jianjun stood for a moment at the staircase corner, pondering the incident with Su Damao's underpants, which seemed to echo a plot from the original story where He Yuzhu had played a trick on him, taking his pants while he was drunk. Upon returning, Su Damao was beaten by Lu Xiao, leaving him unable to explain the situation. This led to a meeting of the entire courtyard, where the three elders unanimously deemed his conduct problematic and decided to report him to the security office. Only when the matter escalated did He Yuzhu confess it was all fabricated, resulting in him being punished with 3 months of yard sweeping. Now, Zhou Jianjun found himself contemplating a rather absurd question. This time, it wasn't the foolish Yuzi who had stripped him. So why did Su Damao remove his underpants, which ended up in Qin Huairu's possession? Logically, wouldn't it be unnecessary to take them off entirely? What man lacks the ability to urinate while standing? It was baffling. Unless, suddenly, a spark of insight struck him. Qin Huairu must have coerced Su Damao into removing his underpants, using it as leverage against him. Yet, something still felt amiss. It seemed like a piece was missing. Why did Su Damao suddenly bolt out? Was he frightened by He Yuzhu? No. He Yuzhu's footsteps couldn't have scared him to the point of abandoning his pants in haste. This indicated that something unexpected had transpired in the warehouse during a heated moment. That unexpected event was the bongong. Zhou Jianjun slapped his hand in realization. Everything fell into place. Previously, when He Yuzhu described the situation, Zhou Jianjun sensed something was lacking. He had pursued the bongong to the small warehouse. He had only mentioned that the bongong went missing. Now it seemed likely it had slipped into the small warehouse. The cycle of virtue and vice ultimately culminates in retribution. Heaven's justice is inevitable. If one does not believe, look up and see. Does heaven spare anyone? Zhou Jianjun found the whole situation rather peculiar, filled with uncanny coincidences. In the original narrative, Su Damao meddled in He Yuzhu's engagement with Qin Huairu, sabotaging them by placing a broken shoe on the bongong, which resulted in the bongong harboring resentment towards He Yuzhu for 8 years, thus delaying He Yuzhu as well. If his deductions were correct, He Yuzhu had pursued the bongong, leading him to witness Su Damao and Qin Huairu in the warehouse. Every cause leads to an effect. I am beginning to believe in karma. Chapter 48. When faced with uncertainty, seek the system's father. Zhou Jianjun returned to the office, his mind racing, unable to settle down. He Yuzhu had now established connections. The next step was to maneuver the issue of food supply. He lacked neither meat nor vegetables. But how to provide for the steel mill? There must be a suitable channel. In these times, large-scale procurement necessitates a purchase order from the locality, requiring transactions between units, not individuals, as that would be speculative. For instance, a certain unit or department purchases 2 large pigs in our village. The village committee stamps it. This is the lawful procedure. Everything must have a basis, right? This was manageable. A few packs of cigarettes to a more distant township government could procure a stack of blank forms. He could fill them out later. In this era, legality is paramount in all endeavors. However, the delivery to the steel mill could not be made by Zhou Jianjun himself. The market receipts providing meat and vegetables could not be traced back to him. That much was true, but that was for personal consumption, in small quantities, overlooked by many. Yet, should he encounter someone meticulous, the origins of his meat and vegetable coupons would unravel the truth. Zhou Jianjun recalled some people saying, if you possess so much, why not sell it yourself and become a big boss? Why engage in daily scheming? You don't deserve to traverse my path. It would be a waste of a system. I dare say, such individuals would not survive a chapter in this era. Ladies and gentlemen, what time is it? It is the winter of 1965, and soon it will be 1966. What background and circumstances await in 1966? Please check. Do you think you are the only clever one? Do you believe you are invincible in this era? The system is merely a marketplace. It isn't that formidable. What nonsense. Can you withstand scrutiny for your actions? Are all agencies merely idle? Lu Xiao's father is a big boss. What became of him? Who dares to be a big boss in these times? You can quietly consume food without a trace, but if you attempt to distribute various goods in large quantities, you may get lucky for a day or two. But do you truly believe no one will discover it over time? When faced with uncertainty, seek your father. The system? Oh, system father. Can you assist in resolving this sourcing issue? Affirmative, but a service fee of 50 yuan is required. Detected that you, deadbeat, do not possess such funds. Hence unable to assist. Perhaps when you acquire the funds, we can discuss further. A friendly reminder, this father operates with great attention. Once completed, no one will trace it back. So, deadbeat, go gather your finances. Stop thinking of taking advantage of your father. Zhou Jianjun slowly widened his eyes. Damn. Did that system just take advantage of me? No. The crux is that this dogged system can indeed fulfill such requests. System father. Could we perhaps negotiate a deal? Can I have credit? Scram. I have no son like you. You are not my son. Farewell. Suddenly, a bomb emoji appeared before him. Boom. It exploded. Zhou Jianjun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, collapsing onto his desk. Unable to move for a moment until he finally regained his composure. Xiao Zhou, are you unwell? Is everything all right? Sister Lu, I'm fine. I might just be a bit cold. My head is a little dizzy, but I'll be all right after a moment. Oh, it must be because you're dressed too lightly. You youngsters only care about looking good. When you age, you'll understand. After enduring Sister Lu's affectionate verbal shower, Zhou Jianjun maintained a smile, assuring her he would wear more layers tomorrow, which satisfied her. 50 yuan. The dogged system doesn't offer credit. Where can he procure it? Should he ask his wife? That would be a last resort. After all, he had just begun to reform, having just received his pocket money. Suddenly needing 50 yuan would surely flood the gates for Yu Xiaoli. That wouldn't do. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind. Eureka! He thought of Yin Sanner. Yin Sanner was a streetwise companion with whom Zhou Jianjun had previously dined and drank. There was a fixed group of 4, with an additional 6 who were less consistent. The latter 6 were not true streetwise individuals. They held legitimate jobs. However, every time Zhou Jianjun, this generous soul, treats us, one simply cannot resist the allure of attending. Our relationships are intricately intertwined as friends. You call me brother, and I call you younger sibling. At the banquet, we share genuine camaraderie, while outside the table, it is all mere frivolity. A simple invitation, are you free today? Brother Zhou is treating, and upon hearing it, one cannot help but think, well, if the generous fellow is treating, I must indulge in a feast. Thus, this motley crew of friends is rather ephemeral in nature. The more, the merrier, isn't it? It serves to enhance Brother Zhou's stature, doesn't it? Each person exclaims, Brother Zhou is remarkable, and Zhou Jianjun resembles someone who has consumed too much dubious liquor, to the point of forgetting his own wife and children. This has always been the case. He had been pondering how to reclaim the losses he previously endured. And lo and behold, the opportunity presented itself. Zhou Jianjun grinned widely, emitting a rather unsettling chuckle. Were it not for Sister Lu's steadfast commitment to the proletarian revolutionary cause, Zhou Jianjun might have already been carted off for a roast. Little Zhou? There's definitely something amiss in that head of his. He needs to seek treatment soon. The patronizing gaze of concern for the intellectually challenged warmed Zhou Jianjun's heart. When one has matters weighing on their mind, time seems to drag interminably. After a prolonged day, Zhou Jianjun hurriedly set off to find Yu Xiaoli. Lily, do you trust me? Yu Xiaoli felt a twinge of apprehension. What are you planning? I'm going to see Yin San. Don't fret just yet. Trust me, I'm doing this for a serious matter. The position of the canteen director for Zhuzi has nearly been secured, and I merely need to close the deal. The resources for this endeavor must come from Yin San. As Zhou Jianjun cautiously explained, Yu Xiaoli suddenly felt a sense of being greatly valued. A smile broke across her face. I trust you. Those 3 simple words allowed Zhou Jianjun to exhale with relief. As long as you trust me, have Haidang escort you home. I'll be back for dinner shortly. All right. Just be careful not to be deceived again. No worries. I'm sharper than a monkey now. Rest assured I'm off. Yu Haidang emerged, pushing her bicycle, casting a curious glance at Zhou Jianjun as he departed. Sister-in-law, where is Brother Zhou headed? Where else? Off to do something for your Zhuzi. If this works out, the position of canteen director will be secured. Really? That is wonderful. Come on, sister-in-law, I'll escort you home. Are you genuinely escorting me? Or is there someone you wish to see? Oh, sister-in-law, you've learned to tease from Brother Zhou. You shouldn't jest with me like that. Zhou Jianjun rode his bicycle, reveling once more in that exhilarating sensation of man and machine as one. He sped along like the wind. Why does this guy look so familiar? Goodness, isn't that the fellow from this morning? He led us on a wild goose chase, only for us to discover he works at the steel factory. After a long day, he still engages in this? Chapter 49, The Street Hustler. Zhou Jianjun headed straight for Dongzaimen, where beyond lay the city moat. The ice on the river was solid and unyielding. A few children, armed with stones, hurled them at the ice, leaving behind white imprints, testament to its firmness. One overly confident child slipped and fell with a loud thud, losing balance and landing in a heap. Embarrassed, he rose and patted his chest, boasting to his friends, "Look how far I slid. Isn't that impressive?" This is what one calls maintaining dignity in defeat. The men of the 49 city are bold. In this era, the Dongxiamen district has yet to see significant development. Places like Dongdan and Shidong, as well as Sanlitun and Panjiayuan, which would later become bustling centers, remain untouched in their natural state. Along the banks of this moat, one could still see patches of reeds. With a stroke of luck, one might even find a few wild duck eggs, though they would likely be frozen solid. The freshly excavated soil on either side was evident. Gazing at the river, Zhou Jianjun was invariably reminded of the drama in which Sun Piaoyang starred. Titled "Who the Hell is Xiao Hongyao?" Many who have watched it commented on its authenticity. River excavation was indeed a labor of great significance in this era. Lacking excavators, the work depended on the collective effort of individuals wielding shovels to widen the riverbanks, preventing floods from inundating the land and increasing water retention for irrigation during droughts. Many of our elders likely participated in this noble task, riding swiftly along the bank. Zhou Jianjun noticed the sun descending and finally arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. He dismounted, secured his bicycle, and kicked open the door. There, indeed, he found a rickety table with a few holes, upon which a game of Pai Jiu was in progress. For men were engaged in play. Upon the door's opening, they paused, momentarily startled, as if fearing a raid. However, upon recognizing Zhou Jianjun, their faces lit up with joy, as if they had encountered a long-lost father. In these times, encountering a fool was far rarer than seeing one's own father, who could only offer you meager sustenance. This fellow, however, could provide a feast. "Oh, Brother Jun, we've missed you these past few days. Indeed, without seeing you, our days have been utterly flavorless." Zhou Jianjun smirked. "Is it not flavorless precisely because no one has treated you to drinks and feasts?" Yen San, the leader of this group, lounged casually in his chair. A few crumpled bills beside him, barely amounting to 70 cents. Zhou Jianjun picked up the bills and scrutinized Yen San. "Brothers, is this all you have? Can you truly entertain yourselves with such a pittance? Is there no shame? Without at least 8 or 10 kwai, you should be making at least 2 or 3 kwai worth of entertainment. With such meager funds, one could barely afford a meal." Yen San glanced at Zhou Jianjun, a flicker of amusement crossing his gaunt face. "Did you hear that? Brother Jun looks down on us." The implication of his words was clear. He was inviting them to join him for a drink. This was a familiar routine. One person would initiate, and the others would chime in. A few exchanges later, Zhou Jianjun would undoubtedly become heated. The other 3, adhering to the pattern, joined in with their praises of Brother Jun's wealth and generosity. In former days, Zhou Jianjun would have readily acquiesced. However, now his perspective had shifted. Sitting opposite Yen San, he remained silent as the others clamored for attention. Gradually, it became apparent that today's atmosphere was rather unusual. Their shouts lost their fervor, and the mood plummeted. "Brother Jun, what is the meaning of this? Have you come to belittle us?" Yen San's expression soured. Zhou Jianjun, however, smiled. "What absurdity are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? Don't you all know how I treat you?" His words prompted laughter once more, reviving the atmosphere. "Isn't it just about drinking? Of course, we must drink. Otherwise, what would be the point of gathering? But before that, I wish to inquire, do you intend to live this way for the rest of your lives? Don't you want to do something else to earn some money?" Yen San and the others exchanged glances, but none responded. Lu Lizi, the most vocal among them after Yen San, cautiously asked, "Brother Jun, is there a deeper meaning to your words? The bond we share as brothers has endured for quite some time now, and surely you can see that none of us wishes to continue living in such circumstances. However, we currently find ourselves at an impasse. None of us possess the right connections, and no institution is willing to accept us. If you have a way out, please extend a pathway for us, and we shall all follow your lead." As he spoke, Yen Saner exchanged glances with the others, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, Jungu, there are no outsiders here. Please speak plainly. I am fully aware of that. Or else what brings me to seek you out?" Zhou Jianjun replied, producing half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. The expressions on the faces of the others turned peculiar. "Wow, Jungu, you're smoking peonies now?" He then revealed another pack, causing their expressions to shift again. When he produced a third pack, Yen Saner reached out. "Brother, is this for us?" Noticing the change in address, Zhou Jianjun playfully swatted his hand away, and Yen Saner, still grinning, retreated slightly. Zhou Jianjun stacked the 2.5 packs together. "Did you think I purchased these cigarettes? You should know I don't smoke." He placed his hand firmly on the 3.5 packs of cigarettes, his demeanor exuding pride, in line with his established persona. "Oh, did someone gift these to you?" Lu Lizi chimed in, and Zhou Jianjun rewarded him with an approving glance. though internally, he felt a pang of regret. Having just managed to procure 3 yuan in pocket money from his wife, he spent 150 on a silk scarf, leaving him with just 150 for these 3 packs of cigarettes to impress others, and now he was left with a mere 17 cents. Now, come closer. Zhou Jianjun assumed a mysterious demeanor, beckoning the group to gather around. Rest assured, I will not neglect you as brothers. I have come today with a significant business proposition for you all. You are familiar with the steel rolling mill, correct? Absolutely. They were aware of Zhou Jianjun's association with it. One of my brothers works as the cafeteria manager there, and he has complete control over the procurement. I have established several channels to acquire meat and greenhouse vegetables. Imagine, if you all participate in the transportation and my brother can inflate the prices a tad. Just think of the profits we could reap. With that, Zhou Jianjun casually tucked the 2.5 packs of cigarettes back into his pocket, effectively hiding them in his watch. The expressions of Yen Sanner and the others shifted to one of astonishment. They were acutely aware of the substantial profits involved in the procurement for state-owned enterprises, without even discussing the monetary aspect. The possibility of discreetly taking a few pounds of meat during transportation was an enticing proposition. They were amazed that Zhou Jianjun possessed such capabilities and connections. To say they were not intrigued would be dishonest. However, Yen Sanner, being the eldest, hesitated slightly. Brother, we do not doubt your intentions. It is merely that we wonder about the veracity of this venture. Zhou Jianjun feigned displeasure, rising as if to depart, embodying his usual prideful nature. What do you mean? How have I treated you all? I came here intending to lend a helping hand, and you dare to question my capabilities? Very well. Yen Sanner, Lu Lizhi. It appears I have misjudged you. Do you see me as nothing more than a good-for-nothing who indulges in revelry? Yen Sanner was taken aback. How did you discern our thoughts? Yet, at that moment, his earlier doubts began to dissipate. Indeed, a person like Zhou Jianjun would not jest about something so significant. His greatest characteristic was his sense of pride. If they managed to undertake this venture, not only would they secure a legitimate livelihood, but they would also reap considerable rewards. Wait, brother, allow me to clarify, Yen Sanner exclaimed, slapping himself on the cheeks in a comical fashion. I spoke thoughtlessly. I deserve to be reprimanded. He pulled Zhou Jianjun back into the conversation. Lu Lizhi interjected, Sanner, that was indeed out of line. When has our brother ever deceived us? Brother, please disregard his remarks. He must be a bit addled. Kindly elaborate on the details. Do you genuinely believe I possess such capabilities? Zhou Jianjun continued to emphasize, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at them. Indeed, we are well aware of your talents, they replied in unison. Please, temper your ire. That is more like it. Lu Lizhi, you are the only one I can count on. Had it been someone else, I would have certainly set them straight. Please, do continue. Zhou Jianjun assessed the expressions of the four and felt the moment was ripe to clear his throat. Here is the plan. You will rent a space near the Chaoyang vegetable market. I have procured a batch of documents, specifically procurement intention letters. All of our dealings will be entirely legitimate, merely interfacing with the steel mill. Others will supply us, for instance, pork at 680. When we connect with the steel mill, we will charge the market price of 730. You see, we will net a 5-cent profit per pound. Ordinarily, suppliers would offer discounts to large factories, but at the mill, my brother calls the shots. Thus, that 5 cents will flow directly into our pockets. How large is the steel mill? 10 to 20,000 employees. Imagine how much meat they consume daily. At least 1,000 pounds, if not 500. Calculate. How much could we profit? As Zhou Jianjun outlined the figures, the four of them found themselves breathing heavily, captivated by the prospect of profit. A mere 5 cents per pound translates into 5 yuan for every 100 pounds of pork. For 1,000 pounds, that would be 50. My heavens. How much do we earn working at the factory in a month? And here we could earn 50 in a single day. What a windfall. Who wouldn't be envious? Brother, please don't hold back. If there are difficulties, just share them with us. The four had already succumbed to visions of newfound wealth. However, you must understand. Although the cafeteria manager is my brother, even close kin must settle accounts fairly. To be frank, this task was initially meant for his brother-in-law. Who? Me? I have a brother-in-law. At this moment, Hiyuju was entirely unaware that Zhou Jianjun was spinning tales. The four, upon hearing this, believed him even more. Indeed, everyone understands the benefits involved. Why would anyone offer them to you without compensation? Yet, Zhou Jianjun's implication was clear. This endeavor required financial backing. Brother, how much do you think we need to secure this deal? What do you mean by that? Do you doubt my ability to secure this? Zhou Jianjun shot them a glare. No, brother, why are you getting upset? That is not our intention. You mentioned settling accounts fairly among brothers. We cannot expect you to shoulder this burden alone. In truth, the four were already cursing internally, aware that Zhou Jianjun's intentions were to extract funds from them. Yet, they could only placate him. None were fools. Zhou Jianjun softened his tone. It appears I have misjudged you. He mentioned 100. I thought it only fair not to offer any less. Otherwise, the goodwill would diminish. Wouldn't you agree? What do we think? We regard you as a complete fool. If you could manage this, would we still need to spend our money? Though we hurl insults. The four of us gathered aside and concluded that this endeavor might be feasible. Despite their disreputable status, each of them possessed some financial means. Surely, they could scrape together 100 yuan. It was then that Zhou Jianjun spoke up once more. I see that you all have it tough. So I will personally contribute 20. If each of you pitches in 20, we shall have 100, right? However, I must insist on 2 shares of the profit. That is not unreasonable, is it? The prospect of his financial involvement brought joy to the four. Yet, this arrangement meant that Zhou Jianjun would pocket 20 out of the 50 he claimed for himself. Wasn't he that a bit excessive? Zhou Jianjun sneered. Don't forget. Without you, I could handle this task myself. I'm merely trying to assist my brothers. What? You have no sense of gratitude? The four silently cursed him for his greed. Fine, we shall proceed as you suggest. We have no objections. The success of this venture rests entirely on you. After further deliberation, Zhou Jianjun successfully gathered 80 yuan, surprised that this group had such wealth. He had underestimated them. Thus, the deal was sealed. As for when we commence, await my word. Oh, and regarding the goods sent from the channel, you will need to advance the payment. That is acceptable, I assent it. The expressions of the four changed yet again, about to protest, when Zhou Jianjun cut in, feigning surprise. Surely, you don't think the channel would extend credit to us, allowing us to profit? We must settle our debts first. Finding these channels isn't easy. Do you have difficulties? Yin San's face twitched. No, brother. Now that you mention it, we are definitely on board. However, we require a few days to gather the funds. Zhou Jianjun then softened his demeanor. I was right to trust you. It's settled then. I await good news. After Zhou Jianjun left, unlocking his bicycle and riding away, the courtyard was still abuzz with discussion. Yin San, do you think Zhou Jianjun is being a tad greedy? Although he put in 20 yuan, he claims 2 shares of the profits. Let us not forget, it was he who found the channel and established the connections. If he is willing to bring us along, we should acknowledge his generosity, Lu Lizhi interjected. That is true, but what if he deceives us? Deceive us? What would he gain from that? His greed only reassures me that this venture is genuine. Regardless, let us head home and gather our funds. Chapter 51, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Zhou Jianjun felt more like a wayward son than the wastrel Su Domao. The exhilaration coursed through him, as if the bicycle pedals were creating illusions. He was elated. The original owner of this foolish enterprise had squandered so much money, and today he would finally see a return. After paying 50 to the system, he was left with 30, which was still a tidy sum, wasn't he it? As for Yin San and his companions, wouldn't they still be procuring goods through him? That would be pure profit. As for the purchasing costs at the steel mill, they might allow these fellows to earn a pittance. But how much they would profit was still at his discretion. A few tokens of goodwill to sweeten the deal, and he could deal with them later. After all, they were merely pawns, scapegoats who would take the fall should anything go awry. As long as he remained in the shadows, even if something did happen, Yin San and his crew would likely turn on him, claiming it was all Zhou Jianjun's doing. But without evidence, how could an ordinary Zhou Jianjun be implicated in such dealings? If he were to be accused of bribing the cafeteria director or exposing the director, how could that concern Zhou Jianjun? The cafeteria director, after all, was He Yuzhu, who had a brother-in-law responsible for procurement. What a coincidence. To consider the possibility of Zhou Jianjun being implicated, he felt unperturbed. He had the system backing him. His paperwork was in order. What was wrong with seeking benefits for the factory? Nothing at all. Of course, whether he profited or not was secondary. The primary aim was to reduce the number of street scoundrels, contributing to social order. More importantly, he resolved the transportation issue, leaving that task to those 4 fellows. Could Zhou Jianjun be seen hauling goods from the cafeteria, risking exposure? The thought alone was ludicrous. System, is it possible to set up a drop-off point, so I could send meat and vegetables from home? Theoretically feasible, though it requires payment. It isn't expensive. 10 yuan can establish 2 locations. Additionally, as your father, I must advise you, the matter of the spirit spring is significant. It's best not to involve it in reality. Once you set the drop-off locations, you can send spirit spring water there. I must say, your previous thoughts were rather foolish. The first drop-off point has been established in your kitchen. You may set the second one yourself. The fee of 60 yuan has been automatically deducted. You are now a mature son. You must learn to manage things independently. As I am quite worn out, I have other matters to attend to, so I will disconnect now. As Zhou Jianjun rode his bicycle, listening to the static in his mind, he nearly toppled into the river. Was the system growing cheeky? He hoisted his bicycle back from the ditch and checked his watch, discovering that a new functionality for handling paperwork had indeed been added, and he could sense his kitchen. repeating mantras of democracy, freedom, prosperity, and harmony. He mused that this was no mystical society. Rather, it was an incomprehensible form of advanced technology. He examined the procurement intentions. Xiangshan Commune, Tangshan Commune, Erwazi Commune? What a ridiculous name. Zhou Jianjun scoffed. At that moment, the system chimed in again. A friendly reminder. The supplies corresponding to these communes truly exist. To compensate for the economic conditions of these communes, the system will deduct 10 yuan from you monthly as a gesture of goodwill towards the great motherland. Since this month is not complete, there will be no deduction. Beginning next month, the deduction will occur on the first day if your balance is insufficient. It will reduce the quantity of goods you can purchase from the vending machine. Zhou Jianjun suddenly felt that this monthly deduction of 10 yuan was rather off-putting. What was this eerily familiar sensation? Did the system require a subscription? 10 yuan? Zhou Jianjun felt a pang of anguish. Yet, it soon subsided, as if he could endure it. After all, it was for the construction of the great motherland, so spending that money felt justified. Earning money became even more legitimate. Zhou Jianjun began to understand that the system functioned much like a transit hub, facilitating the flow of goods to impoverished regions. In these times, information and transportation were not so advanced. In some areas, even if there were quality products, they would go unsold, perpetuating poverty. This was a good thing. Though he was unclear on how the system subsidized these communes, his own contribution was minimal, quite satisfactory. As Zhou Jianjun pedaled along, wiping away tears, he felt no remorse whatsoever. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found it eerily quiet. Something was amiss. Had Su Damao been sent back inebriated? And yet Lu Xiao had not noticed his missing underpants? The child, Bang Gong, has pilfered soy sauce, yet has Su Damao's chickens gone missing? Jun Jian has returned. Aunt San, bearing a basin for washing vegetables, ambled towards the communal wash basin. Upon encountering Zhou Jianjun, she greeted him. Ah, you're back. It's rather quiet tonight, Aunt San. Has anything happened in the courtyard? Upon hearing this, Aunt San let out a sigh. What do you mean? Nothing has happened. A grave incident has transpired at Su Damao's home. That Bangung boy has set fire to Su Damao's place. Su Damao was so inebriated that he slept like a log. Had it not been for everyone discovering it in time, he would have perished in the flames. She gestured discreetly towards Qin Huairu's residence, lowering her voice. Lu Xiaoyi is at her mother's today, and ISNT home. The people in the courtyard wanted to hand Bangung over to the security office, but Jia Zhangshi wouldn't allow it, and even scratched Second Uncle's face. Consequently, Second Uncle, in his fury, summoned the security personnel, and they took both Bangung and Jia Zhangshi away. First Uncle and your third uncle escorted Su Damao to the hospital. Second Uncle has personally gone to the security office. It seems he intends to deal with Jia Zhangshi tonight. Oh, this matter is far from over. I never imagined that little Bangung could be so ruthless, tossing burning coals directly onto Su Damao's bed. Aunt Sin wore a look of lamentation. All right, you should head back now. I see your wife and Haidang have already returned home. Oh, indeed, I shall. Please attend to your matters, Zhou Jianjun thought, his mind surging with tumult. The narrative had undergone a dramatic transformation, far exceeding his comprehension. The incident with Bangung stealing soy sauce had indeed occurred. Su Damao's chickens had likely been stolen as well. Yet, while Su Damao lost his undergarments, Lu Xiaoyi remained oblivious. It was Bangung who nearly caused Su Damao's demise by fire. It was utterly unforeseen that Su Damao, having evaded the scorn of the entire courtyard, would pay a far steeper price instead. Indeed, the courtyard remained unchanged, the people the same, yet the story was entirely different. At that moment, Zhou Jianjun profoundly realized that the characters in the narrative do not adhere strictly to the plot. They are living, breathing individuals, existing right beside him. He must alter his preconceived notions to better integrate into this life. However, he did not dwell too much on this revelation. The outcomes faced by each individual stem from their daily actions. There was little to say. Fortune and misfortune do not come from nowhere. They are summoned by one's own deeds. In the entirety of this affair, he had intervened minimally, merely preventing Bangung from stealing soy sauce, which in itself was not a transgression. One could only assert that every action, great or small, is preordained, and the workings of the world are unpredictable. Zhou Jianjun raised his gaze to the night sky, devoid of stars and shrouded in heavy gloom. It seemed likely that snow would fall the following day. A fine day lasts but a single day. Flowers do not bloom for 100 days. He muttered a sentiment as he pushed his bicycle into the rear courtyard. As he entered, a small figure darted out, wrapping around his leg. Looking down, he saw his beloved daughter, Zhou Tongtong. Daddy, you're back. Tongtong has been waiting for you for ages. The food has gone cold. Uncle Zhuzi made tomato scrambled eggs and mapo tofu. It's so delicious. The sweet, endearing words instantly dispelled the chill of the dreary night. Oh, no rain, just falling snowflakes. Chapter 52. The Stars Blink. Zhou Jianjun secured his bicycle against the courtyard wall and lifted Zhou Tongtong into his arms. What have you been up to today, my dear? Have you been good? I've been very good. Aunt Yu Shui took me painting. She said Daddy is an exceptional painter, and I want to follow in Daddy's artistic footsteps. Daddy, what does it mean to inherit? To inherit? It means that after I pass away, everything I own will belong to you. However, that explanation seemed unsuitable here, as it might frighten the little one. Inheriting means that Daddy has passed down his wonderful talents to you. And don't ask me what talent means, or else I might have to persuade your mother to have another little brother for you. Zhou Jianjun felt a swell of pride, grateful that he had closed that loophole. Otherwise, the conversation could have spiraled into a barrage of questions. Perhaps I could delve into that topic. 100,000 questions, the blue mouse and the big-faced cat? No, it should be the blue cat and the mischievous 3,000 questions. This matter requires careful consideration. It shouldn't delve into ideological realms. Educating the next generation of our nation's flowers shouldn't be entangled with grand ideologies, should it? One must stabilize the situation and not be reckless. The stars blink. The moon draws question marks, comets trail long tails, and rainbows bridge the gaps. Daddy, what are you singing? It sounds wonderful. Oh, it's a nursery rhyme. Do you like it? I'll teach you. Daddy, why does it repeat just these 4 lines? Because this song consists of only 4 lines. Zhou Jianjun spoke the untruth with a straight face, his heart steady. In reality, he had forgotten the rest. This animated show had once captivated the nation, and countless people could hum along to its melody. If Zhou Tongtong were to ask, Daddy, can you sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Zhou Jianjun would undoubtedly reply, of course. Who wouldn't know that song? It's as if one never had a childhood if they didn't. Are you back? Yu Xiaoli, hearing the commotion outside, emerged wrapped in Zhou Jianjun's coat. She rubbed her hands together and placed them on his face. Is it cold? Zhou Jianjun shook his head. Not really. I don't feel cold at all. Hurry inside. It's starting to snow again. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Saying this, he tucked the little girl into her arms, wrapping her in the coat before finally entering the house. Old Lady Song sat dozing in a chair, and he Yuzhu gently called out to her twice, but there was no response. Zhou Jianjun approached and softly kneaded the old lady's shoulders. Upon sensing his presence, she opened her eyes, still drowsy. Oh, Junzi is back. Quickly, Zhuzi, go heat up the food. It's time to eat. He Yuzhu looked at the old lady with a hint of exasperation. You're worried about your eldest grandson, but you've summoned me. Why are you standing there? Go. Zhou Jianjun chimed in. He Yuzhu sighed and dashed to the kitchen, retrieving the steamer laden with a large fish head. Inside the steamer were the previously prepared tomato scrambled eggs, mapo tofu, and a few small white buns, along with leftover meat buns, all kept warm. Earlier, Zhou Jianjun had hung the fish outside, where it had frozen solid. If he Yuzhu had dared to question him, he might have asked, Are you out of your mind for freezing the fish outside? Were you afraid it would spoil? With a small saw, he painstakingly cut off the fish head. Steamed fish head with chopped peppers is a delectable dish, a specialty of Hunan cuisine. He Yuzhu was more adept at Sichuan cuisine, but could manage it too. However, given the season, there were no fresh peppers available in the market. Thus, they had to stew the fish head with tofu. It was fortunate that they had made a special trip to the market for that very tofu. As the saying goes, tofu that has boiled 1,000 times and fish that has boiled 10,000 times. Thankfully, they had prepared this dish of fish head stewed with tofu. Otherwise, after such a long time, everything else would have turned to mush. Quickly, he placed a few pre-prepared flatbreads made of cornmeal around the pot, a dish known as eating flatbreads. Once the flatbreads absorbed the flavor of the fish broth, the taste would be absolutely exquisite. As they were busy with their tasks, Zhou Jianjun entered, glanced at the pot, and stuffed a handful of firewood beneath the stove. Instantly, the fish soup began to bubble vigorously. Although the household possessed a gas stove, it was seldom utilized. Cooking over a wood fire produced the most delectable dishes. Particularly when it came to rice, the bottom of the pot would yield a layer of crispy rice, which was the epitome of childhood snacks. In later years, with the emergence of electric rice cookers and various cooking vessels, that original flavor became an elusive memory. Brother, did you go to find Yin Saner? Indeed. I took a bit of money from him. You should inform Deputy Director Li that the matter regarding the vegetable supply has been sorted out. All procedures are legitimate. I will provide you with the procurement documents tomorrow for you to show him. We need to expedite filling your position as the canteen director. As for the delivery, I've entrusted it to Yin San and a few of his associates. Zhou Jianjun recounted the details of the situation, leaving He Yuzhu in a state of astonishment. He finally gave a thumbs up. Brother, you truly are remarkable. To devise such a scheme, are you certain we will profit? Of course, otherwise why would I exert myself? Primarily, this is for your role as the canteen director. You will quote them the prices I've provided, but make sure to pressure them. We cannot allow these scoundrels to genuinely profit. However, when you report the accounts back to the factory, you must use the market price. This way, you can at least secure a small kickback. Brother, the profit margin here is substantial. He Yuzhu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He was no fool. He understood the intricacies involved. Zhou Jianjun had secured 2 portions of payment from Yen San-er. If he Yuzhu claimed a portion for himself, it meant that while Yen San-er and his associates would still benefit, the original profit of 5 cents per pound of meat was now reduced to merely 2 cents. Meanwhile, the steel plant was not at a loss either. The current canteen directors typically quoted prices well above market value, greedily inflating costs. By selling to the canteen at market prices, Zhou Jianjun could save the canteen a significant sum. I will handle negotiations with Yen San-er. Just tell them you 1T agree to supply at market prices. Remember, when they deliver, don't mix up the details. He Yuzhu thumped his chest confidently. Brother, you need not worry. I 1T make any mistakes. This matter must remain confidential. As for Ma Hua, he can be promoted. After all this time with you, let him begin to take charge of the cooking, and you can guide him. Once you become the canteen director, elevate him as well. This way, we 1T have to fear betrayal from behind. He Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ma Hua is a good lad. In this current era, apprentices spend 3 years before becoming temporary workers, and then another 3 years to become permanent staff. Those with a mentor have a distinct advantage over those without. A mentor can nurture your growth, teach you genuine skills, and provide you with a means of livelihood. This is the essence of the bond between master and apprentice, a lifelong gratitude that should never be forgotten. After all, in these times, possessing real skills ensures that one will never go hungry. A single skill can open countless doors. This is the truth. Without a master, where does one acquire such unique talents? The 2 brothers finished preparing dinner, only to find there was no congee. Consequently, Zhou Jianjun made a simple spinach and egg soup, using normal spinach purchased from a vending machine for convenience. It was a straightforward dish, fresh in flavor, and simply delightful. Chapter 53, Su Dumao is burned. The family enjoyed a hearty meal, relishing the taste of the tofu and fish head. To Zhou Jianjun's surprise, Yu Haidang did not return home after bringing Yu Xiaoli back. Upon inquiry, it turned out she had stayed merely to scrounge a meal. Well, if you want to eat, then eat, he thought, as it hardly mattered. After dinner, as was customary, he sent He Yuzhu to wash the dishes, while Yu Haidang volunteered to help. Surprisingly, there was a certain harmony to their cooperation, reminiscent of a husband and wife working in tandem. After escorting the elderly lady back to her room, just before leaving, she smiled and tugged at Zhou Jianjun's sleeve. Are you not bringing the little girl over tonight? Zhou Jianjun was amused by her knowing expression and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded. All right, I'll bring her over soon. By the way, during dinner, the little girl complained that you only tell stories about ration tickets. When you return, give her this. Zhou Jianjun pulled out a small booklet from his pocket, which contained the adventures of Tong Tong that he had sketched earlier that day. The elderly lady, with her poor eyesight and the dim light at the door, could not discern its contents, but she readily agreed and urged Zhou Jianjun to hurry and fetch the child. This left Zhou Jianjun in a cold sweat, feeling as if he were the one under pressure. Why was this elderly lady more concerned than he was? He scratched his head, eventually returning. He managed to coax the little girl with 2 pieces of candy, promising her 3 more for tomorrow, which made her happily skip away to play with the elderly lady. Zhou Jianjun sighed, thinking that once the little girl grew a bit older, she would definitely need her own room. Living like this felt akin to clandestine meetings in an underground hideout, and it was exhausting. After returning from the elderly lady's house, he began contemplating the need for a proper gate for his courtyard. Once the door was shut, he could create a private sanctuary, impervious to the winds from every direction. Just then, he noticed Yu Haidang stealthily emerging from the east wing, glancing back at the main room before tiptoeing toward the front door. Yu Haidang, Zhou Jianjun, in a moment of childish mischief, suddenly appeared, startling her considerably. She genuinely jumped, nearly bursting into tears. Zhou Ge, you, why are you hiding here to scare people? She stammered, clearly flustered. Zhou Jianjun found her reaction amusing. I just returned from the elderly lady's room, intending to come in when I spotted you peeking around. If you weren't feeling guilty, why would I have startled you? What are you up to? I'm not up to anything. I was just going to the bathroom. At this time, the courtyard had not yet been renovated, and there were no toilets. One had to venture to the public restroom at the alley's end. Typically, a chamber pot was kept in the room, which was essentially a covered urinal. Before dawn, one would have to empty it at the public restroom. Then hurry along. Don't dawdle here, lest you soil yourself. Yu Haidang, feeling embarrassed and irritated, hit him lightly, stamped her foot, and hurried away. Zhou Jianjun was left bewildered. Why was she sneaking around just to use the bathroom? Why did you take so long? Come wash your face and soak your feet. Upon entering the house, Yu Xiaoli had already prepared hot water. Zhou Jianjun took the towel she handed him, washed his face. and allowed his wife to apply some cream to his face, rubbing it in vigorously. "Ah, the stubble is coming in. It's a bit prickly. I'll shave later. You should join me. Let us soak together." The couple, comfortable in their intimacy, did not feel shy as they soaked their feet face to face. That day, there had been quite a commotion in the courtyard, yet no one had dared to speak about it at the dinner table, fearing it would spoil the atmosphere. The incident had escalated significantly. "You mentioned that today was the day you caught Bonging. How did he end up setting fire to Sudamao?" "Previously, he merely hinted at targeting our residence, and I thought it was just idle talk. Little did I expect him to act upon it." Yu Xiao began to speak, her tone laced with regret and apprehension. After all, Bonging had been a familiar presence for 5 years. Indeed, it had only been 5 years since he married into the family. Who could have foreseen that he would resort to such drastic measures? When I returned, I overheard Third Aunt mention it briefly. "Do not worry, Bonging wouldn't dare to do anything against us. But what of Sudamao? Is he gravely injured?" Yu Xiaoli shook her head, playfully rubbing her feet against Zhou Jianjun's furry ones before responding. "I'm not sure. I was with Tong Tong and didn't want to frighten him, so I didn't go to check. Zhuzi went to assist and said it wasn't too serious. Though the quilt did suffer a significant burn, the location of the burn was rather peculiar." As she spoke, her gaze drifted from Zhou Jianjun's navel downward. Lingering with a mischievous grin, Zhou Jianjun felt a chill run through him and involuntarily swallowed hard. It seemed Bonging was intent on making Su Damao a eunuch. Oh, but the Qing dynasty is long gone. Even if he wished to, he couldn't enter the palace. That was a rather ruthless thought. Yu Xiaoli chuckled at his expression. Who would argue otherwise? I simply cannot fathom why Bonging would set Su Damao ablaze. Zhou Jianjun suddenly realized that Yu Xiaoli was still unaware of the events that transpired after Bonging fled. He embraced her neck and whispered the details into her ear, playfully nibbling on her earlobe. Yu Xiaoli's neck flushed red. "You, why do you always have to tease me while you talk?" As the sage said, sated and warm. "One thinks of lust. Am I wrong to follow the sage's guidance?" "You're incorrigible. Stop rambling. Is what you said true? What about Qin Jie and Su Damao?" "Really? Some things were still too embarrassing to articulate. Who knows? You saw Zhuzi's nose injury, and given Bonging's behavior, it's highly likely. I never realized Qin Jie was such a person. See, one knows a person's face, but not their heart. That's why I advise you to keep your distance from her. You knew all along." Zhou Jianjun waved his hand repeatedly. "Not at all. I'm not familiar with her. It's just that in a crowded workplace, one hears many rumors. If only one person says something, it doesn't necessarily reflect on Qin Jie's character. But if many people say the same, it becomes concerning. However, others' affairs have no bearing on us. All right then, let us not dwell on it. We should sleep early." Indeed. Chapter 54. Instant kill on ration tickets for meat, grain, and vegetables. "Well, I'll take your advice on this matter. Tomorrow, I'll bring a few eggs to check on him." "That's fine, but don't bring too many. About 10 will suffice. The eggs you bought are quite delicious." In the end, Yu Xiaoli felt a pang of sympathy. 10 eggs cost nearly 50 cents. Besides, we need to save some for our daughter. She enjoys eggs. "All right, let us not make it 10. 8 will do. 8 is a lucky number." After much deliberation, Yu Xiaoli nodded. Remembering her past relations with Su Damao's family, she resolutely stated, "Just 8. Not a single one more." Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but admire her fierce maternal instinct. Perhaps it was due to the system, but Zhou Jianjun noticed that while Yu Xiaoli, little Tong Tong, the elderly lady, and he Yuzhu had all consumed the powerful spinach, they seemed only a bit healthier. After dinner, he observed the elderly lady chasing after Zhou Tong Tong in the yard, her movements sprightly and energetic. However, aside from that, not much had changed. Conversely, his own body had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. Both his strength and reflexes had significantly improved. He surmised that the presence of a system within him was the reason for this substantial boost. This was beneficial, as it spared him from transforming into a muscle-bound brute. A slight gain in weight, like Yu Xiaoli's, was more than sufficient. This difference was particularly noticeable. He felt far less cumbersome. After exchanging a few words, Zhou Jianjun, unable to resist his pleadings, persuaded Yu Xiaoli to play with the compass for a while longer. Eventually, they both drifted into a deep slumber. As midnight struck, the instant kill event commenced once more. Limited time flash sale for items, commencing now. The rules will not be repeated. Would you like to initiate the flash sale? This time, Zhou Jianjun was not jolted awake. He remained in a semi-conscious state, mumbling a few sounds. System. Zhou Jianjun, you're making quite the racket. System. Zhou Jianjun. OZZ. System. Oh yo. All right. As a mature system, I must learn to tolerate a clumsy teammate. One click to initiate. No special effects needed. Thank you. Congratulations, host, you have received the items, a set of tickets. To summarize briefly, the set includes 500 meat tickets, 500 grain tickets, 500 vegetable tickets, and 500 industrial vouchers. For specific denominations and corresponding goods, please check for yourself. That'll do. I'm tired. Zhou Jianjun, OZZ. He felt as though he had dreamt of finding 500 meat tickets in his slumber, relishing the thought of purchasing meat. Ah, truly delightful. Jianjun, wake up. Why are you licking my face? Zhou Jianjun was jolted awake, rubbing his eyes to see Yu Shaoli wearing a bemused expression. What's wrong? What were you dreaming about? Look, my face is all wet with your drool. Zhou Jianjun scratched his head. What was I dreaming about? I've forgotten. But I distinctly remember meat. Checking his watch, he exclaimed, oh no, it's already past 3 in the morning. Have I missed tonight's instant kill? Confusion enveloped him. He noticed additional tickets on his watch. Lily, am I still dreaming? Yu Shaoli pinched his side, causing him to yelp in pain. Ouch, stop. I'm awake. Oh, so it wasn't a dream? What do you mean it wasn't a dream? Never mind, just go back to sleep. It's still early. Or shall we engage in some exercise? You can go to hell. I heard from the head of the department that all men are like dogs, always hungry after 3 meals a day. I've realized you truly fit the bill. Who eats 3 meals? I only have 2, all right? Zhou Jianjun. I'm done with you. Each time, it's over 2 hours, and you still insist. Early the next morning, Zhou Jianjun grasped 2 warm steamed buns and yawningly checked the time. It's 6:45. A bit later than usual. His wife was still fast asleep, though she appeared to be in good spirits. Rising, he went to the yard and performed a series of martial arts routines, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow that had accumulated. The snowflakes danced in the air, and practicing martial arts in such an environment felt incredibly refreshing. Entering the kitchen, he began preparing porridge, spinach, and beef porridge. He minced the beef and blanched the spinach, chopping it into small pieces for later use. Then, he added salt and white pepper to the minced beef, massaging it to enhance absorption. Glancing at the half-full water tank, he scooped out the remaining water with a ladle before filling it with spring water. In the remaining water from the ladle, I tasted a hint of the sweet clarity reminiscent of mountain spring water, which invigorated my spirit. What a delightful beverage this water is. Once the porridge was ready, I sampled it, and the porridge, cooked with this water, carried a unique sweetness. It was subtle, yet it elevated the flavor of the porridge by a good 2 or 3 degrees. Such a treasure. Lifting the lid of the steamer basket, I noticed only a few small yellow duck buns remained. I fitted the steamer with 7 eggs, then contemplated and removed 2, intending to prepare a custard for the eggs. The plain boiled eggs are suitable for the young, but it is better for Tong Tong and the elderly lady to enjoy the custard. I then chopped a large radish into sizable pieces, seasoning them with scallions, ginger, garlic, and aged vinegar. However, the unsoaked radish lacked some flavor. Yet, at this time of year, one cannot be too choosy. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Winter is for eating radishes, and summer for ginger. Pickled radish is quite timely. I collected the empty milk bottles from yesterday and found that they had been recycled by the system. Yet my wealth had not increased by a single cent. Very well. After all, the system did not charge me when I retrieved them. I took out 7 bottles of milk again and soaked them in warm water. Only then did I begin to rouse everyone from their slumber. Is Jiangwo home? Just as he was playing dress-up with his wife, someone outside called out. Zhou Jiangwo hurried outside to take a look. It was an elderly man. Elder, so early. Do you need something from me? The elder pulled him aside. Are you aware of what transpired yesterday? What happened yesterday? I returned quite late. Zhou Jiangwo certainly knew what he was referring to, yet he preferred to feign ignorance. Chapter 55. The elder comes to morally coerce again. The main gate was poised to be fitted with an iron door to keep these people out, ensuring no one could disturb us, let alone meddle in the affairs of Su Damao and Qin Huairu. The elder scrutinized Zhou Jiangwo's expression and, seeing his look of confusion, furrowed his brow. Shaoli, didn't Zhuzi mention anything to you last night? Why are you speaking in circles? If you told me, I would know what happened. What is it exactly? I have a pot on the stove. I don't want it to burn. The elder was clearly displeased. What? I'm here to discuss something with you. And it isn't as important as what's in your pot? In mere moments, the pot wouldn't burn. I'll tell you. Yesterday, Bonging burned Su Domao's quilt. Fortunately, the coal was nearly spent, or it could have ignited a larger fire. Su Damao didn't suffer much. His quilt was burned to ashes, resulting in only minor injuries. The doctor said the injuries are not serious and will not affect him in the future. The term doctor, referring to a physician, remained popular until the early 1990s. The older generation would still habitually use this term when going to the hospital. Zhou Jiangwo's expression turned peculiar. The quilt was burned? TSK. Bonging is quite precise with his fire. Isn't this good news? Lily was just telling me that she plans to take a few eggs to check on him. After all, they are neighbors. It wouldn't be right not to visit. The elder's face unexpectedly brightened at this remark. You have a kind heart. It seems the correction has been quite thorough. Yes, this is indeed good news. However, The current issue is that Su Damao refuses to let it go and insists on reporting Bonging to have him imprisoned. This child is about to enter middle school, with a promising future ahead. Qin Huairu has come to me, hoping I can have a serious talk with Su Damao to see what conditions might suppress this matter. After all, this incident occurred in our courtyard. If it were to spread, our courtyard's reputation would suffer greatly. Thus, the three of us elders have decided to convene a meeting for the entire courtyard to openly discuss this matter. What needs addressing will be addressed. We will not be lenient. However, I can't help but feel a bit sorry for Qin Huairu, a widow with a child. So, when the time comes for the courtyard meeting, I would appreciate your support for the elder. This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Zhou Jianjun furrowed his brow deeply. Is it difficult or not? Isn't this purely putting someone in a bind? Zhou Jianjun chuckled coldly. Elder, this doesn't seem right. Bonging did indeed burn Su Damao's quilt, correct? Isn't he still just a child? Who hasn't been mischievous in their youth? Hearing the elder's words, Zhou Jianjun understood his ulterior motives. Seizing this opportunity to help Bonging out of trouble, he would subsequently ask Bonging to support him in his old age, a debt of gratitude too substantial to ignore. Arson is a serious crime. Trespassing, damaging personal property, endangering personal safety. If viewed harshly, it could even be considered attempted murder. The courtyard is public property allocated for their residents. They only hold the right to live there, making it public property. This also adds the charge of deliberately damaging public property. If this were substantiated, Bonging could face severe punishment. Even if he is still underage, he could be sent to a juvenile detention center. What a grave matter. Can you simply brush it off as a child's mischief? Mischief? Elder, both Zhuzi and I have been under your watch since childhood. Were we not mischievous? There are so many children in the courtyard. Which one is not mischievous? But look, which of them has ever gone so far as to set fire to someone else's property? Yes, Qin's family has had it tough. I used to offer them assistance. And even if she were to go without a meal in the future, I would be willing to help. But did Bonging not consider the consequences of his actions? How old is he now? He is about to enter middle school. He is not a child anymore. If he dares to set fires today, tomorrow he might boldly break into a house wielding a knife. What sort of behavior is this? This is murder. Zhou Jianjun emphasized the word murder sharply. You are an elder. How can you not know about the happenings in the courtyard? Hasn't Bonging been known to sneak around and pick locks? Yes. The child is hungry and takes food without money. Everyone turns a blind eye. But now, the nature of this has changed, elder. I have a small daughter at home. And after hearing you, I am filled with fear. What if one day, I offend Bonging? Oh, not just any day, but just yesterday noon, I offended him. He went to the factory to steal soy sauce while I was there and got caught. He threatened to burn down my house. I thought he was joking, but he ended up setting Su Damao's place ablaze. If one day I am asleep and he sneaks in to harm me, what would happen to Tong Tong? So, this matter requires you to take action. You know I have a long-standing feud with Su Damao. We have clashed since childhood. I can't stand him. And he sees me as pretentiously virtuous, wishing nothing more than to trip me up. But this time, I stand with Su Damao. The elder was left in a stupor after Zhou Jianju's words. He had not realized that there had been this turn of events. Bonging had previously threatened Zhou Jianjun. If it weren't for Su Damao's incident, it could have been dismissed as childish banter. But now that he had indeed set fire to Su Damao, it proved that Bonging was capable of such actions. Honestly speaking, if this were to happen to Yi Zhonghai, he too would be unable to voice his stance. However, conscience, once suppressed, becomes invisible. Jianguo, that was merely a heated remark. Could he truly burn down your house? You have helped their family. Can he possibly forget your kindness? Bonging is essentially a good child. Can you bear to watch him be sent away for re-education? Do not utter such words, my dear elder. You have truly erred in your statement. Venture into the courtyard and inquire. Has he ever referred to me as uncle? Even with Zhuzi, he merely addresses him as military boy or silly Zhu. And ordinarily, I do not hold it against him. I comprehend your perspective, yet a nation possesses its laws, and a family its rules. Do not presume to say he is not my nephew. Should he truly be so, I would personally escort him to the police station. Neglecting proper upbringing in childhood only guarantees mischief in adulthood. I am weary of your continued discourse. In any case, I stand firm on my principles. Zhou Jianjun, what is this attitude you exhibit? Every person harbors empathy. How can you treat a mere child with such cruelty? You offer him not even a chance for redemption? It is quite absurd, considering you are a university student, an intellectual. If you can transform your ways, why deny Bonging the same opportunity? Zhou Jianjun was on the verge of entering the kitchen when these words reached him, causing a wave of distaste to wash over him. Very well. If this is how you choose to speak, I shall declare my stance at the assembly and ensure Bonging is sent away. I can reform because I have committed no crime. My matters with Lily are ours alone. She forgives me, and what concern is it of others? Should Bonging create chaos at home, setting his own house ablaze, I would gladly grant him a chance. Ah, You truly seem blinded by delusion. I must depart for work now. I will not detain you. By the way, I will certainly attend the assembly. Chapter 56. An evening with He and Yu Haitang. Zhou Jianjun strode into the kitchen, leaving the elder staring at his resolute back, his expression a stormy shade of blue. With a vehement gesture, he pointed towards the kitchen door and unleashed a torrent of curses. One cannot live in such isolation. We all require the assistance of our neighbors. If you refuse to aid bonging today, who will assist you in the future? Zhou Jianjun heard this, but remained silent, dismissing it with a scoff. The elder realized that further words would be futile, and with a grim countenance, he exited. Good day, elder. At this moment, the deaf old lady arrived, accompanied by Zhou Tongtong. Today, Zhou Jianjun was not called upon to extend an invitation. Zhou Tongtong greeted the elder, who regarded her with a complex expression. His previous fury somewhat abated. Tongtong, you are such a good child. Hurry along now. Your father has prepared dinner. All right, goodbye, elder. Zhou Tongtong skipped merrily into her family's courtyard, while the deaf old lady scrutinized the elder for quite some time. The expression on her face was a peculiar mixture of a forced smile and a grimace, sending shivers down the elder's spine. Ah, esteemed lady, may you be blessed. The deaf old lady spat a mouthful of phlegm at the elder's feet. Ah, Shaohai, what man proposes, heaven observes. Certain matters, once acted upon, are witnessed by the heavens. It is not that retribution does not occur, it is merely that the time has not yet come. Her words, seemingly unrelated, felt as though they directly addressed the elder's purpose for visiting that day. The elder's countenance shifted like a stage performer, alternating between shades of blue and red. He intended to offer an explanation, but the old lady had already turned her back and walked away. Was it merely an illusion? Or did the old lady seem to stand taller, her steps more assured? Snow drifted from the sky, landing upon her, bestowing a certain majestic air. Did she possess knowledge of something? The elder regarded the retreating figure of the old lady with suspicion. While others might be oblivious, he had often looked after her. Given her esteemed status as a military widow, a key focus of attention from the neighborhood committee. As the elder, it was his duty to offer her care. Thus, he knew well that she appeared deaf, yet in truth, she merely chose to refrain from involving herself in the affairs of the courtyard. She was perceptive, retaining every detail that deserved her attention while ignoring that which did not concern her. If one were to ascertain who was the most astute in this courtyard, it was undoubtedly this seemingly deaf old lady, rather than the calculating third elder, standing in the snow for quite some time, almost becoming a snowman. The elder felt increasingly confounded by Zhou Jianjun's transformation. After much contemplation, unable to discern the root of the issue, he brushed the snow from his shoulders, turned away, and mimicked the old lady's demeanor as he departed. However, upon arriving at He doorstep, he slipped and fell flat on his face. Ah! Which rascal spilled water all over the ground? The weather had truly turned the water to ice. In a glaring spot, devoid of snow, water had melted away, now solidified into ice. He had not been vigilant and had thus slipped. Looking around and finding no one, he resigned himself to misfortune, rose, and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Unbeknownst to him, behind He door, a girl was hiding, currently sticking out her tongue while holding a basin. He bare-chested, reclined on the bed, observing the girl who walked with a slight limp, and chuckled. What are you staring at? What is the matter? Does it still hurt? Yu Haitang shot him a fierce glare. Why are you still lying down? If Zhou sees you, won't he be the laughingstock? What is there to laugh about? He likely has already figured it out. He went to call for Yu Shui for dinner, and upon discovering you absent from the room, he would surely deduce your whereabouts. My brother is sharper than a monkey. Hearing this, Yu Haitang's expression darkened further, nearly bringing her to tears. She stamped her foot, evidently in pain. Are you here to enjoy my misery? How am I supposed to face anyone now? I must have been out of my mind, a perfectly good young lady. And you insisted we share a bed. Woe is me. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Enough! I can hear you two lamenting from far away. Young men marry, young women wed. What is the big deal? It's merely a sleepover. Who hasn't he shared a bed? Zhuzi, come out. Zhou Jianjun's voice echoed from outside, and Yu Haitang turned pale, hastily diving under the covers to hide. He amused, patted the bulging spot under the blankets. This is unlike you. My brother is not a stranger. He is well aware of our circumstances, so what is there to fear? With that, he threw on a coat and scampered to the door. Brother, dinner is ready. Zhou Jianjun glanced at him, irritably shoving a small package into his hands. Enough. Treat the girl well. Do not act like a clueless fool. Young ladies appreciate gentleness. Do you understand? A few kind words, or else I shall give you a good thrashing. He found it both amusing and perplexing. Brother, why are you meddling in this matter? Because I am an experienced man. No need to argue, you straight-laced fool. Inside this package are new clothes your sister-in-law purchased but has not worn. Consider yourself fortunate. Go present them to her. Later, Take her to the department store and buy her a few more garments. Acquire whatever is needed and be sure to greet her elders. Our family cannot engage in relationships without proper acknowledgement. Do you understand? As he spoke, he pulled out a wad of tickets, stuffing them into He Yuzhu's hands. He Yuzhu's eyes reddened at the sight. Save your breath. A grown man shedding tears is quite unbecoming. Now, hurry and get dressed. Dinner awaits. This stack of tickets included grain, meat, clothing, and industrial vouchers, a complete assortment. With the system's instant kill rewards, the cloth tickets were acquired from a vending machine. Ever since receiving this reward, Zhou Jianjun discovered that the vending machine had added an option for purchasing tickets, showcasing a variety of them. However, the prices were somewhat steep, 3 yuan for 500 cloth tickets. Naturally, the vending machine never disappointed. Its measurement units were still on a grand scale. He had just shoved He Yuzhu through the door when he turned to leave. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and by instinct, Zhou Jianjun executed a backflip followed by a side somersault, completing 3.5 rotations in midair before landing gracefully on the ground. Glancing at a patch of ice-free ground amidst the snow, he spat in disdain. Whose unfortunate child is this? Isn't this a setup for disaster? The snow isn't slippery until it gets wet. Zhou Jianjun expressed his disdain thoroughly. If it weren't for my agility, I would have been sprawled out right there. Still, he felt a twinge of regret for not having flipped enough. After a moment's thought, he flipped back to the courtyard, finally feeling satisfied. Now Zhou Jianjun began to suspect whether he had developed a penchant for somersaults due to some lingering effects of the 18 falls of clothing. It was peculiar that no system was known to teach martial skills that made one inclined to perform flips. Yu Haidang cautiously poked her head out from her blanket. Has Brother Zhou left? Why are you crying? Did Brother Zhou hit you? No, I just suddenly realized that we have adults in our family. Chapter 57. Let us go watch a movie together. In families with elders, assistance naturally comes. In fact, during this period, engagement ceremonies were particularly straightforward, advocating for free love. As long as both parties were enamored, the man would seek an elder to propose to the woman's family. Generally, the betrothal gift was merely 5 yuan, though sometimes as little as 2 yuan sufficed, depending on family circumstances. Typically, half of the betrothal gift would be returned, the exact amount decided by the elders, aiming to provide the young couple with some financial comfort for their future. The gifts varied according to personal circumstances, and many were not picky. However, they had to be in pairs. For instance, if one bought sugar, 2 pounds must be purchased. If one bought liquor, 2 bottles were necessary. This was referred to as a pair, symbolizing harmony. If a daughter had a good husband, the gifts would be plentiful and substantial, bestowing honor upon the family, eliciting praises from all who saw how well the girl had married. Yet, if a suitable match was truly elusive, one could not simply leave a daughter unwed. He Yuzhu had a biological father, but he had abandoned them. With no elder in the family, Zhou Jianjun naturally assumed the role of the patriarch. The eldest brother was akin to a father. He took it upon himself to assist, as was expected. A brother's marriage should not be too shabby. Yu Haidang, having changed into new undergarments behind He Yuzhu's back, looked at the pile of tickets sprawled across the bed, feeling warmth in her heart. The grain tickets alone amounted to 50 pounds, all of them being premium tickets. There were a few more meat tickets, totaling 63 pounds, including various types of chicken, duck, and fish, all of which were fresh. Each meat ticket specified the corresponding type and weight, such as 2 tails of pork, typically with an expiration date. If not used by then, they would become void. Zhou Jianjun believed these tickets were designed to stimulate consumption. Merely hoarding them without making purchases would not suffice, as expired tickets would only lead to regret. Grain tickets generally had a validity of 1 year, while meat and vegetable tickets had much shorter durations, often calculated monthly. The cloth tickets added up to about 10 meters, which was quite substantial, with their denominations measured in inches and feet. Of course, everyone understood that 3 feet made a meter, facilitating conversion into meters. In summary, with these tickets, He Yuzhu could potentially marry several eligible young women. Yu Haidang was overwhelmed with a sense of being valued. She understood that Zhou Jianjun had brought these gifts to her family as part of the proposal. What girl could expect such a generous betrothal gift? Previously, she had felt pain and confusion, but now she felt fortunate to have found a good man. Brother Zhou truly treats you well. Of course, he is my brother. He Yuzhu patted his chest, brimming with pride. Yu Haidang playfully scolded, how virtuous. Put these away, and let us hurry over. We didn't help this morning and ended up reaping the benefits. Brother Zhou and sister-in-law must think I'm a woman who cannot manage household affairs. Nonsense, what do you think my brother and sister-in-law are? They are seasoned individuals who understand. Keep these for now. In this household, you will see that I am solely responsible for earning money. He Yuzhu chuckled foolishly. Yu Haidang spat in jest, Pa, you foolish man. Yet her heart was filled with delight. Previously, She had heard the older women in her department say that this was all very comfortable. She never imagined it would be so painful. Such was the deception. Breakfast. Brother, how did you make this porridge? It tastes divine. He Yushui had already consumed 3 bowls of porridge on her own, prompting Zhou Jianjun to glance at her chest repeatedly. Where does this girl put all that food? What kind of look is that? I merely had 3 bowls of porridge. Why are you so stingy? He Yushui became displeased. Feeling that Zhou Jianjun, this scoundrel, had truly turned his back on her, showing no concern for his little sister. Eat, eat, eat. Here, have my egg too. Eat more. And this milk. Here, drink this bottle as well. The sudden concern was what she dreaded most. He Yushui slowed her pace of drinking porridge, eyeing Zhou Jianjun with suspicion. Brother, what have you done to betray me? Have you sold me? Do you want me to weigh in on the scale? Huh, with your stick-like figure. Do you think you're a pig? Weigh you? Who would buy someone like you who eats so much? You're saying you care for me, yet you're still not satisfied? If you don't eat, give it to Tong Tong. Why wouldn't I eat? Auntie Yushui is shy, stealing food from a child. Zhou Tong Tong made a face at her. Hey, you ungrateful little one. Hasn't Annie spoiled you enough? Meanwhile, Yu Haidang and He Yuzhu, this pair of lovebirds, were basking in their romance. Is that how the term is used? Zhou Jianjun fell into contemplation. Jianjun, how did you create this? Tong Tong held it like a treasure, having just begged for a long time before being allowed to see it. Yu Xiaoli, with a small appetite, had finished early and was now engrossed in the drawing book, becoming increasingly delighted. Though the lines were simple, they vividly captured her daughter's expressions. Anyone who glanced at it could recognize it as her daughter. The charm of cartoons lies in highlighting distinctive features. They may not be realistic, yet one can identify a person through just a few strokes. Oh, I just doodled during leisure hours at work. Look at this. If you flip through quickly, doesn't it seem like the drawings come to life? Yu Xiaoli watched her daughter chasing after a rabbit, mimicking various actions, and was instantly amused. Indeed, this is entertaining. How did you manage that? Didn't we watch the movie Little Tadpoles Look for Their Mother before? It operates on a similar principle. This is called animation. However, to make it into a movie, you need to create numerous frames to bring them to life, forming the scenes we see on the cinema screen. Little Tadpoles Look for Their Mother was an ink-style animated film produced by the Shanghai Animation Film Studio back in the 60s. Speaking of which, the animation industry in our country actually began quite early, tracing back to 1929. Even Miyazaki visited our country for inspiration back in the day. Brother Zhou, you know so much about movies. Yesterday, I overheard a few friends in the department discussing a screening of Havoc in Heaven, a film adapted from Journey to the West, scheduled for tonight. Should we perhaps go and see it? Yu Haidang seemed quite intrigued. Yu Xiaoli appeared somewhat swayed, her gaze drifting towards Zhou Jianjun. Ever since this scoundrel had shown his true colors, they had not watched a film together again. What are you looking at me for? If you wish to go, then go, and take Tong Tong along, Zhou Jianjun mused, feeling a surge of mixed emotions. Havoc in Heaven, he thought, released in July 1964. A milestone in the annals of Chinese animated cinema. He had watched it countless times in his previous life, yet this time, it felt as if the classic was being born right before his eyes. This sensation evoked a peculiar sense of temporal dislocation. Noticing Zhou Jianjun lost in thought, the conversation among the group hushed. Abruptly, he was jolted back from his historical reverie, suddenly recalling something. Tonight's film was likely unattainable. An elder had proclaimed a full hospital meeting. He hastily relayed this information, and the others exchanged glances, remaining silent. This was no trivial matter. An elder had sought him out early in the morning for this very reason. At that moment, Yu Xiaoli was engaged in a playful outfit-changing game with Zhou Jianjun. He wants me to speak on behalf of Bonging, suggesting that the child's mischief is understandable. A reprimand should suffice. He Yuzhu, overhearing this, couldn't he help but snicker. Has this elder lost his mind? Is this mere mischief? I truly feel that he has been increasingly unreasonable lately, especially concerning the Jia family. It gives off a different vibe entirely. Chapter 58, Lu Xiaoyi desires a son. Even He Yuzhu, a rough fellow, could discern the signs, which only underscored the elder's blatant favoritism. Yes, brother, you must not commit a fundamental error. Bad children like Bonging deserve to be taught a lesson, cautioned He Yushui, the Lady of Justice Airport. What are you thinking? Is my brother that kind of person? Bonging has it coming. Grandmother, what is your take on this matter? What did you say? This egg custard is delightful. The elderly lady gave him a thumbs up. A few drops of dark soy sauce, with no other seasonings added. Madam speaks the truth. The egg custard is indeed delectable. Zhou Tong Tong raised her face from the bowl, which seemed overly large for her petite features, echoing the grandmother's sentiments. Look at my eldest granddaughter. She is truly blessed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianjun understood the implication. This matter was to be avoided. Well then, since our matriarch has spoken, I have decided that our family shall go to the movies tonight. Wonderful. You all go to work, and the grandmother will take little Tong Tong. I shall purchase the tickets. He Yushui volunteered eagerly. Zhou Jianjun recalled Su Damao's father, who worked at the cinema. At the hospital, Su Damao lay in bed, voraciously gnawing on a chicken leg, grease dripping down. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyi was peeling an apple. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Open your mouth. Have a piece of apple. It's not easy to get apples at this time of year. This batch was brought from the south by a business associate of my father, quite precious indeed. Su Damao gleefully accepted Lu Xiaoyi's offering. Hence, one can see how capable our father is. The old father-in-law dotes on his son-in-law. Today's chicken is perfectly stewed, absolutely fragrant. Indeed, we had 2 hens at home. And now only one remains. Who do you think made off with the other? Originally, Su Damao was to show a film at the commune. And the villagers had gifted him 2 hens. The first was devoured by bonging. The second, having just settled into Su Damao's stomach, could be considered a pair, making others envious. Su Damao chuckled coldly, instinctively grasping his thigh, grimacing in pain. Ouch, that really hurts. Who else could it be but that wretched bonging? That heartless little brat. Just wait until I return to deal with him. Enough of this. Look at you now, and you still want to deal with this and that. I've consulted the doctor. They assured me it won't affect anything in the future. You've been so busy lately. Take this time to rest. And we shall have a healthy baby boy. It's somewhat your fault too. You're out every night showing films. And I've been married to you for how long without a child yet? Just yesterday, my mother was urging me about it. Hearing this, Su Damao felt a twinge of guilt. He found Lu Xiaoyi to be somewhat wooden, merely lying around and doing nothing. He toiled tirelessly, devoid of any romance. Where were those lonely widows, full of zest? Indeed, Zhou Jianjun's daughter, Zhou Tongtong, is already running all over the courtyard. I can't fall behind too much. When you get the chance, stew a few more chickens for me to replenish. Isn't it said that you become what you eat? Let us have a robust son. Or perhaps 2, just to spite Zhou Jianjun. Lu Xiaoyi seemed lost in a fantasy of their future happiness, playfully punching him. Why do you always compare everything with Zhou Jianjun? You 2 must have been adversaries in a past life. Careful now, you're holding a knife. It's not that I wish to compare. I simply can't stand his arrogant demeanor, looking down on everyone. Back in school, his grades were never better than mine. Had it not been for your husband's intervention, would he have stood out at all? I heard you were expelled for lifting a classmate's skirt. Is that true? Who told you that? That is pure slander against me. Just as the couple jested, the door to the ward swung open. Qin Huairu, her eyes red-rimmed, entered holding a mesh bag containing a lunchbox. Damao, are you eating? Xiaoyi is here too. Lu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes. Qin Huairu, your words are quite peculiar. As Damao's wife, am I not supposed to be here? What brings you here? Shouldn't you be at home disciplining your arsonist son to prevent him from causing harm to others? Lu Xiaoyi had always been straightforward, disliking Qin Huairu's pitiful demeanor. Despite being in the wrong, she somehow managed to make it seem as though she was the victim. Such pretense was truly nauseating. Qin Huairu's eyes, indeed, grew redder, tears welling up. She bowed deeply. Xiaoyi, all the blame lies with our bonging. I never anticipated that this child would be so audacious. I am truly sorry. Spare me the theatrics. Let me tell you, Qin Huairu, this matter is far from over. If your bonging causes Damao to lose his lineage, we will not let this go. Damao, say something. What could Su Damao say at this moment? He had already seen Qin Huairu pull out a corner of what looked like his missing underpants from her pocket when she bowed. The thought of dying crossed his mind. If Qin Huairu were to expose this situation now, Su Damao could only imagine that Lu Xiaoyi would tear him apart on the spot. Su Damao cursed inwardly. Damn Qin Huairu. Indeed, she had me remove my underwear under the pretext of convenience, but in reality, she aimed to pin me down. This woman is truly cunning. At that moment, Su Damao had already fled, and he was unaware of how Qin Huairu managed to extricate herself. Nor did he know that Yuzhu had incinerated his undergarments. Who is Qin Huairu, after all? She was certain that Su Damao could not possibly be aware of this incident, so relying on her memory, she found a rag of a similar color and tucked it into her pocket, intending to leverage it against Su Damao. She understood clearly that in order for Bang Geng to navigate this predicament, it ultimately depended on Su Damao. As long as he, the principal party, did not pursue the matter, Bang Geng would merely be subjected to a reprimand from the neighborhood committee and perhaps spend a few months sweeping the streets. However, should Su Damao choose to pursue the issue, the consequences would escalate to involvement from the Education Bureau and the Public Security Department. The nature of the situation would change dramatically. Thus, her visit today was to confront him directly. All right, you passed. We are neighbors living in the same courtyard. Qin Huairu thought. Given that she worked tirelessly, and with Bang Geng under the guidance of Jia Zhangshi, it was hardly likely he would be well taken care of. This matter did not concern her directly. As a woman, she faced her own challenges. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyi shot a sidelong glare at Su Damao, her anger flaring. Su Domao, I have heard rumors about your ambiguous relationship with Qin Huairu. So, you two really have something going on? And you dare to speak up for her? How shameless. Su Domao frowned. This was precisely what he found most irksome. Lu Shaoyi would often behave like a shrew, shouting indiscriminately. Just look at the courtyard. Qin Huairu and Yu Xiaoli. Who among them does not speak softly? Yet she, with her loud voice, would constantly berate him, as if she were a ferocious beast. Chapter 59, The Eloquence of Qin Huairu. What man does not cherish his pride, especially in front of others, particularly a beautiful woman? A wise woman knows how to preserve her man's dignity in public. Any grievances can be addressed behind closed doors. But Lu Shaoyi was the type of spoiled young lady who had never considered this. Su Domao's annoyance with her stemmed from this very point. And it was particularly acute at that moment. Just as he had finally seen Qin Huairu soften before him, she barged in, complicating matters. Pest, what nonsense are you spouting? If this gets out, what will become of your man? Have you lost your mind? This is a hospital. What is with your lack of decorum? Get back home now. If you continue to make a scene, don't blame me for seeking a divorce. Divorce? Very well, Su Domao, you have finally voiced your true feelings. Fine. If you want a divorce, let us part ways. Anyone who doesn't is a fool. Am I in your way? With that, she stormed off, feeling utterly wronged. Qin Huairu leaned against the wall, her demeanor timid, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. Seeing Lu Shaoyi about to leave, she quickly stepped forward to block her path. Shaoyi, you've misunderstood. How could there be anything between me and Domao? Don't listen to those rumors. I came here to apologize. Please, let us not quarrel. Lu Shaoyi, now truly enraged, saw Qin Huairu being bullied and her fury only intensified. She shoved her away. You don't need to feign concern. As a result, Qin Huairu let out a small yelp and fell delicately, bumping her head against the bedpost, instantly leaving a mark on her forehead. Shaoyi, why do you weep? Qin Huairu lamented, her tears flowing. What have I done to deserve such deep misunderstanding? Su Domao, witnessing this, leapt from the bed. Lu Shaoyi, have you lost your mind? Su Domao, how dare you curse at me? Very well, you and this vixen, just wait. Lu Shaoyi felt utterly aggrieved. It was evident that Qin Huairu harbored ill intentions, and she was merely standing up for Su Domao, yet he chose to side with another. Lu Shaoyi stamped her foot and stormed off, her heart aching. Oh dear, what is to be done? Domao, you must chase after her. This is all a misunderstanding. Su Domao scoffed. There's no need to concern yourself with her. Let her be. She needs to face consequences. Things are getting out of hand. In that moment, Su Domao felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, Qin Huairu gazed at him with admiration. In truth, she was disdainful of him. Su Domao believed he was in a moment of glory, viewing everything through rose-colored glasses. Truly unconcerned, I hope nothing further transpires. Su Domao grew irritated. What could possibly happen? Stop fretting. What brings you here? Qin Huairu pursed her lips. Did I not say? I've come to apologize. Bang Gung has done wrong, and I hope you can forgive him just this once. Su Domao narrowed his eyes, brazenly taking in Qin Huairu's form. Her discomfort at his invasive gaze was evident. She frowned. What is your stance? If compensation is required, I will go to any lengths to ensure it. Bang Gung is merely a child, with a bright future ahead. A nod from you could rescue him. At that moment, Su Domao found himself unusually calm, resting his hands behind his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Compensation? How will you compensate? If I were genuinely injured, could you provide me with a son? Qin Huairu hesitated, then resolutely approached the bedside. Su Domao, have you never wondered why? After all these years of marriage to Lu Shaoyi, you have not fathered a son? Su Domao's heart stirred, his eyes widening in realization. What are you implying? Look, the doctors have confirmed your condition is normal, so why hasn't Lu Shaoyi conceived all these years? If you let Bang Gung go this time, I can offer you a son. You must understand, I have borne 3 children myself. Have you not always desired me? I am willing to oblige. Su Domao's eyes bulged in disbelief. Qin Huairu, do you even realize what you are saying? I am fully aware. I am willing to risk everything for Bang Gung. Consider the logic in my words. Should you agree, once you leave the hospital, I will bear you a son. You may treat me however you wish. If you send Bang Gung away now, what benefit does that bring you? Though you may endure some hardship now, would you not desire the chance to hear a child call you father? As she spoke, Qin Huairu's hand slipped beneath the covers, tugging at the waistband. Su Domao's body tensed, his eyes fixed on her, captivated by the allure in her gaze. Being a normal man, he swallowed hard. Though you are married, you have not truly savored the pleasures of a woman, have you? What Lu Shaoyi cannot provide, I can. With that, Qin Huairu lifted the blanket and nestled herself in. Su Domao's eyes nearly popped out. When Qin Huairu emerged from the hospital room, a blush still adorned her cheeks, as she fervently wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. A glint of determination in her eyes. Su Domao, on the other hand, experienced a joy he had never known before, astonished by the possibilities of such intimacy. Who would have thought it could be like this? It seems the mouth can engage in so many delightful activities. Qin Huairu is truly a treasure of a woman. He mused, recalling her words. If you find me to be a widow unworthy of your affection and do not wish for me to be the mother of your child, that is acceptable. I have a younger sister in the countryside named Qin Jingru. She has never been courted and remains a proper maiden. Upon observing my appearance, one could easily discern that my sister bears a striking resemblance to me, sharing 7 parts of our likeness. As a woman from the countryside, she possesses limited understanding of the world, allowing you to assume the role of a master at home, ensuring your every comfort is catered to. While it is true that Lu Xiaoyi hails from a wealthy background, does that imply that you, Su Damao, are lacking? With your salary, can you not lead a life filled with joy and contentment? Moreover, the social standing associated with Lu Xiaoyi's family ultimately leaves much to be desired. Do you truly wish for your son to be labeled as the offspring of a capitalist upon entering school? It must be said that Qin Huairu has profoundly scrutinized Su Damao. Every word she utters strikes at the heart of the matter. Coupled with her verbal assault, Su Damao's heart began to race with palpable excitement. It seems that liberating himself from Lu Xiaoyi heralds the arrival of better days. However, it is imperative that he first consults with Qin Jingru regarding this matter. The events unfolding in the hospital remain unknown to Zhou Jianjun and his family. At this juncture, everyone has reported to work. Upon arriving at the office, the director of the publicity department summoned Zhou Jianjun into his office. Xiao Zhou, congratulations. The abrupt declaration left Zhou Jianjun momentarily bewildered. Excuse me, leader, what joy are you referring to? Do you not recall the painting you published previously? Titled Harvest Vision. It has captured the attention of senior leadership, and you have been awarded. What? What are you talking about? Chapter 60. What constitutes a surprise? Harvest Vision. Zhou Jianjun swiftly engaged his memory. Eventually, he unearthed a fragment of recollection, a painting created by the original owner. Featuring a farmer joyfully operating a tractor, laden with large pumpkins and corn, exuding an air of celebration. Beside him stood a worker, wielding a hammer. Next to another pristine tractor, a new model freshly crafted by the laborer. The painting conveyed a message of unity between farmers and workers, striving for progress and the construction of a new nation, each day bringing forth renewal. This nostalgic artwork had previously been published in the Workers' Daily. After reminiscing, Zhou Jianjun finally grasped the situation. So he had essentially stumbled upon a windfall? Out of the blue, he had received an award and caught the eye of senior leadership? This stroke of happiness arrived rather unexpectedly, indeed. Although the original owner was a scoundrel, it seemed he had left behind a modicum of advantage, at least possessing the skill to paint. Unbeknownst to him, while he was lost in thought, his demeanor was interpreted by the director as an emblem of Zhou Jianjun's calm composure. This young comrade exhibits remarkable poise in the face of honor and disgrace. Young people should possess such spirit, the director mused. Although Xiao Zhou often faced criticism at work for his perceived arrogance, it now appeared that such rumors were unfounded. What was wrong with a talented young person exhibiting a bit of pride? If the youth lacked passion, how could they be deemed young? The director grew increasingly pleased with Zhou Jianjun, giving his shoulder a gentle pat in recognition. Your qualities are commendable, young comrade. Humility in victory is indeed a virtue. We never anticipated that our selection of 10 outstanding works reflecting the spirit of 65 would yield a dark horse from our factory. The leaders from the Ministry of Industry are quite delighted. Who says our workers are only skilled in wielding hammers? We have talent in the realm of art as well. A directive has been issued from above, mandating that our workers enhance their technical skills while also fostering cultural development. This time, a themed cultural event showcasing the spirit of the new era is to be organized, urging university students to experience the enthusiasm and vitality of the working class firsthand. The senior leadership has specifically requested your participation in the meeting, where you will also be required to deliver a speech. This matter requires your earnest attention and diligent preparation. Zhou Jianjun scratched his head, pondering what he could possibly say. Nevertheless, he was no stranger to similar meetings, having often participated in discussions about creative works during his time at the animation company. Is there a problem? The director inquired, noticing Zhou Jianjun's troubled expression. No, leader. I was merely contemplating how to execute this task flawlessly, ensuring that our publicity department does not face embarrassment. Upon hearing his response, the director's face lit up with joy. Excellent. Young people today should embody such daring spirit. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. In our publicity department, there are only 3 university graduates, and you represent our department's image. But do not become complacent. Continue striving for excellence. Yes, rest assured, leader, I, Zhou Jianjun, will adhere to your guidance, diligently learn, and strive to be a contributing member of society, repaying your nurturing. In this era, rallying cries are all the rage, and leaders appreciate such rhetoric. The director was indeed pleased, interpreting this as a sign that the credit would be shared with him. Who wouldn't desire a share of the accolades? This was a testament to the director's mentorship. Little did one realize that Zhou Jianjun, with his pronounced brow and bright eyes, possessed a keen understanding of social dynamics. I must nurture this promising young talent. Exiting the director's office, Zhou Jianjun held in his hand a consciousness ticket. Observe the unique characteristics of this era, a ticket that embodies a system of rewarding diligence and punishing laziness. Those diligent and hardworking comrades receive a red ticket, while the lazy and slothful are issued a green one. In an age where honor outweighs life itself, the irony is palpable. Can you see it? Green truly symbolizes life. Of course, as this is a form of reward, it must also offer tangible benefits. Rather than being an empty promise, this consciousness ticket can be exchanged for meal vouchers. For instance, Zhou Jianjun's ticket entitles him to 10 meals. With this, he could dine at the cafeteria for 10 meals, and should anyone dare to cause trouble, he would promptly report them. Naturally, those receiving such tickets are respected by the cafeteria staff, and such behavior is strictly prohibited. This reward is not insignificant. It equates to saving the cost of 10 meals. This is what we call a dual benefit. Though he currently holds a ticket and possesses funds, why not save where possible? The publicity department is small, and having informed the relevant parties, the secretarial office is bound to widely promote this news. On a smaller scale, this is an honor solely for Zhou Jianjun. On a larger scale, it reflects the honor of the entire publicity department and even the steel factory itself. At this moment, collective honor is of utmost importance. For instance, production evaluations are conducted by workshop, while internal competition is a matter for the teams themselves. Externally, unity is paramount. Thus, within the span of a morning, Zhou Jianjun became renowned. Oh, we have such a person in our factory? Isn't he the one who beats his wife? Don't be ridiculous. He treats his wife well. Look at Xiaoli's rosy cheeks. She clearly has been well taken care of. It seems seasoned veterans have infiltrated the conversation. The broadcasting room was abuzz with excitement, as the more brazen veteran sisters urged Yu Xiaoli to treat them. Yu Xiaoli was genuinely delighted that her husband had made a name for himself. Yet, as they each enjoyed a big white rabbit candy, the notion of treating others was simply out of the question. With so many people around, what if her husband ended up broke? Moreover, he had already exhausted his salary at the beginning of the month, and there was still a long wait until payday. She felt a pang of sympathy as she checked her pocket. Every day, Zhou Jianjun habitually gifted her a handful of big white rabbit candies, which she had been reluctant to consume herself. Now, the bag was deflated. Others might assume that the couple had been privy to such joyous news in advance and had prepared the sweets accordingly, praising Zhou Jianjun for his generosity in choosing big white rabbit candies. Congratulations, Xiao Zhou. Thank you, Aunt Lu. I owe you my peace of mind these past few years, which has allowed me to focus on my creative endeavors. You certainly deserve a share of the credit. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu beamed. It was evident that Comrade Xiao Zhou had finally come into his own. He had never been one to express such kind sentiments before. By the way, Aunt Lu, the director has assigned me a task. I need to go out and seek inspiration. I'll take my leave now, but if anything arises, please assist me. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and placed 5 big white rabbit candies on Aunt Lu's desk. Good lad. Were you aware of the news ahead of time? It's time for some sweets. All right, you go ahead. The tasks assigned by the leadership are important, and we have little else to attend to. Aunt Lu waved her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, the candies vanished, instantly filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 61. Zhou Jianjun applies eye drops. Zhou Jianjun exited the office, heading straight for the broadcasting room. Oh, isn't that our esteemed artist, Comrade Zhou, here to see Xiaoli? Yes, Sister Taozi. Is Xiaoli in? She is, busy with her manuscript. I'll call her for you. Thank you. Sister Taozi swayed her slender waist as she entered, and shortly after, Xiaoli emerged alone. What brings you here at this hour? Has something happened? No, but if there is, it's good news. I just wanted to let you know that I'll be visiting Su Damao at the hospital. Take this. You'll need it for lunch at the cafeteria later. Xiaoli glanced at the voucher in her hand, momentarily regaining her composure. Oh, is this a reward? Yes. Just informing you that I might not return to the factory for lunch. Understood. Take care on your bike. Zhou Jianjun nodded and had just stepped out of the building when he bumped into second Uncle Lu Haizhou. Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but smile at the sight. Second Uncle's face was marked with scratches. Surprisingly, the symmetry was quite striking. That old woman, Jia Zhangshi, certainly had a heavy hand. It was evident that such precision required decades of practice. Second uncle, did you have a quarrel with second aunt at home? Lu Haizhong glanced at Zhou Jianjun, forcing a smile. Jianjun, you're quite the rising star at our factory now. And what is up with my face? You don't know? Please. Don't tease me, second uncle. Where are you off to? It's working hours. You can't just wander off. Come on. I'm on an errand for the leadership, going to comfort Comrade Su Damao. By the way, are that stick and Zhou Jianjun still locked up in the security office? Mentioning this piqued Lu Haizhong's interest, as he had personally participated in the capture of Zhou Jianjun yesterday, directing several security guards. The thrill of it was exhilarating. Indeed. You know, I'm not finished with this matter. Look at my face. When I arrived at work today, everyone said I'd been caught by my wife for cheating. Where can I defend myself? All right, I have my own tasks to attend to, so I want to keep you. I need to report to the factory manager. Oh, look at you. Off to report to the factory manager. You might as well be aiming for the sky. Zhou Jianjun silently scoffed, contemplating visiting the security office. Ultimately, he decided against it. Although Zhou Jianjun was no saint, there was no need to kick her while she was down. It would be uncomfortable at the security office today. He tightened his cotton coat around himself and figured he wouldn't need to go home for eggs. Finding a secluded spot to retrieve 8 would suffice. This was a task assigned by his wife, and he mustn't forget it. Upon arriving at the hospital, he encountered a familiar face, Ding Qiunan, accompanied by a tall, slender man with a long face and a multitude of wrinkles when he smiled. Who is this? After pondering for a moment, he couldn't place him. Dr. Ding. What a coincidence. Ding Qiunan, appearing slightly impatient, turned to see Zhou Jianjun, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Comrade Zhou, what brings you here? Are you unwell? Oh no, I'm here for a colleague who has been injured and is hospitalized. I came to visit. And you? I'm here to handle some matters for a classmate. She seemed reluctant to introduce the man beside her. Fine, Zhou Jianjun decided not to pry further. All right then, I'll let you be. I'm off to check on Su Damao. See you later. At the nurse's station, he inquired about Su Damao's room number and proceeded to enter. The room was rather nice, a single room, clearly the handiwork of Lu Xiaoyi. It's true, sometimes having money really is beneficial. Oh, Sun Zhe, living quite well, I see, Zhou Jianjun remarked, noticing several apples on the bedside table. He approached to grab one, only to have Su Damao snatch it away. What are you here for? To laugh at me? Hey, what are you saying? I'm here to see how you're doing. Look, I brought these eggs, specially for you to regain your strength. I wouldn't even let my family have them. Consider yourself lucky. Su Damao eyed him suspiciously. You're this benevolent? He and Zhou Jianjun had never gotten along, and now he was offering him treats? You're not recognizing a good heart. After all, they had known each other since childhood. You're injured. Wouldn't I come to check on you? I have no other intentions. By the way, I ran into second uncle on my way here. It seems he is planning to deal with Zhou Jianjun. I reckon he'll stir things up in our yard this time, with his imposing presence. While you're lying here, things aren't peaceful outside. But let me warn you, our first uncle is roaming about, preparing to set up a match for that stick. He approached me, but I refused. Though I may not think highly of you, I must stand by what's right. What do you think, my friend? Zhou Jianjun fired off his words in rapid succession, while Su Damao's expression grew increasingly sour. Indeed, as Zhou Jianjun stated, although they often clashed, their rivalry had never escalated to mortal enmity. It was not a matter of life and death. Yet, was first uncle crossing a line? He was still lying here, and now they were scheming behind his back? He could forgive the stick for the sake of Qin Huairu, but to conspire against him without his knowledge? That was intolerable. Chapter 62, Enlightening Ding Qiunan. Is what you said true? Su Damao asked, half convinced. If it were someone else, he would have believed it immediately. However, when it comes to the words of Zhou Jianjun, one ought to heed them only partially and believe them only in part. Whether you choose to trust or not, I have no intention of getting involved in this matter. Just look at the quality of these eggs. Have you ever seen such fine specimens? And yet, you still harbor doubts about me? Zhou Jianjun placed the eggs in a container on the bedside table and tucked the small mesh bag into his pocket. At this sight, Su Damao rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Look at your miserly demeanor. You're even taking that worn-out net bag back with you." "Ah, you wouldn't understand," Zhou Jianjun retorted. As the third uncle would say, one cannot be impoverished by eating or drinking. It is only through miscalculation that one suffers. A small net bag still costs money. If you keep the eggs, you want to be consuming the bag as well. Hey, why would I eat a net bag? Su Damao quipped. And why are you trying to emulate third uncle? Honestly, Zhou Jianjun, with your current mindset, I can barely muster the energy to comment. I appreciate your visit, truly. But please, put that apple down. Do you realize how rare that is? Oh, you come to visit, take a few eggs, and then pocket 2 apples for yourself. What a bargain for you. Well. Look at you being all stingy, yet you dare to criticize me. What is wrong with me taking 1 bag for Tong? Am I not to call you Uncle Damao? Su Damao was momentarily speechless, feeling utterly exasperated. Fine, you can take 1. This isn't for you, Zhou Jianjun. It's for little Tong's sake. 1 is sufficient. All right, I'm leaving now. Take your time with those. Zhou Jianjun's visit today was ostensibly to see Su Damao, but in truth, he also intended to deliver a subtle warning. Knowing Su Damao as he did, he was certain that this fellow had little control over his baser instincts. If Bongging returned without consequences, he could very well become a menace. While he was pilfering soy sauce, he had been captured, and upon finishing with Su Damao, would he not ponder whether he could have escaped had Zhou Jianjun not apprehended him? Would he have encountered all that turmoil if he had fled? Thus, one must remain vigilant. Zhou Jianjun himself harbored no fear, but what of Tong? What of Yuxiali? There is an old adage, one may harbor no ill intentions towards a tiger, yet the tiger can still pose a threat. To raise a tiger is to invite danger, which is not Zhou Jianjun's style. It is crucial to recognize that should a person become obstinate, their thoughts may become unpredictable and elusive. The pinnacle of martial prowess. Hence, no one could ascertain whether Bongging would ultimately direct his ire towards him. Zhou Jianjun was resolute in wanting Bongging to face some hardship, hoping for a moment of epiphany. Should that not occur, stepping out of the hospital ward, Zhou Jianjun inhaled deeply, only to be beset by a fit of coughing. The scent within the hospital was truly indescribable. In this frigid winter, everything was tightly sealed. The outside winds could not permeate, yet the odors within could not disperse either. Well then, no need to maintain the facade of a stoic hero. In any case, his objective had been achieved. Given Su Damao's nature, he would undoubtedly concoct some mischief, compelling him to deal with the first uncle, thereby preventing unnecessary abductions. Zhou Jianjun felt a sense of lightness. Some people are prone to excuse the misdeeds of children by attributing their behavior to naivety. Yet it is precisely their ignorance that makes their malice genuine. They lack the fear of legal repercussions and are unconcerned with moral standards. They act solely on instinct. If I wish to harm you, I will. No one can hinder me, not even Jesus. They do not contemplate the consequences. Thus, the education of children must never be relaxed. Should one consider them still young and refrain from discipline, a few years hence, when they seem still immature, neglecting to guide them will result in a time when they no longer heed your words. After Zhou Jianjun departed, Su Damao found himself deep in thought, increasingly agitated. Initially, he had resolved to accept Qin Huairu's terms. After all, the deal appeared advantageous. 2 women, no less, and ones who were engaging at that. What joy! Yet, Zhou Jianjun's remarks instilled an inexplicable sense of betrayal within him. Can a man truly find happiness under such circumstances? Qin Huairu sought him out, and the first uncle remained preoccupied behind the scenes. What was his intention? Why was the first uncle so invested in the Qin family? In this courtyard, who remained unaware of each other's desires. Yi Zhonghai, are you attempting to undermine me? Fine, I shall not let this go. After a moment of frustration, he began to worry further. With Lu Xiaoyi driven away, what would he do for dinner? The entire situation was becoming increasingly distressing. Exiting the inpatient department, Zhou Jianjun encountered Ding Xiaonan, who had yet to leave. However, the man with the long face was nowhere to be found. Dr. Ding, still not finished? Zhou Jianjun inquired. Ding Xiaonan appeared somewhat distracted, casting a few cold glances at Zhou Jianjun, as though just now returning to consciousness, her eyes gradually regaining focus. Comrade Zhou, have you finished your visit? Indeed, it was merely a few words among acquaintances. You don't appear well. Have you not rested properly? Ding Xiaonan regarded him, hesitant to speak. She pressed her lips together and suddenly grasped his arm, leading him to a stairwell window. What is the matter? Ding Xiaonan gazed out the window. Sighing deeply, her countenance clouded with worry. Comrade Zhou, I wish to consult you about a matter. At this moment, her voice bore traces of difficulty and uncertainty. Zhou Jianjun perked up. What troubles you so? I have a friend. Oh, Zhou Jianjun raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding. Any discussion that began this way was inevitably about her own affairs. Given her expression, it seemed to involve matters of the heart. Nodding for her to continue, she did. I have a friend who harbors feelings for someone. That person and my friend have a good rapport, and their relationship has been progressing smoothly. However, rumors have emerged that this individual is somewhat involved with another close friend of mine. Ambiguous? Yes, ambiguous. Therefore, my friend is quite distressed. Although that person has offered explanations multiple times, my friend feels that where there's smoke, there's fire. If he truly had no issues with his character, why would such rumors arise? Zhou Jianjun listened quietly, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. He had seen the narrative unfold before, yet he was cautious, aware that his involvement had altered many dynamics. If he was not mistaken, Ding Xiaonan had developed a misunderstanding with Nan Yi, stemming from Liang Lady. Originally, Ding Xiaonan had disdained Liang Lady's demeanor and actions. Yet now, Zhou Jianjun knew that the 2 women held mutual respect and were friends. This complicated matters. Actually, this situation is not overly complex. Let me ask you this. Do you trust your good friend? It's my friend's sister, Ding Xiaonan quickly corrected, her demeanor slightly uneasy. Zhou Jianjun smiled, signaling his understanding. All right, does your friend have faith in her sister's character? Or perhaps, does her sister's standing compare to yours? I believe your friend ought to exhibit a bit more confidence. Furthermore, some rumors may be spread with ulterior motives. For instance, the one who divulged this information is undoubtedly the fellow who disparages the man your friend is fond of. Thus, does this individual not draw nearer to you, or rather, to your friend? Chapter 63. The Crisis of Meat Scarcity in Suzhou City. Ding Xiaonan was momentarily taken aback, deeply contemplating Zhou Jianjun's words, remaining silent for an extended period. Zhou Jianjun regarded Ding Xiaonan with a sense of nostalgia. In truth, Ding Xiaonan and Liang Lady were entirely different types of individuals. Ding Xiaonan hailed from a scholarly family, having received an excellent education and had always aspired to gain admission to medical school. What she sought was a perfect soulmate, someone who loves and understands her. In the original narrative, neither Nan Yi nor Cui Dake fit her ideal type. Zhou Jianjun perceived Cui Dake as a person capable of achieving significant things, for he would stop at nothing to accomplish his goals. Setting aside other considerations, the sheer fact that he managed to win over Ding Xiaonan speaks volumes about his prowess, far surpassing that of Nan Yi. Of course, this is not to be endorsed. It merely illustrates that this individual possesses a certain tenacity, an ability to get things done, and a decisive nature. This quality is independent of morality. While many viewers favored Nan Yi, and indeed he was commendable, with Liang Lady finding happiness in marrying him, Zhou Jianjun believed that Nan Yi was excessively indecisive when it came to matters of the heart. One must be courageous in the face of love. For various reasons, Ding Xiaonan ultimately lost her dreams and completely forfeited her essence, a loss that is lamentable. However, at that moment, Zhou Jianjun felt compelled to spread his wings. Are you still unable to grasp the situation? Dr. Ding, do not blame me, an outsider, for speaking out. I believe that trust is paramount in any relationship. Is it not absurd to place your faith in the slander of a stranger while doubting those close to you? If you are uncertain and unable to discern this person's character, perhaps it would be wise to observe him more closely. You are exceptionally talented, well-educated, and undoubtedly possess your own standards of judgment. Thus, during the upcoming days, why not take a closer look at this individual and his conduct at your repair shop? A person cannot effectively conceal their true self in public. Certain traits will inevitably be revealed. What others say is inconsequential. What truly matters is how he behaves. Would you not agree? Suddenly, Ding Xiaonan felt that her decision today was indeed the right one. Engaging in conversation with Zhou Jianjun had provided her with a remarkable clarity. Just moments ago, she had dismissed Nan Yi after he attempted to explain himself. Reflecting now, his desire to clarify was a sign of his care for her. Was it not? Indeed, why not listen to what he has to say instead of relying on the opinions of others? Even if he is adept at masquerading, he will eventually reveal his true self, would he not? In an instant, her heart settled, and the worries in her eyes dissipated. She smiled. Zhou Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. This ice-cold beauty, when smiling, was truly breathtaking. Thank you, Zhou, for our conversation. It has illuminated many matters for me. In gratitude. As mealtime approaches, how about I treat you to dinner? Although, I must admit, my income is modest, and I cannot afford anything extravagant. Ding Xiaonan felt somewhat embarrassed. Despite her scholarly lineage, her current circumstances were not favorable. Otherwise, in the original tale, her parents would not have been swayed by Cui Dake's honeyed words. Oh, age is but a number. From now on, you shall call me brother, and I shall refer to you as sister. I sense a unique bond between us. How could I allow you to treat me? Come now, there is a hot pot restaurant nearby that is simply exquisite. We must hurry, lest we find no seats available. In Suzhou City, enjoying hot pot invariably leads one to Donglishan. Zhou Jianjun was unaware of its inception, but knew that it was nationalized in 1955 under a public-private partnership. Currently, it operates under state ownership, rendering private establishments unable to run restaurants or similar enterprises. Otherwise, one risks being labeled a capitalist or a profiteer. Thus, every shop in the area is backed by the government. Zhou Jianjun was uncertain if this particular Donglishan was authentic, but he was aware of its existence. Having frequented eateries with local ruffians in the past, he had developed quite the palate for delicious food. As lunchtime approached, patrons willing to dine out were few. Yet the restaurant was nearly full. This was Ding Xiaonan's first visit to such an establishment, and she found it quite novel. Brother Zhou, why are there so many people here? The men of Suzhou City have quite the taste for this, and there are indeed many with leisure and means. On a chilly winter day, indulging in hot pot is simply divine. All right, let us take our seats. Ah, Junzi, it has been a while since your last visit. Is your wife keeping a tight rein on you? Is this your esteemed lady? Old Chai, I must admonish you. What era are we in? You ought to address me as comrade. The old ways are no longer acceptable. you might find yourself in trouble. The owner of the restaurant, surnamed Chai, was an old acquaintance of Zhou Jianjun, who had always been a loyal patron, never spending less than 3 yuan during his visits, thus leaving a lasting impression. However, you seem to have made a mistake. This is my sister, a doctor. What do you think? How are your kidneys holding up lately? Shall I prescribe you some medicine? This jest revealed the camaraderie of old friends. Old Chai, with a jovial appearance, round face, and large eyes, exuded warmth and friendliness in his speech. Upon hearing this, he patted his slightly protruding belly. Well, that is quite the compliment. I consume lamb kidneys daily, yet see little benefit. Enough of that. You may end up exhausting yourself. In the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace, jovial banter abounded, with those familiar with Zhou Jianjun inevitably joining in, creating a joyful ambience. For the refined Ding Qiunan, this was an utterly novel experience. Her cheeks flushed, not knowing whether it was from warmth or embarrassment. After some light-hearted exchanges, old Chai inquired about their order. Zhou Jianjun promptly produced a meat ticket for 2 jin and handed it to him. Look at my sister, she is rather slender. Let her indulge in more meat to nourish herself. Ensure you do not serve me inferior cuts, otherwise I shall hold you accountable. Old Chai, noticing the ticket, exclaimed, this is quite generous, even more than usual. Typically, when Zhou Jianjun brought a few companions, they would only order around 1.5 jin of meat, supplementing with various dishes. However, old Chai appeared somewhat troubled. Brother, you are putting me in a difficult position. I would love to serve you the finest, but we are limited in supply. You are asking for too much. I cannot accommodate that without causing trouble. Zhou Jianjun, taken aback, lowered his voice. What do you mean? Is there a shortage of lamb? Old Chai, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, whispered back, I know you are well connected, so I will be candid. Currently, it is not just lamb that is scarce. There is a shortage of all types of meat. The meat processing plant over in Dongdan has been idle for half a day. There are barely 10 pigs, not enough to satisfy the demands of various units. As the weather grows colder, transportation becomes increasingly difficult, and other sources of meat cannot be brought in. I am uncertain how long my shop can remain open. Perhaps when you return tomorrow, I may have already closed my doors. Zhou Jianjun was astounded to learn that Suzhou City had truly reached a day of such severe meat scarcity. As the capital, it was supposed to be a priority. Yet the situation was dire. Old Chai continued, the word on the street is that anyone who can procure meat will be treated like a deity. Chapter 64. It's over. Ding Qiunan has become a chicken baby. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianjun experienced a moment of enlightenment. Suddenly, he began to comprehend why He Yuzhu's affairs had unfolded so seamlessly. With such developments, it was certain that the higher-ups had caught wind of the situation early on. He Yuzhu was practically being sent upward by the scruff of his neck. If He Yuzhu could resolve this matter, then Deputy Factory Director Li would truly be recognized for his discernment, having addressed the meat supply issues for so many factory employees. That would be a remarkable feat if he failed to resolve it. There would be no loss, as he would still have won over He Yuzhu. The most pressing issue now was that all previous experiences from the original script were rendered useless. This was reality, not a television drama. Such a series had never mentioned a meat shortage in the 49 city. Not to mention, the television would skip ahead to 1976 in an instant. He was living here and now. Could he really leap along with it? Thus, to hell with the original script, it was of no use. It was time to rely on himself. Reflecting on it, these leaders were indeed not to be underestimated. It was fortunate that he and He Yuzhu had cheerfully assumed everything was resolved. After all this, it turned out the other party had incurred no losses. What a situation. If the factory were to close, the hope of enjoying a decent meal would vanish. However, there was no need to rush. The higher-ups would surely find a solution. Just bring us the dishes first. Don't let my sister go hungry. All right, my apologies, brother. I'll send you a plate of lamb liver later. A fleeting bitterness crossed Lao Chai's face. Who would want to close such a good business? But there was no way around it. Brother Zhou, what were you just discussing? It seemed rather mysterious. Nothing much, just a brief conversation. I had intended to treat you to a hearty meal today, but that is no longer feasible. There is a limit of 1 jin per table, so make do with what you can. Ding Qiunan was taken aback. 1 jin of lamb meat, and he called that making do? What kind of family did Brother Zhou come from? Brother Zhou, do you usually eat like this? Zhou Jianjun scratched his head. He found this question difficult to answer. In the past, I might have been a bit extravagant. You know how it is. Hearing this, Ding Qiunan grew even more curious about Zhou Jianjun. Yet, seeing his reluctance to elaborate, she refrained from asking further. Such was her upbringing. Brother, I want to apply to medical school. What do you think? For some reason, Ding Qiunan found Zhou Jianjun quite reliable. Perhaps he could offer good advice. Absolutely. What a splendid endeavor. Lu Sun once said that the youth should strive to be pioneers and make progress. Lu Sun said that? Well, that is not the point. What matters is the principle. Regardless, if you wish to apply to medical school, I wholeheartedly support you. Exactly. A beautiful life lies in the spirit of giving. Don't get too bogged down by trivial matters of love. Go out and explore, and you'll realize the vastness of the world and the insignificance of oneself. With our meager strengths, igniting the sparks of tomorrow is truly a noble aspiration. At that moment, Zhou Jianjun inwardly cursed himself. He thought he had fallen into the old habit of boasting. Ding Qianan's piercing gaze made him feel somewhat uneasy. This girl was initially seeking a soulmate. If she developed any particular feelings for him, it could complicate things. Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but feel a tinge of self-importance. Brother, I didn't realize you had such high ideals. Igniting the sparks of tomorrow, it sounds beautiful. Oh no. Zhou Jianjun smacked his forehead. I was merely rambling. Nonsense. I think what you said was quite inspiring. I was still hesitating before, but after hearing your words, I've made up my mind. I will apply to medical school. You're right. We, the heroic youth of this generation, shouldn't be confined to romantic entanglements. I want to become a great doctor. To save lives and heal the wounded. The girl spoke with fervor. Zhou Jianjun secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had only inspired her, and there were no ulterior motives involved. It seemed he needed to be cautious in the future and avoid speaking recklessly. What a grand ambition. Let us toast to dreams with tea in place of wine. Certainly, to dreams. Zhou Jianjun felt a sense of trepidation during the meal, primarily due to the fervent fire of enthusiasm that seemed to have ignited within the girl. He suddenly worried whether this young lady would also aspire to be a trailblazer next year. It was somewhat daunting. After the meal, Zhou Jianjun reluctantly escorted Ding Qianan away, akin to a harbinger of misfortune. Goodness, how frightening. Suddenly struck by a thought, Zhou Jianjun shivered. Most likely, upon returning, the girl would no longer dwell on trivial matters of love and hate. Would she really dedicate her life to the noble cause of medicine? Would she proclaim, I devote myself to the medical field? Ugh, what a sin. The thrill of digging a pit and running away was simply exhilarating. He stuffed the packaged lamb liver into his coat. As noon approached, the snow intensified, accompanied by a gust of wind. The snowflakes stung his face, creating a rather invigorating sensation. Checking the time, it was barely past 1:30, and he was not inclined to waste the day at work. Returning home to sleep was not the answer. He should be going home to gather inspiration instead. By the Emperor, I too am off to seek inspiration. Braving the wind and snow, he returned home, only to find the courtyard devoid of any living creature. Naturally, who would be wandering outside on a snowy day? Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of Hiyushi reading how the steel was tempered to Zhou Tongtong, who was nestled in his arms. Oh, you're quite impressive. She is still so young, and you're reading her this book. What? Do you intend to forge your niece into steel? Daddy, you're back. Zhou Tongtong wriggled free from Hiyushui's embrace and rushed over. Stop right there. I'm cold all over. Don't come too close. Let me warm up first before I hug you. Hiyushui closed the book and yawned. That is not right. The spirit of revolution should be instilled in children from a young age. I'm nurturing the next generation for you. You should thank me. I'll thank you with a hammer. Do you believe me? Didn't you go to buy movie tickets? Were you successful? Hiyushui looked a bit disheartened. Not at all. I heard the projectionist at the cinema fell ill and couldn't come. Zhou Jianjun paused for a moment, but quickly expressed understanding. In this day and age, being a projectionist was indeed a rather rare skill. So, did the cinema only have one projectionist? Not at all. There is also an apprentice. But he hasn't been trained yet. The cinema management wouldn't dare let him operate. If he ruined the film, the loss would be considerable. Nowadays, films are shot on film reels, not like in the future where a single hard drive can store terabytes of teaching material. Just thinking about it makes my back ache. All right then, it's freezing outside. If there is no movie, there is no movie. What about your job? I stopped by the school today to inquire. It has already been approved. However, I have to wait until spring to start because one of the substitute teachers is retiring. Besides, it's currently winter break. In these times, many jobs were filled on a one-to-one basis, allowing for the passing down of family legacies. Of course, not just anyone could step into a teacher's role. True enough, the snow is falling heavily again. Who knows when it will stop? Chapter 65, Displaying Affection. Killing you all. Throughout the afternoon, the house was filled with Zhou Tongtong's singing of the stars are winking. The moon is asking questions. Zhou Jianjun felt overwhelmed. He deeply regretted teaching her that song. This is what one might call the consequences of one's own folly. Darling, come here, let us negotiate. Might we refrain from singing that? But it's the only song I know. Then how about I teach you to sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Sounds good. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. How did I never realize that this song is a nightmare for those with trypophobia? Daddy, this song is not pleasant. And then, amidst Hiyushui's exaggerated laughter, Zhou Jianjun enveloped Zhou Tongtong in her embrace. This place is unbearable. It's infuriating. Glancing at the time, he noted that the market was about to close. You stay home with her. I'll step out for a bit. Where are you off to? Brother, if you don't clean up that pig's head at home, it might just grow into a pig. Pig's head? Zhou Jianjun slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting there was indeed a pig's head at home, left over from when He Yuzhu had bought it. However, dealing with it was quite a challenge. Never mind. I will leave it for He Yuzhu to handle later. If it grows into a pig, we stand to gain. Let it grow. If you want to eat pig's head meat, just say so. No need for all this. He Yuzhu made a face at him. I simply want to eat. She spoke with her tongue straightened. In this cold weather, who wants to eat pig's head? I'm going to fetch some lamb spine for hot pot tonight. Sounds great. Hurry back. I don't want pig's head meat anymore. It became evident that if this girl had an older brother to dote on her, she might never grow up. Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes, wrapping himself in his coat. He stepped outside, seeking a sheltered spot. He purchased a winter hat resembling the well-known Lei Feng hat from a vending machine, along with a large cotton mask, effectively arming himself to the teeth. The original owner would never have worn such a hat, deeming it detrimental to one's image. To Zhou Jianjun, that seemed foolish. One should not squander good days by courting disaster. What image mattered most was warmth. He would buy one for everyone at home later. Upon reaching this point, Zhou Jianjun discovered a flaw in the system. Previously, when he bought a silk scarf for Yu Xiaoli, there had only been one. The hat and mask were also singular. It appeared that aside from the exaggerated measures in food and drink, everything else was quite normal. Truly, the considerate system knew that in this era, the greatest fear was hunger, or perhaps it feared he might engage in the black market, selling clothing, various goods. It was perplexing. Though he claimed to go to the market, he was merely wandering around the vicinity. There wasn't a soul in sight. Testing the warmth of his new gear, he was quite satisfied. He decided to buy a set of masks and hats for everyone, but they were cumbersome to carry. He chose to stow them away for now. He pulled out a portion of lamb spine and contemplated the potatoes, cabbage, and radishes still at home. All right, that will suffice. He decided against bringing any meat. Truth be told, while chicken, duck, and goose might be available, other meats would be long gone by this hour. They were snapped up the moment the market opened. Chicken, duck, and goose didn't quite pair with lamb spine, so for the sake of convenience, a simple meal would do. Everything could be stewed, which would be delightful. With a warm fire burning in the room, even amidst the falling snow outside, a hot pot would be utterly comforting. Zhou Jianjun even contemplated purchasing a small bottle of wine to take home, but ultimately decided against it. If I say I won't drink, then I won't. Entering the courtyard, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Guangfu heading out. Lu Guangfu was the son of his second uncle, Lu Haizhou. Oh, Brother Junzi, out buying groceries? What groceries? In this dreadful weather, there's only a bit of lamb spine, and hardly any meat. What are you up to? Well, it's my father. He insists on staying at the factory, so I'm bringing him some bedding. Zhou Jianjun chuckled. The factory environment must be quite harsh. Your second uncle truly is self-sacrificing. You should learn from him. The Lu family was known for its filial piety. Lu Guangfu, though not old, had heard his fair share of gossip. Come on, Brother Junzi. You don't know the half of it. My dad really has a knack for meddling in other people's affairs. How about you borrow my bike for a ride? Lu Guangfu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the brand new bicycle. You want to borrow my bike? Yes, look how far it is. Are you really going to watch your brother walk? Me? I wouldn't mind at all. It's not me who is going. This weather is freezing. I'll head back now. See you later. Lu Guangfu stood dumbfounded, watching Zhou Jianjun push his bicycle inside, taking a moment to regain his composure. Damn it, you rascal. How could you be so ungracious? It's just a bike. One day, when I strike it rich, I'll buy a car, and I'll make you envious. Lu Guangfu grumbled as he ran off, feeling increasingly cold at the thought of Zhou Jianjun donning a hat and mask. Zhou Jianjun returned home, set down the lamb spine, gave a brief explanation, and stepped out again. The market was about to close. He needed to go fetch his wife. Lu Guangfu jogged along, and as he neared the steel mill's entrance, he noticed a dark figure swoosh past him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was that rascal Zhou Jianjun. He recognized the license plate. In this era, bicycles not only had licenses, but also license plates, and they needed to be stamped. The treatment was akin to that of cars in later years. Damn it, this rascal is riding so fast, and he doesn't even offer me a ride. I hope he slips and falls. But Lu Guangfu was left disappointed. Zhou Jianjun arrived at the steel mill's entrance, executed a perfect foot brake, and the bicycle drifted gracefully, sending up a flurry of snow. Anyone witnessing it would surely exclaim in admiration. He arrived just in time as the factory whistle blew, signaling the end of the workday. Waiting at the entrance, a crowd surged forth like a flock of sheep. In this heavy snow, how are we supposed to get home? I wouldn't dare ride a bike. Let us just walk. If we slip, we could seriously hurt ourselves. The crowd voiced their concerns. Lily, over here. Zhou Jianjun swiftly spotted his wife's figure. Hearing her name called, the crowd turned in unison, all momentarily stunned. Who is that? Bundled up so tightly. Yu Xiaoli was helping Yu Haidang push a cart, while Yu Haidang hid behind he used Yu for cover. Zhou Jianjun felt exasperated. You're afraid of the cold, hiding away, while my wife has to push your cart. This is utterly unreasonable. Jianjun, what brings you to the factory at this hour? Is something wrong? What could possibly be wrong? I'm here to pick you up. Is it cold? Zhou Jianjun hurriedly removed his coat, wrapping it around her and taking off his hat to place it on her head. The onlookers were visibly moved. Oh, isn't that Zhou? The one who just received an award? He treats his wife so well. If my husband came to pick me up, I'd make him sleep on the floor for a month. Zhou Jianjun shivered at the comment. Lady, are you hoping your husband lives too long? You're so robust. A month? Would he even be able to get out of bed? Chapter 66. Zhou Jianjun's plan of pretending to be poor. Zhou Jianjun shed his overcoat, revealing only a thin padded jacket underneath, within which he wore the sweater lovingly knitted by his late mother. On this frigid winter morning, when he donned it, the collar was stiff as a board. Upon removing it in the evening, it crackled with sparks. It was necessary to wear it inside out for comfort. Nevertheless, this sweater, warm and vibrant in its brilliant red hue, was a testament to his mother's meticulous craftsmanship. Ah, who would have thought that this little Zhou, despite his modest attire, possessed such robust physique? Just look at that waist. It's quite impressive. How brazen. What is there to be ashamed of? Just observe for yourself. No wonder Yu Xiaoli appears so radiant every day. A group of onlookers whispered among themselves, casting glances at Zhou Jianjun. After his physical enhancement, he found himself feeling a bit chilly without his overcoat, yet it was bearable. What are you doing? It's freezing outside. You'll catch a chill. Quickly, put on your overcoat. Not to worry, my health is splendid, he replied, assisting her in fastening the straps of her hat. This fine young lady had transformed into a rustic village girl, exuding an air of festive cheer. Zhou Jianjun chuckled heartily. His overcoat, draped over Yu Xiaoli, was comically oversized, almost sweeping the ground. Stop laughing. Let us hurry up and leave. So many eyes are upon us, Yu Xiaoli said, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, let us go then. Yu Haidang, what are you hiding? Hurry up and ride your bike back. With a pained expression, Yu Haidang replied, Zhou Gu, I'm not feeling well today. Would it be all right for sister-in-law to ride back instead? Zhou Jianjun shot her a disapproving glance, pondering something, yet ultimately feeling powerless. It was evident she was indeed unwell. All right, let Juzi take you back. Just leave the bike here, lock it up. No need, Jianjun, I can ride back myself. That's out of the question. Trust me. As Yu Haidang settled onto the bike, wrapping her arms around He Yuzhu's waist and smiling at them, Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes. Juzi, take it slow on the road. Got it, brother. You two be careful on your way back. I have something to discuss with you when we get home. All right, let us be off. The journey back was uneventful, and upon arriving home, Yu Xiaoli promptly opened her coat and nestled into his embrace for quite some time. Zhou Jianjun chuckled, patting her back. Are we being foolish? It's freezing outside. What is the point of this? Let us hurry inside. After exchanging a few words with He Yushui, Zhou Jianjun headed into the kitchen to prepare lamb spine. Just as it hit the pot, there was a knock at the door. Jianjun, are you home? Zhou Jianjun peeked his head out from the kitchen, recognizing it was Third Uncle. Third Uncle, what brings you here? I was just about to start cooking. Third Uncle made a face. You rascal, your mouth is almost as glib as Juzi's. It sounds like I've been yearning for your family's cooking. Oh, you truly don't miss it? Third Uncle stared at him for a long moment before bursting into laughter. To say I don't miss it would be a lie. After enjoying a meal here, I find myself craving it again. All right, just teasing you. That meal cost me an entire month's salary. Now, we're left gnawing on cornbread. Zhou Jianjun held up a frozen, hard little yellow duck for display. Third Uncle leaned in for a closer look and noted the kitchen was indeed devoid of any meat or delicacies. Looks like that meal truly cleaned you out, he said, feeling a bit sheepish. Enough with the sob story. I didn't come here to mooch off you. I just wanted to let you know. There's a courtyard meeting at 8 o'clock tonight at First Uncle's place. Every household must send at least one person, don't forget. Zhou Jianjun perked up at the mention of the courtyard meeting. Such an important event was certainly worth attending. Outdoors? That will be quite chilly. Who speaks of being outdoors? We'll gather in First Uncle South's spacious place. All right, you go on with your business. I still have to notify others. Take care, don't fall. Once Third Uncle departed, Zhou Jianjun resumed simmering the lamb spine. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to extract a pound of lamb meat. It seemed essential to address the matter of the door. Though his little courtyard was secluded, one could never be too careful against unwelcome intrusions during mealtime. Eating discreetly always felt a bit off. In the future, he would need to hold his porridge and nibble on cornbread in the yard, creating an impression that Zhou Jianjun had indeed fallen on hard times, unable to afford meat. Once such a perception took root, Even occasional sightings of him eating meat would seem inconsequential. After all, who doesn't he indulge in a few meat dishes? The plan was set. While simmering the lamb spine and concocting spicy oil from dried chilies, the aroma wafted through the air. Just as Yu Xiaoli and Zhou Tongtong entered, she sneezed several times. What brings you here? You're covered in the scent. Quickly, step outside. I just came to see if I could help. Yu Xiaoli felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Feeling utterly useless in the kitchen, what help can you offer? Your assistance would only complicate things and might bother Tongtong. I can help eat. Zhou Tongtong piped up. Precisely. Your role is to eat. By the way, third uncle just came by. There's a courtyard meeting at 8. I'll attend, and you stay home. Tonight might get a bit rowdy, he added. Yu Xiaoli nodded in agreement. When mealtime arrived, He Yuzhu had yet to return, and as darkness fell, they decided not to wait for him, assuming he was dining at Yu's home. Brother, is there still lamb meat? Left over from last time. Did you really believe I'd give all the meat to outsiders? Zhou Jianjun replied casually. He Yushui seemed pleased, enjoying the meal, even as the spiciness made him sweat. Yet, the flavor was invigorating, warming him through and through. After finishing dinner, Zhou Jianjun glanced at the clock. It was 7:40, still a bit of time left. He stood up, donned his overcoat, and put on his hat. I'll go check outside. You all leave the dishes for Zhuzi to clean up. At that moment, He Yuzhu indeed remained at the Yu household for dinner. Yu Haidang's parents, upon meeting him, inquired about the details and were generally satisfied. However, they felt it was somewhat lacking that Yu Haidang would marry without a father-in-law or mother-in-law present. Having elders around could provide some support, making life a bit easier for the young couple, especially during childbirth when assistance would be necessary. Yu Haidang spoke a few words in defense and displayed the betrothal gifts, mentioning a bicycle gifted for her to take charge of the household. He Yuzhu merely smiled foolishly in response. Yu's parents had little to say. In these times, meat and grain tickets held substantial value, serving as hard currency. Such favorable conditions were hard to come by. The gifts were indeed generous. And Yu's father wore a beaming expression, feeling proud that his daughter was marrying into the Yin family, while the Yin family was notoriously frugal. Look at the match my second daughter found. It's quite impressive, he thought. Yu's father urged He Yuzhu to drink, and both ended up quite inebriated, insisting on becoming sworn brothers, leaving the two women in a state of amused disbelief. They ended up inviting He Yuzhu to stay the night, leading to a tumultuous evening where he and Yu Haidang kept her parents awake. But that tale is for another time. Chapter 67. Bring up the stick from the Jiazhong family. Some matters possess an addictive allure, aptly described by the phrase to taste the marrow. Do not overthink it. I am speaking of the delightful lamb spine. After indulging in it twice, one finds oneself ensnared. Zhou Jianjun stepped outside and made his way to the elderly woman's abode. The wind and snow were fierce today, and he had previously delivered her dinner to her room. He had prepared a mild lamb soup in advance, along with half of the lamb liver he had brought back. This dish is quite suitable for the elderly, as it nourishes the blood and sharpens the eyesight, truly beneficial. Dear lady, did it suit your palate? The elderly woman had just finished her meal and was dabbing her mouth with a napkin when she saw Zhou Jianjun enter, her face instantly lighting up with a warm smile. It was delightful. Such exquisite fare. Your grandparents never had such good fortune. It is I who am enjoying this blessing on their behalf. Indeed, you are quite fortunate, he replied. But I must take this bowl back. I need to attend a meeting shortly. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman shook her head vigorously. There are few good things in this courtyard. You may go, but do not meddle. Just take your ears with you. The elderly often adhere to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble. However, Zhou Jianjun was quite the contrary. He was secretly plotting to stir things up, yet at that moment, he could only nod in agreement. As you say, I shall merely observe the commotion. I was thinking of installing a door for my little courtyard, and you could move there to reside. The west wing is empty. Once we separate the two rooms, I can have Tong Tong stay with you at night. What do you think? To his surprise, the elderly woman waved her hands dismissively. No, I'm quite content here. But I do agree about installing a door. Our courtyard has 3 hands, and it's not clean. A door would be wise. Zhou Jianjun, feeling exasperated, replied. What is so great about staying here? If you came to my courtyard, we could take better care of you. Do you think I'm too old for that? No, go on quickly. I am not incapable of moving. I don't need your assistance. My health is quite good. I even strolled around the alley today. Seeing her insistence, Zhou Jianjun ceased his persuasion. Very well, I shall go ahead. I will send Lily over later to assist you with your foot bath. After delivering the bowl to the kitchen, he felt a sense of discomfort as he noticed Zhuzi was not at home, leaving a void in the dishwashing duties. Upon arriving at the larger courtyard, he initially believed he had arrived early, only to find a considerable number of people already gathered. Zhou Jianjun greeted a few acquaintances and spotted Lu Xiaoa sitting alone in a corner, her face radiating displeasure. Oh, why are you here all alone? Where's Su Damao? Lu Xiao, already in a foul mood, became even less amiable at his inquiry. He is dead. Zhou Jianjun paused momentarily, taken aback by the suddenness of her statement. What do you mean, dead? How could he just vanish like a feathered chicken? What happened after I left today? When did this occur? What are the arrangements for the funeral? Lu Xiao had merely made a casual remark, but Zhou Jianjun took it seriously, which amused her greatly. You. Oh. He is not dead. He is in the hospital. You startled me. I thought I was going to bring him eggs this morning. 8 eggs, mind you. Lu Xiao fell silent and rolled her eyes at him. Zhou Jianjun chose not to press further, though he found the situation peculiar. How could the person at the center of this courtyard meeting not be present? He resolved that if Su Damao failed to show, he would take matters into his own hands. Just then, as if summoned, Su Damao entered, supported by an elder. His legs were spread wide. Resembling someone raised their hands in caution, warning of deep waters ahead. Zhou Jianjun chuckled. Elder, why do you have a monkey with you? His comment drew laughter from the crowd, as the sight indeed resembled a performance with a trained monkey, save for the absence of a gong. The elder, who had maintained a serious demeanor, couldn't suppress a smirk at the remark. Su Damao, infuriated, shot back. Zhou Jianjun, if you can't speak properly, just stay silent. No one considers you mute. Zhou Jianjun chuckled softly, realizing he had merely added to Su Damao's frustration, but did not wish to provoke him further. He settled on a long bench, crossing his legs as he awaited the unfolding drama. Su Damao was momentarily taken aback. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Jianjun would have quipped back. But today he seemed unusually compliant. However, recalling Zhou Jianjun's earlier reluctance to engage, he let it go, casting a cold glare his way. Easy eye, your man has arrived. Why don't you lend him a hand? Normally, she would have assisted, but today she was too incensed to care. Su Damao had betrayed her, siding with Qin Huairu, shouting at her, and even demanding a divorce. How could she tolerate such disrespect? The elder, noticing his words had fallen flat, furrowed his brow but, knowing Lu Xiao's temperament, thought better of saying anything further. He helped Su Damao settle into a chair and glanced around, his gaze lingering on Zhou Jianjun for a moment before shifting away, evidently recalling an unpleasant memory. Where are the second and third elders? Yan Jieqing, where is your father? Yan Jieqing was the eldest son of Yan Bugui, who had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Yan Jieqing, Yan Jiefeng, Yan Jiequang, and Yan Jiedi. Zhou Jianjun raised his gaze and noticed Yu Li was also present. She was another unfortunate soul, blessed with beauty yet burdened by her circumstances. She was just here. I'll go look for her. Before Yan Jieqing could rise, the third elder entered, carrying a scale with sunflower seeds inside. Has everyone arrived? I'm about to call the roll. I hope everyone is present, as this is indeed a significant matter for our courtyard. Typically, during such gatherings, the second elder was keenly involved, relishing the display of authority. Yet today was undoubtedly a moment of glory for him. Who dares to absent themselves? They shall be captured and given a proper lecture upon their return. A lack of enthusiasm in meetings indicates a troubling mindset. Zhou Jianjun stealthily approached the scale and snatched a handful of sunflower seeds before hastily retreating. After all, why pass up a chance to indulge? The second uncle was asserting his authority, observing as everyone lowered their heads in submission, visibly pleased. Unexpectedly, someone began to dart about, instantly widening their eyes. Upon realizing it was Zhou Jianjun, a sense of conflict arose. After all, Zhou Jianjun had been quite compliant lately, having just finished a meal provided by another. Jianjun, taking a moment for sunflower seeds has clearly tempted you. Sit properly. I shall call the roll. Yes. Please proceed. Zhou Jianjun's rare cooperation brought satisfaction to the second uncle. Now this was more like it. It seemed that after this incident, the once unruly Zhou Jianjun had come to recognize the gravity of his situation. This was indeed a promising beginning. In truth, Zhou Jianjun approached the spectacle with a mindset of mere observation. If they wished to perform, he would watch, as it cost him nothing. In these times, with no television to purchase and no evening amusements available, he was almost ready to cheer them on. Singing contrary notes? Not a chance. The crowd, too, was filled with curiosity. Zhou Jianjun had genuinely softened. Had this been prior to the meeting, if he had been called out, he would have certainly engaged in a lengthy discourse with the 3 uncles, spouting incomprehensible phrases. Scholars, after all, have a penchant for displaying their erudition. Today, however, he truly seemed transformed. All right, Lao Lu, I've assessed the situation. Everyone is present. We have over 20 households represented here, do we not? It's quite cold. Let us get to the point. The first uncle could no longer endure the antics of Lu Haizhong, who seemed to be vying for supremacy, as if he were the true patriarch. I, Yi Zhonghai, am still seated here. Must you persist in flaunting your authority? Under ordinary circumstances, he would not engage in such disputes with Lu Haizhong, for his position was secure and supreme. If Lu Haizhong desired to shine, he could do so unimpeded. However, today, he had ulterior motives and was feeling irritable, unwilling to tolerate Lu Haizhong's antics. The third uncle chimed in, "Second uncle, let us get to the main topic. It's getting late, and we shouldn't delay the comrades from the security department from resting." The third uncle shot a knowing glance at the second uncle. Lu Haizhong was indeed a power seeker, while the third uncle was not. He merely wished to solidify his position as the third uncle, gaining a bit more influence, especially over the courtyard sanitation fees, which could yield certain benefits. The second uncle had always viewed the third uncle with disdain, considering him merely a sycophant. Recognizing the third uncle's look, he understood he must not become overly complacent. Clearing his throat, he began, "Well, I won't waste too many words. Everyone should be aware that a particularly heinous incident has transpired in our courtyard recently. It concerns Bang Gong." Before he could finish, a voice emerged quietly. Second uncle. May I speak?" The second uncle frowned, noticing Zhou Jianjun had raised his hand, appearing quite orderly. His irritation subsided momentarily. "What do you wish to say?" "It's just that, second uncle, don't you think we are missing someone?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. "No, everyone is right here." Upon hearing this, the second uncle thought, this lad has wised up and understands the importance of reporting. I must cultivate him as a valuable asset. Who is absent? Do they not regard us, the three uncles? Such a significant meeting, and yet they do not attend. There are clearly issues with their ideological consciousness. Jianjun, please, boldly share your observation. Zhou Jianjun found the situation somewhat amusing. The second uncle truly seemed to wield his authority as if it were a scepter. Have you all not noticed? Qin Huairu, we are publicly judging someone's mother-in-law here, and yet Qin Huairu is absent. What does that signify? Second uncle, consider this. Should you make a decision in her absence, how can she submit to you? She is bound to create an uproar at the factory. When others witness this, they will think, your capabilities are lacking. How could you undertake such an unreliable affair? What will others say about you? Zhou Jianjun assumed an expression of concern for the second uncle's reputation. The second uncle glanced around, realizing Zhou Jianjun had a point. Indeed, Qin Huairu was not present. If the leadership perceived him as incompetent, that would be quite the scandal. Indeed, where is Qin Huairu? I haven't seen her today. Surely she isn't fled? The murmurs of the crowd swelled. The first uncle furrowed his brow and shot a glance at Zhou Jianjun, only to find him seemingly engaged in leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. He had an inkling that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Yet Zhou Jianjun's logic was compelling. It was imperative that Qin Huairu be present for this matter. Look, Jianjun is quite observant. I hadn't even noticed that Qin Huairu should indeed be here. In our courtyard, we must uphold fairness. We cannot engage in actions that would lead to whispers behind our backs. Yuli, please go take a look. Is Qin Huairu at home? The third uncle rose, casually pocketing a handful of sunflower seeds with practiced ease. Upon hearing this, Yuli quickly stood up. I will go check. No need, I shall go. Just as she spoke, Qin Huairu lifted the cotton curtain and entered, looking utterly fatigued, her entire being seemingly drenched. Her almond-shaped eyes glanced at Bang Gong and Jia Zhangshi, and tears began to flow. What are you doing? Why are you aiding my son? Let go of him and untie him at once. Upon seeing Qin Huairu arrive, Jia Zhangshi seemed to find her courage instantly emboldened. Yet, her first words were a torrent of curses. Qin Huairu, where have you been? You shameless woman. My son and I have been captured, and instead of devising a way to rescue us, you've been gallivanting about. Oh, Dongshu, my dear eldest son, open your eyes and see. Ever since you left, this household has lost all semblance of a home. Qin Huairu is unfilial to her mother-in-law. And even these people are bullying us, a mother and her orphan. Zhou Jianjun felt goosebumps rise. An eerie chill seemed to sweep through the room. Oh, Jia Zhangshi is quite the character. Her words flowed with a rhythmic cadence, her voice resonating powerfully, akin to a sorceress invoking spirits. This was no mere widow. She was a conjurer of the dead. Chapter 69, the show begins. Now that all the actors have arrived, Zhou Jianjun decisively chose to remain inconspicuous. He had no intention of intervening in the unfolding drama. The old lady wisely remarked that merely listening was sufficient. At this moment, Qin Huairu was busy untying Bang Gong, while Jia Zhangshi threw herself on the ground in a fit. In an instant, the first uncle's room was a cacophony of chaos. No one dared to intervene. Everyone was well aware of Jia Zhangshi's temperament. No one wished to invite trouble upon themselves. You should have gone earlier. Perhaps she would have scratched you a couple of times. Just look at Day's face, resembling that of a calico cat. Not only does it look unsightly, but it is also quite embarrassing to speak of. What a fine man he is. Yet here he is, with his visage marred by a woman's claws. No wonder the factory whispers that Day was caught in a scandal. Under normal circumstances, such an occurrence would be quite rare. Comrades, what are you standing there for? Quickly apprehend them, all of them. Day, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, grew increasingly anxious. This was unacceptable. It was tantamount to rebellion. However, the two security personnel merely exchanged glances with him before slowly stepping back. This action left Day dumbfounded. What did this mean? Why were they not following orders? The security personnel were no fools. In this scenario, to approach would only breed animosity. What if that woman gave them a couple of slaps, marring their youthful faces? Moreover, they were merely present to lend support. It was not their responsibility to intervene so fervently. Day called out for quite some time. Yet no one paid him any heed. His round face became so sullen it seemed it could draw water. Jianjun, stop eating. Aren't those seeds delectable? Aren't you quite the fighter? Hurry, subdue that Jia Zhangshi. In Lu Haizhong's eyes, it appeared that Zhou Jianjun had just yielded to him. How could he not be commanded now? Yet Zhou Jianjun merely rolled his eyes, retorting, what does that have to do with me? Who says I can fight? I am merely a scholar. He gestured towards Sanday. Look at him. He is also a scholar. Can he fight? Sanday, who was busy with his seeds, paused at the comment and quickly shook his head. Jianjun is right. We scholars do not engage in brawls. It is a disgrace to our dignity. Day was nearly exasperated to the point of vomiting. Sanday, typically sycophantic and conciliatory, was not one to offend anyone. But how dare Zhou Jianjun proclaim himself a scholar? Has he not been in countless fights throughout his life? How could he utter such words with a straight face? Yet, if they were unwilling to intervene, Lu Haizhong could not force them. At this moment, his authority was thoroughly undermined. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai sensed that the commotion had reached its peak and slowly rose, exuding an air of an authoritative figure. He slammed the table with a resounding thud, causing the room to echo as if struck by thunder. Have you all had your fill of chaos? What kind of conduct is this? Do you even realize where you are? Is this a place for your antics? And you, Jia Zhangshi, if you continue to stir trouble, do not blame me for initiating a vote to send you back to your hometown. At her age, she ought to exhibit some decorum, yet here she was, still causing a ruckus. The threat of being sent back home was indeed substantial. Her hometown was in the countryside, far less comfortable than the city. Qin Huairu could still earn a salary and wield financial authority. If she were to be sent back, she would lose everything. Jia Zhangshi quickly fell silent, hastily rising to her feet with remarkable agility. Zhou Jianjun found the spectacle amusing. Her acting skills were quite commendable, having been so dramatic just moments ago. This is only for your uncle's sake. However, today, we must have an explanation. Why was I detained by Lu Haizhong? Have I committed a crime? And regarding our child? Bang Gong, such a small child, how could you treat him so cruelly? You must compensate us. Otherwise, I shall seek out the factory leaders to report your misdeeds. Oh, my dear son, who lost his life fulfilling the factory's tasks. And yet you bully us. Do you truly think us easy prey? Such words, while rather unreasonable, were quite typical coming from Jia Zhangshi. No matter how justified she might be, she had a knack for twisting logic, often making the unreasonable seem plausible. Silence. Sit down. Your concerns will be addressed shortly. Have you not seen what you've done to old Lu? And you demand compensation? Lu, calm yourself. Take a seat for now. Comrades, you have worked hard this evening. Please, take a seat. Today, we merely require your assistance as witnesses, so do not create further disturbances. Yi Zhonghai's gaze swept the room, finally settling on Yuli. Yuli, would you kindly fetch 2 cups of hot water for our comrades? Yuli, caught off guard while munching on seeds, momentarily froze before nodding and rising. Yan Jieqing frowned in discontent. Why was he always calling on his wife? Did he consider her an easy target? Rest assured, we are here on a mission to mediate. Let it be clear, mediation is one thing, but if trouble arises, our security team is not to be trifled with. This statement was clearly directed at Jia Zhangshi. Having faced difficulties with the security team in the past, she now dared not cause a scene. Sitting obediently but with her eyes darting around, perhaps concocting some scheme, Lu Haizhong was infuriated to see Yi Zhonghai effortlessly stabilizing the situation with just a few words. How could this be? Everything was supposed to be under his control. How did it unravel so quickly? Moreover, he realized that Yi Zhonghai's standing in the courtyard was far superior to his own, a level he could not hope to attain. Thus, to rise in rank, he must first eliminate Yi Zhonghai. He chuckled darkly. He was not foolish enough to confront Yi Zhonghai at this moment, and chose to remain seated. Well then, we have had our fun, and the jest is done. I shall speak. I trust everyone knows why we are gathered here today. Previously, Bang Gong ignited Su Damao's quilt with a coal ball, and fortunately, no significant incident occurred. However, before he could finish his statement, Su Damao interjected vehemently. Wait, what do you mean, no significant incident? Oh, so I, Su Damao, sustained such injuries, nearly losing my life, and this is considered no significant incident? What constitutes a significant incident then? Must I perish in the flames for it to matter? The elder was interrupted and furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards Su Damao, the true victim of this scenario. He could not help but shift his focus to Qin Huairu, who had previously assured him that she had resolved the matter with Su Damao. What had transpired? Qin Huairu, sensing the elder's scrutiny, wiped away her tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Damao, do not take offense. The elder did not mean it that way. Indeed, Bang Gung has erred, and we acknowledge that. I was delayed in arriving as I had to return to my hometown. My younger sister insisted on coming to assist upon hearing of our family's troubles. Therefore, if Bang Gung has caused any issues, I implore you to forgive him this once. For my sake. Chapter 70. Qin Huairu's resoluteness. Qin Huairu's words were evidently directed at Su Damao, explicitly mentioning her sister. Her eyes bore a hint of menace as they locked onto Su Damao, and she made a gesture he could easily interpret, patting her pocket. The implication was clear. She had her sister with her, and he had something of hers. Should he dare to go back on his word, he would surely face dire consequences. The threatening undertone was unmistakable. As an outsider, Zhou Jianjun had been observing the two, curious about the root of Bang Gung's predicament. It was undoubtedly due to Su Damao's bullying of Qin Huairu, which could certainly be classified as such. Who would have thought that a splendid drama would unfold? The glances exchanged between them were laden with significant implications. Of course, Zhou Jianjun was oblivious to the specifics of this unspoken communication. Yet he was certain that something was amiss. Indeed, Qin Huairu had previously followed Su Damao's lead, while a certain elder was responsible for managing the affairs of everyone involved. Their collaboration was seamless, almost divine in its execution. How amusing it was for Zhou Jianjun to have caught wind of such a scheme. Su Damao, naturally, had received the message from Qin Huairu, frowning slightly. However, he ultimately chose not to press the matter further. Qin Huairu let out a quiet sigh of relief, casting a subtle glance at the elder before continuing to feign a stubborn yet aggrieved expression. She bowed to the second elder, addressing him with respect. Second elder, you are a person of great virtue and esteem. My mother has acted wrongly, and as her daughter-in-law, I offer my sincere apologies on her behalf. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive her, as we have been neighbors for many years, and you have watched Dongshu grow up. When Dongshu passed, you were instrumental in helping us, and our family is profoundly grateful to you. I truly regret this situation. Please rest assured. We will cover the medical expenses for your injuries. Qin Huairu's humility and understanding of the situation garnered nods of approval from those present, acknowledging her handling of the matter. The second elder, not wishing to hold a grudge against a grieving widow, waved his hand dismissively, effectively brushing aside the issue. Zhou Jianjun observed this with a frown, realizing that there was not a single competent person in this courtyard. Their collective ineptitude was strikingly apparent. Qin Huairu had expertly captured the sentiments of those around her. The second elder, being sensitive to his pride, was appeased by her deference, allowing her to elevate him while she lowered herself. It must be said, her handling of the situation was indeed masterful, leaving little room for dissent. However, when Jia Zhangshi heard the mention of money, she became visibly displeased and was about to rise when Qin Huairu shot her a warning glare. Mother, what are you doing? I have already stated that the fault lies with you. If you wish to drive me and Bongging to despair, feel free to continue your meddling. Jia Zhangshi, taken aback by her daughter-in-law's boldness, momentarily faltered, not expecting such words from Qin Huairu. Yet upon hearing her grandson's name brought into the fray, she panicked. What nonsense are you spouting? Did you not say you would pay for his injuries? Just do it. They are merely superficial wounds. In a few days, he will recover. I say, just give him 50 cents. Upon hearing this, the second elder, who had managed his temper up until now, felt his anger flare. 50 cents? Are you trying to dismiss this like a beggar? Goodness, who knows how Lu Haizhong has been faring lately, walking around the factory and facing all sorts of ridicule? What tremendous psychological pressure has he endured? And you think a mere 50 cents will suffice? Qin Huairu frowned deeply, utterly exasperated with this old crone, who was nothing but a hindrance, a true liability. Second elder, please calm down and do not heed my mother's words. I will take responsibility. I will provide you with 2 yuan for medical expenses. Would that be acceptable? Perhaps to buy some eggs to nourish yourself. What? 2 yuan? Are you trying to take my life? Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, jumping up in protest. Jia Zhangshi, what are you doing? Can you not see the gravity of the situation? What were you just saying? Do you truly intend to force us to expel you from the courtyard? Qin Huairu had navigated the situation with remarkable aplomb. Moreover, there was something that the others might not know. Qin Huairu had taken over Dongshu's job, yet her wages were being controlled by Jia Zhangshi each month. This was utterly unacceptable. It was Qin Huairu who labored, yet she could not freely manage her earnings. Does anyone find this just? Therefore, starting today, Qin Huairu would allocate 3 yuan each month to Jia Zhangshi for her support, while the remainder would be used to raise her 3 children. Jia Zhangshi, of course, was unwilling to accept this and was about to protest when she was cowed by Yi Zhonghai's menacing gaze. Although Yi Zhonghai typically appeared amiable, his methods of dealing with issues were anything but gentle. It was clear that he was genuinely furious. Despite Jia Zhangshi's outrageous behavior, she was not foolish. She understood that continuing to make a scene would serve her no purpose, and thus she reluctantly sat back down. Zhou Jianjun once again recognized Yi Zhonghai's immense authority. Regardless of the decision, the majority would invariably support him. It suddenly dawned on him that Lu Haizhong was hopelessly outmatched, for their strategies were not even on the same level. At the very least, Yi Zhonghai had handled this matter with decisiveness and credibility. His decisive strike left Jia Zhangshi unable to voice any further objections. A fleeting glimmer of joy flashed in Qin Huairu's eyes, quickly vanishing. So then, it is settled. Second elder, are you satisfied with this compensation? The second elder, after much contemplation, nodded in agreement. Very well, Shao Qin, I will grant you this favor. Otherwise, I would not have let your mother off so easily. Qin Huairu managed a strained smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Elder, I am grateful for your fairness. The matter between my mother and the second elder has now been resolved. I trust that no one will bring it up again in the future. Now, we must address the punishment for bonging. Please ensure that it is just and commands everyone's respect. Mother, you, Bonging interjected, panic-stricken. He had heard the guards threaten him while confined in the security office, warning him of a potential trip to the Public Security Bureau. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Be silent. Kneel down. You have committed a grave error, and I cannot allow you to continue down this path. Apologize to your uncle Dumao. If you do not admit your mistake today, I will disown you as my son. Bonging, how have I taught you? If one can correct their errors, they can still be regarded as a good child. Why do you not listen? How could you dare to commit such an act? Qin Huairu was overwhelmed with grief as she admonished her son, her voice breaking. Those present could not help but empathize, recognizing the struggles she faced as a mother. Though her child had not learned well, they silently praised Qin Huairu for her righteousness and her willingness to admit her faults. Bangang stared at Qin Huairu in disbelief, feeling as though he were looking at a stranger in that moment. Images of the small storeroom flashed through his mind. No, I am not at fault. I refuse to admit it. Su Damao deserves to die. I want him dead. He recalled Qin Huairu's instruction to remain silent about the events of that day. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Qin Huairu struck Bonging across the face. Very well, if you will not kneel, then I shall kneel in your stead. With that, Qin Huairu dropped to her knees before Su Damao. This act stunned everyone present. Even Zhou Jianjun, an onlooker, felt a jolt of surprise. Qin Huairu was indeed formidable. Though he harbored no affection for her, he could not deny the lengths she would go to for her children. It was evident that her sole focus was the welfare of her 3 offspring. From a maternal perspective, even if she had to extract benefits from others, it was for the purpose of providing for her children. Her determination to absolve Bonging of his guilt was sufficient to earn Zhou Jianjun's newfound respect. Yet, it remained merely admiration from afar. There are countless ways to navigate life. She could be ruthless with others, but could she not seize control within her own household? Was it truly impossible for her to contend with Jia Zhangshi? The truth was, she simply lacked the will to do so. In this new society, even if a mother-in-law mistreats her daughter-in-law, there are those who intervene. Moreover, within this courtyard, she has numerous allies, including that elder gentleman, who holds considerable esteem and authority. If she truly declares her intent to confront Jia Zhangshi, would others not come to her aid? Such a stance merits contemplation. If she claims to wish to avoid conflict with the elder, demonstrating filial piety, then it is indeed her own folly. Blind devotion is not to be lauded. Day after day, she only contemplates how to extract benefits from others' households. Without considering the wisdom of to ward off external threats, one must first secure internal peace. Other men may find themselves ensnared, but does Qin Huairu not perceive her own prowess, relishing the attention of men? The path she has chosen is solely of her own making. Thus, a woman of such character is one whom Zhou Jianjun would never entangle himself with. Not only does he wish to steer clear, but he yearns to distance himself as much as possible. Ideally, it would be best for everyone to lead their own lives, never to cross paths again. Su Damao sat in a chair, legs crossed. The angle at which Qin Huairu knelt was indeed perfectly executed. Su Damao involuntarily glanced at her fiery red lips. Why are her lips so vividly red? Oh, and those brows are arched as well. Was she not drenched in rain just this evening? Su Damao felt somewhat dazed. However, the pose, it seemed he had learned a new one that he must certainly try in the future. Everything appeared to align just right. Mother, please rise. Do not kneel before this villain. Su Damao, this time I spared you, but next time, I shall not. Before the stick could finish, Qin Huairu yanked him down to the ground, removing her shoe sole and delivering 2 sharp slaps, leaving the stick's mouth bloodied. This is what you get for your unrepentant ways. I shall teach you a lesson. And Su Damao, how dare you claim him? How could I have given birth to such a son? Qin Huairu began her lesson anew, this time with genuine ferocity. The stick's mouth was left battered and unrecognizable. Oh, Stick's mother, the child is still young and naive. Just a few slaps would suffice. Must you truly strike him so fiercely? Indeed, everyone, please intervene. If this continues, he may be irreparably harmed. A fine display of theatrics, successfully eliciting sympathy from the crowd. Qin Huairu halted, tears flowing uncontrollably. Everything is my fault. I failed to raise him properly. Damao, tell me how you wish to handle this. As long as you speak, I shall harbor no grievances. I am truly at my wit's end. Why is my life so arduous? Her tears fell like rain upon delicate flowers, irresistibly evoking compassion from the men present. All, save Zhou Jianjun, who was engrossed in munching on sunflower seeds under the watchful gaze of the elder gentleman. Say what you will, her acting is commendable. I wonder if there is a little golden statue for this performance, for it certainly deserves one. This woman is indeed ruthless, having acted thus. Others find it challenging to voice any dissent. A woman has been bullied to such an extent. Who could bear to add insult to injury? Lu Xiaoyi, witnessing the scene, was fuming. Su Damao, what are you staring at? Are you that desperate for someone else's meal? Qin Huairu, cease your feigned sympathy. I must inform you that this matter requires an explanation to our family. I propose we send him directly to the police station. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyi's words, Su Damao recalled the conditions Qin Huairu had previously laid out. He furrowed his brow. What business do you, a mere woman, have in this matter? The more he observed Lu Xiaoyi, the more he found her coarse and uncouth. If only she could emulate Qin Huairu's delicate demeanor and act pitiably. He would labor tirelessly for her. Reflecting on their nightly encounters, Su Damao finally made up his mind. The elder gentleman sensed the timing was ripe. After years of cooperation, their understanding was impeccable. All right, Lu Xiaoyi, cease your incitement. We are here to resolve this issue. As you saw, the stick is young and lacks understanding. Qin Huairu, as his mother, has already given him a proper lesson. Should he misbehave again, we shall have no choice but to act without leniency. Thus, I propose that Qin Huairu compensate 20 yuan as a form of medical expenses. The quilt that was burned must be replaced, and the blackened walls need repainting. As for the stick, he should write a 2,000-word reflection and recite it in front of everyone in the courtyard, ensuring he does not repeat his mistakes. Qin Huairu, do you concur? Qin Huairu wiped her tears, glancing at the stick lying on the ground, clutching his mouth and moaning in agony, hesitatingly nodded. 20 yuan was no small amount. Damao, what do you think? The Jia family has only this one son. If we truly send him to the police, it would eradicate the Jia lineage. We have been neighbors for many years. Whenever someone faces difficulties, we all lend a hand. Why not show some mercy and let him off this once? No, that would be far too lenient. I disagree. Lu Xiaoyi naturally opposed this notion. However, her dissent bore no fruit. Su Damao frowned and slowly shook his head. Elder, you may remain silent. I have yet to voice my opinion. Lu Xiaoyi glanced at the crowd, all eyes upon her. Feeling frustrated, she understood the necessity of granting the man some dignity and could only endure. The elder gentleman's expression darkened, glaring intently at Su Damao. This is not a matter of Su Damao lacking respect for you. I can accept your proposed terms, but I believe they are insufficient. I contend that the stick cannot remain in this courtyard any longer. After all, none of us can guarantee he won't attempt to harm me again. You all witnessed how that boy sought my life. I am not inclined to be a heartless villain. I can forego reporting him to the police, but I absolutely cannot allow him to appear before me again. You may send him wherever you wish, as long as it is far from me. Otherwise, I fear I may not restrain myself from delivering a fatal blow. At this moment, the second elder, with a sudden burst of inspiration, slapped his thigh and stood up. As the aggrieved party, we must consider Damao's perspective. Although, I find his reasoning sound. After all, we cannot keep watch over the stick forever. I propose we send both Jia Zhangshi and the stick to the countryside. This way, the stick will have someone to care for him, and our courtyard will be peaceful. Third elder, stop munching on those seeds and say something. Lu Haizhong felt exasperated, wishing he could knock some sense into him. Chapter 72. The dust settles, not acting as a son. Zhou Jianjun, the third elder, was bewildered. I was just enjoying my seeds and tea, watching the spectacle. Why must I be involved? Oh, I am the third elder? Well, it seems I do have a stake in this matter. Reluctantly, he set down the seeds, his pockets jingling as he stood. Ahem. I believe what the second elder just proposed is reasonable. Su Damao, as the aggrieved party, has indeed suffered harm. This kind of harm is significant for a man. Upon hearing this, the crowd shared a knowing smile. Go on, laugh. So the stick must accept the consequences. The elder proposed a compensation of 20 yuan. I find that quite fair. As for sending the stick away, is that not a bit excessive? Of course, I merely suggest this. Ultimately, we should go with the consensus of the group. In my opinion, we could simply have the stick sweep the courtyard for a year as a form of reformation, and we save on cleaning costs. At this juncture, Uncle San still harbors thoughts of that cleaning fee. This is precisely my point. I have expressed all I wish to convey. Uncle San, clutching his pocket, hastily resumed his seat. No, I reiterate, my intention is clear. One cannot suffer in vain. Look around, do you see? This little rascal is still glaring at me. Should you disagree with my assertions, I shall report this to the authorities, charging him with arson and malice. Su Damao cast a sidelong glance at Uncle Yi. Didn't you wish to stand up for Qin Huairu? Very well. Take a good look. I shall stir the pot, and in the end, you shall gain nothing. The fate of Qin Huairu remains firmly in my hands, Su Damao s. At this point, Zhou Jianjun could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Why are we discussing my departure? That simply will not do. I have already compensated, and we agreed my matters were settled. How can this be thrust upon me again? I refuse to return to the countryside. You shan't drive me away. I will report you, Lu Haizhong, for your abuse of power and malicious retaliation." In that moment, Zhou Jianjun's eloquence shone through as she effortlessly strung together two phrases. Lu Haizhong's expression darkened. If he were to be reported, his career prospects would be irrevocably tarnished. Observing the increasingly irksome old hag, he thought, enough is enough. A solution has emerged. Qin Huairu, let us see if you can accept it. Since Su Damao wishes to expel Bonging, a compromise may be in order. Let us find him a residence elsewhere, thereby preventing him from residing in the courtyard. However, Qin Huairu, you must keep a watchful eye on Bonging. There will be no second chances. Henceforth, it shall be your responsibility, Zhou Jianjun, to care for Bonging. In return, Qin Huairu shall provide you with an additional 2 yuan each month. 5 yuan a month will suffice to support you and the child. How does this arrangement sit with everyone? Zhou Jianjun nodded discreetly. Indeed, Uncle Yi possesses considerable acumen. This compromise not only appeases Su Damao, but is also palatable to Qin Huairu. After all, this is a most favorable outcome. In due course, we can find a dwelling in another alley, not too far from here. Zhou Jianjun mused. Aunt Jia will find it much easier now, with money in hand. She shall enjoy greater freedom. 5 yuan a month will afford her several meat meals, far superior to gnawing on cornbread daily. Zhou Jianjun, who had initially intended to protest, felt a sense of agreement upon hearing this. The most crucial aspect for the Jia family is her relationship with Bonging. As for Qin Huairu and the 2 dead girls, they are mere outsiders. As long as she cares for her precious grandson, even in death, she can face the men and ancestors of the Jia family with pride. 5 yuan, combined with her savings from these years, would afford her a comfortable life. Before Qin Huairu could utter a word, Zhou Jianjun promptly declared, "I accept the arrangement. Caring for Bonging is my duty as his grandmother. It is simply unfortunate that at my age, I must still toil." The assembly collectively rolled their eyes. You're no spring chicken, over 50 years old, doing nothing, and raising a plump child. What labor do you speak of? Having heard this, Qin Huairu had nothing left to say. It was indeed a satisfactory resolution. With a grimace, she echoed, "I too shall comply with the arrangement." Uncle Yi and Uncle Er exchanged glances with Zhou Jianjun, their expressions softening considerably. Uncle Yi mused, "Zhou Jianjun is attempting to curry favor with me. He seems to have recognized his misstep and is wholeheartedly supporting my decision." Uncle Er thought, "Zhou Jianjun is trying to win me over, perceiving me as an adversary to that old hag. He is helping me to rid myself of her. This little turkey has potential. I must cultivate a closer relationship." Scholars certainly wield words effectively. As for Zhou Jianjun, he merely wished to distance himself from the old woman, seeking a peaceful existence. Goodness! With both Zhou Jianjun and Bonging removed, life would surely become tranquil. How delightful! Qin Huairu sensed that Zhou Jianjun had indeed recognized her plight under her mother-in-law's oppression. He was intent on separating her from this environment. Thus, she cast a flirtatious glance in Zhou Jianjun's direction. Regrettably, Zhou Jianjun was preoccupied, counting sunflower seeds and discovering an apple in his pocket, which he intended to give to his beloved child. The little darling had won, while the elder darling did not. He glanced at the vending machine, noting the exorbitant price of 8 yuan for a premium Fuji apple. Is it not a tad too extravagant? Yet, as sustenance, its value must be considered paramount. Oblivious to the fact that others had already conjured elaborate narratives around him, Zhou Jianjun continued his leisurely pace, merrily gliding through the snow. Tomorrow morning, however, he would need to shovel snow, otherwise it would freeze solid, making travel quite difficult. With matters settled, Su Damao could not afford to offend Qin Huairu too severely. After all, a happy life depended on her. So be it. This journey has left me weary. However, I insist that upon waking tomorrow, I do not wish to see him again. Easy Eye, come here and lend me a hand. Though Lu Xiao was irked, the present circumstances rendered her unable to voice her frustrations. Supporting him as they departed, Su Damao suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch," as Lu Xiao pinched him. "What are you doing? You clumsy woman? I am an injured man. Do you not comprehend?" Lu Xiao released her grip and strode away. Observing this, Uncle Yi sighed in relief and declared, "All right. After unanimous agreement among the three of us, let this be witnessed by all. I hereby announce the resolution regarding Jia Zhangshi and Bonging. First, Jia Zhangshi shall compensate Lu Haizhong with 2 yuan. Second, she shall pay Su Damao 20 yuan. And both Jia Zhangshi and Bonging are to vacate the courtyard and are forbidden from returning. Does anyone oppose this resolution?" Qin Huairu scanned the room, sensing the tension rising. If any complications were to arise now, it would be most unfortunate. Just then, Zhou Jianjun stood up. All eyes turned toward him. Uncle Yi's gaze was piercing, emanating a palpable hostility. Just when I praised this lad, has he become arrogant? Jianjun, do you have an objection? The tone was far from cordial. Zhou Jianjun, perplexed, scratched his head. What objection? Wasn't the announcement concluded? I'm heading home now. By the way, Uncle San, could I have a couple of those sunflower seeds? I'd like to take some back for the children. Uncle Yi, Qin Huairu, everyone, Uncle San. Ah, you little rascal. Attempting to pilfer sunflower seeds from Uncle San, how ungrateful. Chapter 73, Apple. With the dust settled, the performance concluded. Zhou Jianjun stepped outside, yawning widely. He then tucked his chin into his collar, for while it was warm inside, the outside air was frigid, and the snow was beginning to cease. A fortunate turn of events. May the sun shine brightly tomorrow. Uncle Yi's face had also brightened, smiling as he distributed the sunflower seeds from the scale to everyone. Meanwhile, Uncle San's expression had turned sour, nearly on the verge of a fit. Thankfully, he had retained some reserves. These sunflower seeds were distributed by the neighborhood committee, a staple at every meeting. This was also when Uncle San would reap his benefits. Now that those benefits had been snatched away, he was truly incensed, especially regarding Zhou Jianjun. Bah, ungrateful brat. Unbeknownst to Zhou Jianjun, he ambled away, joyfully gliding through the snow. It was rather enjoyable. Yet he would need to shovel the snow come morning. Otherwise, it would freeze and become treacherous to navigate. Upon returning home, De Baobei was sprawled comfortably on the bed with Xiao Baobei and an airplane, engrossed in the comic books illustrated by Zhou Jianjun. They had perused these volumes several times already, yet their interest remained undiminished. Zhou Jianjun cast a discreet glance at He Yushui, pondering why this unwelcome third wheel lacked even a modicum of awareness. "Brother, why are you winking at me? Have you got a hair from a donkey stuck in your eye? If you need a blow, ask your sister-in-law to help you with that." Zhou Jianjun nearly choked on his breath. How absurd. Why not suggest he had a whole donkey in his eye? Ridiculous. Do you believe I could blow you away with a single breath? Get lost. Can't you see I've returned? Hurry back to your own room. No. I intend to sleep with sister-in-law tonight. I will grant you an opportunity to reorganize your words. Zhou Jianjun retrieved an apple from his pocket. On his way back, he had spent a mere 18 cents and procured an entire basket of apples. Yes, this basket. Well, you know what I mean. It exudes the prestige befitting a system father. Once more, I love you, Dad. Alas, Dad paid him no mind. Ah, apples. Brother, where did you get these? Oh, on my way back. There was a white-bearded old man at the entrance who found my strikingly handsome visage blinding, so much so that it dazzled his 24K titanium alloy eyes. He declared himself the apple fairy and proceeded to pluck this apple from his nose, asking if I would like to have it. He Yushui's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed to her own nose. Do you think I am still a 3-year-old child? You are not, yet you remain so naive. Go on, take Tong Tong with you. Dad, I am 3 years old. Indeed, you are 3, thus you should sleep with your 3.5-year-old Aunt Yushui. Huh. Why is Aunt Yushui so tall at 3.5, while I remain so short? She gestured with her hands. Yuxiali was already beside herself with laughter. That's because Aunt Yushui should return to her room to sleep. If you accompany her, you too shall grow taller. Really? Then I will sleep with Aunt Yushui. He Yushui, exasperated, climbed off the bed and scooped up Zhou Tongtong. Approaching Zhou Jianjun, she snatched the apple from his grasp. After taking a few steps, she turned back, spitting out. Uffed, deceiving even a child. How shameless. Scram. One day, you will find yourself in the same predicament. He Yushui, lost in thought, blushed and thrust the apple into Zhou Tongtong's hands. Remember this, your father is a great deceiver. From now on, only your aunt will treat you well, and you must be filial to her, understand? Zhou Tongtong blinked, her little mind swirling with questions. Aunt, are you really only 3.5? He Yushui stamped her foot in frustration. Oh, the absurdity. Yes, I will be 4 tomorrow. You two have truly exasperated me. Once the two nuisances departed, Yu Xiaoli was still laughing uncontrollably. Oh dear, I can hardly breathe. Your wit knows no bounds. Oh, my stomach. Zhou Jianjun sighed, pondering whether his wife's sense of humor was a tad too simplistic. After finally calming her down, he pulled out another apple. Ah, where did you get that? Did I not just tell you? There was an old man at the entrance. Stop. Zhou Jianjun, I must inform you. I am 5 years old this year, so do not attempt to deceive me. She burst into laughter, her childishness evident. How juvenile. Zhou Jianjun expressed his disdain openly. Would you like one? Yu Xiaoli shook her head. I just brushed my teeth. I'll have it tomorrow. Did you buy this apple during the day? Yes, I went to see Su Damao, and Lu Xiao gifted him a few apples, which made him rather proud. How could I allow him to outshine me? So, I reached out to an old friend and acquired a few. You waste money recklessly. Though she chastised him, Yu Xiaoli's smile revealed her contentment. Presently, she felt no stress whatsoever. Her sole desire was to bear Zhou Jianjun a son. I will pamper you with a foot massage. Wait, shall we play with the compass? Yu Xiaoli cast a flirtatious glance. Zhou Jianjun gasped in surprise. However, upon reflection, it was indeed a remarkably wholesome pastime. Otherwise, the long, dreary night would be unbearable. Meanwhile, Su Damao was already reclining on his bed, while Lu Xiao maintained her cold demeanor. Su Damao, still seething from his previous encounter with Qin Huairu, was now restless. Easy Eye, did you not mention wanting a son? Shall we give it a try? Lu Xiao's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. What? Did you not intend to divorce me? Oh, that was merely in the heat of the moment. You are my wife. How could I genuinely be angry with you? That's more like it, but are you not injured? It's nothing serious, it can be managed. By the way, do you have a sore throat today? Then, anguished cries echoed from the yard, persisting for an extended duration. Where on earth did you acquire such nonsense? I warned you not to stray from the right path. You must have someone else outside. I will not be defeated. Lu Xiao, you madwoman, I will divorce you. In the Jia household, Qin Jingru wandered curiously about the yard. Jingru, come in and wash your feet, Qin Huairu called, lifting the cotton curtain. Oh, sister, I am coming. Sister, your courtyard is enormous. Is this how city dwellers live? It is truly wonderful. This marked Qin Jingru's first visit to the city. What is this? Truly capable individuals reside in villas. When I find you a city man, you too shall have a house like this. Qin Jingru's eyes sparkled with dreams at the thought. How splendid. But do you think city folk will look down on me? Not at all. My sister is so beautiful. Only a blind person would overlook you. Inside, Jia Zhangshi was tending to Bang Gong while scolding Qin Huairu. Is this truly your mother? How can you be so harsh? Oh, my poor Dongshu, my dear son. Mother, if you continue to torment him like this, do you not fear attracting unwanted attention? Are you not satisfied with the suffering I endured today? Bang Gong, come here. I have something to tell you. Chapter 74, the plan backfired. Bang Gong's mouth appeared serious, but it was merely a cut at the corner of his mouth. His teeth remained intact. Qin Huairu was no fool. She would not truly beat her own son to death. Bang Gong hung his head low, as though all spirit had been drained from him. Today had indeed been a significant blow. The entire household was bullying them, especially Su Damao, who, despite his despicable nature, sat comfortably in a chair, demanding his mother kneel. Mother, Bang Gong, do you blame me? Bang Gong nodded, his face filled with stubbornness. Tears streamed down Qin Huairu's cheeks. I know you blame me, but I do not blame you. However, I had no choice. As you saw today, if I do not discipline you, you might be sent to the police station. I know you are upset, and so am I. My grievances are greater than anyone's. This time, things escalated. And this was the only way. I know you wish to take revenge, but you are still too young. Remember today well, live well, and in the future, those who have bullied us will receive their comeuppance. I may not be educated, but I do know that a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 10 years. Do you understand? As Bang Gong lifted his head, a glimmer of determination slowly emerged in his eyes. Shall we seek vengeance? Certainly. But our strength is insufficient to confront them. Therefore, you must strive to improve. Do you understand? Mother, rest assured, I will seek justice. Good child. Look around our courtyard. There are few virtuous souls here. However, remember that Uncle E and Uncle Zhou Jianjun assisted us today. You must keep this in mind. When someone shows us kindness, we should remember them and utilize their strength to aid us. This will make our lives a touch easier. Bang Gong appeared puzzled. But mother, isn't Uncle E and Zhou Jianjun against us? Foolish child, you are still young. You will understand in time. Uncle E is not against you. He is saving you. Otherwise, you would have ended up in the police station, or worse, lost your life. As for Zhou Jianjun, although he spoke little, he indeed helped us. Sometimes, help is not overt. You must remember those who are kind to us. When you face difficulties in the future, it is best to seek their assistance. All right, mother. I will heed your words. One more thing, your father has passed away, and the compensation money is controlled by your grandmother. Since you live with her, if the opportunity arises, retrieve that money. It is meant for your education and future marriage. Do not let your grandmother know. Bang Gung's eyes sparkled with understanding. He nodded vigorously. Good child, my dear son, you must take care of yourself outside. Your grandmother dotes on you. She relies on you to support her in her old age. Whatever you wish to eat, just tell her, understood? Mother, do not worry. One day, I will earn everyone's respect, and by then, I will ensure Su Demao pays for his deeds. Very well. Remember what we discussed tonight. Now go to sleep. And I will tidy your clothes. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianjun and Yu Shaoli were engaged in a delightful exchange. In a marriage, communication is paramount. The depth of this connection relies on each individual's grasp of emotion, fostering a harmonious relationship. At this moment, Yu Shaoli harbored a nearly overwhelming affection for Zhou Jianjun. How profound was this love? It brought her to tears, moved by the sentiment. Zhou Jianjun sighed. His wife was wonderful in every way, yet her heart was exceedingly tender, almost palpable in its softness. She cried at the slightest provocation. When she sang, her voice was so enchanting it could render her hoarse, a natural-born songstress. Having completed their conversation, they understood each other better, and indeed, the outcome was splendid. Are you satisfied? Yu Shaoli blushed and nodded. I fear I may harm your health. Not at all. I know my limits. Am I being overly demanding? Not at all. I appreciate your eloquence. After a moment of embrace, Yu Shaoli regained her composure. How did the meeting go tonight? What was discussed? What else could be said? The Jia family and Bang Gung have been expelled from the courtyard, never to return. I believe this is for the best. At least it will bring some stability to our lives. Yu Shaoli nodded in agreement. That is true. Now, I will fetch some hot water. Let us wash up and then sleep. All right. The coal stove had the advantage of providing hot water around the clock. As the clock struck midnight, Zhou Jianjun was jolted awake, feeling as if his wrist had been pricked by a needle. Switching on the bedside lamp, he noticed a red mark where his watch had been. Ah, you deceitful system, employing such underhanded tactics. Is this what you call a wake-up service? Before he could complain further, a voice in his mind announced a flash sale. Limited time flash sale begins now. Rules are unnecessary to reiterate. You know the drill. Countdown starts. Zhou Jianjun cursed the arrogant system and activated the one-click flash sale. Congratulations on your successful purchase. You have received a comic book, Journey to the West. And then, nothing, Zhou Jianjun exclaimed. A comic book? What on earth? Wasn't I promised that this system would never let me down? Wasn't the agreement to be each other's support? You overthink too much. This is merely an ordinary comic book. The flash sale system is entirely random. Now go to sleep. Warning, the system has thrown a bomb at you. Boom. Zhou Jianjun fainted instantly. Curse it. These were his final moments. Regardless of how it happened, his biological clock was remarkably reliable, and he awoke on time once more. Glancing at the bedside comic book, he confirmed that last night had not been a dream. Cursing again, he had expected the system to provide something extraordinary. It seemed the grand marketplace was no longer treating him as a person. Oh well, I'll save it to entertain the children. Rising from his bed, he stepped outside and saw Yuzhu pushing his bicycle into the courtyard. Brother, you're up? Ah, where did you go to enjoy yourself yesterday? I went to Haitang's place. The matters have been settled. Once you return, we can set a date. Since we have no elder in the family, you will represent us. Zhou Jianjun scratched his head. Why am I, a young man, suddenly getting involved in such affairs? All right, we'll discuss it when the weather improves. Why are you back at this hour? How will you Haitang go to work? She has her ways. You need not worry about that. I returned to tell you that Deputy Factory Director Li will announce today that I am to be the director of the cafeteria. Regarding the vegetable situation. Chapter 75. Qin Huairu's Gratitude. Zhou Jianjun had expected a significant matter. It appeared that Deputy Factory Director Li was rather anxious. As for the vegetables, do not concern yourself. Just follow my lead. Inform Deputy Factory Director Li that the roads are difficult to traverse, and transporting goods is quite challenging. Therefore, we must raise the price by 15 cents. Several places need vegetables, not just the steel mill. Without additional funds, acquiring supplies is impossible. 15 cents? Brother, isn't that a bit excessive? Yuzhu swallowed hard. If Zhou Jianjun had not learned from Donglishun about the city's meat shortage, he would not have dared to propose such an increase. In any case, do not settle for less than 12 cents. Strive for it. Are you foolish? In these times, who isn't in need of meat and vegetables? If the Deputy Factory Director cannot manage it, go to the Factory Director. I have received word that there is a severe meat shortage in the city. Raising the price by 15 cents is already quite generous. If it were in someone else's hands, they would gouge us mercilessly. The cafeteria falls under Deputy Factory Director Li's jurisdiction. You simply proceed. And that price will surely be accepted. Perhaps they will even treat you like a revered figure. As for Yen San, I will handle that. The price will remain as we previously agreed. Do you remember? All right, I will follow your lead. Have you cooked? I need to eat something. I've been out in the cold all morning. Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes. You should head to the kitchen and wash the dishes first. He Zhu was taken aback. What? Wash the dishes? What dishes? Upon entering, he was greeted by a sight that left him astonished. Had they feasted on meat last night? He wiped his fingers, inhaling the unmistakable scent of lamb. So, you all left these dishes for me to clean upon my return? Just look at this. The household can hardly function without you. You wouldn't understand, but last night, in your absence, the sight of these dirty dishes truly made me uneasy. He Zhu replied, well, I do appreciate you all. With no other choice, he resigned himself to the task. While preparing breakfast, Zhou Jianjun first cleared the snow from both his yard and the deaf old ladies, creating a path before he ceased his efforts. Breakfast was prepared by He Zhu, who felt quite overwhelmed. He was so hungry he felt lightheaded. Yet he still had to cook. Where could he voice his grievances? After accompanying his father-in-law for drinks last night, he had hardly eaten anything. Meanwhile, the younger brother had certainly filled his stomach, and Yu Haidang seemed quite pleased. But He Zhu was exhausted. He decided to make some corn porridge, boiled a few eggs, and sliced some radishes to add a bit of flavor. He placed a few pancakes to the side, just enough to satisfy his hunger. Zhou Jianjun set down the shovel and splashed his face with cold water, squatting at the door to brush his teeth. He Zhu didn't object, but he couldn't help but question. Have you ever seen anyone put greens and shredded beef into corn porridge? Are you certain this is corn porridge? And who stuffs meat into pancakes? Don't you realize you've just flattened a bun? It's breakfast. Nutritional balance is crucial, Zhou Jianjun replied, quite satisfied with himself, proclaiming that there was a good mix of meat and vegetables, sufficient vitamins and proteins, not to mention milk. Isn't this a bit excessive? Is it truly all right for us to eat like this? What is wrong with it? Perhaps the flavor is a tad bland. After all, corn porridge can't compare to rice porridge. He Zhu was left speechless. Is that what I meant? Isn't this beef? Indeed, it's top-quality beef, Zhou Jianjun affirmed. And this is green vegetables, right? Why are you so full of nonsense? When asked to cook, just do it. Haven't you heard the saying? A bun with meat is not defined by its folds. If we want to indulge in better food in the future, we need to keep it hidden to avoid attracting envy. Next time, when others see us dining, they'll just think, oh, Zhou Jianjun's family is having corn porridge and pancakes. Who would be envious of that? He Zhu pondered for a moment and found some logic in it. If today's endeavors succeeded, there would be more opportunities for profit in the future. We should indeed be more discreet. Brother, you're quite clever. Bah, what nonsense. Zhou Jianjun remarked, heading to wake up his grandmother. Hurry up and get moving. As he approached the deaf old lady's door, he found her already outside, jogging around the cleared snow under his watchful gaze. Zhou Jianjun rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't imagining things. Grandma, what are you doing? Don't just stand there, run with me. A good physique means a long life. Zhou Jianjun waved his hand. I've had enough exercise for the morning. But your legs? Oh, they're just fine. Perhaps it's because your dishes are so delicious that I feel rejuvenated. Zhou Jianjun scratched his head, wondering if it was the spring water improving her health. Everything they used at home for cooking and drinking was spring water. Could this miraculous water really reverse aging? Observing the old lady, he surmised she might live an extra decade. All right then, keep on jogging. I'll check the front yard. Breakfast will be ready soon. Just don't exert yourself too much. I know. You're such a nag. Zhou Jianjun, feeling a bit warm after shoveling snow, put his coat back on to avoid catching a chill. At that moment, Qin Huairu emerged from the house, carrying a large bundle. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Zhou Jianjun. Jianjun, what's up, Sister Qin? Is there something you need? No, I just wanted to thank you for last night. I appreciate your kindness. Zhou Jianjun was taken aback. Please don't. What do you mean by my kindness? That sounds rather unsettling. No need to understand. I know in my heart. In any case, you helped me, and I thank you. She smiled at Zhou Jianjun, causing him to break into a nervous sweat. What had he done last night? Didn't he do much? Just ate some seeds, right? Why is this so puzzling? Mysteriously thanked, he felt no joy. Sister, is it true you're sending the corn stalks back to the countryside so early? Just then, another female voice came from inside, followed by a girl with 2 ponytails stepping outside. She looked fresh and vibrant, a breath of fresh air. Qin Jingru. Zhou Jianjun suddenly recalled a scene from last night. Indeed, it was Qin Jingru. He smacked his forehead, remembering that Qin Huairu had mentioned her. What could be the reason for her return to the countryside to fetch Qin Jingru? Zhou Jianjun racked his brain, but couldn't he fathom that Qin Huairu intended to introduce Qin Jingru to Su Damao. After all, the plot had become rather chaotic. Well, it doesn't concern me much anyway. I can't just let her go, can I? You know the situation. For now, let her stay for a few days. Once a place is found, she can return. I just feel so sorry for the cornstalks. Why are you all so unkind? Qin Jingru was initially a naive and bubbly girl, her personality quite boisterous. All right, keep your voice down. I need to work today. You take her back to my mother-in-law and return here. Can you find your way back? Qin Jingru nodded eagerly. Here is 50 cents and 4 liang of grain coupons. That should cover your round trip and meals. Zhou Jianjun observed the lively scene for a moment before heading to the front yard to find Uncle San. Chapter 76. What ill intentions could Zhou Jianjun possibly harbor? Upon arriving in the front yard, Uncle San was already awake, busily shoveling snow. Oh, Uncle San, what are you up to? Before Zhou Jianjun could finish, Uncle San had already flung a shovel full of snow in his direction. Get lost, get lost. I knew you'd come here to make fun of me. Not at all, I wouldn't dare. Zhou Jianjun exclaimed. Wow, you even predicted that? You're truly impressive. Uncle San shot him a scornful glance. He remembered how this rascal had snatched seeds from him last night, a slight he would not forget. Quit the chit-chat. Keep shoveling, he said, noticing Zhou Jianjun hadn't left, and became a bit curious. What is up? Looking for me for something? Want to treat me to a drink? Are you still dreaming? I'm having corn porridge now, not drinking. Zhou Jianjun exclaimed. Life doesn't work that way. I genuinely have something to discuss with you. You know that Zhuzi and Haidang are now seeing each other. Zhuzi has met your in-laws, and they have no objections. I was thinking of proposing soon. But as a junior, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go alone. You're familiar with the customs. Would you accompany me on this visit? If this works out, I'll owe you a drink, right? Doesn't that sound fair? Uncle San paused momentarily, utterly taken aback that Zhou Jianjun would be concerned about such a matter. Zhou Jianjun had truly exerted considerable effort regarding He Yuzhu's situation. While he could certainly go, the absence of an elder to guide him made it seem rather frivolous. Although Uncle San was somewhat stingy, he still held a certain dignity, being a people's teacher. Among the 3 uncles, Zhou Jianjun harbored a modicum of affection for Uncle San. Despite his frugality, Uncle San had never schemed against others. Such calculations were not inherently wrong. After all, how else could one support a large family? As for the subsequent mismanagement of his relationship with his children, that was merely a private family affair, largely irrelevant to others. Given the familial ties with Yu Haitang's family, matters could easily be discussed. Thus, approaching Uncle San to propose marriage seemed more solemn. Zhou Jianjun genuinely wished for He Yuzhu, a child whose father was as good as absent, to find a family where he would not be looked down upon by his future in-laws. Zhou Jianjun's intentions were indeed sincere. Although he regarded his elder brother as a father figure, addressing Yu Haitang's father as brother would certainly provoke a beating, as that was not the custom. In these times, matchmakers had a challenging role, bearing considerable responsibility. If the young couple quarreled, they were expected to mediate, which required significant effort. Uncle San's mind began to churn with ideas. He considered that if Zhubo were to wed Haidang, it would make him a brother-in-law to his eldest son, Yan Jieqing. Any future benefits would indirectly extend to Yan Jieqing and even to Yuli. This matter could indeed come to fruition. Additionally, as Zhou Jianjun mentioned, should this union be successful, a celebratory feast was inevitable. Could a banquet be complete without meat? Wasn't that a profit? This was certainly a cause for celebration. And one could not overlook the thoughtfulness of Uncle San. Very well, let us plan for this weekend when we are all free to go together. My future in-law is quite agreeable, after all. All right then, this matter will undoubtedly require your effort. Here, take this. It is not easy to obtain. As he spoke, he produced an apple from his pocket and handed it to Uncle San. Upon seeing it, Uncle San's face lit up with joy. A large apple. At this time of year, such a splendid apple was a rare find. We have an agreement, yes? Indeed, indeed. How could you doubt your Uncle San? Such a wonderful opportunity must not be forgotten. Well then, I shall head home for dinner. Do hasten to clear the snow. With his errands completed, Zhou Jianjun returned, beaming. In truth, having the eldest uncle take the lead would have been ideal, but Zhou Jianjun held no regard for him. In comparison, he found Uncle San to be far more agreeable. In the original text, Uncle San was cast out of his home and lived with the simple-minded Zhubo, even collecting scraps to support him. He was not a bad person, and Zhou Jianjun was not lacking in sustenance. As he strolled back, he caught a performance. Bang Gung bid a heartfelt farewell to Qin Huairu, while Xiao Dang and Huaihua were also present. Upon seeing Zhou Jianjun, Bang Gung unexpectedly called out Uncle Junzi. This startled Zhou Jianjun, who felt a sudden sense of foreboding, as if he were the target of some nefarious plot. Bang Gung, heed my advice. Su Daomao is a cunning individual. You are too young to contend with him. Focus on establishing yourself outside. You will understand in due time. Zhou Jianjun's thoughts were rather mischievous. It was a case of dog-eat-dog among the unscrupulous, and Bang Gung fixating on Su Daomao was quite commendable. It was essential to remain vigilant. Indeed, Bang Gung's eyes glistened with tears, declaring, Uncle Junzi is truly a good person, exactly as my mother has said. Ah, good lad. You have indeed matured. Zhou Jianjun remarked. I told you, Sister Qin and Aunt Jia, this situation may not be entirely negative. Look, Bang Gung is becoming more sensible. He will surely succeed in the future. Aunt Jiazhong, hearing Zhou Jianjun praise her grandson, nodded with pride. Indeed, our Bang Gung has always been perceptive. He will certainly achieve great things. Zhou Jianjun chuckled. Very well then, I must get back to clearing the snow in my yard. With that, he dashed off. Then spat disdainfully. It is said that one can gauge a child's character at 3 years old and their future at 7. Bang Gung's temperament seemed to be set. Outside the courtyard, should he stray into the wrong path, he might find himself entangled once more. However, Zhou Jianjun had no stake in that matter. What ill could he possibly harbor? It was merely a matter of keeping an eye on things and deflecting any animosity. He looked forward to a peaceful respite afterward. Upon returning home, just as he was about to enter the dining hall, Zhou Jianjun stepped back, glancing at the small rope under the eaves, scratching his head. Lily, where's the fish we had? I can't recall if I merely had the fish head. Today, without anyone to assist with dressing. Yu Xiaoli was quicker to rise than usual. Clearly, gaming had consumed considerable time. Peering out, she replied, I don't know. It was still here last night. Zhou Jianjun's peculiar habit of hanging fish outside to freeze was a mystery. Brother, stop calling out. I've put the fish away. I plan to take it to my father-in-law for drinks. He enjoys fish. Zhou Jianjun noticed that He Yuzhu was bringing over breakfast. Ah, you clever lad. You certainly know how to please your father-in-law. This fish weighs over 10 pounds, minus the head. It's all meat. Do you not find it disgraceful to present your father-in-law with a fish sans head? What kind of image does that project? No worries, such fish are not commonly found. You might not even buy them at the market. Surely you aren't reluctant to part with it? He Yuzhu replied disdainfully. Get lost. What do I have to be reluctant about? Take it if you want. By the way, I've invited Uncle San to join us at Yu's family this weekend. It's only fitting to have an elder present. Just a heads up, don't show up with that sour expression of yours. Curb your temper. Chapter 77, Ding Qiunan. You must not harbor feelings for him. Many old customs, passed down through generations, hold their own wisdom. He Yuzhu was not one to lack discernment. Smiling, she replied, Brother, thank you for your concern. It suffices to know, I do not expect any repayment. After dinner, take your sister-in-law to work. Also, please help me request a leave. Stating I am preparing for the leadership's meeting. I will check on the sourcing for the dishes. Oh wait. He hurried to the living room, retrieved a procurement document from his bedroom, inspected it, and once assured of its accuracy, returned to the dining area. Take this to show the leadership and remember the prices I mentioned. If necessary, you can slightly adjust the price by 2 cents to gauge Deputy Director Li's attitude. If that doesn't work, we can communicate further. He Yuzhu gasped. Have you changed your mind again so soon? I considered something. The meat supply in Suzhou City is scarce. If I lower the price, do you think they might suspect something and attempt to take our channel? It is more reasonable for the prices to be higher. After contemplating, He Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, a couple of cents more is appropriate. Just then, Yu Xiaoli emerged from the room with Zhou Tongtong and He Yushui, causing He Yuzhu to promptly close her mouth, though her excitement was unmistakable. What are you two brothers chatting about? You seem so cheerful. He Yuzhu chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. My brother mentioned that he wants to help me propose this weekend, and he has invited third uncle to act as a mediator. Yu Xiaoli was taken aback. Well, it is indeed wise to involve an elder. Third uncle is quite respectable, making him a suitable choice. Your brother is quite thoughtful. I hadn't considered it before. Indeed, I now suspect my brother must have been a woman in his past life. No woman is as meticulous as he is. Get lost. Zhou Jianjun playfully smacked He Yuzhu and turned to invite the elderly lady over. Let us eat quickly, it's getting late. Everyone unanimously agreed that the family's meals of corn pancakes and porridge were most welcome. Even the elderly lady wholeheartedly supported Zhou Jianjun's plan to feign poverty. The eldest grandson is right. One should not flaunt their wealth. This is a good notion. You all must be clever when out and about. Behind closed doors. Let us live well in secret. The elderly lady spoke with an air of mystery, lowering her voice, which made everyone burst into laughter. After the meal, the sun indeed broke through, heralding a splendid day. It appeared that snowy weather would not return anytime soon. Zhou Jianjun rode his bicycle, heading towards Dongzheimen to meet with Yen San and his associates. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the machinery repair factory was particularly lively today. This was due to the supportive brother unit from the commune, which had sent over a pig to enhance the factory's meals. All the employees had been eagerly anticipating this since early morning. The machinery repair factory, after all, could not compare to the larger steel mills, which enjoyed at least one meat meal per week, while the repair factory had not seen meat in quite some time. Qiunan, how about I treat you to a movie after work today? Cui Dake, a short man with a round face and dark skin, appeared quite aged for his years, resembling a piglet. Please call me Dr. Ding or Comrade Ding. The factory is currently addressing issues of lifestyle conduct. If you continue this way, don't blame me for reporting you. Ding Qiunan coldly rejected him. However, Cui Dake, with his thick skin, chuckled dismissively. What is wrong with that? I'm not harassing you or engaging in any inappropriate relations. I merely wish to invite you to a movie. I have made myself quite clear. I have no time, and please do not disrupt my work. After hearing Zhou Jianjun's speech, she had set her sights on higher aspirations. Whereas she once fixated on romantic entanglements, she now devoted herself entirely to the goal of entering university. Yearning to explore the broader world and witness the spark of tomorrow that Zhou Jianjun spoke of. Yet, upon distancing herself from such romantic notions, she felt she had gained clarity on many matters. For instance, Cui Dake's attentions were not exclusive to her. He showered similar affections on other women, including Liang Lady. Moreover, she discerned a commonality among these women. They were all single and held urban household registrations. This revelation rendered Cui Dake's motives glaringly obvious, filling her with disgust. He merely viewed these women as stepping stones to acquire an urban household registration. Xiaonan, what are you doing here? I was just looking for you. I need to tell you that our factory is getting a big fat pig today, reportedly over 200 pounds. The leadership wants Nani to slaughter it. But he is being stubborn and absolutely refuses. You must go persuade him. Everyone is looking forward to the meat. Liang Lady burst in energetically, rattling off her words like a machine gun. Only after finishing did she notice. Oh, there's a piglet over here too? A closer look revealed it was Cui Dake. And her brow furrowed instantly. Cui, what are you doing here? Is your stomach hurting again? She remembered that Ding Xiaonan had mentioned Cui Dake often feigned illness to get closer to her. Cui Dake appeared somewhat intimidated by Liang Lady. With a forced smile, he replied, No, I was in pain before, but seeing you has made me feel better. You two carry on with your conversation. I'll head back to work. Once Cui Dake left, Ding Xiaonan's icy demeanor softened, revealing a hint of exasperation. What? Is Cui Dake pestering you again? Ding Xiaonan nodded. He really is something. Just the other day, I saw him bothering Xiangwan. What is he up to? No. I must confront him to put him in his place, Liang Lady replied. All right, sister, it's not worth your time to engage with someone like him. You just mentioned the factory leadership wants Nani to slaughter the pig? Is he going back to the cafeteria? Exactly. But Nani is so stubborn. He won't listen to anyone, not even the leadership. Ding Xiaonan pursed her lips and shook her head. I want to go. Recently, I have learned a lot and come to understand many things. I realize I don't actually have strong feelings for Nani. Huh. Liang Lady was taken aback. Silly girl. Do you know what you're saying? Where is this coming from? Why don't you like him anymore? Did he upset you? No. Sister, you don't understand. I only want to get into medical school now. I don't wish to waste my energy on other matters. If he truly cared for me, he would support my dreams. If he leaves because of this, it merely proves my decision was correct. I owe a debt of gratitude to your brother. He is truly a person of great insight. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have discovered everything I desire. Brother? Liang Lady involuntarily conjured the image of Zhou Jianjun's loyal face. No, this one do, Xiaonan, my brother. He is a married man. And you too cannot.